Waste. You can't even awaken a martial soul. You are not qualified to call me teacher. In the dim grove, a middle-aged uncle with a crew cut was cursing at a thin boy. Yu Xiaojiang, was really blind to accept you as my apprentice. Yu Xiaojiang said viciously. For the man who couldn't even awaken a martial soul, he had already sentenced him to death in his heart. The boy looked at Yu Xiaojiang's ghost-like appearance, and the gentle and righteous image of his teacher in his heart in the past completely collapsed at this moment. Teacher! Snap! Before the boy finished speaking, Yu Xiaojiang had slapped him in the face. At this time, Yu Xiaojiang looked at the boy with cold eyes, and this slap completely shattered the friendship between the two. Mike Guy covered his slightly red and swollen little face and couldn't believe that the teacher who was so good to him on weekdays would hit him. That's right, Mike Guy is a time traveler. Since he learned that he traveled to Douluo continent, Mike Guy's mood has been very high. Imagining the scene of him hugging Qian Richue on his left and Bibi Dong on his right, he felt very happy. But reality gave Mike Guy a heavy blow. Everyone knows that Douluo continent is a fantasy floor tile, and it will collapse no matter which plane is placed on. But after the martial soul awakened, he, who had no soul power and no martial soul, directly poured a basin of cold water on Mike Guy. He couldn't even practice, let alone hug Qian Richue on his left and Bibi Dong on his right. Ding! The host's emotions are detected to be very excited, and the system has been successfully bound. Host Mike Guy. Martial soul, none soul power, none appearance. Half-step reader realm, only slightly inferior to the legendary reader. Martial arts. 8 gates of Duanjia has been activated. In order to prevent the host from kicking Douluo star to pieces, the 8 gates of Duanjia has been adjusted to the Douluo continent version of 8 gates of Duanjia. Speed, 12 reaction, 15 strength, 19 life, 100,100. Quality physical fitness, 1 point corresponds to 1 gate. For every point breakthrough, the number of gates that can be opened in the 8 gates of Duanjia increases by 1. Currently, 2 points. Currently, the gates that can be opened are: the first gate is open and the second gate is closed. Before the 6th gate, it will not cause much harm to the host's body, but the host will continue to lose health during the opening process. Before the 7th gate, the health value will drop to 0 and the 8 gates of Duanjia will be automatically released. When in the dead gate state, if the health value drops to 0, the host will die directly. When launching Night Kai, a percentage of health value will be consumed to achieve the strongest kick. Whenever the host makes a choice, the system will reward the host with attribute points in various aspects, and the host can add it to any attribute of the body at will. The system explains so much, but Mike Guy also learned all the information almost in the blink of an eye. As long as his health value does not drop to 0, he can do whatever he wants. Looking at Yu Xiaojiang, who was still cursing at him, Mike Guy was so angry that he stood up and was kicked. Damn it, I didn't have the system before, and I was respectful to you. Now I have a plugin, what are you? Because the two were too close, and Yu Xiaojiang didn't expect Mike Guy to suddenly attack him. So Mike Guy's kick can be said to be a solid kick on Yu Xiaojiang's chest. Puff! Yu Xiaojiang's pupils were round, and he couldn't believe that the other party would attack him. After being kicked, Yu Xiaojiang flew backwards uncontrollably. Bang! Yu Xiaojiang's body hit the tree trunk heavily, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. After getting up with difficulty, Yu Xiaojiang spat out a large pool of blood, and the viciousness in his eyes became even worse. Little bastard, you dare to hit the teacher, it's really treasonous. Yu Xiaojiang cursed. Fart like thunder, Luo Sanpao. 2 yellow soul rings swirled out from Yu Xiaojiang's body, and a creature that looked like a pig, but not a pig, and a dog, but not a dog, jumped out from his side. Teacher? Humph. Mike Guy sneered. Just because you call yourself my teacher. In the past 3 years, you have taught me nothing except letting me carry stones everywhere. Thinking about the past 3 years, when he followed Yu Xiaojiang everywhere, Mike Guy felt more and more like a clown. And now, his kick has completely severed the friendship between the two of them. Mike Guy crossed his hands and raised them in front of him, with blood vessels protruding on his forehead. 8 gates of Duanjia. The first door, open. After opening the first door, Mike Guy did not feel how much pain he had. Not only that, the feeling of breaking through the limit of strength made him feel great for a while. After kicking Luo Sanpao, who was about to fart, away, Mike Guy punched Yu Xiaojiang in the face one after another. The already ugly face was now like a fat pig. You're a waste. I'll let you look down on me, a man over 50 years old, who hasn't even broken through level 30. You still have a nerve to call yourself a big shit. Bah. After beating Yu Xiaojiang for more than half an hour and finally spitting on Yu Xiaojiang's face, Might Guy felt a little relieved. After Might Guy left, Yu Xiaojiang endured the pain and got up from the ground with difficulty. Looking at the direction where Might Guy left, Yu Xiaojiang's heart was humiliated to the extreme. He never thought that he would be beaten by a 7-year-old boy, and that person was his apprentice. Just wait, Might Guy, one day I will find an apprentice with better talent, Yu Xiaojiang said with hatred. The humiliation that Might Guy gave him today was completely remembered. At this time, unlike Yu Xiaojiang's humiliation, Might Guy felt very comfortable after venting his anger. How with a sigh of relief, Might Guy began to think about the current situation. It's a pity. If I had known that I would travel to the Douluo continent, I would have watched the anime before coming here. As a result, I only know that Yu Xiaojiang is the protagonist master. There's a Shrek Academy, and there are 2 peerless beauties in the Spirit Hall, but I don't know anything else. Might Guy is running around in the jungle like a headless fly. Just in the state of opening the door, his health points have not dropped at all. Options have begun. Host, please make a choice. 1. Accept Douluo's invitation, join the Spirit Hall, and reward 3 attribute points. 2. Reject Douluo's invitation and reward 3 attribute points. It can be said that as soon as the system's voice sounded, a middle-aged man wearing a luxurious golden robe and golden armor suddenly fell from the sky in front of Might Guy. The sacred aura of that man emanated, and a pressure from the strong came from his body. Kid, what move did you use just now? Chapter 2. Return to the Spirit Hall. Douluo's gaze briefly flickered towards the spot where Yu Xiaojiang had just collapsed. The disdain in his heart for Yu Xiaojiang deepened. After all, he could not even best a child devoid of a martial soul and spirit power. Meanwhile, Might Guy surveyed the imposing and handsome figure before him. By mere appearance, it was evident that this individual was not one to be trifled with. What should he do? Should he divulge the truth? Revealing his hand would expose his trump card, yet withholding the information might lead to his demise under the weight of the other's imposing aura. Might Guy found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Noticing the prolonged silence from the boy, Douluo's brow furrowed, his expression betraying a hint of displeasure. As a dignified elder of the Spirit Hall and a level 99 Angel Douluo, it was perplexing to him that a mere 6 or 7-year-old boy would not respond to his inquiry. Child, I harbor no ill intentions. I am merely curious about the sudden surge in your strength, he stated, his tone calm, as if to avoid frightening the boy. At last, Might Guy comprehended the nature of his predicament. Whether he consented or declined the request would yield attribute points regardless. System, I choose option 1. Ding, congratulations to the host for making a choice. You have gained 3 attribute points. You may allocate these points to any aspect of your physique. Upon utterance of this message, a panel showcasing allocation options appeared in Might Guy's mind. Speed, 12. Adding 1 point increases it to 22. Reaction, 15. Adding 1 point increases it to 25. Strength, 19. Adding 1 point increases it to 29. Life, 100. Adding 1 point increases it to 150. Observing the allocation rules presented on the panel, Might Guy decided to invest 2 points into strength and 1 into life. According to the system's earlier explanation, even if he were to engage in a night fight, it would only deplete 100 life points. If he could augment his life to 10,000, wouldn't that mean he could unleash his full potential without reservation? Ding. Bug detected in host behavior. Life point limit is capped at 1,000. The system's clarification felt like a bucket of cold water dousing Might Guy. Akin to plummeting from paradise to the depths of despair, he felt somewhat unwell. Ding. Point allocation successful. Organizing panel. Host, Might Guy. Martial soul, none. Spirit power, none. Appearance, half a step into the reader realm, slightly inferior to the legendary reader. Martial arts, 8 gates of Duanjia activated. To prevent the host from inadvertently obliterating Douluo Star, the 8 gates have been adjusted to the Douluo continent version. Speed, 12. Reaction, 15. Strength, 39. Life, 150. At this moment, Douluo was growing increasingly irate. When had he ever been so egregiously disregarded? A powerful and overwhelming soul force surged forth, snapping Might Guy out of his internal quarrel with the system. What an intimidating pressure, he mused. This individual was indeed from an entirely different realm compared to the previous Yu Xiaojiang. Senior, I must speak. Might Guy was not cowering, rather. He was acutely aware of the situation. It was clear that he stood no chance against this Douluo, who had evidently anticipated his presence and lay in wait. Observing the boy's evident fear, Douluo's previous displeasure dissipated entirely. He retracted his oppressive aura, now regarding the youth before him with keen interest. With the pressure lifted, Might Guy wiped the cold sweat from his brow, still shaken. Senior, what I just employed was a martial art known as the 8 Gates of Douluo. 8 Gates of Douluo? Douluo echoed mentally. The Spirit Hall, established for thousands of years, housed an extensive repository of knowledge encompassing the entire continent. It was certain that no record of the 8 Gates of Douluo existed within its archives. Setting aside his thoughts, Douluo listened attentively to the boy's explanation. The 8 Gates of Douluo was a martial art that enabled one to unleash their full potential. To dispel any inclination of Douluo wanting to transcribe this art, Might Guy made slight modifications to his description. The first step to mastering the 8 Gates of Douluo required the practitioner to forfeit their soul power and martial soul, allowing for focused training in this physical technique. As anticipated, when he mentioned the forfeiture of one's martial soul and soul power, Douluo's brow furrowed once again. After deliberating internally, he ultimately dismissed the notion. Without a martial soul and soul power, even the mightiest martial artist would only excel in physical prowess, which might be useful below the rank of Great Soul Master. Yet, upon reaching the soul sovereign level, the distinction between having and lacking soul power would become apparent. I see you lack soul power. Did you indeed relinquish your martial soul to master this technique? In the Douluo continent, every individual possessed a martial soul. This was common knowledge. If the prerequisite for practicing this technique was the abandonment of one's martial soul, Douluo found himself intrigued by the boy's martial soul. Never mind. I shall not pry further, Douluo stated. I have promised you that I would take you to the Spirit Hall, provided you inform me of your intentions. However, the admission requirement for the Spirit Academy is a minimum of level 20. Without soul power, you cannot establish yourself within the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing this, Might Guy felt a wave of relief wash over him. Had the other party pursued the matter further, he would have found himself at a loss for words. Douluo sighed softly, placing a hand on Might Guy's shoulder as 6 resplendent golden wings sprouted from his back. A golden streak of light traversed the sky, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. When Might Guy regained his composure from the shock, he found himself within a magnificent hall, resplendent in gold and brilliance. Douluo cast aside Might Guy, turning his attention toward the resplendent angel statue at the heart of the grand hall. At that moment, a strikingly handsome young man with azure hair, clad in golden armor, approached from outside the hall. He was the esteemed elder. The individual respectfully bowed to Douluo, his peripheral gaze catching sight of the somewhat awkward Might Guy standing to the side. A flicker of surprise crossed the countenance of the Douluo. For entry into this sacred hall was not granted to just anyone. Yet here stood a boy devoid of any aura of soul power, having gained entry with ease. Douluo knelt reverently beneath the angelic statue, his back turned as he addressed Douluo. Wan, this lad possesses remarkable talent in physical arts. I entrust you with his tutelage. A cloud of confusion enveloped Douluo at this request. To teach physical arts? To have a title Douluo of level 97 instruct a mere child in such disciplines? Despite the myriad uncertainties swirling in his mind, he acquiesced to Douluo's wishes. Turning to the Navi Might Guy beside him, Douluo lifted him effortlessly and made his way toward the hall's exit. It was not until they emerged from the grand hall that Douluo halted in his tracks, confronted by a figure with white hair, one eye veiled in frost. Old 5? Weren't you engaged in practice with the young master? The individual before him was none other than the 5th elder, Douluo. Ah, do not mention it. Douluo waved his hand dismissively. The young master is preoccupied with that woman, Bai Dong. I feared injuring him, so I had no choice but to conclude our session. Douluo shrugged, harboring no fondness for Bai Dong, a sentiment shared throughout the elder hall. Chapter 3. The training Douluo had also taken note of the child behind Douluo. Approaching Douluo, Douluo lowered his voice and remarked, "What a handsome young lad. Could he possibly be your illegitimate child?" Douluo was taken aback, his mind racing at Douluo's audacity. "He is my elder brother's protege. My brother has entrusted me with the role of his martial arts instructor," Douluo explained. Within the entirety of Douluo continent, few dedicated themselves to physical training, for once one ascended in soul power levels, battles were predominantly conducted through various soul skills. The significance of physical prowess had largely been overlooked. Bending slightly, Guangling Douluo leaned closer. Young man, what is your name? Surprised by Guangling Douluo's familiarity, Mai Kai struck a bold pose and declared, I am Mai Kai. I aspire to become the mightiest man in Douluo continent. Listening to the young man's grand proclamation, Guangling Douluo clapped enthusiastically. Bravo, a commendable ambition. However, to become the strongest man, one must first attain soul power. Before Guangling Douluo could finish, he sensed the utter absence of soul power emanating from the boy. What? You possess no soul power? Guangling Douluo questioned, puzzled. Alas, the young man's dreams seemed destined to falter before they even began. Qinghuan Douluo scrutinized the boy with keen interest. If he were truly an ordinary individual, his elder brother would never have designated him as a minor. Even without soul power, I can still rise to become a top-tier powerhouse on the continent, Mai Kai asserted with unwavering confidence. With the 8 gates of Douluo, if I maintain discipline, it will not take long before I can punch title Douluo and kick the deities. Very well, Guangling Douluo replied, retracting his interest, presuming Mai Kai would not last even a day before retreating in defeat. The trio arrived at the training arena behind the worship hall. Guangling Douluo leapt onto a nearby stone pillar, swinging his legs playfully as he observed the two engage in practice. I shall suppress my soul power to level 10. Use your physical techniques to attack me, Qinghuan Douluo announced, gradually diminishing his aura until it settled at level 10. Mai Kai assumed a stance, then launched himself forward like a swift arrow. How fast? Qinghuan Douluo marveled inwardly. If a true level 10 soul master were to encounter him, they might struggle to keep pace with his speed. With Leaf Gale, Mai Kai soared into the air, delivering a kick toward the unsuspecting Qinghuan Douluo. Bang! Qinghuan Douluo firmly received the blow, feeling the force transmitted through the kick. Qinghuan Douluo was even more astonished. The power behind that kick was already comparable to that of a soul scholar, though his soul power had been suppressed to level 10. Qinghuan Douluo's physical attributes remained formidable. Without opening the gates, even at level 10, Mai Kai could not hope to shake him. With a swift motion, Qinghuan Douluo sent Mai Kai flying across the arena. In the air, Mai Kai continuously adjusted his body. Upon landing, he executed several backflips to dissipate all his momentum. His speed and strength were commendable, yet if this was all he had to offer, he might as well concede, remarked Qinghuan Douluo. The previous kick had already revealed the young man's prowess to Qinghuan Douluo. A soul master of level 30 without the enhancement of a third soul ring was certainly no match for him. Not yet finished, Mai Kai exclaimed, his body springing into action once more, circling around Qinghuan Douluo. The 8 gates of Douluo. First gate, open. With the first gate unbound, Mai Kai was now able to unleash his full potential. As he lifted the mental constraints on his strength, clarity flooded his mind. Ah, this boy is quite intriguing, mused Guangling Douluo, who sat on a pillar, swinging his feet and munching on an apple. No sooner had Guangling Douluo spoken than Mai Kai appeared before Qinghuan Douluo. He raised his leg, aiming a kick at Qinghuan Douluo's chin. If he could lift his opponent off the ground, he would have passed the test set by Qinghuan Douluo. Just as Mai Kai's foot was about to connect, Qinghuan Douluo simply raised his palm to block the strike. Not over yet, Mai Kai declared, and his figure vanished once again. Qinghuan Douluo closed his eyes, attuned to the rush of air from the approaching fists. Even without opening his eyes, he could keep pace with Mai Kai's speed. After numerous exchanges, Mai Kai had yet to land a blow on him. Once more, he executed a backflip to create distance, and now he was slightly out of breath. All that effort had merely served to affirm his suspicions. The opening of the first gate did not deplete his vitality. On the contrary, his physical condition continued to improve. Second gate, open. Upon unlocking the second gate, Mai Kai's aura transformed entirely. Compared to before, both his speed and strength had significantly intensified. Meanwhile, Qinghuan Douluo had discreetly elevated his soul power to level 40, having already raised it to 20 earlier. He was not confident that he could defeat the young man before him with merely 10 levels of soul power. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Mai Kai launched his assault, his speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, landing a solid kick against Qinghuan Douluo's chest. Crack. The apple in Guangling Douluo's hand was crushed under the pressure. As an archer, he struggled to keep up with the boy's velocity, inwardly questioning what kind of prodigy his brother had encountered. Caught off guard by the blow, Qinghuan Douluo staggered back a step. How swift was Qinghuan Douluo's immediate reaction? During their duel, 2 additional figures had mysteriously appeared in the training ground. Second brother? Young master? What brings you here? Guangling Douluo noticed the arrival of visitors. namely the second priest of the Spirit Hall, Golden Crocodile Douluo, and the young master, Qian Renxue. At this moment, Qian Renxue was merely a 6-year-old girl, far from the breathtaking beauty she would one day become. Presently, she resembled a plump and adorable steamed bun, exuding an undeniable charm. I had heard from the Grand Priest that this child was exceptionally gifted, a revelation that took me by surprise. Golden Crocodile Douluo remarked that prior to their arrival, he had sought out Qian Douluo and gleaned some understanding of the current situation from him. Despite lacking a martial soul and soul power, this child was capable of withstanding the might of a title Douluo solely through her physical strength. Golden Crocodile Douluo genuinely praised her, for it was indeed remarkable that a child without a martial soul or soul power could shake the foundation of such a formidable opponent. Chapter 4. Achieving a world where only the Golden Crocodile Douluo is injured. Xia Xue, lost in contemplation of that woman's words, heard the Golden Crocodile Douluo say, "Even he could surpass you." As he gently ruffled Qian Rengshu's hair, he aimed to divert her attention from that woman, encouraging her to focus on her cultivation and not squander her innate talents. At that moment, Qian Rengshu's youthful visage was etched with a myriad of emotions. Her grandfather had once remarked that an individual devoid of soul power and martial spirit could still attain greatness if she did not strive diligently. She might indeed be eclipsed by that person. Quickly shaking off her distracting thoughts, Qian Rengshu's heart brimmed with an intense yearning for strength. She believed that if she grew stronger, she would inevitably garner her mother's attention. Meanwhile, in the training arena, Mei Tikai once again leveraged his speed to drive the steadfast Qinghuan Douluo back. Ding! Host's physical attributes are continuously increasing. However, just as Mei Tikai prepared to launch his next offensive, Qinghuan Douluo sprang into action. The speed of Qinghuan Douluo was astonishing, even surpassing that of the swift-tail swallow from the Mingji clan. In the blink of an eye, he found himself behind Mei Tikai. Fatigued, Mei Tikai was unable to react in time and was quickly captured, resulting in his defeat in this duel. Breathing heavily, Mei Tikai's chest heaved violently. At that moment, he was hoisted by Qinghuan Douluo as if he were a mere piece of luggage. Mei Tikai, still just a 7-year-old child, had managed to battle a level 97 title Douluo for half an hour, which was already the pinnacle of his current capabilities. Physically and mentally drained, he would likely have succumbed to unconsciousness had it not been for his indomitable willpower. Applause erupted from the side as Guangling Douluo gracefully leaped down from the pillar. His seemingly youthful face radiated admiration for the little boy Mei Tikai. "Well done, young lad. You held your own against Qinghuan." Approaching Mei Tikai, Guangling Douluo unhesitatingly gave him a thumbs up. Upon hearing this, Qinghuan Douluo's face flushed slightly. It was somewhat embarrassing for a level 97 Super Douluo to struggle against someone who was not even a soul master, despite the fact that he had suppressed his soul power. Nonetheless, he ultimately subdued Mei Tikai using only level 47 soul power. In response to the praise, Mei Tikai, with great effort, lifted his eyelids and shakily raised his hand, exclaiming, "Daring to challenge the strong, that is the essence of youth." With that proclamation, he closed his eyes and fainted. Though Mei Tikai was unconscious, his words echoed persistently in Qian Rengshu's heart. Ascending the stage alongside the Golden Crocodile Douluo, Qian Rengshu gazed with a complex expression at the individual whom Qinghuan Douluo had effortlessly lifted. "Grandfather Qinghuan, will I be able to match him now?" Qian Rengshu inquired. From a young age, Qian Renxue was imbued with the belief that she was the foremost prodigy of the continent, expected to surpass her peers by at least 15 levels of soul power. Currently, although her soul power stood at merely level 25, she was still only 6 years old. Under the expectant gaze of those around her, the Qinghuan Douluo shook his head. "Little Shui, it is not my intention to discourage you, but even a soul master at level 40 may struggle to defeat him. Sometimes, I truly wonder if one cannot become a formidable warrior without a martial soul and soul power." The emergence of Meikai has indeed shattered the archaic thinking of us old-timers. In the Douluo continent, where soul power reigns supreme, here stands an anomaly like Meikai. Very well, this boy undoubtedly harbors secrets. The Golden Crocodile Douluo interrupted the ongoing discussion. Casting a glance at the unconscious Meikai, "I have some medicinal baths prepared. I shall give this lad a soak and commence his specialized training tomorrow." The Golden Crocodile Douluo's formidable physique was undoubtedly linked to his early exposure to these medicinal baths, so entrusting Meikai to his care was far from a poor decision. Just as the Qinghuan Douluo was about to lead Meikai away, Qian Renxue, who had been silent until then, spoke up. "Grandpa Qinghuan, may I spar with this fellow?" Upon hearing her words, the Qinghuan Douluo paused in surprise, turning to look at Qian Renxue. Little Shui. This lad should not be viewed through ordinary lenses. His peculiar martial arts technique and the overwhelming aura emanating from him are not those of an ordinary person. After some contemplation, the Qianghuan Douluo realized that allowing little Shui to undergo specialized training with him could indeed be beneficial, instilling a sense of urgency that would promote her growth. The light-feathered Douluo knelt down, playfully engaging with Qianren Shui. Hee. Little Shui has grown up and wishes to become stronger. Ultimately, it was the golden crocodile Douluo who took Meikai away. If one were to inquire who possessed the most experience and body refinement within the spirit hall, the golden crocodile Douluo would claim second place, with no one daring to assert the first, even if Qian Daolu were to arrive. He would need to rely on the suppression of the angel martial soul to achieve the physical prowess of the golden crocodile Douluo. Upon returning to his chamber, the golden crocodile Douluo summoned servants to bring a vat of hot water. He then sprinkled various ingredients into it, transforming the originally clear water into a deep green hue. Observing the unconscious Meikai lying beside him, the golden crocodile Douluo forcefully tore apart his clothing and unceremoniously tossed him into the concoction. "Humph. Let me see just how far your potential can reach," he remarked, filled with curiosity at encountering someone who could contend without relying on soul power or a martial soul. As time passed, the deep green medicinal bath gradually became murky, eventually returning to a state of clarity akin to its initial form. Witnessing this transformation, the golden crocodile Douluo was overtaken by astonishment. This vat of medicinal bath had the capacity to reveal a person's true potential. If there were no inherent value for cultivation, one would be utterly incapable of fully absorbing its effects. Even my childhood self could not absorb this medicinal bath so thoroughly. With this thought, the golden crocodile Douluo pressed his palm against the surface of the water, utilizing his soul power to heat the water once more. He repeated his earlier actions, tossing in one item after another. Soon, as more ingredients were added, the originally dark green medicinal bath transformed into a shade of azure. Time slipped away unnoticed, and when Meikai finally opened his eyes in a dazed state, it was already the fourth day. During this period, the golden crocodile Douluo had nearly exhausted his resources, needing to replenish the medicinal materials almost every half hour. For an ordinary person, absorbing such a quantity would undoubtedly lead to catastrophic consequences. Now, gazing at the once again clear water in the medicinal barrel, the golden crocodile Douluo fell into deep contemplation. Who among his family could possibly understand? He felt as though he had encountered an insatiable abyss. Chapter 5. Defeating Qian Ringshu with a single blow upon awakening. The dazed Meikai found himself invigorated. The weariness that had previously enveloped him had vanished entirely. Moreover, as he clenched his fists, the surging power within him swiftly restored his senses. At this moment, he felt stronger than he had been prior to his unconscious state, his physical prowess remarkably enhanced. Notification: congratulations, host, on your successful breakthrough. Organizing panel. Host: Meikai, martial soul. None, soul power. None, speed. 100, reaction. 100, strength. 150, life. 200, physical quality. 3 points. Currently able to unlock 3 doors. The life door. Once the 3 metrics surpass 500, physical quality can be elevated to 4 points. This encapsulates Meikai's current abilities. Having unlocked the life door, he could not only obliterate his former self from days prior, but also overpower him effortlessly. Awake? Just as Meikai pondered this, an unexpected voice pierced the air. The golden crocodile Douluo tossed a gray iron armor onto the ground. "Now that you are awake, dress yourself and come out with me," he commanded, and without lingering, he exited the room, closing the door behind him. Meikai leaped from the bath, glancing at his smaller self. He exhaled a sigh of relief inwardly, thankful that he had not transformed into a diminutive acorn like his anime counterpart. Donned in a dark green training outfit, he hefted the iron armor, wiping the sweat from his brow. Goodness, this piece must weigh at least 1,000 pounds. If I were to wear this, I'd undoubtedly become a hefty young master. Yet, despite its considerable weight, it posed little challenge for the current Meikai. Once he adorned the armor, he adjusted to its heft after a brief moment. Upon stepping outside, the blinding sunlight and radiant energy momentarily discomforted his eyes. Rubbing his weary gaze, he finally focused and beheld a small girl standing in the training arena. The source of the brilliant light emanated from her. Bang! Just as Meikai stood in contemplation, the golden crocodile Douluo approached and landed a solid punch on his head. "What are you daydreaming about, you little rascal?" he scolded. Enduring the sharp impact of the blow was indeed painful. "Old man, Why did you hit me? Mike Kai lamented. Old man, old man. The corners of the golden crocodile Douluo's eyes twitched in all his years. This was the first time someone had called him an old man. Just as he contemplated a retort, the soft, endearing voice of Qian Rengshu chimed in. You are Mike Kai, correct? May I challenge you to a duel? Beep. Triggering selection. 1. Accept Qian Rushua's request, rewarded with 3 attribute points. 2. Decline Qian Rushua's request. Rewarded with 3 attribute points, gazing upon the timid little girl before him, Mei Tikai, who prided himself on having encountered numerous beauties in his past life amidst the revelries of taverns, found himself utterly captivated. Most of those enchantresses had relied on cosmetics and technological enhancements, with truly natural beauties being exceedingly rare. System, I choose one in his heart. Mei Tikai had already made his decision. Beep. Selection successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 attribute points, which can be allocated freely. 1 attribute point could yield a growth value of 10, a revelation gleaned from his initial allocation. With these 3 points, Mei Tikai resolutely assigned them all to his reflexes. Had it not been for his sluggish reactions last time, he would never have been captured by the Chitian Douluo. I accept your challenge. Mei Tikai clenched his fist towards Qian Rushua, the fire of battle ignited within him. Unbeknownst to him, 7 individuals had already taken their seats in the observation area of the training ground. Qian Rushua's challenge had been tacitly approved by Qian Douluo. Perhaps even Qian Douluo believed that only through experiencing failure would Xiaoxue truly grow. Brother, will Xiaoxue be in danger? Inquired the 7th Douluo of demon suppression. He had just emerged from a secluded retreat after attempting to break through to level 97, but the outcome had been a failure. He had been stuck at level 96 for an extended period, unable to advance. Qian Douluo shook his head calmly, his voice resonating with a magnetic yet gentle timbre. Regardless of what transpires, even if Xiaoxue is injured, do not act rashly. Qian Douluo's words astonished the other 6, well aware of how dearly he cherished Qian Rushua. She was a treasure he guarded with utmost care, as if afraid she would dissolve in his mouth or slip from his grasp. As their conversation unfolded, preparations for the duel on the training ground were underway. Qian Rushua, Martial Soul 6-Winged Angel, level 25 Great Soul Master. I seek your guidance. Upon completing her self-introduction, 2 soul rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, spiraled into existence beneath her feet. In the state of her martial soul manifestation, Qian Rushua's aura radiated in even more sacred and untouchable purity. Mei Tikai, I seek your guidance. With one hand resting behind his back and the other forming a palm, Mei Tikai stood resolute. Qian Rushua frowned slightly at the sight of his heavy iron attire, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. How could he engage in battle while clad in such cumbersome garb? She was determined to pin him to the ground, demonstrating the strength of Sister Shui to him. Gripping the angelic holy sword, Qian Rushua unleashed a radiant blade of light, soaring into the air with the advantage of her martial soul. The luminous blade carried a purifying force of sanctity aimed at Mei Tikai, who remained deep in contemplation. First soul skill, Angelic Assault. As Qian Rushua hovered in the air, her first soul ring flickered, completing the condensation of her first soul skill, launching an attack towards Mei Tikai. At this moment, Mike Kai remained unperturbed, his eyes firmly shut as he attuned himself to the ebb and flow of the surrounding energies. Just as the luminous blade was about to strike him, he subtly shifted his body to evade the blow. Qian Rengshu, finding her attack thwarted, felt no surprise. The speed of her opponent, which she had struggled to match just days prior, lingered vividly in her memory. Thus, before engaging, Qian Rengshu kept her gaze vigilant, wary of any sudden assault that might spring forth from the shadows. Not far away, Qian Douluo sighed and shook his head, lamenting, Xiaoxue is destined to lose. Brother, they have only just begun. How could Xiaoxue possibly lose so swiftly? Replied Qianjin Douluo, another formidable being of rank 96. With her first soul skill activated, Qian Rengshu advanced towards Mike Kai, wielding the angelic holy sword as she relentlessly struck at his form. Yet, Mike Kai, with an air of nonchalance, effortlessly evaded all her attacks. With each failed strike, Qian Rengshu murmured in disbelief, grappling with the notion that no matter how hard she exerted herself or how much she accelerated, she could not land a blow on the figure before her. Even a single hit would suffice. Growing increasingly frantic, her original rhythm of assault became utterly disordered. As she observed Mike Kai's fist extend toward her, a sense of dread washed over her. No, Qian Rengshu attempted to unleash her second soul skill, but before she could, Mike Kai unleashed a powerful punch that sent her flying. The angelic holy sword slipped from her grasp, clattering aside as her body crashed to the ground. Disbelief filled her eyes. She had lost, and so thoroughly at that. Not even able to withstand a single blow, Qian Ringshu found herself frozen in shock. Having experienced a life of unbroken success, the only obstacles she faced were from her mother, yet now she had been bested by a youth devoid of any discernible soul power. Chapter 6. The Origin of the Spirit Hall. I have lost. Qian Rinxue lay incredulously upon the ground, the sudden defeat striking her like a heavy blow. Long before Maite Kai had unleashed his fist, Qian Douluo had already suppressed his urge to interrupt the match. He was aware that his granddaughter would face defeat. Yet he also understood that this loss was essential for her growth. The original character Qian Rinxue had never encountered failure in her youth. And it was only after being vanquished by Tang San in the Heaven Do Palace that she became infatuated with him. She truly lost. This boy has grown even stronger than before, remarked the Qingtuan Douluo, Nan. In response, the golden crocodile Douluo wore an expression of pride, knowing that the opponent's newfound strength was largely due to his medicinal baths. Brother, this boy is now under my tutelage, Qingtuan Douluo announced to Qian Douluo. Upon hearing this, the golden crocodile Douluo became visibly agitated. Third brother, you cannot claim him. This boy has benefited from my extensive medicinal baths. I cannot end up with nothing to show for it. Moreover, he is a martial artist. Who better than I to understand the intricacies of physical prowess within the spirit hall? The golden crocodile Douluo expressed his concerns, fearing that if this boy were to become Qingtuan's disciple, he would suffer significant losses. Second brother, that is not how it should be viewed. This boy was originally entrusted to me by elder brother, Qingtuan Douluo teased. No, this boy must be mine, regardless of Qingtuan Douluo's arguments. The golden crocodile Douluo remained obstinate. He was genuinely curious to see how far this boy could advance in his physical training. If he could dominate Qian Rinxue, who was at level 25, at such an early stage, what heights could he achieve if left to develop further? The golden crocodile Douluo was eager to find out. Especially since his own martial spirit, the Golden Crocodile King, granted him substantial advantages in physical enhancement. Disregarding their quarrel, Qian Douluo rose and prepared to approach the dueling arena. I summoned you all here to entrust this child to you. Qian Jun, your melee capabilities and cooperative skills are formidable. Qingtuan, your close combat prowess surpasses that of the two others, yet your synergy leaves something to be desired. In the event of future conflict, relying solely on one individual will not sway the outcome. Lion, you excel in every regard. Golden Crocodile, when it comes to enhancing physical strength, none can rival your expertise. Which is why I have chosen to place this boy in your care. Qian Daolia's words clarified his intentions, designating these esteemed Douluos to collectively guide the boy and witness the extent of his physical training journey. What about me? The Guangling Douluo exclaimed with excitement, having noticed that the grand offering had pointed out each of them, yet overlooked him. Qian Douluo had not considered the Guangling Douluo, who specialized in archery. Since Maite Kai was focused on physical training, it seemed that Guangling Douluo's skills might not be particularly relevant. Glaring with anticipation, the radiant winged Douluo gazed at Qian Douluo, bracing himself for the daunting task that awaited him. As long as I am well-fed and well-hydrated, he declared. This remark elicited stifled laughter from the others. Even the usually stern golden crocodile Douluo found it hard to suppress a smile. Meanwhile, the mood of the radiant winged Douluo oscillated like a roller coaster, plummeting from the heights of euphoria to the depths of despair. Brother, my close combat abilities are quite formidable. Yet, he remained undeterred. If he were to follow the earlier directive, he would be rendered the least useful in the entire Hall of Offerings. Indeed, in hand-to-hand combat, I would not even be your match, murmured the demon suppression Douluo in a hushed tone. However, the surrounding individuals, all towering above level 96, possessed keen hearing, and his mutterings did not go unnoticed. What do you mean by that, seventh brother? The radiant winged Douluo bellowed, genuinely feeling aggrieved, as he realized he stood alone in his inadequacy. In stark contrast to the antics unfolding here, the two combatants in the duel arena were preoccupied with their own thoughts. Qian Rinxue had yet to recover from her defeat, while Mei Kai remained poised, ready to strike. His previous punch had only used 70% of his strength, yet that was significantly more powerful than his previous full efforts. Had Qian Rinxue not consumed cordyceps from a young age, she might have sustained some injury from that blow. Summoning the angelic sacred sword once more, Qian Rinxue propped herself up with its tip, struggling to stand. You will stay in the Hall of Offerings, right? She inquired. Mei Kai, however, felt bewildered. uncertain of where to go next. The boundless power of the ancestral rites essential for traversers had indeed manifested in him. Thus, bereft of parents and a home, leaving the Hall of Offerings left him feeling somewhat adrift. Moreover, since his arrival, it seemed his background had been thoroughly investigated by the others. At that moment, Douluo entered the duel arena, gently ruffling Rinchue's hair. Do not worry, little Shui, from now on, he shall reside in the Hall of Offerings. You can challenge him whenever you wish. He cast a glance at Mei Kai. This statement was directed at both Rinchue and Mei Kai alike. After departing from the duel arena, Rinchue retreated to her chamber, while Mei Kai trailed behind Douluo like a devoted shadow, unsure of what to do. What are you following me for? Douluo queried, turning around with a hint of confusion. Well? Mei Kai stammered awkwardly, unable to admit he did not even know where he was supposed to reside. Douluo, perceiving the innocent thoughts of the young one, quickly deduced the situation. The room next to little Shui's has been tidied. You shall stay there from now on. Just as Mei Kai was about to leave, Douluo called out to him. Come with me. Following Douluo, I arrived at the grand hall of the Angel Temple, where I humbly knelt beneath the statue of the angel filled with reverence. May I call you Kai? Though perplexed, Might I offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. Kai, do you comprehend the purpose of the spirit hall's existence? Such a profound inquiry left Might I momentarily bewildered, having only just begun to unravel the mysteries of this world. He found himself at a loss for words. It is well known that on the Douluo continent, power is measured by the strength of one's spirit. However, a certain breed of fallen spirit masters exists. These individuals typically err in their cultivation, seeking power through extreme means. The path of these fallen masters is often marked by devastation, leaving no trace of life in their wake. In such tumultuous times, the ancestors of the Spirit Hall emerged, founding the institution and wielding their formidable strength to suppress all fallen masters across the continent. They gathered the faith of humanity, ultimately achieving the status of an angelic deity. Chapter 7. The Revenge from the Golden Crocodile Douluo. Should your cultivation system prove successful, it would stand unparalleled across the continent, representing the sole instance of a might derived from physical prowess. Such an endeavor, however, would be deemed unacceptable by any prominent family or sect. Mike Kai listened quietly to the account of the centenarian elder beside him. The absence of a martial soul may indeed be the reason behind his name, Mike Kai. After all, he had been engrossed in Naruto just prior to his transference, having witnessed the moment when Kai opened all 8 gates to confront Obito. In a state of overwhelming excitement, he suddenly found himself in this new world. When asked his name upon arrival, he impulsively responded with Mike Kai. Since its inception, the Spirit Hall has been committed to eradicating all fallen soul masters upon the continent, maintaining peace, and providing free awakening of martial souls for common folk, in addition to offering subsidies to civilian soul masters. This dedication has persisted for over 10 millennia. The 2 great empires, in their decay, have come to regard common soul masters as insignificant, while we alone recognize them as the foundation of the continent. Having conveyed all this, Douluo was now prepared to broach the main subject. Kai, would you be willing to join the Spirit Hall? The preceding discourse served as a prelude to this moment. And while Mike Kai was already within the Spirit Hall, it was, strictly speaking, a consequence of his own volition. Previously, in the forest, he had not divulged such profound matters to him. Now, however, Douluo had laid bare his intentions to a mere 7-year-old boy, acknowledging him from the depths of his heart. It is fair to say that this venerable figure, having lived for over a century, might typically resist new ideas, preferring instead to diligently cultivate his soul power to attain the rank of title Douluo. Yet, in Mike Kai, Douluo perceived the nascent leaves of a new tree, destined one day to grow into a towering entity admired by all. At that moment, as Mike Kai absorbed the principle of the Spirit Hall placing the populace at its core, he could not help but recall his homeland prior to his arrival. The notion of placing the people first resonated profoundly with him. I am willing. Even if he were not a traveler from another realm, any ordinary individual hearing such words would likely find them irresistible. Shortly after Mike Kai's departure, the Qinghuan Douluo entered the Grand Hall. Elder brother, the Pope is preparing to hunt a 10,000-year-soul beast. A 10,000-year-soul beast? Douluo mused, aware of Shuiji's capabilities, which were merely at level 95, and his excessive pride in confronting such a formidable opponent. Nonetheless, given the limited knowledge of 10,000-year-soul beasts on the continent, Douluo's curiosity was piqued regarding which beast had captured Shuiji's attention. As if reading Douluo's thoughts, the Qinghuan Douluo continued, We have just received word that a 10,000-year transformation soul beast is due to give birth in approximately a year. The period following its birth is when it will be at its most vulnerable. Douluo did not concern himself with the veracity of this information. Even if it were false, it would warrant dispatching individuals to investigate. Where did you hear this news? Haotian sect, the Qingwan Douluo replied. Upon the mention of the Haotian sect, the previously calm and unruffled gaze of Douluo flickered momentarily. Memories from over a decade ago surged forth in his mind, recalling the fierce battle he had waged alongside Tang Chun. Accompanying them were the 2 elders of the Chrysanthemum Ghost and a dozen soul saints, alongside 5 soul Douluo. Such formidable strength could easily vanquish a 100,000-year-old soul beast that had not yet transformed. However, this assertion held true only for those of 100,000 years. Should they encounter a being like the sky blue bull python, which boasted a power level of 200,000 years, one would need to reconsider. Upon returning to his chamber, Meitikai had scarcely lain down when he was whisked away by the golden crocodile Douluo. The golden crocodile Douluo recalled Meitikai's earlier jest at his expense and resolved that the forthcoming training would surely test the young one's mettle. Beneath the angel sacred mountain, Meitikai found himself lost in thought as he gazed upon the colossal stone before him. Was it truly plausible that a mere 7-year-old child could move such a massive object? Old man, if you wish to ensnare me, to be forthright, Meitikai muttered in exasperation. The golden crocodile Douluo merely smirked, turning away as if caught in a moment of unguarded revelation. I have established 10 rest points upon the sacred mountain. Your task today is to move this boulder to the first rest point, he declared, his tone resolute. Without granting Meitikai a chance to retort, he soared into the sky. I shall await you at the first rest point. Should you fail to move it, you shall not leave the angel sacred mountain today. His voice echoed hauntingly in the mountain's embrace. Left with no choice, Meitikai reluctantly donned the iron chains, fervently hoping they would withstand the strain. His concern lay not in his own strength, but in the chain's ability to endure. Yet, his anxieties were unwarranted. Prior to procuring the chains, the golden crocodile Douluo had already taken measures to fortify their strength with his soul power. With a resounding rumble, Meitikai began to drag the boulder across the ground. I am merely 7 years old. Why must I endure such trials? He lamented. If he were to succeed in moving it, descending would likely pose a greater challenge. Nonetheless, lamentations were futile, for his mentor could not hear his grievances. Thus, with each laborious step, he cursed the golden crocodile Douluo as an old fool, resolutely pulling the weight upward. First gate, open, he commanded. At this moment, it took Meitikai a full 3 minutes to move a single step, the immense boulder leaving a long trail upon the sacred ground. As he unlocked the first gate, a slight relief washed over his flushed visage. Fortunately, prior to the fourth gate, the burden on his body was manageable. Otherwise, he would truly be in dire straits. 3 hours later, Meitikai had nearly resorted to a 4-legged crawl. All 3 gates that he could unlock were now open. Yet, he could only maintain his original pace, dragging the boulder step by step. Achieving the seemingly impossible was but another chapter in the saga of youthful fervor. Perhaps due to his mastery of the 8 gates, Meikai's character bore a striking resemblance to that of his counterpart in the world of shinobi. As 3 more hours passed, the sky had descended into complete darkness. Yet, on this mountainside, a colossal figure was slowly advancing. That lad truly managed to pull himself up, mused gold crocodile Douluo, stroking his chin. Initially, he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction when Meikai referred to him as an old man. He had hoped to elicit a sense of submission from his counterpart. Yet the young man indeed succeeded in his endeavor. As he contemplated this, he observed Meikai, drenched in perspiration and gasping for breath, drawing ever closer. With a thud, he cast the iron chains to the ground, collapsing half dead at his feet. Old man, huff, huff. Was it merely a couple of complaints? Must you be so petty? His inner thoughts laid bare. Gold crocodile Douluo turned his head away, slightly blushing. Ahem, quite impressive indeed. You surpass my expectations. At that moment, Meikai felt as though his body was no longer his own. The moment he relaxed, even speaking became an arduous task. So be it. Let it all end. I am weary. Securing the boulder, gold crocodile Douluo lifted the limp Meikai beneath his arm and soared towards his dwelling. Upon entering the hall, he encountered a pensive Qianren, momentarily forgetting all about Meikai's situation. Xue, why are you still awake at this late hour? Approached gold crocodile Douluo, catching the attention of the contemplative Qianren. However, Just as she was about to respond, she noticed Mike Guy, looking utterly defeated, tucked under Gold Crocodile Douluo's arm. "Grandpa, what has happened to him?" It was only upon Qian Rinshue's inquiry that Gold Crocodile Douluo realized he was still carrying someone. Mike Guy lamented, "The world has isolated me." Chapter 8. Qian Daoliu's intent to kill a year later. Brother Kai. Within the angelic temple, Qian Rinshue, adorned in an exquisite golden gown, was fervently searching for someone. Naturally, Qian Daoluo, who knelt beneath the statue of the angel, was overlooked by her. The corners of Qian Daoliu's mouth twitched. It seemed his little cotton-padded jacket was starting to wear thin. Grandfather. Realizing she could not find Mike Kai, Qian Rinshue turned to her grandfather for help. The earnest call of grandfather struck a chord in Qian Daoliu's heart, filling it with sweetness akin to honey, momentarily causing him to forget the matter of his worn jacket. "What's the matter, my little snowflake? Do you miss your grandfather?" Despite knowing the likelihood of that being true was slim, his heart compelled him to ask. As expected. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinshue shook her head without hesitation. "I don't miss grandfather. I can't find Brother Kai." With her bright, expressive eyes, she gazed intently at Qian Daoluo. "So adorable. Truly my granddaughter." He thought, perhaps I should find an opportunity to deal with Mike Kai. Ever since Mike Kai became familiar with Qian Rinshue, the once lonely girl, lacking playmates, had become his devoted follower. Wherever Mike Kai went, Qian Rinshue followed, even during the hunt for the third soul ring, insisting on accompanying him. Fortunately, after a year of exceptional care from the Golden Crocodile Douluo and special attention from the other offerings, Qian Daoluo was now more convinced that Mike Kai's path of physical cultivation was promising. At merely 8 years of age, he could defeat a quasi-soul emperor. Who else could achieve such a feat? Meanwhile, at the heart of their conversation, Mike Kai was performing one-finger push-ups halfway up the mountain. 9,999. 10,000. As he completed 10,000 push-ups, the power emanating from his finger was astonishing, propelling his entire body to spin mid-air several times. Perhaps due to the precocious nature of individuals in the Douluo continent, the 8-year-old Mike Kai was gradually coming into his own. System. Open the panel. Beep. Organizing panel. Host. Mike Kai. Martial soul. None. Soul power. None. Speed. 350. Reaction. 440. Strength. 520. Life. 250. 250. Gazing at the information displayed on the panel, Mike Kai felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Although he had yet to break through to the fourth gate, these attributes were sufficient for him to establish a firm footing. With just these 3 fundamental attributes, his physical prowess could contend with a soul emperor. Naturally, his rapid growth was largely due to the devilish training administered by the Golden Crocodile Douluo. Throughout this year, the Golden Crocodile Douluo had transformed into a relentless taskmaster, presenting an array of novel training regimens. Mike Kai looked at the rows of footprints and drag marks he had left on the sacred mountain, a testament to every step he had taken to ascend. Throughout this year of training, Mike Kai has shed his burdensome iron armor, yet his arms remain swathed in bandages, with additional layers of protection adorning his forearms and calves. Beneath this safeguard lies an unimaginable weight of iron spikes, each weighing a fortune, not to mention the additional burdens strapped to his limbs. Throughout the year, Mike Kai has engaged in rigorous training while encumbered. Although the physical and mental exertion is several dozen times greater than usual, his physique has experienced exponential growth. Mike Kai placed his hand upon his chest and then tore off his shirt. Without the fabric, he revealed his explosive muscle definition. While not excessively pronounced, his taut muscles exuded an undeniable strength. As he changed into his training attire, Mike Kai murmured to himself, "At this rate, I shall unlock the fourth gate within a year." His yearning for power remains intensely fervent. In just a year, even Schwerer has reached level 36, a mere 7-year-old girl who has already gained a head start over everyone else. With a yawn, Mike Kai gazed down at the structures below with an inexplicable sparkle in his eyes. Perhaps due to the recent rain, the paths of the sacred mountain were unusually soft. Each step he took left a deep imprint on the ground. Even as he traversed the stone path, cracks would appear upon the once sturdy slabs. "Grandpa, please tell Xiaoxue when Brother Kai will return," Qian Rinshue pleaded, employing her most charming and endearing demeanor towards Qian Daoluo. This tactic proved remarkably effective against him. Upon witnessing her adorableness, Qian Daoliu's previously stern expression faltered. With a tender stroke of his granddaughter's head, he replied gently, "Kai is likely on his way back. By my calculations, he should be descending shortly." No sooner had Qian Daolu spoken than the golden crocodile Douluo entered the grand hall, his face radiating joy that was impossible to conceal. Great Elder, we have truly struck gold this time. Observing the golden crocodile Douluo's exuberance, Qian Daolu's interest was piqued. What is it? Has that lad surprised you again during his test? At that moment, the golden crocodile Douluo, akin to a child who has received their most cherished toy, approached Qian Daolu with a buoyant step and took a seat before him. Without hesitation, he gulped down the tea placed on the table. Grandpa Golden Crocodile, when will Brother Kai return? Qianren Shui inquired, her innocent eyes wide with curiosity. Perhaps due to Mei Tikai's companionship, Qianren Shui has softened her demeanor towards those around her, no longer appearing as aloof. She seldom seeks to gain attention from Bibi Dong. Do not worry, Xiaoxue, the golden crocodile Douluo reassured her, taking a breath before affectionately ruffling her hair. Though Qianren Shui may not fully comprehend why the adults and Brother Kai enjoy patting her head, she respects their affection. However, the sensation of being patted on the head by Brother Kai is entirely different from that of being caressed by grandfathers. Under the burden of weight. Activating the third gate of the 8 gates of Douluo, little Kai astonishingly shattered a force measurement stone weighing 20,000 pounds with a single punch. Even without the weight, his punch still reached an impressive 15,000 kilograms. The golden crocodile Douluo exclaimed with great enthusiasm. Throughout the year, everyone has witnessed the remarkable growth of Mike Kai. He has endured rigorous training, such as performing push-ups while carrying thousands of pounds of heavy stones, and honing his body and will beneath a waterfall. He has persevered through these challenges, and if faced with the same trials, he believes he could certainly succeed as well. However, the fact remains that he is merely an 8-year-old child. At this moment, Mike Kai felt somewhat disheartened. Advancing to the next gate was proving to be far from simple. As he progressed, the enhancement of his physical capabilities became increasingly sluggish, and the extent of improvement diminished significantly. Currently, sustaining the third gate for an extended period, while tiring, does not inflict any harm upon his body. It is only upon reaching the fourth gate that the true potency of the 8 gates of Douluo will experience a qualitative leap, albeit at the cost of exponentially increasing physical strain. It is time to seek out Sister Shui, as I promised to take her to explore the Spirit City upon my return. Mike Kai resolved his plans for the day. Shedding his dark green training attire and donning an exquisite, gilded long robe. Standing before the mirror, he admired the handsome figure reflected back at him, and could not help but strike a charming pose. Truly, I am rather dashing, he mused. With this thought, Mike Kai playfully tugged at his shirt, revealing a hint of his abdominal muscles, and he momentarily felt akin to the so-called ascetic male deities of his past life. After indulging in a brief moment of vanity, Mike Kai stepped out of his room. Just as he opened the door, a radiant little girl, sparkling and fragrant, came rushing towards him. Brother Kai, Qianren Shui exclaimed as she leaped into Mike Kai's embrace, feeling the solidity of his muscles and the warmth of his body. Caught off guard by her sudden embrace, Mike Kai found himself momentarily at a loss. After all, Qian Daolu had already cast a murderous glance in his direction. Should he embrace her or hold back? Under the intense gaze of Qian Daolu, Mike Kai ultimately wrapped his arms around Qianren Shui's waist, pulling her tightly into his embrace. As he inhaled the sweet fragrance emanating from her, the 8-year-old Mike Kai found his thoughts wandering. Alas, it is a pity that one comes of age at 12 in the Douluo continent. If I were to make any inappropriate advances towards Qianren Shui now, I would surely be dragged out and executed in 5 minutes, he reflected inwardly. Chapter 9. A rare moment in the streets of the Soul Master City. At this moment, Qianren Shui resembled an innocent and carefree young girl, playfully pulling along Maite Kai. Brother Kai, come quickly, she exclaimed, leading him to a stall selling candied hawthorns. Her large, glistening eyes fixated on the bright red treats, almost inscribing her desire to indulge upon her face. With a resigned sigh, Maite Kai retrieved a gold soul coin from his pouch, a gift from Qianren Shui on the occasion of his 1-year anniversary at the Spirit Hall. The elderly angel, Qian Daolu, remarked, who understands our family? Our little angel truly has a free spirit. It was rather telling that he, as the grandfather, had never received a handmade pouch from Qianren Shui, while Maite Kai, who had only recently joined the Spirit Hall, had been favored with such a gift. Both Qian Daolu and Qian Xuanjie felt a pang of envy, the latter lamenting that amidst his busy work, he had not noticed how his little darling had developed a significant flaw. Yet, for reasons unfathomable, Mai Kai felt an innate aversion towards Qian Xuanjia whenever they crossed paths, as if he were unwilling to associate with him, a sentiment that was reciprocated by Qian Xuanjia, who harbored resentment towards the young man for winning over his cherished daughter. How much for these? Mai Kai inquired as he approached the candied hawthorn stall, selecting 2 skewers. 5 silver soul coins each, the vendor cheerfully replied, his gaze toward them reminiscent of the fervent admiration one might hold for a beloved couple in a past life. Yum! Qian Renshua exclaimed, immediately biting into one of the candied fruits, her face lighting up with joy as the flavors of hawthorn and sugar burst in her mouth. Resting her chin on her hand, she savored the delightful taste. Delicious, she declared, her eyes sparkling after swallowing the sugary morsel. Observing her childlike delight, Mai Kai affectionately wiped the remnants from the corner of her mouth, teasing, at over 30 levels, you still act like a child. Throughout the past year, despite Qian Daoliu's peculiar behavior towards him, the other worshippers had shown him genuine kindness. When he faced difficulties at the hands of the golden crocodile Douluo, it was the light-winged Douluo who had taken him out for a reprieve. Lost in his reverie, Mai Kai was suddenly jolted by a tug. As Qian Renshua pulled him forward, Brother Kai, look over there. A kite, she exclaimed, dragging him towards a stall ahead. Upon spotting the kites floating in the sky, her eyes transformed into shimmering orbs of wonder. As she dashed ahead, her flowing golden hair danced in the breeze, reminiscent of ripples spreading across a tranquil lake. In that moment, Mai Kai's heart was thoroughly unsettled. After purchasing a kite, Qian Renshua eagerly pulled Mai Kai towards the outskirts of the city. During the course of their journey, Mai Kai became aware of the powerful Soul Hall experts lurking in the shadows. As the young master of the Soul Hall, Qian Renshua could not possibly travel without formidable guardians. Mai Kai had little to say about this. They were merely concerned for the future heir of the Soul Hall. Their exit from the city was remarkably smooth, and upon reaching an open field, the 2 of them released a kite adorned with an angelic design. Wow, it really is flying. Qian Renshua gazed intently at the kite ascending gracefully into the sky, and in that moment, both of them nearly forgot all the worries that accompanied their identities. In that fleeting instant, they were simply ordinary children. However, this tender scene did not last long, as the distant sound of a child sobbing soon captured their attention. Exchanging glances, they instinctively moved toward the source of the sound. Parting the bushes, they discovered a girl with short golden hair sitting beneath a tree, hugging her legs and crying. With her childlike innocence still intact, Qian Renshua rushed over without hesitation upon seeing the girl in distress. Mai Kai, with no other choice, followed suit, knowing that if he left, he would surely be reprimanded by the old man Qian. Little sister, why are you crying? Qian Renshua asked, mimicking Mai Kai's usual demeanor as she gently patted the girl's head. Strange, it doesn't feel very comforting, she mused. The girl lifted her tear-streaked face, revealing her misty eyes. Big sister, my kite is stuck in the tree. She pointed to a pink kite tangled high in the tallest tree. Below that great tree, a boy was struggling to climb up, but despite his efforts, his frail frame was no match for the height. Qian Renshua assessed the situation, and just as she was about to unleash her martial soul to soar upwards, she recalled her grandfather's admonition. One must never recklessly reveal their martial soul on the continent before becoming a strong individual. The 6-winged angel martial soul was exceedingly unique. Wherever an angelic martial soul appeared, it would inevitably draw the attention of the Soul Hall. While the Soul Hall was renowned throughout the Douluo continent, its adversaries harbored an intense hatred for those who possessed an angelic martial soul. With these thoughts in mind, Qian Renshua looked longingly at Mai Kai. Brother Kai, she said in a soft, tender tone, sending shivers down Mai Kai's spine. Shaking off the goosebumps that had arisen, he replied, Little sister, tell me your name, and we shall help you retrieve your kite. How does that sound? Qian Renshua beamed a genuinely innocent smile at the girl, her face resembling that of an angel gracing the earth. This visage was deeply etched in the girl's eyes. The girl then turned her gaze to the equally handsome Mai Kai, and a blush suddenly brightened her tear-stained cheeks. Big sister, my name is Hulaina. Indeed. The girl before them was none other than Hulaina, who would later become the disciple of the Pope. Yet at this moment, she was merely a 4-year-old residing in the orphanage of the Soul Hall. At present she, who has not awakened her martial soul, has not caught the attention of Bibi Dong. Hulaina, Qian Renshua repeated this name, her finger tracing her red lips before she produced her handkerchief to wipe away the tears from Hulaina's face. Little sister, my name is Qianrenxue. And that big brother over there is called Mate Tikai. Qianrenxue cheerfully introduced herself to Hulaina. If all goes as anticipated, it seems she might gain another friend. Hello. Kai brother. Hulaina shyly averted her gaze and spoke delicately. In response to the petite girl, who barely reached his waist, Mate Tikai also displayed his goodwill. As if struck by a thought, Hulaina pointed to the figure climbing a tree in the distance and said, "He is my brother, Xiegu." Perhaps due to the bond shared between siblings, Xiegu, while ascending the tree, turned his head at the same moment Hulaina pointed. Upon noticing two individuals approaching his sister, Xiegu tumbled from the tree, disregarding the pain as he scrambled to Hulaina's side, spreading his arms to shield her from harm. "Who are you? Why are you approaching my sister?" Mei Tikai perceived a remarkable resilience in this youth named Xiegu, a testament to his formidable willpower. "Hee, we merely wish to be friends with Nana," Qianrenxue responded, still cheerful. It seemed that in Mei Tikai's presence, Qianrenxue could forever remain an innocent child. Xiegu, protective of his sister, turned to her and saw the innocence in her eyes and her longing for companionship. Ultimately, he relented. "Hee, hello there, Nana. From now on, we shall be friends." Observing the outstretched hand from her new acquaintance, Hulaina hesitated for a moment before placing her own hand in his. The instant their hands clasped, Mei Tikai commenced his own endeavor. In the brief interlude of their conversation, he swiftly ascended to the top of the tree, resolving the perplexing dilemma that had puzzled the two young ones. Chapter 10. The Trial of the Rakshasa God. The four individuals did not return until darkness enveloped the sky, and the night in the spirit city was far more vibrant than during the day. Various vendors opened their stalls in the evening, and had it not been for their extraordinary journey, they might have ventured out to experience the nightlife. Hulaina's lively eyes scanned the myriad of novel sights before her. But regrettably, her pockets were emptier than her countenance. Growing up in the spirit orphanage, the two had never pondered such matters. Beneath the glamour of the night, tumult brewed in secrecy. Within a hidden chamber of the papal palace, Qian Xuanji sat disheveled in a chair, clutching his chest. With each violent cough, fragments of his internal organs seemed to accompany the effort. "Curse be the Haotian sect, and curse be Tang Hao," cough, cough. As he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, he summoned his soul power to mend his wounds. The might of the angel spirit lay in its well-rounded hexagonal prowess, encompassing healing, defense, speed, assistance, and offense, all perfectly embodied by the six-winged angel. This hidden chamber was expansive, nearly the size of an entire spirit plaza. Yet, within its vastness, it felt constricted, furnished only with a grand bed and a solitary chair. It was the very chamber where he had once tarnished Bibidon. As Qiandaliu's mind began to empty, Bibidon gracefully approached, her alluring yet perilous presence captivating. Her eyes, a blend of subtle mirth and intensity, fixated on the ailing Qian Xuanji. Though he noticed her arrival, he was far too feeble to conceal his weakness. Even maintaining his spirit felt arduous. "Donger, what brings you here?" Cough, cough. Regardless of how he attempted to mask his frailty, the blood seeping from his lips was unmistakable to Bibidon. "Teacher, you truly made me wait," she replied, her gaze icy, exuding an aura of bloodthirsty ferocity laced with malice. Outside the door, Qiandalu stood, having received news of his son's grievous injuries long before. Yet, alas, Bibidon had outpaced him. The look in Bibidon's eyes was now rife with greed, reminiscent of a predator in the jungle, having spotted its coveted prey. "Teacher, I am but a step away from becoming a titled Douluo, and I require your assistance to take that step." Bibidon's eyes narrowed, and in an instant, her soul power surged forth. From her lithe figure, 8 grotesque spider legs emerged, lunging unhesitatingly towards the barely breathing Qian Xuanji. Qian Xuanji felt his soul power being relentlessly siphoned away, along with his very vitality. "Be beyond. You. 95th level, 92nd level, 85th level." Feeling the realms within him constantly plummeting, Qian Xuanji gazed with a pale countenance at the woman before him, who harbored such a deep-seated loathing for him. As a bird approaches death, its song grows mournful. As a human nears their end, their words turn gentle. Aware that he would not survive the night, Qian Xuanji, before sealing his lips forever, spoke to Bibi Dong in a soft tone, imploring, "Do not vent your wrath upon Xiao Shui. She is innocent." Once those words left his lips, he was rendered a mere husk. Outside, Qian Daolu clenched his fists tightly. Yet he did not take a step forward to thwart Bibi Dong. It was only after sensing the complete extinguishing of his son's vitality that Douluo swept away. Departing from that place. Ha ha ha. Bibi Dong cackled maniacally within the secret chamber, reveling in a pleasure that only one who has personally dispatched their nemesis could know. The soul power within her surged upward, breaking through the limits of her title, while a potent reservoir of soul energy lay dormant within her. Having slain the one who had tainted her, the resentment that had long festered in Bibi Dong's heart erupted forth. The chamber was engulfed in a tumultuous black mist, an overwhelming manifestation of her vengeful spirit. Just as Bibi Dong was lost in her own world, an ethereal and seductive voice reverberated by her ear. Who? The sound instantly brought Bibi Dong back to reality, her senses enveloping the entire chamber, yet she could not locate the source. Who? Perhaps that is so. But I prefer to be addressed as a deity. As the voice echoed, the black mist swirled ominously until a figure emerged, grotesque and menacing, wielding a blood-red scythe. The oppressive aura emanating from this being instilled in Bibi Dong a profound sense of helplessness, far more terrifying than facing Douluo himself. Bibi Dong, is it? I am the Rakshasa god, one of the 12 deities of the divine realm. The misty form of the Rakshasa god lingered beside Bibi Dong, teasing her senses with a tantalizing allure. Your most revered teacher defiled you. Cast away your beloved. Do you not harbor hatred? The Rakshasa god's voice was laced with seduction, penetrating even Bibi Dong's attempts to block it out. Do you not desire to obliterate the very foundation of that wretched angel clan? Do you not wish to gain the power to dominate the entire Douluo continent? As the Rakshasa god spoke, images of Bibi Dong's humiliation were forcefully replayed in her mind. On that fateful day, the imposing figure of Qian within her heart crumbled entirely. The psychological pillar that had once supported Bibi Dong shattered irrevocably. The naive girl who had once harbored beautiful fantasies about the world was now dead. Embrace the trials of the Rakshasa god, and you shall become a deity revered by all on the Douluo continent. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. On the second day, a piece of news capable of shocking the entire continent spread with an extraordinarily bizarre swiftness. The former pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian had met his demise at the hands of Tang Hao. The fall of the Pope ignited a flurry of intrigue among the various factions. Within the Hall of Offerings, the Grand Offering pondered the implications. After all, Little G, a title Douluo of the 95th rank, had been slain by Tang Hao, a mere 92nd rank title Douluo. How could such a feat be possible? Qian had essentially grown up before the eyes of these offerings. Although his character was somewhat flawed, his strength was undeniable. Moreover, he had been accompanied by 2 title Douluos, the Ghost Douluo and several dozen Soul Saints and Soul Douluos. This formidable assembly was sufficient to annihilate a small nation. How could a 92nd ranked title Douluo possibly bring down the Pope? The death of Qian struck the Spirit Hall like a heavy hammer. The only individuals present who were privy to the entirety of these events were Douluo and the Golden Crocodile Douluo. Chapter 11. The warning of the Golden Crocodile Douluo. This grudge against the Spirit Hall shall be avenged. But before that, it is imperative to select the successor to the next pope without delay. A nation cannot remain without a sovereign for a single day. Similarly, the Spirit Hall cannot be without a pope for even a moment. Despite the profound animosity towards the Haotian sect, the selection of the next pope must take precedence. Observing the silence that enveloped the gathering, it was ultimately Douluo who broke the stillness. Bibi Dong possesses twin martial souls and has already transcended the realm of title Douluo. Merely one soul ring away from achieving the pinnacle of title Douluo. She shall be the new pope. Upon uttering these words, Douluo appeared to age several years in an instant. Having lost his son overnight, even this man, who had long since relinquished all desires, felt tumultuous emotions arise within him anew. The Spirit Hall, in this generation, had also irrevocably divided into 2 factions. The following morning, news of the impending coronation of the new pope swiftly spread across the continent. A sleepless Bibi Dong sat before her vanity, meticulously preparing herself. A maid arrived to adorn Bibi Dong with exquisite makeup and the ceremonial robes befitting the new pope. At that moment, atop the Angel Mountain, Mithriya cradled the slumbering Qian in his arms. Last night, Qian had listened intently as Douluo conversed with the other elders, absorbing every word. In that instant, she felt as though the entire world had collapsed around her. Her father was dead, slain by the very people of the Haotian sect. Her mother harbored no affection for her, and now the father who cherished her was gone. At that moment, Qian felt utterly forsaken by the world. With no one to confide in, she sought solace from Mithriya, who was meditating on the sacred mountain. That night, Qian Rinxue wept bitterly, and Methreya held her close, accompanying her through what was destined to be a sleepless night. During the coronation ceremony, Bibidong stood humbly at the base of the dais, adorned in a shimmering silver robe of the Pope, radiating reverence. Various factions extended their congratulations, mourning the passing of the former Pope. Ningfengxi, a venerable elder with white hair and youthful features, turned to the middle-aged man beside him, whose countenance resembled that of a noble jade, inquiring, "Is it true that the former Pope met his demise at the hands of Tang Hao?" This man was none other than the sword Douluo Qinshin, one of the two pillars of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, revered as the continent's foremost offensive Douluo. Ning Fengji tightened his grip on the silver cane in his hand and leaned closer to Qinshin, lowering his voice. "Regardless of whether the Pope was indeed slain by Tang Hao, once this news is disseminated, it shall be perceived as such. Behold, the landscape of the continent is poised for transformation." In the presence of all factions, Bibidong gradually ascended from the base to the forefront of the stage. As the Grand Elder and Chief Adjudicator of the Spirit Hall, Qian Douluo personally placed upon her head the nine-curved purple-gold crown, a symbol of the papacy, along with the papal scepter, embodying supreme authority. The brief coronation ceremony concluded amidst the jubilant cheers of the citizens of Spirit City. After the ceremony, Bibidong sat regally upon the papal throne, surveying the assembly of bishops below her with an imposing gaze. The Haotian sect has been excessively oppressive. Tang Hao has slain the former Pope of the Spirit Hall, and as a disciple of the former Pope, I am profoundly pained by this. Thus, the Spirit Hall must demand accountability from the Haotian sect. Bibidong spoke with a sinister countenance, the aura of authority emanating from her being something she could scarcely contain. Observing the bishops below, who dared not utter a word, she ultimately turned her gaze to the side, where the ghost Douluo stood. "Ghost Elder," Bibidong said, her crimson lips parting as she elegantly crossed her legs. Suddenly summoned, the ghost Douluo knelt before her without a moment's hesitation. "Your subordinate is present." His compliance spared her the need for further elaboration. Henceforth, the mission to confront the Haotian sect would rest solely on the shoulders of the ghost elder. With such a significant responsibility now placed upon him, the ghost Douluo felt a mix of surprise and honor. "Your subordinate shall not fail the Pope's trust." After the first morning meeting concluded and all within the Pope's chamber had dispersed, an unexpected guest forcefully kicked open the grand door and entered. It was none other than the golden crocodile Douluo. Despite his rudeness, Bibidong, though internally displeased, was compelled to suppress all negative emotions at that moment. Power is paramount, especially since she had yet to acquire her 9th spirit ring. Before the golden crocodile Douluo, Bibidong had no choice but to lower her stance. Second enshrined, the Pope's chamber has its own rules. To the so-called rules of the Pope's chamber, the golden crocodile Douluo pointed at Bibidong, issuing a warning. "Bibidong, do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your actions. Remember, we have the power to elevate you to this position, and we can just as easily remove you from it. Do not forget, the enshrined hall possesses the authority to depose the Pope. Moreover, you have no authority to command the titled Douluos from the Douluo Hall and the Elder Hall." With that, the golden crocodile Douluo snorted coldly and turned to leave. The grand door of the Pope's chamber slammed shut with a resounding thud. At that moment, Bibidong had never felt such humiliation. She occupied a position that many desired, yet found herself ensnared by an array of constraints. Ultimately, it all stemmed from her lack of power. Within the Spirit Hall, she had no foundation. If she did not swiftly enhance her strength, she would truly become nothing more than a puppet Pope. Chapter 12. Little Snow becomes a source of amusement. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 6 years have passed. System, organizing panel. Ding. Panel organization successful. Host, Mike Kai, martial soul, none. Soul power, none. Speed, 4,300. Reaction, 4,300. Strength, 4,500. Life, 650. 650. Constitution score, 5 points. Currently able to open the door of death. In these 6 years, Mike Kai has made tremendous progress. His mastery of the 8 gates has reached a bottleneck. Yet he is now capable of bearing the burden of opening the door of death. In the bathroom, Mike Kai relishes this rare moment of tranquility as he soaks in the tub. "Brother Kai, are you done yet?" Outside the bathroom, Qian Rinxue persistently knocks on the door. With a hint of exasperation, Mike Kai wishes he could submerge himself entirely in the water. "Snow, I believe I've been washing for less than half a stick of incense," he calls out. Since the tragic death of Qian Xuanji 6 years ago, Qian Rinxue has completely opened her heart to Mike Kai, marking a transformative leap in their relationship. Naturally, their deepening bond brings both joy and concern. The joy is for the two of them. The concern, however, lies with Qian Douluo. It seems that his little granddaughter has truly been captivated by Mike Kai. At times, they even sleep beside each other. Though nothing untoward occurs, this alone is enough to irk Qian Douluo. Bang, bang, bang. Brother Kai, hurry. Grandfather is calling us. After this statement, a profound silence ensues. With half his face submerged in water, Mike Kai feels a sense of resignation regarding Qian Daluo's occasional summons. Despite his reluctance, he must adhere to the customs of another's household. Nevertheless, one could say he has become quite prosperous. In the Douluo continent, one comes of age at 12. Now, at 14, Mike Kai sports a short hairstyle, and his combat prowess is capable of overwhelming even the strongest soul fighters. His formidable physical strength means that even when standing still, a peak soul emperor would struggle to breach his defenses. Observing the iron-like definition of his muscles and the weights beside him, so heavy they would leave impressions on the ground, he reluctantly dresses and opens the bathroom door. As he swings the door open, he is met with the sight of a stunning beauty resembling an angel standing before him. "Snow, we are no longer children," Mike Kai says with a hint of helplessness. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue narrows her eyes, placing her delicate hands on his waist. "Why don't you even want to hold me anymore?" The words boyfriend are nearly spat out through gritted teeth. The utterance of these three words sends a chill through Mike Kai, reminding him that despite the strength he has cultivated, the waist remains a man's most vulnerable area. However, there was one thing that perplexed Mei Kai. Despite enduring a heavy blow to his lower back without issue, he found himself utterly at the mercy of Qian Rinxue's delicate fingers, which, when pinched and twisted, brought forth an excruciating agony that rendered him almost incapacitated. Teased by Qian Rinxue, the youthful Mei Kai felt a flush rise to his cheeks. "Ahem. When did I become your boyfriend?" He chuckled, his gaze wandering. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue grew displeased, swiftly extricating herself from his embrace. "Oh dear, Brother Kai, you've already done such things with me, yet now you pretend not to recognize me," she lamented, feigning tears as she wiped the corners of her eyes. Observing the charming beauty before him acting so coy, Mei Kai was taken aback. It was rare for the typically assertive Qian Rinxue to display such feminine antics. "Do not slander me. What have I done to you?" Mei Kai protested, clutching his chest as if grievously wounded. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue's eyes sparkled mischievously as she beheld the flustered man before her. Unable to suppress her smile. "Ahem, then I shall enumerate all the things Brother Kai has done to me. Who is it that insisted on me telling bedtime stories in the middle of the night?" She paused dramatically. As fate would have it, Mei Kai, seizing the opportunity, completed her sentence. "Oh, I remember. It was the one who was afraid of thunder and kept burrowing into my covers," he teased with a chuckle. This playful banter between them served as a testament to the closeness of their relationship. "You," Qian Rinxue huffed, resembling an adorably inflated pufferfish. Seeing her cheeks puffed up, Mei Kai playfully poked at them, causing them to deflate like a punctured balloon. "Ha ha," Qian Rinxue giggled, taking Mei Kai's calloused hand in hers. While her fingers were smooth as jade, his were marred by calluses, a stark contrast. "Not very aesthetically pleasing," she remarked. Suddenly, recalling something, her expression shifted as she eyed Mei Kai with suspicion. "That little fox, Nana. Hasn't he stolen your soul, has she?" Perhaps due to Mei Kai's companionship throughout her childhood, Qian Rinxue, while still yearning for her mother's approval, was not as obsessed as in the original narrative. Thus, she held no substantial animosity towards Juliana. Upon the mere mention of Juliana, Mei Kai is instantly reminded of the little girl who awakened her innate full soul power 2 years ago. Chosen by Bibi Dong as her personal disciple, her status swiftly transformed from that of an orphan to the contemporary saintess of the Spirit Hall. Such exceptional talent has enabled her to leap across social strata effortlessly. Nonetheless, the thought of her frequently regarding him with those mischievous, sly eyes sends a chill down Mei Kai's spine. As the adage goes, two distinct individuals cannot share the same bed. Qian Rinxue, who often shares a bed with Mei Kai, quickly surmises his apprehensions. Yet, this situation is not without merit. Grandfather has stated that until the Spirit Hall's millennial plan is fulfilled, he must preserve his integrity. The years spent together have allowed Mei Kai to penetrate the depths of Qian Rinxue's heart. If he were to marry someone who could only gaze upon him without reciprocation, she would surely harbor grievances. In this light, the notion of that little fox enticing Brother Kai seems somewhat more palatable. Come, let us depart. Grandfather awaits us in the hall. Chapter 13. Meiti Kai confronts the Pope within the Angel Temple. The esteemed elder Qian Douluo was presently unaware of their presence. Grandfather. Qian Rinshue's voice instantly brightened Qian Daliu's mood, only for it to dissipate upon noticing the intertwined hands of the two. Ahem. Qian Douluo attempted to discreetly clear his throat to draw their attention, but alas, his efforts were in vain. Meiti Kai and Qian Rinshue appeared oblivious to his presence. What is it, grandfather? Are you unwell? Qian Rinshue inquired, noticing his persistent coughing. Her unwitting remark nearly caused Qian Douluo to spew blood, intensifying his animosity towards Meiti Kai. Unperturbed, Meiti Kai remained unfazed by the situation. Once he achieved a mastery of 7/10, unlocking the 8th gate, his power would surpass even that of Qian Douluo. Turning around, Qian Daolia's hands came down heavily upon Meiti Kai's shoulders. The force of Qian Daolia's grip startled Meiti Kai, realizing the elder was exerting no restraint. With a slight smirk, Qian Douluo spoke in a calm tone. Little Kai, though you lack a martial soul and soul power, your strength can indeed prevail against an 86th level soul Douluo. There was a pause in his words, nearly prompting Meiti Kai to retaliate. Once he sensed the moment was right, Qian Douluo cleared his throat and continued. The other elders and I have unanimously decided to appoint you as the enforcement elder of our spirit hall. Boom. This declaration left not only Meiti Kai, but also Qian Rinshue in a state of shock. Grandfather, you cannot be serious. Qian Rinshue exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. The position of enforcement elder has not been filled in over 600 years. Qian Douluo nodded slightly. Indeed. The enforcement elder operates independently and possesses the authority to mobilize all personnel from both the Elder Hall and the Douluo Hall. His words ignited a fervor within Meiti Kai. However, if memory serves, the enforcement elder should belong to the Pope's Hall. Qian Rinshue, initially lost in the implications of the position, regained her composure, allowing her intellect to prevail. Qian Douluo was fully aware that the enforcement elder traditionally belonged to the Pope's Hall, and his decision to appoint Meiti Kai was a strategic move to counterbalance Bibi Dong. Over the years, Bibi Dong had rapidly ascended in strength, and in just 6 years, she had begun to subtly grasp the direction of the Pope's Hall. This was a development Qian Douluo wished to avert. Thus, they sought to position Meiti Kai as the enforcement elder, a sharp thorn embedded within the Pope's Hall. All present were astute individuals, fully aware of the rationale behind Meiti Kai's appointment. Qian Rinshue fell silent, grappling with her own feelings towards that woman. She still yearned for her approval. The attitude of the offering hall is to use Meiti Kai to counterbalance Bibi Dong's development, ensuring that when Qian Rinshue ascends to that position in the future, she can easily bring Bibi Dong down. After explaining the situation regarding Meiti Kai, a fleeting expression of guilt crossed Qian Daolia's eyes as he glanced at Qian Rinshue twice, his words caught in his throat. Xiao Shiwe. Ultimately, Qian Douluo found himself compelled to speak. The rapid shift in his emotions even surprised Meiti Kai, who had just exuded an imposing aura capable of conquering the world, now reduced to an ordinary grandfather concerned for his granddaughter. The atmosphere suddenly plunged into a profound silence. Grandfather? Qian Rinshue inquired, puzzled. She had never witnessed her grandfather appear so hesitant. Alas, very well, go meet Bibi Dong, Qian Douluo replied, shaking his head and once again placing his hands behind his back. As the two emerged from the offering hall, Qian Rinshue gripped Meiti Kai's hand tightly, her slightly trembling form betraying her anxiety. Do you not wish to meet her? Meiti Kai gently asked, pulling Qian Rinshue into his embrace. She fell silent. If you do not wish to go, then do not. No one in the Wuhuan Hall can command you. He tenderly patted her small head. After calming her restless heart, Qian Rinshue shook her head slightly. No, Brother Kai, I must meet that woman. This is a matter between us. Realizing he could not dissuade Qian Rinshue, Meiti Kai resolved to support her decision. Once you finish meeting her, I will take you to acquire your 6th spirit ring. He gently caressed Qian Rinshue's delicate cheek, and thinking of her current status as merely a quasi-spirit emperor, Meiti Kai prioritized the acquisition of the 6th spirit ring. Meanwhile, within the Pope's Hall, Bibi Dong languidly reclined on her throne, her long, fair legs unapologetically exposed. Well, are you willing? She inquired. Mother, do you wish for me to infiltrate the Tiando Empire? After 6 years, Qian Rinshue once again summoned the courage to address her as mother. Bibi Dong suppressed her revulsion, rhythmically tapping her bony fingers against the Pope's scepter. It is not my desire for you to go, but rather the Wuhuan Hall requires you. Her gaze sharpened, distancing herself from the matter. Qian Rengshu fell silent, uncertain of her own feelings. For the first time in many years, Bibi Dong spoke to her in a tone that was not laden with disdain. At the Wuhuan Plaza, Mei Tikai gazed up at the Pope's Hall. Although Qian Rengshu did not allow him to accompany her, a lingering feeling in his heart suggested she might be at a disadvantage. Brother Kai. Just as Mei Tikai was deep in thought, a voice filled with surprise suddenly rang out from nearby. A figure approached, characterized by a striking mane of vibrant, golden-red hair. Clad in the attire of the Spirit Hall, exuding an alluring charm, Hulaina hurriedly made her way to Mei Kai, her cheeks flushed a delicate pink. Whether from bashfulness or fatigue was uncertain. Brother Kai, what brings you back to the Hall of the Pope today? Upon catching sight of Mei Kai, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Ah, it's Laina, Mei Kai replied, gently stroking the little fox's head, a warm smile gracing his lips. True to the original narrative, after awakening her spirit, Hulaina was swiftly taken as a closed-door disciple by Bibi Dong, having demonstrated innate full soul power. Although Bibi Dong poured all her maternal affection into Hulaina, the bond between Qian Renxue and Hulaina remained amicable. Wherever Hulaina went, two others were sure to follow. Shortly after her arrival, she was joined by a striking young man with silver hair and another clad in fiery red. Upon seeing Mei Kai, Xiaoyu paused momentarily, placing a hand over his chest and bowing his head slightly. Brother Kai, adhering to the adage that one should not strike at those who bear smiles, Xiaoyu exhibited remarkable courtesy. Just as Mei Kai prepared to respond politely, an untimely voice broke through. Who are you, kid? How dare you touch Laina? Yen, radiating flames akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, confronted him. From the moment Hulaina awakened her spirit, Yen had fallen deeply in love with her. However, despite 4 years of pursuit, their relationship had barely grazed the surface of friendship. Had it not been for Xiaoyu mediating between them, their rapport might have plummeted into icy hostility. Yen, Hulaina exclaimed, her voice laced with anger, disapproving of Yan's audacity in confronting Mei Kai. It seems our relationship isn't quite at the level where you can call me Laina, she remarked coldly, casting a warning glance at Yen. Even Xiaoyu, typically adept at diffusing their tensions, remained unresponsive at this moment. Yan's face darkened, akin to a thundercloud, his fiery gaze fixated on Mei Kai. Long ago, a rumor circulated within the Spirit Hall regarding an individual who, devoid of both spirit and soul power, could meet the Pope without kneeling. This person was notably marked by wrist and ankle guards. Currently, only 7 worshippers and Bibi Dong were privy to Madakai's physical cultivation. Since Qian Renxue, his childhood companion, was aware, it was unsurprising. Mei Kai often took Qian Renxue to visit Hulaina, thus the matter of his physical cultivation became a tacit secret between them. Although Xiaoyu had some understanding, he believed that the path of physical cultivation was not one that could be traveled far. These misunderstandings stemmed from Madakai's habitual concealment of his true abilities. Since the moment my physical prowess surpassed 5 points, I have ceased all training sessions. The infernal regimen of the Golden Crocodile Douluo, along with the specialized combat training, has come to a halt. After being reprimanded by Hulaina, the fire of indignation within me has only intensified. I yearn for a confrontation. Pointing at Makai, who was shielded by Hulaina, I disdainfully declare, do you dare to engage in a soul battle with me? Whoever loses shall henceforth be forbidden from approaching Laina. Before I could finish my challenge, Hulaina's reprimand echoed once again. What is your relationship with me that you presume to dictate my actions? Undeterred by her scorn, I continued to aim my finger at Makai. If you are a man, do not hide behind a woman. Despite being chastised by this mere 9-year-old, Makai maintained a serene smile. Apologies, but Laina is not a wager to be made, he retorted, leaving me momentarily speechless. My face contorted further by the strain of unleashing my martial spirit. However, concerning your challenge, I accept, he said, narrowing his eyes. Ever since Qian Renxue ventured alone to confront Bibi Dong, he had been harboring a torrent of frustration, and this was an opportune moment to vent it. As Xiaoyu and Hulaina exchanged glances and departed the arena, an expansive battleground spanning over 1,000 square meters, she turned to me and remarked, Brother, you should avoid spending too much time with Yen. This caught Xiaoyu off guard. He and I share a camaraderie that borders on rivalry. Among the first-year students at the Martial Soul Academy, only Yen can truly match me. Meanwhile, within the duel arena, the flames enveloping Yen burned with greater ferocity, and a grotesque fiery creature materialized behind him. Yen, Martial Spirit, Flame Lord, Level 20, Spirit Master. As Yin revealed his rank, Xiaoyu murmured from below. Did he not just reach level 19 2 days ago? In merely 2 days, he has ascended to level 20. This morning, upon awakening, Yin discovered his soul power had indeed broken through. Overjoyed, he yearned to share this news with Liena, only to find someone else affectionately stroking his goddess's head. Having unleashed his martial spirit, he found his rival unmoved by his presence. This blatant act felt like dousing gasoline on a raging fire. Aren't you going to summon your martial spirit? Makai inquired, stretching his limbs. Martial spirit? That worthless thing is of no use to me. With that declaration, I recognized his identity, the arrogant youth who had no martial spirit or soul power and did not kneel even before the Pope. Aside from his outward appearance, he was riddled with flaws. Bang! With a powerful punch directed towards the ground. The once formidable martial spirit plaza transformed into a seething mass of lava in a designated area. First soul technique, Hell Lava Surge. The soul energy manifested as molten rock clung to his arm. Let me exert just half of my strength. With a resounding crash, just as he was poised to unleash his attack, Yin felt a sudden sharp pain in his chest, followed by a loss of consciousness as his body was hurled toward a nearby pillar. Yan's form collided heavily with the stone column, fracturing the granite structure upon impact. At that moment, Might Kai stood at Yan's former position, still in the stance of his punch. It appears that even half of my strength was excessive. One blow concluded the skirmish, though not entirely satisfying. Might Kai nevertheless vented the frustrations that had been building within him. In this respect, Yin proved to be somewhat useful. After the duel, Hulina and Xiaoyu leapt in from the stands. Hulina, like an enamored admirer, clung to Might Kai's side. Xiaoyu sought to assess Yan's current condition, considering he was a formidable assault-type soul master, particularly one whose martial spirit, the Flame Lord, bestowed immense physical enhancement. However, judging by the sheer power of that punch and the subsequent damage inflicted, it seemed unlikely that Yin would be able to rise from his bed for at least a month. Meanwhile, the battle concluded, marking the end of the duel that had transpired within the Pope's hall, now solely belonging to the two combatants. I promise you, I will infiltrate the Heaven Do Empire for the undercover mission. Qian Rinxue let out a long sigh. This was the first time she had made a decision for herself in her life. With a sudden crash, the grand doors of the Pope's hall were forcefully kicked open. Might Kai's eyes blazed with fury, while Hulina stood beside him in a state of confusion. Who am I? Where am I? Did Brother Kai not say he would come to meet His Holiness the Pope? Why did he kick the door open instead? Bibi Dong, you have overstepped your bounds. At that moment, Might Kai was nearly consumed by rage. Why could he not just focus on training? Why must he venture to that Heaven Do Empire for an undercover mission? Not only would it hinder his training progress, but if it were to fail, all those years of undercover work would be rendered futile. Moreover, the nobility in the Heaven Do Empire was rife with corruption, and the royal family disregarded the common people, prioritizing their own and the aristocracy's interests. Sending Schwerer to infiltrate such a place posed a grave risk should her identity be exposed. You dare. With a thunderous sound, Bibi Dong's Pope's staff struck the ground with force, her imposing presence as a level 93 title Douluo overwhelming. Confronted by this pressure potent enough to crush a high-ranking Soul King, Might Kai's skin rapidly flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead as faint green steam began to rise from his body. With his extraordinary physical resilience, he braced himself against the oppressive force capable of slaying a Soul King. Schwerer belongs to the offering hall. Bibi Dong, you have no authority to interfere in her life. Bibi Dong clenched her silver teeth, for due to the trial of the Rakshasa god, her soul power had been sealed by 30%. Now, with the oppressive aura of the 93rd rank, it becomes increasingly difficult to maintain even the 90th rank over time. This is the Papal Palace. Not a place for you to act recklessly. You wish to leverage your papal identity to intimidate your opponent, but regrettably, the current Meikai is far more than merely a member of the sanctuary. Bibi Dong, I am the Enforcer Elder of the Spirit Hall, possessing the authority to intervene in all matters of the Papal Palace. Upon uttering these words, even Bibi Dong could no longer maintain her facade of calm. She stared blankly as the other party produced the token symbolizing the identity of the Enforcer Elder. What a cunning Douluo. He has chosen to appoint a new Enforcer Elder to curb his own development, having occupied the papal position for so many years. Bibi Dong is naturally quite familiar with the identities of the elders within the Spirit Hall. This Enforcer Elder, who has not appeared for over 600 years, is well within her knowledge. The emergence of the Enforcer Elder signifies that the Enforcement Hall of the Spirit Hall is no longer in a state of disarray. This strategic maneuver leaves no room for rebuttal, and even Bibi Dong could only seethe in frustration. Chapter 14. The Kiss of Qian Ringsha Bibidong. Do you truly wish to engage me in combat here? At this moment, Bibidong glared fiercely at Mai Kai, her eyes filled with rage. Since the incident in the secret chamber, she had never felt such humiliation within the Pope's palace. What a law enforcement elder you are, yet have you forgotten that this is the Pope's palace? And I am the current Pope of the Spirit Hall? Bibidong gritted her teeth, attempting to leverage her status against Mai Kai. However, if Mai Kai could be intimidated by her title, then her years of existence would have been in vain. Mibitong, it is true that this is your Pope's palace. But the law enforcement hall I command spans the entire continent and is not to be trifled with. Should you continue to threaten Shui, I will not hesitate to incite chaos and remove you from that throne, Mai Kai retorted. At that moment, Bibidong's hand, gripping the Pope's staff, trembled slightly. She had never been so openly defied. Mai Kai was the first to dare such humiliation within the Pope's palace. Alert. Health 645-650, currently declining. Mai Kai paid no heed to the system's notification. Although they were in a strong position, in a real confrontation, he knew he would not be Bibidong's match initially. Juliana stood by, caught in a dilemma. Siding with her teacher could hurt Brother Kai's feelings, while supporting Brother Kai would be disrespectful to her teacher. The little fox felt anxious and conflicted, observing the atmosphere between the two growing increasingly tense. Any spark could ignite the already volatile relationship. Stop, I promised her. So I must go, Qian Rangshu interjected, pausing momentarily to cast a determined glance at Bibidong before resolutely averting her gaze. Moreover, I am not only doing this for her, but also for the Spirit Hall. Come, let us hunt the 6th soul ring before we depart. With that, Qian Rangshu turned and grasped Mai Kai's hand, leading him outward. As a delicate hand grasped his, Mai Kai did not resist, silently withdrawing from the 8 gates of Duanjia State. He followed Qian Rangshu's lead. Alert, exited the 8 gates of Duanjia State, health recovering. It was not until they reached the grand entrance of the Pope's palace that Mai Kai finally halted. Remember this, Bibidong, regardless of your past. To project your hatred onto those around you is a trait of the weak. With a resounding thud, the doors of the Pope's palace closed behind him. Bibidong's gaze lingered on the spot where Mai Kai had stood, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness washing over her. She attributed it all to her insufficient strength. If only she could reach level 99 or ascend to a higher realm of divinity, she would obliterate all who dared to question her. With a heavy sigh, Bibidong turned her attention to Juliana, who stood by, uncertain of what to do next. Follow closely, and allow him to guide you in acquiring the 2nd soul ring. Although Juliana was taken aback by the fact that her teacher had learned of her recent breakthrough to level 20, an achievement she had only attained that very morning and had yet to share, she could not refuse the directive from Bibidong. After respectfully bowing towards Bibidong, Juliana departed from the hall of the Pope. Her exit plunged the entire hall into an eerie silence. Whispering in Bibidong's ear, the voice of the Rakshasa god echoed seductively. Do you harbor resentment? Do you despise your own weakness? If you possess the power to transcend all, would they dare to challenge you? Upon leaving the hall, Qian Rinshu tenderly caressed the cheek of Mai Kai. On the day they fully opened their hearts to one another, Mai Kai had divulged the intricacies of his martial arts practice to Qian Rinshu, including the fundamental reasons behind his training in the 8 gates of Duanjia. By dismantling all personal constraints and exhausting his body, he sought to attain immense strength. While stroking Mai Kai's cheek and feeling the warmth radiating from his skin, Qian Rinshu's eyes brimmed with compassion. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Before she could finish her sentence, Mai Kai grasped the delicate hand that caressed his face. No, Shuer, I have promised you that as long as I am here, you shall not suffer even the slightest injustice. Mai Kai's gaze was unwavering, conveying to Qian Rinshu his determination to fulfill his promise. Even in the absence of a martial soul or soul power, he possessed enough strength to protect her. I have faith in you. I have always believed you could achieve this. Mai Kai was acutely aware that had his physical prowess reached a score of 6, he would have confronted Bibidong directly in the hall. However, with his abilities currently limited, he could not guarantee victory against her. The confrontation in the hall was a gamble in itself. He wagered that Bibidong would take his status into consideration and refrain from engaging him. Fortunately, his gamble paid off, and Bibidong chose to relent. Moreover, had they engaged in combat, Bibidong would have had to pay a severe price for victory. After all, during their standoff, his system had triggered another choice. Ding, congratulations, host, you have triggered a choice. 1. Continue to confront Bibidong, gaining a fleeting opportunity to enter the 7th gate. 2. Cease the confrontation, receiving a 7 Gates experience card. Without hesitation, Mike Kai chose the first option, confident that with the fallback of the 7th gate, even if Douluo appeared, he would not dare claim victory over him. Come. Let me lead you to obtain your 6th soul ring. Rinxue nodded silently, allowing him to guide her outside the city. Wait. Just as they had taken a few steps, Hulaina hurriedly chased after them. Hold on. As Hulaina approached, she leaned heavily on her knees, gasping for breath. Rinxue found it somewhat strange. Logically, after being reprimanded by Maite Kai, Bibi Dong would be in dire need of comfort. Otherwise, without anyone to console her, Bibi Dong would be left alone in her blankets, crying and lamenting, a truly pitiable sight. Maite Kai, placing a hand on his waist, retrieved a handkerchief embroidered with a little fox from his storage soul guide. This handkerchief was a gift from Hulaina during her martial soul awakening. He offered it to her, adopting a gentle tone. Why are you so exhausted, little fox? At his playful remark, Hulaina's face flushed a deep crimson. Oh, Brother Kai, don't call me little fox, she exclaimed, stamping her foot in feigned annoyance. In response to her seemingly petulant warning, Maite Kai merely ruffled her hair. All right, little fox. I promise I won't call you that again. At his words, Hulaina blushed once more, observing their playful banter. The earlier somber mood that lingered in the hall of the Pope dissipated entirely. Rinxue chuckled. Nana, aren't you going to stay with your teacher? After all, Hulaina resolutely ignored the mischievous man, returning the handkerchief and stating, I've reached level 20 now. My teacher said I could join you in hunting for soul rings. Rinxue was not surprised by Hulaina's advancement. The spirit hall was abundant with prodigies. While she possessed innate soul power of level 20, some might never reach that milestone in their lives. Despite lacking soul power, Maite Kai consistently outperformed his peers, while Hulaina had already attained level 20 at the tender age of 10. Casting a deep glance back at the hall of the Pope, Rinxue took their hands and led them onward. Let us proceed. Since that woman trusts you to follow, allow Kai to assist you in finding your 2nd soul ring. Rinxue decisively entrusted this opportunity to Maite Kai, who couldn't help but twitch his lips. All right, swear, I just stood up to the Pope for you. And now you want to even call me brother? Maite Kai contemplated delivering a playful jab, yet he could clearly sense that Rinxue was not in high spirits. The facade of indifference and cheerfulness she displayed was merely a mask. The disinterest her mother portrayed mirrored his own past experiences when he was known as a Kai. However, he now bore the name Maite Kai, embarking on life in this world with a new identity. In the Douluo forest, as they entered, the atmosphere grew dark and damp. The towering ancient trees obscured the sky, making it difficult to see above. Renowned as the premier soul beast forest of Douluo continent, the Douluo forest was home to 2 soul beasts of over 100,000 years. Nana, have you decided which soul beast you want for your 2nd soul ring? This marks the first occasion on which Maite Kai accompanies Hulaina to acquire a soul ring, while Rinxue had previously obtained her 5th soul ring independently. It was a 30,000-year-old sacred winged beetle, a soul beast renowned for its formidable defensive capabilities. However, even a soul beast proficient in defense could not withstand the might of Maite Kai in his seclusion state, as he effortlessly shattered its defenses with a single punch. Reflecting upon the various types of soul beasts that their instructor at the Spirit Master Academy had informed them about, Hulaina contemplated her own martial spirit, which leaned towards charm and control. Consequently, her choice of soul beasts would naturally gravitate towards the psychic category. Brother Kai, I require a psychic soul beast nearing 700 years of age. My request is for a 50,000-year-old celestial spirit horse. The search for a 700-year-old psychic soul beast was relatively straightforward. Yet the 50,000-year-old celestial spirit horse that Rinxue sought posed a greater challenge. According to the records in the Spirit Hall's library, the celestial spirit horse possessed attributes of divine light and flames, a combination of elemental properties that underscored its formidable nature. Beep. Selection triggered. 1. Assist Rinxue in seeking the celestial spirit horse. Rewards 10 attribute points. 2. Persuade Rinxue to choose another soul beast. Rewards 10 attribute points. Without hesitation, Maite Kai opted for the first choice. Despite the elusive nature of the celestial spirit horse, its habitat was relatively identifiable, and its diverse elemental attributes rendered the species a prime target for the dark demon evil god tiger. Thus, the trio spent an entire afternoon in the Douluo forest. Yet they returned empty-handed. The pursuit of a suitable soul beast was inherently challenging, and the three of them remained undeterred. From his waist storage soul guide, Mei Kai retrieved 2 tents. Holding the unopened tents in his hands, he sheepishly ran a hand through his hair and said, "My apologies, Laina. I didn't consider that you would also need a soul ring. I only brought 2 tents. However, I will take the night watch tonight. You two should rest well. If we happen to find a soul beast tomorrow, you'll need to be in good spirits." The 2 young women gathered around the fire, where several soft-boned rabbits they had caught earlier were roasting on a wooden rack. In the depths of the Douluo forest, feasting on roasted rabbit meat. Few hunting teams could claim to be as carefree as they were. Once they had eaten their fill, the 3 exchanged greetings, and the 2 women retreated into their respective tents, leaving Mei Kai alone by the fire, the flames illuminating his face. Gradually, he found himself able to clear his mind. Half an hour later, steady breaths emanated from Hu Laina's tent, indicating that she had succumbed to slumber. Just as Mei Kai prepared to engage in a physical training session, he noticed Qian Rinxue emerging from her tent. With her presence, he abandoned the idea of training. "What is the matter? Can't you sleep?" he asked, watching as she drew closer until her warm figure pressed against him. "Kai, hold me tightly." Qian Rinxue buried her small head into Mei Kai's sturdy chest, feeling the fervent rhythm of his heartbeat, which instilled a sense of reassurance within her. Gradually, she raised her hands, encircling his waist and drawing him into her embrace. "Thank you for standing up for me today." Before she could finish her sentence, Mei Kai pressed his cheek against her forehead, shaking his head gently. "We have grown up together since childhood, and even old Qian has never said such things to you. Although I am unaware of the circumstances surrounding your relationship with the Pope, I do know that if you were to find yourselves on opposing sides in the future, I will undoubtedly stand behind you." At these words, Qian Rinxue's heart trembled, her beautiful eyes quickly brimming with tears. In their childhood, Mei Kai had promised never to let a single tear fall from her eyes. Thus, witnessing her tear-filled gaze instinctively prompted him to reach out and wipe away her tears. However, before he could act, the emboldened Qian Rinxue suddenly lifted her head and rose onto her tiptoes. Mei Kai's pupils widened in surprise as he felt the cool, sweet sensation between his lips, plunging his mind into a brief state of stupor. Chapter 15, The Second Soul Ring. The relationship between the two, feeling the warmth that enveloped his lips and the delightful aura emanating from Qian Rinxue, Mei Kai found himself utterly captivated. His hands instinctively rose, encircling Qian Rinxue's slender waist. The two became lost in each other's kiss, as if the world around them could be cast aside in that moment. However, the tranquility of the Douluo forest was abruptly shattered by the appearance of pairs of glimmering green eyes, accompanied by a chorus of wolf howls that ignited the night. The haunting howls broke the spellbinding moment between them. Startled, Qian Rinxue transformed into a startled cat, her delicate hands swiftly producing a shimmering longsword. Her gaze turned cold and fierce as she locked onto the wolves that were approaching, perceiving them as prey. Observing Qian Rinxue's fury, Mei Kai gently brushed his lips, relishing the lingering warmth, while his other hand pressed down on hers, which gripped tightly around the sword. "All right, Shuer, do not be angry. If I am not mistaken, this pack belongs to the Xian Yu Wolf King's lineage." The Xian Yu Wolf King, a formidable spiritual-type soul beast, had been noted in the records of the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing its name, Qian Rinxue's furrowed brows gradually relaxed. "For Nana's sake, let this matter slide." She sheathed her longsword and plopped down beside the campfire, grabbing a prepared soft-boned rabbit from the ground and skewering it on a wooden rack to roast. Seeing her nonchalant demeanor, Mei Kai chuckled and prepared to rouse Hu Laina. "Little fox, wake up. The soul ring has arrived." His voice resonated loudly, penetrating the tent and startling Hu Laina from her slumber. She sat up abruptly, her mind still hazy as she stammered. Who wants to roast a fox?" Outside, Mei Kai had already drawn 2 nunchakus, surveying the surroundings while counting the wolves. There were a total of 12. It appeared this pack lacked a 1,000-year-old wolf king. Only those Xian Yu wolves that reached 10,000 years could be deemed as wolf kings, while those at the 1,000-year mark were merely referred to as Xian Yu wolves. A Xian Yu wolf king of 100,000 years would be worthy of the title of Xian Yu wolf emperor, akin to the blue-silver emperor. With a swift motion, Mei Kai began to wield his nunchakus, creating a whooshing sound that echoed in the air. Meanwhile, Hu Laina had just awakened, groggily poking her head out of the tent, her eyes still heavy with sleep. What happened, Sister Shui?" she inquired, rubbing her drowsy eyes as she looked towards Qian Rinxue, who was sitting by the fire. Upon witnessing the drowsy demeanor of the other, Qian Rengshu pointed towards the jungle where Mei Tikai was already engaged in combat with a pack of wolves, brandishing the perfectly roasted soft-boned rabbit in her hand. Your soul ring has arrived. The mere mention of the soul ring instantly roused Juliana from her slumber. She quickly approached Qian Rengshu, her voice laced with excitement. The soul ring is here? Am I still dreaming? Has several days truly passed? It was no surprise that Juliana harbored such thoughts. Her own experience in acquiring her first soul ring had been led by the Pope himself. Even with the presence of the illustrious Bibidong and two formidable title Douluo assisting her, it had taken 3 days to secure her first soul ring. Thus, the rapid emergence of a soul ring within less than a day left her utterly astonished. However, a moment of joy quickly shifted to concern for Mei Tikai. Is it really wise for Brother Kai to face the soul beasts alone? Qian Rengshu shrugged and tossed a few more logs onto the dwindling fire. No need for worry. Even an 85th level soul Douluo would struggle against his might. A mere pack of wolves lacking even a 10,000-year-old wolf king cannot harm him. In the depths of the jungle, Mei Tikai wielded his nunchaku with precision, striking down upon the approaching soul beasts. One powerful blow, capable of vanquishing a soul sage in an instant, collided with the 10-year-old Xianyu wolf. In an explosive display, the creature's head shattered, crimson blood mingling with white brain matter, spraying forth violently. With only 12 wolves initially present, in less than the time it takes to steep a cup of tea, only 3 remained. Among the survivors, one was approximately 400 years old, another around 700, and the pack's leader, the Wolf King, was merely 1,800 years of age. Even combining their strengths would not suffice to withstand Mei Tikai's formidable punch. Thus, he meticulously refrained from delivering a fatal blow to the 3 relatively older Xianyu wolves, a task that proved quite the challenge. As the trio bared their teeth at him, even in the face of their clan's annihilation, the Wolf King did not retreat an inch. While a 10,000-year Xianyu Wolf King might have piqued Mei Tikai's interest, the 1,800-year-old king posed little threat. A casual punch could easily shatter its form, akin to striking a sandbag. After effortlessly sending the 400-year-old wolf flying, Mei Tikai swiftly pinned the 700-year-old wolf to the ground and, without a second glance at the Wolf King, turned and strode towards the fire. The Xianyu wolf lamented, "Woe is me! Mother encountered a monster, and my teeth shattered upon biting him." Upon returning to the campsite, Mei Tikai was greeted by the sight of the two conversing amicably. Discarding the soul beast he had captured, he approached Qian Rengshu without hesitation, snatching the soft-boned rabbit she had held before her lips. There was undeniable satisfaction in seizing something so delectable. Qian Rengshu cast him a beautiful sidelong glance, before shifting her gaze to the struggling Xianyu wolf nearby. Despite being on the brink of collapse under the terrifying power of Mei Kai, the proud creature of the wolf clan refused to bow its head. Even with just a breath of life remaining, Juliana approached the soul beast, poking it gently with a stick she had retrieved. Instantly, the Xianyu wolf glared fiercely at Juliana. "Kai brother, is this my soul beast?" Mei Kai nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it's just over 700 years old, making it perfectly suitable as your second soul ring." Observing Mei Kai devouring his meal with gusto, Qian Rengshui unhesitatingly produced her handkerchief to wipe his mouth. "Honestly, you say I act like a child," she said affectionately. With Mei Kai's confirmation, Juliana began to prepare for the absorption of the soul ring. She drew a sharp dagger from her waist and decisively plunged it into the neck of the Xianyu wolf. Sitting cross-legged beside the creature, she summoned a gentle soul power that lightly touched the wolf's forehead. Immediately, the wolf's body began to emit a soft glow, and the soul ring gradually materialized, slowly drifting toward Juliana. At that moment, Qian Rengshui set aside her belongings, rose, and formed a gentle seal with her hands, emanating a soft soul power that enveloped both Juliana and the Xianyu wolf. She closed her eyes slightly, seemingly safeguarding Juliana to ensure her absorption process remained undisturbed. Had Mei Kai possessed even a modicum of soul power, the safeguarding would not have fallen to Qian Rengshui. Mei Kai stood nearby, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed intently on Juliana, anxious that any mishap might occur during her absorption of the soul ring. Though he remained silent, the tension within him was palpable. He understood that a failure in this endeavor would not only severely affect Juliana's potential, but could also inflict hidden injuries, hindering her future cultivation. After a considerable time, Juliana's tightly shut eyes slowly opened, revealing a flicker of extraordinary light, as if stars were twinkling within her gaze. She felt a torrent of soul power surging within her, a potent force emanating from the depths of her being. This was the hallmark of successfully absorbing the soul ring. Unable to contain her joy, she sprang to her feet, as if all her fatigue had been swept away. Turning to Mike Kai, her eyes sparkled with gratitude and elation. "Kai, brother." Without hesitation, she leaped into his embrace, holding him tightly, as if to convey all her joy and gratitude to him. Mike Kai was momentarily taken aback. Then he gently wrapped his arms around Hulaina, a tender and indulgent smile gracing his face. Qianren Shui observed this scene quietly, a surge of inexplicable emotion swelling within her. She puffed up her cheeks slightly, resembling a little hamster with its cheeks stuffed full of nuts, her bright eyes betraying a hint of subtle disappointment. The recent intimate encounter with Mei Kai lingered on her lips, a subtle sensation that ignited a warm current within her heart. Yet at this moment, Mei Kai embraced Hulaina, his tenderness and affection eliciting a pang of bittersweet sorrow within her. Qian Rengshu was particularly sensitive to emotions, and witnessing their embrace, despite understanding its triviality, inevitably brought a sense of despondency. She gently bit her lower lip, attempting to mask her feelings. However, the ache spread through her heart like an entwining vine. Unconsciously, she stepped closer, yearning to articulate her thoughts, yet uncertain of how to begin. Ultimately, she stood silently to the side, her heart brimming with complex emotions as she observed the couple in their embrace. Sensing the intricate and subtle gaze of Qian Rengshu, Mei Kai gently patted Hulaina's back, signaling her to release her hold. Though the little fox was reluctant, she obediently let go, stepping aside with a satisfied and blissful smile. Mei Kai turned, his eyes softening as they met Qian Rengshu's, radiating warmth and affection, as if to convey, "Shuer, rest assured, you shall always be the one I cherish most." Upon perceiving the depth of Mei Kai's gaze, the fleeting pang of sorrow within Qian Rengshu dissipated, replaced by a gentle and sweet smile directed at the little fox. Hulaina, now composed, smiled back and remarked, "Brother Kai, Sister Shuer, my second soul skill is the Heavenly Fox's Eye, which can forcibly daze enemies with weaker mental strength for 5 seconds. Of course, if they choose to succumb to the illusion, the daze lasts even longer." Hulaina blinked her lively eyes playfully as she spoke. Mei Kai stroked his chin, contemplating the formidable nature of her soul skill. Lacking a martial soul and soul rings, he could not truly grasp its power. Moreover, as he honed his physical prowess, he simultaneously strengthened his mental fortitude, rendering Hulaina's skill ineffective against him. Upon learning about the effects of Hulaina's soul skill, Qian Rengshu's eyes instantly brightened. She sincerely admired. 5 seconds of daze is absolutely pivotal in battle. In a duel between experts, every second counts, let alone 5. Laina, this soul skill of yours could be the key to turning the tide. Qian Rengshu's mind conjured an image. Once Hulaina reached the rank of titled Douluo and faced an equally matched foe with inferior mental strength, this soul skill could indeed force them into a dazed state for 5 seconds. For a titled Douluo, those 5 seconds could yield countless opportunities, allowing for a devastating barrage of soul skills following the release of their martial soul's true form. As night deepened, both women began to feel the weight of drowsiness. After exchanging goodnights, Hulaina retreated into the tent to sleep. The flames flickered in the night, casting a glow upon Mei Kai's resolute visage. He sat before the fire, his gaze profound and distant, shrouded in an enigmatic contemplation that seemed to transcend the boundaries of time and space. Qianren Shue stood at the entrance of the tent, wavering in her resolve, yet ultimately summoning the courage to proceed. She gently bit her lower lip, a flush blooming on her cheeks, reminiscent of the first light of dawn. With measured steps, she approached Mike Kai, each stride imbued with both determination and trepidation. "Mike Kai, the night is deepening, and the air is chill. Would you care to come inside and rest?" Qian Rinshue's voice trembled slightly, yet her tone bore an unwavering conviction. She lifted her gaze to Mike Kai, her bright eyes shimmering with anticipation and anxiety. The moonlight cascaded upon her, enveloping Qian Rinshue in an ethereal beauty that enhanced the moment's allure. In the stillness of the night, the moonlight seeped through the tent's seams, illuminating the two restless figures within. Inside the tent, silence reigned, punctuated only by the gentle rhythm of their breaths. Qian Rinshue lay on one side, her eyes fluttering open slightly, through the dim glow of moonlight. She discerned the silhouette of Mike Kai beside her. A stirring within her prompted a cautious shift in his direction, her movements delicate, lest she disturb the slumbering Mike Kai. Simultaneously, Mike Kai sensed the subtle motion beside him. He opened his eyes just a fraction and turned his gaze toward Qian Rinshue. Under the moon's soft illumination, her face appeared tender and exquisite, warming his heart. He too instinctively inched closer to her, the distance between them gradually diminishing. Just a little closer. A little more, they both silently murmured in their hearts. Chapter 16. Encounter with the dark demon god tiger. Come a bit closer. The hearts of two excited souls throbbed intensely in this moment, until their fiery bodies were completely pressed together. Although both were aware that the other was not asleep, they shared an unspoken understanding not to reveal the truth. As dawn broke, the two early risers had tidied themselves and stepped outside, observing Hulaina still peacefully slumbering in the tent nearby. Maite Kai called out into the surroundings, "Elder Ghost." As the words left his lips, wisps of black mist began to swirl through the forest, coalescing into a shadowy, ethereal figure. "I have met the enforcement elder," Ghost Douluo respectfully bowed. Qian Rinxue nodded slightly. It was clear that taking the 50,000-year-old heavenly spirit sacred horse deeper into the Douluo forest with the only level 22 Hulaina would be rather inappropriate. "Elder Ghost, once Nana awakens, you can take her away directly. Shui and I need to delve deeper into the forest. And I fear for her safety if she accompanies us," Maite Kai stated. Ghost Douluo nodded slightly. The heavenly spirit sacred horse, with its radiant divine attributes, was particularly effective against his ghostly form. If a confrontation were to arise, even he might struggle to provide timely assistance. "Understood. Please rest assured, enforcement elder." Not far away, Hulaina remained ensconced in her dreams, her breathing soft and steady, though a hint of unease flitted across her face. At that moment, a shadow glided silently through the trees, Ghost Elder from the Spirit Hall. His gaze was sharp, and his movement swift as he approached Hulaina, carefully lifting her into his arms. Hulaina stirred slightly in her sleep, but soon fell back into a deep slumber, with her cradled in his arms. Ghost Elder vanished into the depths of the woods, leaving only a faint trace of his spectral presence. He had to return to report to the Pope's palace, and it was impossible for him to wait for Hulaina to awaken. At this juncture, Qian Rinxue walked alongside Maite Kai, their steps light yet resolute. As if each stride resonated with the melody of destiny. They did not take to the air, although Maite Kai lacked soul power. His agility amidst the trees surpassed that of ordinary flying soul masters. It had been a long time since they had enjoyed such a pleasant moment alone, and with their impending separation after this return, the pangs of reluctance stirred within their excited hearts. Deep within the forest, ancient soul beasts sensed the powerful aura emanating from the pair and hid in the shadows, peering at them with a mix of curiosity and trepidation. Occasionally, a breeze would rustle the leaves, mimicking the breath of nature, intertwining with their laughter to create a harmonious tableau. Maite Kai turned his head, offering Qian Rinxue a warm smile, radiant as sunlight, drawing one irresistibly closer. Qian Rinxue responded with a smile of her own, their gazes meeting in a moment where countless unspoken words melted into that singular smile. In the shadows, two men clad in golden armor exchanged glances before breaking into a synchronized laughter. The duo, known as the Serpent Spear Douluo and the Spiny Porcupine Douluo, were tasked with ensuring the safety of Qian Rinxue, their young master, and the esteemed law elder. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the Douluo forest, the atmosphere grew increasingly somber. Towering ancient trees loomed overhead, casting a tapestry of light and shadow on the forest floor as sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves. The whisper of the wind through the foliage resembled nature's soft murmurings. Mike Tai and Qian Rinxue walked side by side, their breath slowing considerably, each step taken with utmost caution, lest they disturb the sovereign of this realm. A mysterious and perilous aura enveloped the air, sending shivers down their spines. Suddenly, a deep roar echoed from afar, reverberating through the entire forest. Mike Tai and Qian Rinxue exchanged a grave look, aware that the source of the roar was likely a forest king, such as the Titan Great Ape or the Azure Bull Python. Even if it were not, it surely belonged to a soul beast of over 50,000 years. The resonant exhalation, despite the distance, exerted immense pressure upon them. Their gaze soon fell upon a colossal tiger, its body shrouded in a hue of deep purple-black, with immense wings unfurling from its back and a sinister hook-like tail raised high. The dark demon, evil god tiger. Mike Tai's pupils dilated, recalling from the records in the Spirit Hall library that there was but one dark demon evil god tiger within the entirety of the Douluo forest. Darkness surged like a tidal wave, swiftly engulfing everything around them. Clenching his fists, Mike Tai's gaze hardened as he acutely sensed the terrifying pressure emanating from the dark demon evil god tiger, as if the very air had solidified under its might. Qianren Shui pressed close to Mike Tai, drawing warmth and strength from him, which provided her a semblance of comfort amidst the oppressive darkness. The angelic domain unfurled quietly. Yet its divine essence failed to illuminate the surrounding gloom. She gently grasped Mike Tai's hand, their unspoken connection reaching its zenith in that moment. Suddenly, a pair of blood-red eyes ignited in the darkness, akin to two flames blazing forth, illuminating a small patch ahead. The dark demon, evil god tiger, emerged slowly, each step sending tremors through the ground, as if the entire forest quaked beneath its presence. Its massive frame glistened with a ghostly sheen in the shadowy surroundings, and the enormity of its wings evoked an overwhelming sense of intimidation. The sight of its elongated fangs could chill the very marrow of one's bones. The emergence of the dark demon, evil god tiger seemingly propelled the terrifying aura of the Star Doe forest to its zenith. Its thunderous roar echoed like a clap of thunder, instantly shattering Qianren Shui's angelic domain into fragments. Light and darkness intertwined at that moment, creating a breathtaking tableau. The gaze of the dark demon, evil god tiger fixated upon Mike Tai, its blood-red eyes flashing with a cruel and cunning glimmer. It swung its massive, malevolent scythe, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek as it hurtled toward Meikai. In a swift motion, Meikai dodged, yet the speed of the sinister scythe was unparalleled, almost grazing him in that fleeting moment. Suddenly, the space shimmered. The shadowy figure of the dark demon tiger vanished before their eyes, leaving only emptiness. Qianren Shui gasped, "It's gone." She had sensed the spatial disturbance, a soul beast powerful enough to rend the very fabric of space, truly worthy of the ultimate darkness embodied by the dark demon tiger. Her angelic domain was torn asunder the instant it clashed with its malevolent realm. The dark demon tiger flickered like a wraith in the shadows, instantly appearing behind Qianren Shui, its blood-red eyes glinting with greed and cunning. A chill crept over Qianren Shui's back. Before she could react, the razor-sharp claws struck like lightning, aimed straight for her spine. In this critical moment, Meikai surged forth like a cheetah, green steam erupting from his form, a manifestation of his activation of the 8 gates. He materialized behind Qianren Shui at a speed surpassing sound, crossing his arms to firmly block the dark demon tiger's lethal strike. A tremendous boom echoed through the forest, as if the very earth trembled in response. Though Meikai swayed slightly from the impact, he stood resolute like a rock. His gaze was unwavering and cold, as if confronting an endless abyss, refusing to yield even an inch. Shui ascended into the air to distract the beast. This tiger's strength was formidable, rivaling my own in peak condition. Qianren Shui nodded, her third purple spirit ring shimmering momentarily. Third spirit skill, angelic sanctuary. Her body lifted gracefully, as if cradled by an invisible force. With eyes tightly shut and hands clasped, golden light gathered in her palms, resembling a sun on the verge of eruption. With a low exclamation, the golden radiance streaked through the darkness like a meteor, illuminating the surrounding area in an instant. Yet, the darkness loomed like an endless abyss, consuming all light. Even as Qianren Shui's angelic sanctuary unfolded, it merely ignited a faint glimmer within the pitch-black forest. The dark demon tiger's crimson eyes appeared even more ferocious amidst the golden glow, unleashing a thunderous roar before vanishing from sight. Meikai raced through the shadows, his nunchaku swirling like 2 silver dragons, each swing accompanied by a sound that pierced the air. He focused intently on the faint aura left by the dark demon tiger, each fluctuation in space quickening his heartbeat. Finally, in a fleeting instant, the dark demon tiger's figure reemerged, and without hesitation, Meikai charged forth, his nunchaku howling through the air as he struck fiercely at the massive tiger's head. Thud! The nunchaku collided with the dark demon tiger's skull, causing it to momentarily falter and stagger back a few steps. In the depths of darkness, the malevolent dark demon tiger's eyes flickered with ferocity. With a powerful flap of its colossal wings, the surrounding tempest intensified, intertwining shadows and fierce winds to create an apocalyptic tableau. It emitted a low growl, imbued with rage and disdain, as if it were challenging the sanctity of the entire world. Suddenly, it vanished in a flash, leaving behind only a distortion in the fabric of space. Meikai's expression turned grave. He was acutely aware of the cunning and might of this soul beast and dared not let his guard down. Gripping his dual-sided baton tightly, he focused intently on the flow of air around him, striving to sense the presence of the dark demon tiger. In that fleeting moment, the creature reappeared, its form as elusive as a specter, with crimson eyes gleaming with a cruel light. It lunged forward, its massive claws slicing through the air with a ferocious wind, targeting Might Kai directly. Might Kai, with a sudden movement, narrowly evaded the lethal strike, yet he felt an overwhelming force emanating from the dark demon tiger, as if it sought to rend the very space apart. Witnessing the relentless onslaught of the tiger, a flicker of resolve ignited in Might Kai's eyes. He inhaled sharply, his muscles tensing as if to concentrate all his strength into that singular moment. Just as the tiger's claws were about to make contact with his body, Might Kai unleashed a primal roar, his feet pounding the ground as he propelled himself towards the dark demon tiger like a cannonball. His hands gripped the dual-sided baton, which sliced through the air with a whistling sound, tracing a sharp arc. With a resounding crash, Might Kai's baton collided fiercely with the tiger's claws, unleashing a powerful shockwave. The air around them seemed to tear apart under the force, creating a vacuum. As the impact resonated, the green vapor surrounding Might Kai intensified, the veins on his forehead becoming even more pronounced. 8 gates of Duanjia, 6th gate, open, he cried. 5th soul skill, Angel's Judgment. With that proclamation, his figure surged forth like a projectile, enveloped in green steam and formidable might, launching an attack capable of obliterating a level 92 title Douluo in a single blow. At that moment, Qianrenxue, refusing to be outdone, gripped her hands tightly around the angelic holy sword formed from her soul power, which radiated a resplendent light against the night sky. Under her command, the holy sword expanded rapidly, transforming into a colossal light blade spanning several meters, its blade shimmering with golden divine brilliance, as if it could purify all darkness in the world. With a leap, Qianrenxue propelled herself, wielding the golden holy sword, towards the dark demon tiger, which was locked in a standoff with Might Kai below. Sensing the overwhelming and sacred aura, a flicker of dread crossed the tiger's eyes. It understood that if it did not escape swiftly, it risked falling into an irreversible abyss. Thus, it unleashed a thunderous roar, its dark aura thickening, coalescing into a swirling black vortex surrounding it. Decisively abandoning its struggle with Might Kai, the dark demon tiger charged headlong into Qianrenxue's attack. In the moment when Qianrenxue's lightsaber collided with the dark demon evil god tiger, a breathtaking scene unfolded as golden radiance entwined with swirling black winds. The tip of the lightsaber struck the beast's chest, producing a deafening roar that seemed to rend the very air around them. Qianrenxue felt an overwhelming force surge forth, causing her figure to sway slightly in the air, while her lightsaber began to shatter under the impact. The golden glow gradually dimmed, whereas the black tempest grew ever more ferocious, as if seeking to devour all in its path. The dark demon evil god tiger roared, its eyes shimmering with a cruel light. Its massive form rolled through the air, each rotation stirring the surrounding shadows into fierce black storms. These tempests collided with the fragments of Qianrenxue's disintegrating lightsaber, unleashing even greater waves of energy. Though the sacred attribute of light held a significant advantage against the dark demon evil god tiger, the disparity in their strengths was evident. The mere 60,000-year-old beast possessed combat prowess that rivaled a 96th level title Douluo, should it be allowed to grow unchecked, reaching the 100,000-year mark. It would likely surpass even the 98th level, rendering any confrontation impossible. Might Kai's fists moved like lightning in a tempest, tracing blurred arcs through the night. His speed had reached astonishing heights, each punch accompanied by the thunderous sound of air being torn asunder, as if the very fabric of space trembled under his might. Fireballs coalesced in the air, propelled by the force of his strikes, streaking across the night sky like shooting stars, illuminating the surroundings. Upon making contact with the dark demon evil god tiger, these fireballs erupted with a deafening explosion, scattering flames that lit up the entire area. The dark demon evil god tiger staggered backward under the barrage of fireballs, numerous scorched wounds marring its form. Yet, its eyes glinted with an even more savage light. As if enraged, it let out a thunderous roar, the aura of darkness around it intensifying once more, forming swirling black winds in an attempt to counter Might Kai's onslaught. A pair of massive wings unfurled behind it, enveloping its colossal body as it braced itself against Might Kai's assault aimed at the peacock. Chapter 17. The arena of life and death flames danced amidst the darkness, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Dense fireballs cascaded like falling stars, relentlessly striking the immense form of the dark demon evil god tiger. Each collision was accompanied by the acrid scent of charred air, as though the very atmosphere had ignited in the searing blaze. In this interminable sea of fire, the dark demon evil god tiger was finally provoked. It unleashed a deafening roar that pierced through every leaf in the forest, resonating in every corner. With its powerful claws braced against the ground, its colossal body rose slowly like a mountain, appearing even more majestic under the flickering flames. Once fully upright, it towered over 10 meters, resembling a monarch from the depths of hell. Its front paws slammed against the earth, each impact sending tremors through the ground. As if the land itself could not withstand its might, waves of force surged from beneath its feet, sweeping around like a tempest, pushing both Maite Kai and Qianrenshua backward. The gravity of the situation etched a serious expression on their faces, as they realized the ensuing battle would be far more arduous. Suddenly, Qianrenshua felt an inexplicable chill envelop her. She had been gracefully darting through the air, skillfully restraining the movements of the dark demon evil god tiger, but at this moment, she hesitated mid-flight. Time seemed to freeze, her pupils reflecting those grotesque, blood-red eyes. Those eyes, as if forged from the abyss, radiated an endless aura of murderous intent and malevolence. She felt as though she were ensnared by an invisible force, penetrating her very soul and rendering her motionless. The surrounding world faded away, leaving only those burning crimson eyes magnifying relentlessly in her mind. Her heart raced, cold sweat trickling down her forehead, yet she could not break free from that binding power. On the other side, a fierce battle erupted as well. A two-headed serpent darted through the air, expelling lethal toxic mist, striving to create an opening for the colossal porcupine to strike. However, their adversary was no ordinary foe. It was a titan gorilla, cloaked in darkness and towering like a small mountain. The titan gorilla's skin resembled unyielding rock, impervious even to the sharp spines of the porcupine Douluo. Its eyes glimmered with feral rage, each roar sending ripples through the surrounding air. The serpent's toxic mist seemed to lose its potency in its presence, dissipated by an unseen force. To prevent the titan gorilla from interfering with the confrontation between the young master and Maite Kai against the dark demon evil god tiger, the two were compelled to confront the titan gorilla with their combined strength of level 92. The porcupine Douluo and serpent spear Douluo joined forces, attempting to contain the rampaging beast. However, the titan gorilla's power exceeded their wildest expectations. Each punch it threw carried the weight of a landslide, forcing both fighters to retreat repeatedly. Their expressions were grave, understanding that they had encountered a formidable adversary. The Titan's presence here was merely to drive away the dark demon evil god tiger, yet they had not anticipated facing the Spirit Hall's title Douluo in this encounter. Upon the mere mention of the Titan Great Ape from the Spirit Hall, memories of the gentle Aunt Ro inevitably flood my mind. A flicker of alertness passed through Maite Kai's eyes as he astutely detected the subtle spatial fluctuations surrounding Qianrenshua. This disturbance resembled a vortex lurking beneath the surface, gradually expanding with the intent of ensnaring Qianrenshua within its grasp. He recalled the ancient texts he had perused in the library of the Spirit Hall, which spoke of the dark demon evil god tiger's unique ability, drawing individuals into an arena for a one-on-one life and death duel. The atmosphere was thick with tension and oppression, and Qianrenshua's figure began to blur, as if gradually enveloped by an invisible force. Maite Kai's heart tightened. He realized that the dark demon evil god tiger had initiated its attack. He swiftly concentrated his soul power, preparing to act before Qianrenshua was completely drawn into the arena. The green vapor surrounding Maite Kai intensified, and in an instant, he appeared beside Qianrenshua. Not on my watch. He pushed her away just before she was pulled into the deadly confrontation, and in her stead, he was drawn into the arena. In that moment, the world around him distorted, as if torn by an unseen force, his vision cloaked in a chaotic gray. Within this peculiar realm, time seemed to lose all significance, and everything fell into a state of suspension. Glancing upward, he beheld an expanse of boundless darkness, where stars flickered yet failed to illuminate the eerie arena. Beneath his feet lay a hard surface, imbued with an oddly soft sensation akin to treading upon a sponge. The air was thick with an indescribable essence, both frigid and searing, suffocating in its intensity. A wave of profound unease surged within Maite Kai. He understood that he was now within the arena of the dark demon evil god tiger, a battleground that existed solely in legend. He inhaled deeply, striving to quell the turmoil in his heart, yet that inexplicable chill coiled around him like a venomous serpent, preventing him from relaxing. Ultimately, Maite Kai was but a 14-year-old boy, his mental fortitude still immature. Had he encountered the dark demon, evil god tiger 2 years later, he would undoubtedly exhibit no semblance of fear. The arena of life and death was now activated. As the countdown reached its conclusion, 3, 2, 1, the colossal form of the dark demon, evil god tiger, trembled violently, the very air around it seemingly torn asunder by its overwhelming presence. Its eyes glowed with a blood-red luminescence in the darkness, akin to two flames ablaze, exuding an insatiable thirst for slaughter. Its foreclaws, sharp and lethal, wielded the power to rend all as they lashed towards Maite Kai. The air was pierced by a deafening sound of rushing wind. As the claw's gale cleaved through the silence of space, Maite Kai felt a fierce gust assail him, his pupils dilating, heart contracting instantaneously, as if gripped tightly by an unseen hand. Faced with this fatal blow, Maite Kai summoned every ounce of his strength. A faint green luminescence emanating from the surface of his body, a manifestation of the soul power within him. In a flash, he attempted to evade the lethal attack. Yet the speed of the dark demon, evil god tiger surpassed his wildest imagination, its massive paw swiftly closing in on him. Maite Kai moved like a streak of green lightning, deftly maneuvering through the frenzied assault of the dark demon, evil god tiger. His eyes shimmered with unwavering resolve as he wielded his nunchaku with precision, forming an invisible barrier. Just as the titanic paw was about to make contact, he executed a sudden backward somersault, narrowly escaping the deadly strike. His figure traced an elegant arc through the air, landing gracefully on the ground. The moment his feet touched the earth, without a hint of hesitation, he gripped his nunchaku tightly and surged toward the dark demon evil god tiger like an arrow. His onslaught was fierce and swift, each punch, kick, and strike of the nunchaku landing solidly against the beast. Maite Kai's assault was as relentless as a tempest, transforming him into a green whirlwind amidst the arena, starkly contrasting with the massive form of the dark demon evil god tiger. The nunchaku in his hands moved like two agile fire dragons, carving heated trails through the air, each swing infused with devastating power. The ground of the arena trembled under the impact of his strikes, as if the very fabric of space were being torn asunder by this force. Although the dark demon evil god tiger was colossal, it was compelled to retreat repeatedly under Maite Kai's barrage, its eyes reflecting a flicker of uncertainty. In this moment, Maite Kai embodied the essence of a war deity on the battlefield, his gaze resolute and cold, every movement imbued with determination. The nunchaku traced brilliant arcs in the darkness, akin to the brightest meteors in the night sky, illuminating the oppressive arena. As time wore on, Maite Kai finally sensed something amiss. He had exited the sixth gate state, and now struggled to maintain even the fifth gate, while the dark demon evil god tiger appeared to be undergoing significant changes, its form diminishing severely compared to when it had entered. Most notably, its once mighty wings, spanning several meters, were now reduced. Sensing the peril, the dark demon evil god tiger swiftly twisted its massive body, creating a distance of several dozen meters between itself and Maite Kai in the blink of an eye. Its eyes glimmered with cunning as it began to gradually coalesce a dark purple energy sphere in its mouth. These energy spheres, like meteors streaking across the night sky, shot forth one after another with destructive force toward Maite Kai. He moved with the agility of a mountain monkey, weaving effortlessly through the barrage of energy spheres. Gripping his nunchaku tightly, each strike sent forth a howling wind, sparking against the air. The dark purple energy spheres erupted under the ferocious impact of the nunchaku, releasing blinding violet light and powerful shockwaves. The two figures continued to diminish in size. Merely half an hour had elapsed, and Maite Kai had already reverted to the age of 9. Meanwhile, the 60,000-year-old dark demon evil god tiger had also regressed to merely 30,000 years of cultivation. Maite Kai moved with the agility of a flame, darting across the arena. With each swing of his nunchaku, fiery effects erupted, resembling two dragons of flame dancing in the air. These flames were not mere visual tricks, but rather the manifestation of the fierce clash between his soul power and life force, each strike imbued with astonishing destructive potential. Although he had not yet entered the sixth gate, even in his ordinary state, Maite Kai could unleash the morning peacock. At this moment, despite having returned to the tender age of 9, his gaze was resolute, brimming with courage and determination. No longer did he tremble before the imposing figure and terrifying strength of the dark demon evil god tiger. Instead, he chose to confront it with bravery. The dark demon evil god tiger, taken aback, felt a flicker of fear. It had not anticipated that this seemingly frail youth could unleash such formidable power. However, it was still the formidable dark demon evil god tiger, and even with diminished cultivation, it was not easily vanquished. As the duel intensified, the arena was filled with howling winds and swirling dust. Though Might Guy's stature was diminutive, each swing of his nunchaku seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 pounds, tearing through the air with a piercing whoosh. His eyes were fixated on the dark demon evil god tiger, each assault rapid and fierce, leaving his adversary struggling to respond. Despite its massive size, the dark demon evil god tiger began to show signs of fatigue under Might Guy's relentless onslaught. Its wings flapped desperately in the air, attempting to fend off the attacks, but each time they were seared by the scorching flames. Suddenly, Might Guy flashed like a bolt of green lightning, appearing at the side of the dark demon evil god tiger in an instant. Gripping his nunchaku tightly, he yanked forcefully, tearing one of the creature's wings from its colossal form. With the loss of a wing, the dark demon evil god tiger howled in pain as its massive body plummeted heavily to the ground. A determined glint sparkled in Might Guy's eyes as he unhesitatingly discarded all burdens. The heavy equipment fell to the earth like meteorites, creating shocking craters in the hard ground. Amidst the swirling dust, Might Guy's silhouette appeared like a phantom, his lithe form moving with blinding speed, almost beyond the realm of human perception. In a flash, a green figure darted across the arena, accompanied by a deafening roar as Might Guy delivered a powerful stomp onto the dark demon evil god tiger's head. This formidable blow drove the creature's massive body into the ground, causing the surrounding soil to scatter violently. The dark demon evil god tiger emitted a heart-wrenching wail. Its eyes filled with disbelief and terror. A shadow of death swiftly loomed over the dark demon evil god tiger, which lay helpless beneath Might Guy's foot. Its once mighty form now rendered utterly powerless. Though its eyes flickered with defiance and fury, they were predominantly filled with a profound sense of terror. Its limbs struggled helplessly against the ground, yearning to break free from Might Guy's grasp. Yet each attempt was as futile as a mere ant attempting to shake a tree. The head of the dark demon god tiger was forcefully pressed into the earth, the surrounding soil compressing beneath Might Guy's feet, forming a myriad of tiny fissures. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of its mouth, mingling with the dirt to create a striking crimson tableau. Its body trembled, each quiver seeming to send ripples through the very air around it, as if the atmosphere itself was quaking in response. The blow had dislodged the dark demon god tiger's brain, yet the instinct for survival compelled it to resist. Gradually, its form grew weaker beneath Might Guy's foot, the light in its eyes dimming with each futile struggle, reminiscent of a final, desperate gasp for life. Might Guy stood resolute, his feet anchored like stone, his gaze piercing and unwavering, as if capable of penetrating any obstacle in his path. The winds around them seemed to have ceased, enveloping the arena in an oppressive silence. Only the faint sound of the dark demon god tiger's labored breaths and the subtle tremors of the ground reverberated through the still air. Its head was now entirely engulfed by the soil, leaving behind only a pair of despairing eyes and a mouth caked with mud. Blood continued to trickle from its lips, merging with the earth to create a harrowing scene. Its limbs flailed helplessly in the air, each lift appearing to exhaust its every ounce of strength. Ding! The system begins to intervene in the rules. Intervention successful. Exiting the deathmatch arena status. Chapter 18. The fierce battle with the Titan ape. After a moment of dizziness, the scene before Meikai gradually came into focus. He realized he was no longer in the blood-soaked and perilous arena of life and death. Surrounding him was a dense jungle, sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting a warm glow upon his weary, sweat-drenched face. Simultaneously, the dark sky above suddenly tore apart, as if the heavens themselves had been ripped asunder. Following this, a shadow plummeted rapidly, accompanied by a deafening roar, as the colossal form of the dark demon tiger crashed heavily onto the ground. The earth trembled violently, dust swirling and enveloping everything in a shroud of gray mist. Struggling to his feet, Meikai gazed at the massive beast lying before him. The dark demon tiger's eyes had lost their former ferocity. Its immense body appeared fragile at this moment, its fur matted with dirt and blood, breathing feebly. The birds of the jungle, startled by the thunderous sound, took flight, fleeing from this battlefield that had recently been filled with strife. Matakai's heartbeat had yet to steady when new sounds of combat emerged from the depths of the jungle. Furrowing his brow, he perked up his ears, attempting to capture the distant tremors of battle. Suddenly, a powerful fluctuation of soul energy surged from the left, as if an invisible wall had forcefully collided with his perception. He quickly turned his head, only to witness chaos in the distance. Trees uprooted, soil and stones swept away by the raging winds. At the heart of that turmoil, three figures engaged in fierce combat, each clash resonating with thunderous explosions. With his keen eyesight, Meikai recognized the three formidable fighters. Qian Rengshu, adorned in a flowing golden palace gown, appeared ethereal as she unleashed her first 5 soul skills, streaking through the air like meteors, each strike infused with a chilling aura. She was locked in a deadly struggle against the soul-piercing Douluo and the snake spear Douluo, battling the Titan ape with unwavering resolve. The Titan ape's immense form loomed like a mountain, shaking the ground beneath it, threatening to collapse at any moment. Although Qian Rengshu moved gracefully, her soul skill seemed insignificant in the face of such a colossal beast. Golden light coalesced in her hands, transforming into sharp blades of energy. However, upon striking the Titan ape's thick skin, they vanished without a trace, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. Qian Rengshu's complexion grew increasingly pale, clearly having expended a considerable amount of soul power. Meanwhile, the soul-piercing Douluo and the snake spear Douluo unleashed their ultimate techniques, seeking to restrain the rampaging giant. However, they soon realized that Qian Rengshu's presence became a burden. Whenever they attempted to concentrate their firepower against the Titan ape, her soul skills inadvertently disrupted their rhythm, thwarting their offensive efforts time and again. Furthermore, when the Titan ape targeted Qian Rengshu, the two warriors had to divert their attention to protect her. They watched helplessly as the Titan ape's colossal fist, reminiscent of a mountain, descended mercilessly upon the soul-piercing Douluo. The ground crumbled beneath that strike, and the figure of the soul-piercing Douluo was ruthlessly engulfed by the tremendous force, leaving behind only a haunting silence amidst the swirling dust. Immediately, the Titan ape unleashed a deafening roar, its sound waves expanding like a tangible force, causing the surrounding trees to snap and their leaves to scatter wildly. Under the weight of this terrifying roar, Snake Spear Douluo staggered back, his face betraying a look of sheer terror. Amidst this chaos, Qian Renshu's figure appeared particularly solitary and helpless. Her golden gown billowed in the wind, yet in this moment, it lost its former grace and tranquility. Confronted by the Titan ape's colossal form and ferocious might, she felt diminutive and fragile. The Titan ape, resembling a mountain in stature, stood as an unyielding tower within the jungle. It opened its gaping maw and emitted a thunderous roar, its voice reverberating like rolling thunder throughout the forest. "Return my aunt to me." The Titan ape pounded its massive chest a few times. Then, with a furious roar, its colossal fists came crashing down upon the ground. As it roared, an invisible wave of gravitational force surged outward, causing the surrounding trees to splinter under the pressure, their branches and leaves scattering like paper caught in a tempest. Qian Renshu felt an overwhelming weight descend upon her, as if an unseen force was pulling her down, driving her body violently toward the ground. Her golden gown traced a beautiful arc through the air, yet it now seemed utterly powerless. She struggled to steady herself, but the gravitational force surged like a tide, rendering her unable to resist. Ultimately, she crashed heavily onto the ground, dust swirling around her as her gown became soiled with earth and her once flowing hair clung messily to her face. The Titan ape's eyes gleamed with a savage light, as if it aimed to consume the entire jungle. Its gigantic form arced through the air like a meteor plummeting to earth, exuding an aura of destruction. At that moment, the impaled porcupine Douluo managed to rise, and the snake spear Douluo, having been thrown back, also regained his footing. Sensing the peril facing their young master, both cried out in unison, "Young master, evade." Just as the situation reached its critical point, Mai Kai's figure appeared like a specter, darting toward the Titan ape with urgency. His fists clenched tightly as his soul power surged wildly. With a resounding crash, Mai Kai's fist collided forcefully with the Titan ape's massive paw, unleashing an invisible shockwave that radiated outward from their point of impact, snapping nearby trees and sending branches flying. The Titan ape roared in fury, its colossal fist momentarily repelled by Mai Kai's strike. Though Mai Kai was also thrust backward by the recoil, he performed a somersault in midair, landing steadily on the ground. Standing firmly, Mai Kai's hands trembled slightly, pain radiating from his palms. He lifted his gaze to the enormous Titan ape, observing the turbulent mix of brutality and confusion reflected in its crimson eyes. The colossal fist of the Titan great ape lingered momentarily in the air, as if in disbelief that anyone could withstand its full force strike. Upon that immense knuckle, subtle waves of soul power coursed through, each tremor seemingly infused with cataclysmic potential. The surrounding atmosphere felt as though it had solidified, with only the deep, resonant breaths of the Titan great ape echoing in the silence. Mike Kai inhaled deeply, acutely aware of his life force rapidly depleting, yet he could not falter at this crucial moment. AKA, Qian Ringshu weakly rose from the ground. Two titled Douluo, their chests heaving, positioned themselves protectively in front of her. The recent battle with the Titan great ape had drained their soul power completely, rendering them incapable of maintaining their martial spirit forms. The Titan great ape gradually bent down, its bell-like eyes gleaming with fierce intensity, resembling twin bolts of lightning cleaving through the night sky. Its gaze was fixed unwaveringly upon Mike Kai, as if seeking to pierce through his very essence. Everything seemed to stand still, save for the weighty breaths of the Titan great ape reverberating in the air. Mike Kai felt the oppressive force emanating from the creature, as heavy as a mountain. Yet, he did not retreat. He clenched his fists, determination radiating from his unwavering gaze that met the Titan great apes. He understood that this moment of confrontation was not merely a matter of his own survival, but also the safety of Qian Ringshu and the two titled Douluo. The law enforcement elder. Snake Spear Douluo hesitated, words caught in his throat, ultimately unable to articulate his thoughts. Mike Kai slowly turned to face Qian Ringshu and the two titled Douluo, a resolute light flickering in his eyes. Though his frame was slender, at this moment he appeared extraordinarily imposing. He took a deep breath, as if summoning all his strength. His fists clenched tightly, veins protruding, a testament to his unwavering resolve and tenacity. He lowered his gaze, sweeping it over the three, ultimately resting it upon Qian Ringshu's face. A gentle smile graced his lips, as if to reassure her that there was no need for fear. For he was there. In that instant, time seemed to freeze, with only their four figures standing out vividly in the sunlight. Elders, take care of Schwer. I shall confront the Titan great ape. At this moment, Mike Kai was enveloped in green steam, having once again entered the sixth gate, now more adept than ever. AKA, Qian Ringshu wished to express something further, but at that instant, Mike Kai had already engaged in combat with the Titan great ape. The creature that had previously overpowered the three now appeared to be faltering under Mike Kai's assault. No, I must assist AKA, Qian Ringshu bit her lip resolutely. Her gaze fixed steadfastly upon the ailing dark demon god tiger in the distance. As sunlight slanted down, the black patterns on the dark demon god tiger's body appeared even more menacing, yet in Qian Ringshu's eyes, it represented her sole hope. She slowly rose to her feet. Her golden gown fluttering in the breeze, though covered in dust, it could not obscure her inherent nobility and resilience. She clasped her hands together, and golden light gradually emanated from her palms, heralding her imminent attack. Qianren Xue inhaled deeply, her figure darting forth like a golden meteor towards the dark demon evil god tiger. Her speed was astonishing, as if she were racing against time itself. Behind her, golden wings unfurled slowly, resembling an angel descending to earth, bringing forth light and hope. Qianren Xue streaked across the sky like a shooting star, her golden longsword radiating a dazzling brilliance, as if it could sever all darkness. Just as the sword's tip was about to make contact with the head of the dark demon, evil god tiger, an overwhelming surge of soul power erupted from her entire being, and with a deafening roar, the tiger's head was cleaved off in one stroke, blood gushing forth and staining the surrounding earth. With the demise of the dark demon, evil god tiger, a pitch-black 10,000-year soul ring slowly materialized, exuding an enticing glow. Qianren Xue did not afford the serpent spear Douluo and the porcupine Douluo any opportunity to react. She flickered into position above the soul ring, her golden wings gently fluttering as if to ward off all distractions. The angelic domain activated, and without hesitation, Qianren Xue began to absorb the soul ring infused with dark elements. The air around her seemed to ripple with each breath, the golden wings stirring up subtle currents of dust. Behind her, the porcupine Douluo and the serpent spear Douluo wore serious expressions, their eyes intently fixed on Qianren Xue. Hands clenched tightly, as if gathering strength for an imminent strike. Yet, confronted with Qianren Xue, who had already commenced the absorption process, they hesitated to act. They understood that interrupting her absorption could lead to catastrophic consequences for her meridians. They had contemplated intervening, but by the time they regained their wits, Qianren Xue had already begun to draw on the soul ring. Thus, the only course of action available to them was to provide her with protective support. Meanwhile, Maite Kai was locked in a fierce struggle with the Titan great ape, visibly showing signs of fatigue. His eyes were bloodshot, beads of sweat mingling with dust. trickling down his cheeks like small streams. With each punch, he felt the ache in his muscles and the draining of his vitality. It was as if he were ensnared in a life-and-death arena, battling the dark demon evil god tiger for 3 days and nights. Though only a mere incense stick-esque duration had passed in the outside world, the toll it took was palpably real. Each attack from the Titan Great Ape was akin to the rumble of mountains collapsing, the ground trembling beneath its weight. Mai Kai gritted his teeth, relying on his indomitable will and steadfast conviction to withstand the relentless onslaught of the giant ape time and again. His figure danced across the battlefield, elusive like a specter. Yet each appearance was accompanied by a surge of more ferocious power. Health, 150-700, only 150 health points remained. If the battle was not resolved soon, he would be forced to exit the 8 Gates Douluo state. To confront the Titan Great Ape in his ordinary form would be akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot, or a fly rushing into the fire. Taking a deep breath, Mai Kai felt himself lifted by an invisible force, soaring high into the air. The sunlight bathed him in its golden embrace, elongating his silhouette and casting a stark contrast against the colossal Titan ape on the ground. His eyes sparkled with a resolute gleam, and his hands moved swiftly through the air, as if weaving some arcane sigil. With each flourish of his hands, a searing heat began to permeate the atmosphere. Fireballs coalesced within the shadows of Mai Kai's fists, streaking across the sky like meteors, accompanied by a howling wind and a wave of scorching air, relentlessly hurtling towards the Titan ape. The fireballs traced brilliant arcs in the air, sharply contrasting with the massive form of the Titan. They raced through the sky, akin to blazing flames, distorting the surrounding air in their wake. When the fireballs collided with the Titan's enormous palms, a deafening roar erupted, accompanied by a blinding radiance, as if seeking to engulf the entire battlefield. To the peacock, Mai Kai's fists danced in the air, reminiscent of a fervent phoenix amidst flames. His arms swung like a tempest, each punch birthing a new fireball, weaving a tapestry of inferno that cascaded down upon the Titan ape. The fireballs fell like a torrential meteor shower, enveloping the Titan's gargantuan form. The giant roared in fury, yet under the unrelenting barrage of fireballs, its rhythm of attack was severely disrupted. The explosions of the fireballs reverberated, intermingling with the Titan's roars to create a tragic symphony. The entire battlefield appeared to be consumed by flames, a torrid heat assailing the senses and rendering it impossible to gaze upon. Mai Kai's figure flickered within the inferno, as though he had become the sovereign of this fiery realm, each punch imbued with cataclysmic force. The Titan's eyes glimmered with rage and defiance, reflecting the light of the fireballs. Its arms crossed, colossal hands cloaked in rock-like fur, seemingly impervious to any assault. Yet, just as it prepared to muster its strength for a counterattack, a sudden bellow from the depths of the forest resonated like a thunderclap, shaking the very fabric of the battlefield. This low, terrifying roar seemed to transcend time, echoing from an ancient era, imbued with infinite majesty and a sense of oppression. The Titan ape cast a reluctant glance at Mai Kai before turning away, fleeing from the scene without a backward glance. Chapter 19. Qian Ringshu's sixth soul skill. The colossal form of the Titan Great Ape vanished at the edge of the forest, akin to a mountain fading into the horizon, leaving behind an enveloping silence. Mai Kai inhaled deeply, as if to draw in all the tension and exhaustion, only to expel it with his exhalation. He gradually lowered his head, the green vapor enveloping him dissipating like morning mist evaporating under the sun, revealing his sturdy yet fatigued muscles. Sweat trickled down his forehead, falling onto the earth below with a soft patter. He felt a wave of weakness, yet more prominently, a profound joy in having triumphed over a formidable foe. His legs trembled slightly, but he steadfastly maintained his posture, unwilling to reveal any sign of weakness in that moment. Notification: exited the 8 gates of Douluo state. Life points are recovering continuously. 13700. As Mai Kai's state of 8 gates of Douluo faded, an unusual ripple suddenly stirred in the depths of the forest. The figure of Qian Ringshu gradually materialized, her eyes shimmering with a resolute light, as if capable of piercing through the forest mist. She gently raised her arm, and 6 soul rings pulsated rhythmically around her, resembling ancient runes dancing in the air. The final black soul ring, contrasting sharply with the hues of the other 5, resembled a solitary star in the darkness, shimmering with a mysterious and profound radiance. Qian Ringshu's expression was inscrutable, yet her gaze exuded an indescribable majesty. She stood there in tranquil repose, seemingly merging with the surrounding forest, embodying its guardian spirit. The black 10,000-year soul ring further enhanced her aura of enigma and danger. Bathed in the twilight of the forest, Qian Rengshu appeared both fragile and resilient. Suddenly, she surged toward Might Guy, her golden hair billowing in the wind like a streak of lightning slicing through the stillness. She leapt into his embrace. In that fleeting moment, all her fears and helplessness transformed into scalding tears, cascading from the corners of her eyes and falling onto Might Guy's chest. Her arms wrapped tightly around him, as if she sought to completely merge her being with his. Her cheek pressed against his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. The most solid anchor she could find in that instant. The mingling of golden tears and green sweat dripped between them, creating a poignant tableau. Might Guy slowly lifted his arms, enveloping Qian Rengshu as if to fuse her with himself. His palms gently stroked her trembling back, each finger imparting warmth. Striving to dispel the fears within her heart, Qian Rengshu's tears cascaded onto Might Guy's chest, moistening the patch of skin. She looked up at him, her eyes glimmering with a complex array of emotions, fear, dependence, and an almost imperceptible determination. Her cheek remained pressed against his chest, attuned to the steady heartbeat, as if it were the safest harbor in the world. The surrounding forest, bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun, appeared exceptionally serene, with only the intertwining sounds of their breaths and heartbeats composing a heartwarming scene. The gaze of Mei Tikai was suffused with tenderness as he looked down at Qian Ruxue in his arms. "Where, as long as I am here, I will not allow any harm to come to you." His voice was low and gentle, yet within Qian Ruxue's heart, there blossomed an inexplicable sense of trust. Following the crisis, Mei Tikai's thoughts began to clarify. He fixed his eyes upon Qian Ruxue, observing as the 6 soul rings gracefully revolved around her. Among them, the black soul ring stood out strikingly, resembling a black hole that devoured the surrounding light. His heartbeat quickened, and the fearsome visage of the dark demon evil god tiger flashed in his mind. He gently pushed Qian Ruxue away, his gaze intensely focused on the black soul ring, which pulsated slowly, as if imbued with life, each ripple seemingly narrating a tale of an unknown power. Furrowing his brow, Mei Tikai sensed the formidable and eerie nature of that dark power. Qian Ruxue seemed to notice the shift in Mei Tikai's demeanor. She lifted her head, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. Taking a deep breath, Mei Tikai spoke slowly. "Schwer, did you absorb the soul ring of the dark demon evil god tiger?" A hint of disbelief tinged his voice. As Qian Ruxue nodded slightly, the 6th black soul ring instantaneously radiated a dazzling brilliance, and a mysterious, potent force surged forth. The surrounding space seemed to be drawn by this power, beginning to oscillate subtly. Suddenly, a blinding golden light erupted from Qian Ruxue, followed by the gradual emergence of a new figure within the radiance. It was a being strikingly similar to Qian Ruxue, yet possessing an entirely different aura. Clad in black angelic attire, each inch of fabric appeared steeped in dark power, shimmering with an enigmatic luster. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, white and flowing down to her waist, contrasting sharply with her black garb, adding an air of mystery and authority. "Akai, the soul ring of the dark demon evil god tiger has bestowed upon me the skill of the angelic avatar. However, I cannot fully wield its inherent darkness. This avatar possessed 100 of my strength and governed my desires along with all negative emotions." The dark Qian Ruxue before him was clearly her shadowed side. In contrast, the light side of Qian Ruxue retained her original gentleness and resilience, golden light swirling around her like a divine angel descending upon the earth. A steadfast brilliance flickered in her eyes, as if capable of piercing through all darkness. Meanwhile, the dark side manifested as an entirely new Qian Ruxue. Clad in black angelic attire, her white hair merging seamlessly with the shadows. Her gaze was profound and cold, as if it could consume all light. Her presence resembled a black hole, drawing in the negative energy surrounding her. The dark Qian Ruxue appeared particularly eerie as she intertwined closely with Mei Tikai's form, akin to a tendril extending from the abyss, wrapping tightly around him. Her eyes, like an unfathomable chasm, exuded an indescribable allure, as if they could ensnare one's very soul. Qian Renshue stood aside, enveloped in a golden radiance that danced around her, presenting a stark contrast to the surrounding darkness. She gazed at her shadowy counterpart, a tumult of indescribable emotion surging within her. It was a fear of the unknown, intertwined with a sense of self-doubt. The dark Qian Renshue's fingers glided gently across Might Guy's chest, leaving a faint trace in their wake. Her voice, rich and beguiling, seemed to possess an enchanting allure that rendered resistance futile. "You and I were once one. Why do you seek to transform me into your source of power?" The dark Qianren Shui spoke, her words dripping with seduction. Chapter 20. Qianren Shui stood to the side, her eyes brimming with anger and helplessness. The shadowy figure of dark Qianren Shui flickered in the interplay of light and shadow, her provocative gaze fixed intently on Qianren Shui, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of her lips. Each time Mike Kai's gaze inadvertently met hers, dark Qianren Shui would deliberately cast a flirtatious glance, as if flaunting something. Qianren Shui clenched her fists, her nails digging deeply into her palms, yet she remained silent. She understood that such a conflict could not be resolved through mere words, and Mike Kai's affections were beyond her control. She could only watch helplessly as dark Qianren Shui circled around Mike Kai, each fleeting touch piercing her heart as if it were being sliced by a blade. Moreover, the dark version of Qianren Shui could technically be considered a part of herself, engaging in a childish quarrel that felt absurd. Dark Qianren Shui glided gracefully to Mike Kai's front, elegantly lifting her finger to gently hook under his chin, compelling him to meet her gaze. In the dim light, her eyes sparkled with an enchanting yet perilous brilliance, akin to two stars in the night sky. Mike Kai's heart raced uncontrollably. Feeling the icy touch of her fingertip and the complex emotions reflected in her eyes, a mix of provocation, seduction, and an indescribable sorrow, he felt himself drawn into an intricately woven vortex by this intangible force. The air around them seemed to solidify, leaving only the subtle interaction between dark Qianren Shui and Mike Kai. Okay, let us return to the spirit hall. Qianren Shui breathed deeply, striving to suppress the fury within her as she turned to grasp Mike Kai's hand, attempting to extricate him from this bizarre entanglement. However, just as they were about to step away from the strange atmosphere, dark Qianren Shui suddenly made her move. With a swift motion, she appeared behind them like a wraith. And then, in an utterly tantalizing manner, she pressed her soft body against Mike Kai's back. Her arms encircled his neck, her cheek brushing against his ear as if whispering secrets. This scene struck Qianren Shui like a thunderbolt. Her eyes widened in disbelief at the provocative and triumphant expression of dark Qianren Shui. Mike Kai's body stiffened instantly, acutely aware of the cold yet soft sensation behind him and the faint fragrance that enveloped him, stirring an inexplicable turmoil within. The one behind him was also Qianren Shui, and the one grasping his hand was also Qianren Shui, leaving Mike Kai in a dilemma. Shui, can you not dispel this soul skill? Mike Kai said, a sheen of sweat on his brow. If he were to succumb further to the teasing of dark Qianren Shui, he might truly find himself standing at attention. The aura of dark Qianren Shui, reminiscent of orchids and musk, lingered delicately at the tip of Mike Kai's nose. He felt as if he were enveloped in a shadowy forest, with the fragrance reminiscent of morning dew lingering in the air, imbued with a crispness and a hint of sweetness. The scent of her body intertwined with the maidenly aroma of the dark Qianren Shui, akin to the most intoxicating wine in existence, causing Mei Kai's mind to drift into a state of bewilderment. He closed his eyes, attempting to regain his composure. Yet the aroma seemed to possess a spellbinding quality, permeating through his pores and infiltrating his veins, accelerating his heartbeat involuntarily. He sensed his breath becoming shallow, as if an unseen force was propelling him forward, rendering him powerless to resist. Qianren Shui, equally exasperated, could only shake her head and say resignedly, it's futile. Perhaps it is due to the spatial attribute of that soul beast. Even if I withdraw my soul power supply to the soul skill, she will still persist. At that moment, the dark Qianren Shui, resting upon Mei Kai's back, began to speak softly. Little Shui, I am your other self, which means I am you. Wishing for my disappearance is not a wise choice. Her voice, delicate and ethereal, gently echoed in Mei Kai's ears, as if imbued with a certain enchantment, drawing him into a transient stupor. Her tone was deep and magnetic, reminiscent of a gentle night breeze caressing the surface of a lake, stirring ripples that stirred the heart. Observing this, Qianren Shui puffed up her cheeks, resembling a small hamster stuffed with food, glaring angrily at the dark Qianren Shui. Her bright eyes sparkled with indignation and helplessness, yet also bore a hint of defiance. She bit her lip, seemingly striving to contain her emotions, suppressing the flames of anger within. However, the dark Qianren Shui appeared oblivious to Qianren Shui's fury, continuing to whisper sweetly in her ear, her voice akin to a gentle snare, ensnaring Mei Kai unknowingly. The only recourse now was to return to the offering hall and seek guidance from Douluo. As a level 99, he might possess some insight. Within the offering hall, Douluo's lips twitched involuntarily as he struggled to suppress the shock and unease brewing within him. The dimly lit hall, with the flickering candlelight, infused the space with an air of mystery and tension. Douluo's face appeared particularly grave in the interplay of light and shadow. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, akin to morning dew, silently cascading down. He slowly rose to his feet, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze flitting between the two Qianrengshu. He endeavored to discern subtle differences in their expressions and behaviors, yet found himself at a loss. Their identical visages resembled reflections from the same mirror, leaving him momentarily unsure of how to proceed. Who understands what family means? Awakening to find my granddaughter has multiplied into two. The atmosphere within the offering hall grew increasingly tense as Douluo's gaze traversed between the two Qianrengshu, his brow furrowed, seemingly pondering a rare and intricate dilemma. His fingers tapped unconsciously behind him, producing a faint yet urgent sound that starkly contrasted with the silence of the hall. Qianwanxue and Dark Qianwanxue stood before him, their visages strikingly similar, yet their temperaments profoundly different. Qianwanxue's gaze revealed a sense of worry and helplessness, while Dark Qianwanxue exuded a hint of provocation and arrogance. Their presence enveloped the entire worship hall in an indescribable, eerie atmosphere. Mike Kai stood to the side, his eyes darting between the two Qianrengshus, his heart brimming with confusion and unease. He found himself at a loss regarding how to confront this sudden upheaval, and even more so, how to resolve this seemingly insurmountable dilemma. Ultimately, after a brief moment of contemplation, Douluo came to accept the existence of this dark counterpart, recognizing that although they were fundamentally one, their essences diverged significantly. Qianwanxue embodied sanctity and inviolability, whereas Dark Qianwanxue was suffused with an alluring aura. Chapter 21. Ultimately departing Mike Kai found himself ensnared by two strikingly divergent gazes, as though bound by invisible chains, enveloped in an ineffable pressure. The intertwining forms of Qianrengshu resembled a mirage of two worlds, one pure and immaculate, the other profoundly dark. Their eyes pierced through his soul like twin blades. Beads of perspiration formed on Mike Kai's brow as he slightly turned his head, attempting to evade the sharp scrutiny. Yet, no matter how he tried to escape, those two stares followed him relentlessly, seemingly intent on unearthing the secrets buried within his heart. Drawing a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself. Knowing full well that evasion was not an option, he must confront the dual manifestations of Qianrengshu before him and seek a resolution to his predicament. Douluo stood there like a towering mountain, silent and profound. His gaze wandered between the two Qianrengshu, ultimately resting upon their eerily similar yet distinctly different visages. A faint melancholy permeated the air, and with a sigh, it seemed as if time itself had frozen. He slowly extended his hand, hesitating just before contact, fearful of shattering the peculiar balance that enveloped them. A complex array of emotions flickered in his eyes, concern for his granddaughter's future intertwined with the resignation to fate's caprices. He recognized that these two Qianrengshu, one embodying light and the other darkness, were a riddle that could not be unraveled. Ultimately, he had to accept the reality that his precious granddaughter had transformed into two beings. The following morning, as dawn broke and the horizon glimmered with soft golden hues, Mike Kai's figure appeared in the square before the shrine, clad in simple training attire, his stride steady as he circled the grand hall in a rhythmic run. His breath was even and robust, sweat trickling from his brow onto the hard stone floor, evaporating instantaneously into fine mist. In Qianrengshu's chamber, shadows enveloped the space, with curtains drawn tight. She sat at the edge of her bed, clutching the hem of her clothes, her eyes shimmering with conflicting emotions. Her complexion was pale, lips pressed tightly together, as if striving to suppress the turmoil within. A subtle air of farewell lingered in the room, evoking a sense of oppression. The dark Qianrengshu silently approached her counterpart, her frigid aura contrasting sharply with the stifling atmosphere. Leaning against the window, she peered through the narrow gaps in the curtains towards the burgeoning brightness outside, as if seeking solace in the boundless light. In a low, resonant voice, she spoke, "Sister, we are destined to be each other's shadows. Neither light nor darkness can sever our bond. There is no need for sorrow, for this is our fate." Qianrengshu lifted her gaze, momentarily clouded by confusion, before regaining her resolve. She regarded the dark Qianrengshu's austere silhouette, feeling an inexplicable surge of strength within her. She understood that regardless of what the future held, she must face it with courage, for only in doing so could she honor their entwined destinies. However, it did not take long for the dark Qianrengshu to realize the absurdity of the situation. Despite being the original entity, this individual had the audacity to refer to her as a younger sister. The dark Qianrengshu stood quietly by the window, the moonlight filtering through the curtains and casting a silvery glow upon her austere visage, adding an air of mystery to her presence. She slightly turned her head, her gaze resting on the contemplative Qian Rengshu beside her, a flicker of complex emotions passing through her eyes. In the sunlight, Qian Rengshu's complexion appeared as pale as snow, her eyes shimmering with a blend of confusion and resolve. Her hands clutched the hem of her garment tightly, as if striving to grasp something elusive, yet feeling utterly powerless. Her body trembled slightly, as though burdened by an immense pressure. The dark Qian Rengshu let out a soft sigh, fully comprehending the anguish of Qian Rengshu. They were two halves of a whole. Every emotional tremor from Qian Rengshu sent ripples through her heart. She yearned to offer comfort, yet found herself at a loss for words. Come on, Brother Kai has been waiting outside for quite some time. Qian Rengshu's mood was shrouded in a tempest of gloom, and she stormed out of the room, each step laden with an oppressive weight. As she pushed open the heavy door, sunlight flooded in, yet it failed to dispel the shadows within her heart. 7 guardians stood like statues at the entrance, their gazes fixed upon Qian Rengshu, imbued with an indescribable complexity. Mike Kai lurked in the corner, his eyes brimming with sorrow and reluctance, as if he wished to speak but ultimately chose silence. Qian Rengshu's gaze swept over the assembly, finally resting on Mike Kai. She noticed the glimmer of tears at the corners of his eyes and felt the pain within his heart. At that moment, her own sorrow deepened. She yearned to articulate her feelings, yet words eluded her, leaving her to quietly endure the weight of it all. Grandfather. Douluo approached and gently patted his granddaughter's shoulder. Xiao Xue, you must take care of yourself when you arrive there. Your safety must come first. If your identity is compromised, even if there are means of remedy, you must abandon them. His voice was deep and resolute, each word carrying the weight of 1,000 burdens, resonating within Qian Rengshu's heart. His gaze was profound, seemingly capable of discerning the depths of the human soul, yet it was filled with an undeniable reluctance and concern for his granddaughter. Sunlight enveloped the duo, casting a golden sheen upon their figures. Douluo's hand clasped tightly around Qian Rengshu's small hand, as if he sought to imprint her warmth firmly into his heart. They stepped out together, the 7 guardians following closely behind, forming a solemn procession. The very air around them seemed to freeze. The only sound echoing in the vast corridor was the rhythm of their footsteps. Each step felt exceedingly heavy, as though narrating the agony of parting. Qian Rengshu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she bit her lip fiercely to prevent her emotions from spilling over. At the rear of the procession, the dark Qian Rengshu gradually slowed her pace, ultimately standing alongside Mike Kai. As she leaned slightly closer to Mite Kai, the enchanting voice of Qian Rushue broke through the darkness. Little Shui is about to leave. Won't you rush over for a hug or a kiss? Upon stepping onto the carriage, her skirt fluttered lightly, her silhouette appearing so fragile yet resolute in the golden sunlight. Mite Kai inhaled deeply, aware that he could not simply let her depart. It was as if an invisible force compelled him forward, and he suddenly surged ahead, wrapping his arms tightly around Qian Rushue's shoulders. She shivered slightly before gradually relaxing, as if shedding all her defenses in that moment. They stood thus by the carriage, the world around them seemingly frozen in time. Sunlight bathed them, warm and bright, yet tinged with a hint of melancholy. Swear, I will come to see you, Mite Kai murmured. In the embrace of Mite Kai, Qian Rushue found a fleeting sense of peace. She gently turned, her eyes, shimmering like stars, radiating unwavering determination. Her delicate lips quivered slightly, as if whispering tales of endless sorrow and reluctance. Suddenly, she rose on her tiptoes and softly pressed her lips against Mite Kai's. This kiss, like a gentle spring breeze, was tender and warm yet imbued with profound affection. Mite Kai was taken aback by the unexpected kiss, nearly breathless. His pupils trembled as if witnessing the most beautiful scene in the world. He held Qian Rushue tightly, as if wishing to merge her into his very essence. Time seemed to freeze, and the surrounding gazes were fixed upon that fleeting moment of intimacy. Douluo's expression darkened, resembling a stormy sky. His countenance, so grim it seemed it could weep. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging, clearly tumultuous emotions roiling within him. His granddaughter appeared to be swept away, and the unfolding scene left him both astonished and helpless. Mite Kai's cheeks flushed crimson, as if scorched by the sun, his heart racing as though it would burst from his chest. He clung to Qian Rushue, wishing to preserve this moment forever. Dark Qian Rushue stood by, her lips twitching into a cold smile. Her gaze flitted between the two, her eyes reflecting a plethora of complex emotions. Initially, she merely intended to jest, never anticipating such a consequence. A surge of inexplicable feelings welled within her. Was it jealousy or resentment? As dark Qian Rushue contemplated, she recalled how she had urged Mite Kai on, hoping to claim him for herself in the future without guilt. Now, it seemed, they were intimately intertwined. Qian Ruxue and Maite Kai appeared to inhabit a world solely their own, lost in their passionate kiss, as if wishing to fuse all their emotions into that singular moment. However, at that instant, a heavy cough shattered the tranquility like thunder. Qian Ruxue was jolted from her reverie, raising her gaze to meet Qian Douluo's authoritative and intricate eyes. Her cheeks flushed instantly, as if ignited by fierce flames, and waves of embarrassment and panic surged within her. In a flurry of panic, she pushed aside Mei Kai and turned to flee towards the carriage, her skirt tracing an elegant arc through the air. Her heart raced like a drum, as if it might burst from her chest. She dared not look back, gripping the carriage door frame tightly, as though seeking a semblance of safety. Qian Rinxue had departed. In this parting, it was uncertain how long it would be before she could see the little angel again. As Qian Rinxue's carriage vanished from sight, the gentleness and reluctance on Qian Douluo's face dissipated in an instant, replaced by an imposing authority. He stepped forward, his iron grip seizing Mei Kai by the nape. As if lifting a mischievous kitten, Mei Kai stumbled, nearly falling to the ground, and looked up in astonishment to meet Qian Douluo's profound and icy gaze. Feeling as though he were being consumed by an endless darkness, a tightness gripped Mei Kai's heart, a sense of oppression he had never experienced before. The great doors of the worship hall creaked open, emitting a heavy sound that seemed to convey a sense of solemnity and reverence. Dragged by Qian Douluo, Mei Kai entered the majestic hall. His steps faltered, yet he was compelled to follow that formidable force. This was contingent upon Mei Kai not resisting. For even after unlocking the 6 gates, he could not contend with Qian Douluo. Mei Kai knew he could not escape. For even the strongest in the sky could not outrun him. The other 6 worshippers exchanged glances, their complex emotions ultimately manifesting as a silent sigh. In the shadows, Qian Rinxue thought her grandfather somewhat childish. After all, it was merely the little cabbage he had nurtured for so many years that had been taken away. Was it truly necessary to be so enraged? Within the worship hall, Qian Douluo stood upon a high platform, gazing down at Mei Kai, his eyes sharp as blades, seemingly capable of piercing through all facades. Mei Kai stood at the center of the grand hall, feeling the immense pressure emanating from Qian Douluo, and he straightened his back, striving to appear composed. He understood that he stood at a crucial turning point, where even the slightest tremor could yield unforeseen consequences. Qian Douluo descended the platform slowly, each step heavy and powerful, as if he intended to shake the very foundation of the hall. Approaching Mei Kai, his piercing gaze fixed upon him, as if seeking to uncover his soul. This time, Qian Douluo did not scrutinize Mei Kai in his capacity as the grand worshipper of the spirit hall, but rather as a grandfather. Mei Kai had grown up under his watchful eye, and his character spoke for itself. In terms of strength, he could now repel the Titan Great Ape, likely possessing the power of a 95th level title Douluo, yet still somewhat lacking in comparison. The only blemish on his record was that he had once taken the notorious Dashi Yu Xiaojiang as his teacher. In response, Mei Kai wished to clarify that his choice in that regard was not entirely his fault. Before his transmigration, he had not closely followed the world of Douluo continent. And since arriving, aside from possessing greater physical strength, he had not exhibited any remarkable qualities. One day, a figure adorned with 2 soul rings, who boldly proclaimed himself the strongest in theoretical prowess across the continent, approached to take Mei Kai as his disciple. At that moment, Mei Kai, still naive to the intricacies of this world, found himself inexplicably consenting. However, the events that unfolded thereafter were quite different. Upon awakening his martial soul, he discovered nothing remarkable, merely a slight enhancement of his physical prowess. Consequently, he became the subject of disdain. Memories of his confrontation with Yu Xiaojiang surged within Mei Kai's mind. That night, his gaze was resolute and piercing, as the moonlight cascaded upon his well-defined muscles, illuminating them with a golden radiance. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling the surge of power within him. Yu Xiaojiang, who once boasted of being the strongest in theoretical knowledge on the continent, now stood before him with a sullen expression. His eyes brimmed with anger and resentment, as if he yearned to devour Mei Kai whole. A smirk of derision curled at the corners of Mei Kai's lips as he surged towards Yu Xiaojiang, his fist raining down like a tempest upon his adversary. Yu Xiaojiang's complexion shifted in alarm, hastily channeling his soul power in defense. Yet, Mei Kai's might was akin to a torrential flood, unstoppable in its fury. Ultimately, he was brought to the ground by a single kick and endured a relentless barrage for half an hour, leaving Yu Xiaojiang so battered that even his own mother might fail to recognize him. It was only after delivering a final, contemptuous spit upon his face that Mai Tai departed. Satisfied to have repaid the humiliation he had endured over the years, doubling it upon the despicable Yu Xiaojiang. Chapter 22. Reclaiming power. The twilight sun cast its gentle glow upon the golden rooftops of the Spirit Hall, enveloping the grand edifice in a warm, gilded hue. Douluo stood at the entrance of the hall, his gaze piercing through layers of light and shadow, resting upon the young man who was soon to become his grandson-in-law. Mai Tai, a name both unremarkable and resilient, stood beside the darkly enigmatic Qianrenxue, their shadows elongated by the setting sun. A serene smile adorned his face. Yet his eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. Douluo understood that this young man, despite his humble origins, possessed a resolve more steadfast than that of any other. His expression deepened into one of complexity and introspection. He was acutely aware that he was about to confront a formidable trial, the role of the sacrificial offering for Qianrenxue's ninth test as an angel. This was the decree of fate, inescapable and immutable. Yet, within his heart, a flicker of solace emerged. He gazed at his granddaughter, Qianrenxue, whose visage appeared particularly gentle in the fading sunlight, her eyes shimmering with aspirations for the future. Douluo realized that although he could not accompany her through the lengthy years ahead, Mai Tai would. Under the twilight, Mai Tai's figure grew increasingly imposing, each step imbued with resolve and strength. It was as though he were declaring war against destiny, determined to demonstrate that even a sacrificial offering could carve out a legacy upon the Douluo continent. Douluo, renowned throughout the Douluo continent as a peerless title Douluo of the 99th rank, faced this unexpected turn of events with an unwavering demeanor, despite the tempest brewing within. He inhaled deeply, closing his eyes as if to harness the power within. When he opened them once more, the tumult of emotions had dissipated, replaced by a steadfast serenity. He turned his gaze to Mai Tai, the young man poised to become his grandson-in-law, a glimmer of approval crossing his eyes. He recognized that this was not merely an ordinary youth. His spirit was more formidable than anyone else's. Turning to face his granddaughter, Qianrenxue, Douluo's eyes radiated warmth and anticipation. He gently placed a hand upon her shoulder and spoke softly, "Child, I trust your choice. Mai Tai shall be a good husband and an excellent companion." Meanwhile, within the carriage, Qianrenxue felt a wave of warmth surge within her upon hearing her grandfather's words, tempered by a sense of shyness. Biting her lower lip to suppress the tremor in her voice, the flush on her cheeks deepened like fiery clouds at sunset. She closed her eyes gently, striving to calm the tumult within her heart. Yet, each recollection of Mai Tai's steadfast and gentle smile sent her heartbeat racing uncontrollably. In her mind's eye, she envisioned the young man standing before the Spirit Hall, bathed in the golden light of dusk, appearing both grand and noble. As the carriage glided forward, the rhythmic clatter of the wheels seemed to echo the destiny that awaited them. Taking a deep breath, Qianrenxue endeavored to regain her composure. She knew she was on the brink of not only a trial, but also a new beginning. Indeed, all that transpired within the hall of worship was known to Qianrenxue, being two halves of the same entity. Her connection with the dark Qianrenxue allowed their perceptions to intertwine seamlessly. As he departed from the hall of worship, Mai Tai's silhouette elongated in the golden hues of the setting sun. He traversed the streets of the Spirit Hall city, his mind already concocting a plan. Upon arriving at the law enforcement hall, the two guards at the entrance immediately saluted him with utmost respect. Mai Tai inclined his head slightly and stepped into the grand hall. Inside, the previously bustling enforcers ceased their tasks upon his arrival, rising in unison. At that moment, the air seemed to crystallize, with only the sound of his footsteps echoing through the vast space. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze penetrating, as if he could glimpse into the hearts of each individual present. Taking a deep breath, he spoke with a tone that was both somber and commanding. "From this day forth, the law enforcement hall shall abolish the direct jurisdiction of the papal palace. I, Mai Tai, will personally oversee the law enforcement hall, ensuring that every decree is executed with the utmost rigor." His words fell like a boulder into a placid lake, instantly stirring tumultuous waves. His gaze unwavering, his tone brooked no contradiction. Each syllable seemed to imprint itself indelibly upon the hearts of those gathered. In that instant, the authority of the papal palace appeared to shatter under his subtle gesture. The hall was engulfed in silence, as if time itself had paused. The enforcers exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock and bewilderment. They had never imagined that someone would dare to openly challenge the authority of the papal palace beneath its very nose. Yet Mai Tai remained unfazed, continuing in that steady, resonant voice. I do not wish to be adversarial with the Papal Palace. I merely desire for our law enforcement hall to truly fulfill its purpose and contribute to the justice and order of the Spirit Hall. At that juncture, a figure entered from outside, clad in a deep blue robe adorned with golden embroidery, exuding an air of solemnity and authority. His strides were measured, each step resonating in the hearts of the onlookers, inducing an involuntary tension. Approaching Meitikai, he bowed deeply before lifting his head to reveal a smile tinged with obsequiousness. His eyes narrowed into slits, seemingly striving to ingratiate himself with the newly appointed elder of law enforcement. "Esteemed elder, I have a concern," he stammered, his voice tinged with reverence. Meitikai nodded slightly, urging him to continue. The man, seizing the moment, cleared his throat, his voice stabilizing somewhat. "For many years, the law enforcement hall has been under the jurisdiction of the Papal Palace. Although it has been said that an individual has assumed the role of law enforcement elder, we have yet to receive any official notification." While his words were respectful, a hint of dismissiveness seeped through his tone. He cast a furtive glance at Meitikai's elder attire, his eyes betraying a flicker of doubt and speculation. Swiftly masking his emotions, he adopted an inquisitive tone once more. "Esteemed elder, might you be under a misapprehension regarding the circumstances of our law enforcement hall? As a vital department of the Spirit Hall, we have always been directly governed by the Papal Palace. Even the two esteemed elders, Jugue, would not lightly interfere with our internal affairs." He spoke, his hands slightly raised in a gesture of resignation and difficulty, a hint of helplessness etched upon his visage. The surrounding enforcers nodded in agreement, their eyes betraying a blend of loyalty to the Papal Hall and skepticism towards Meitikai's words. In the face of their doubts and counterarguments, Meitikai remained as tranquil as still water, impervious to the clamorous voices around him. He lowered his gaze slightly and slowly retrieved a finely crafted token from his waist. The token emanated a soft golden radiance, its surface adorned with intricate runes, at its center a majestic emblem of the martial soul hall, seemingly imbued with boundless power. With the emergence of the token, the atmosphere in the hall instantly shifted to one of solemnity. The onlookers' expressions changed dramatically at the sight. This token symbolized immense authority within the martial soul hall, reserved solely for true enforcers of the highest rank. Having never before encountered such a token, they now felt a surge of reverence. Meitikai raised the resplendent token high above his head, the emblem gleaming brilliantly in the fading light of the setting sun. His voice resonated, deep and dignified. "This is the Enforcer Elder's token, bestowed by the High Priest to affirm my identity." In the hall, the enforcers who had previously harbored doubts now found their uncertainties dissipated upon witnessing the token. They understood the weight of its significance and recognized the truth in Meitikai's declaration. One man knelt on the ground, his forehead nearly touching the floor, his voice trembling with a mix of excitement and trepidation. "I have offended previously. I beseech your forgiveness, Elder." His words echoed throughout the hall, prompting the other enforcers to bow their heads in a show of respect and submission to Meitikai. Turning, Meitikai's towering figure appeared even more imposing in the twilight. He strode with deliberate grace toward the throne at the center of the hall, each step echoing through the annals of history, imbued with undeniable resolve. As he finally settled into the seat, his golden robe shimmered in the sunset, as if he were the very sun within the martial soul hall, radiating brilliance unmatched. His gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, scanned the sea of kneeling enforcers below. Within that gaze lay both scrutiny and aspirations for the future. A slight smile, barely perceptible, curled at the corners of his lips, as if he envisioned a renewed enforcer hall under his stewardship. "From this day forth, I shall reclaim all authority of the Papal Hall within the Enforcer Hall, and any matters commanded by the Pope must be reported to me without delay." Is there anyone who fails to comprehend? As Meitikai's words resonated, the air in the hall seemed to solidify momentarily. He narrowed his eyes slightly, the depths of his gaze shimmering with an undeniable light. His look pierced through each bowed enforcer, as if to glean their innermost thoughts. In the hall, only the sound of Meitikai's breath and the occasional rustle of fabric could be heard. The once arrogant enforcers now all lowered their heads, too intimidated to meet his gaze. Cold sweat trickled down their foreheads as they felt the overwhelming aura of authority emanating from the new elder. The fading rays of the setting sun streamed through the window, casting dappled shadows upon the floor of the hall. The figures of the kneeling enforcers elongated, resembling great serpents prostrating on the ground, exuding an air of impotence and insignificance. Ultimately, it was the first speaker who, with cupped fists, declared, We shall faithfully obey the command of the elder enforcer. With the initiation of one, the rest quickly echoed in agreement. Upon departing from the enforcer's hall, the enigmatic Qianren Shui unabashedly began to mock Mei Tikai. Who would have thought you needed to present a token to verify your identity? That woman has done remarkably well in less than 6 years. She is nearly in full command of the papal palace. Following closely behind Mei Tikai, Qianren Shui wore a playful smile, as if savoring a splendid theatrical performance. Her steps were light yet imbued with a hint of mischief and defiance. Her eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance, as if she were seeking something intriguing within the shadows. Mei Tikai's gait was steady and powerful, each step resembling a firm foundation, instilling a sense of unwavering strength. However, Qianren Shui was as agile as a nimble cat, silently maneuvering in front of him, suddenly halting to gaze back. Elder Mei Tikai, you truly possess remarkable composure, she teased, her eyes twinkling with a mischievous glint. But this spectacle is becoming ever more delightful. Do you think we shall witness more surprises ahead? The growing playfulness of Qianren Shui resembled that of a jester, and if discovered by one who relished amusement, she would undoubtedly be chosen in an instant. All right, little Shui. I shall embark on a journey to the Starry Empire to reclaim the authority of the Enforcer's Hall there. During this time, you must remain obediently within the offering hall. As Mei Tikai's voice faded, Qianren Shui's lively eyes sparkled with cunning light. In an instant, she moved like a bolt of black lightning, swiftly ascending to Mei Tikai's side. Her delicate fingers glided over his resolute face like the finest silk, sending a shiver through his heart. Pressing closely against Mei Tikai, her visage rested against his chest, allowing her to hear the steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. She gazed up at him with those captivating eyes, a playful smirk gracing her lips. Elder, I simply adore trailing behind you to enjoy the spectacle. How could you leave me in that tedious offering hall? Is it perhaps because you have yet to savor my essence? Her words danced like a beguiling breeze on a spring day, brushing against Mei Tikai's heart and causing him to tremble involuntarily. Her eyes shimmered with mischief and allure, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, irresistibly drawing one closer. She nestled against his chest, the softness of her touch quickening Mei Tikai's breath. In the dim light, the enchanting Qianren Shui gently lifted her head, whispering sweet nothings into his ear with her alluring crimson lips. Her voice flowed like the finest honey, laced with an undertone of perilous temptation. Elder, do you truly not wish to savor another flavor of this world? As she spoke, her fingers traced delicate circles upon his chest, sending electric sensations coursing through his entire being, compelling him to involuntarily close his eyes. In the midst of such provocation upon the street, the flames of desire within Mei Kei were nearly ignited by Qianren Shui. You wish to dismiss me? That is utterly impossible. I am the embodiment of all of Xiao Xue's negative emotions. Should you choose to disregard my presence, I cannot guarantee what I might do. Moreover, I have promised Xiao Xue to keep a vigilant watch over you, dear man. Mei Kei's steps hesitated slightly under the weight of her words, as he felt an unprecedented challenge and allure. The setting sun cast elongated shadows of the two, as if narrating a tale of an unbreakable bond. Qianren Shui pressed closer, her eyes shimmering with an otherworldly light that seemed to pierce into his very soul. A playful yet provocative smile graced her lips, as if daring him to test her resolve. Mei Kei inhaled deeply, feeling as though he stood on the precipice of an unfathomable abyss, where every step was fraught with challenge and uncertainty. Yet he knew he could not allow Qianren Shui to lead him by the nose. Chapter 23: Confrontation within the borders of the Starry Empire. Majestic mountains tower and rivers meander, each inch of land seemingly sculpted by the hands of time. Ancient castles stand atop the peaks, their formidable walls weathered yet resilient. Sunlight bathes the castle spires, refracting golden rays akin to the guardians of old legends. Along the streets, a plethora of shops line the thoroughfare, where vendors zealously hawk an array of goods, from rare gemstones to everyday necessities. A steady stream of pedestrians flows by, some hurrying along while others pause to converse, all bearing an expression of reverence and pride unique to this land. An air of solemnity permeates the atmosphere, as if every gust of wind and avian call narrates the history and legends of this realm. In the heart of the Starry Empire, at a shadowy alleyway, the figure of dark Qianren Shui materializes silently, draped in a black cloak that envelopes her entirely. Only her eyes, gleaming with a chilling light, remain visible. The cloak flutters gently in the breeze, merging with her, rendering her all the more enigmatic amidst the vibrant city. Simultaneously, Mei Tikai appears at the opposite end of the alley, clad in simple garments and wearing a conical hat, his face obscured by a mask that conceals most of his features, his gaze is resolute and profound, as if able to perceive all. Their eyes meet. A silent understanding passing between them, and they proceed side by side. Navigating through the bustling streets, they deftly evade the throngs, making their way toward a secluded corner. Each step is light and swift, blending seamlessly with their surroundings. In the dim recesses, they halt, and dark Qianrengshu gently lifts a corner of her cloak, revealing her jade-like fingers, which delicately trace the air as if attuning to the city's pulse. Mai Kai surveys the vicinity, his expression betraying a profound concern. The authority of the enforcers has waned considerably. Dark Qianrengshu's voice is low and frigid, imbued with an irresistible force. Mai Kai nods, his gaze drifting beyond the narrow alley to the distant castle. There, resplendent palaces glimmer in the sunlight, yet beneath this opulence lies a profound peril. The power here has been devoured by the bishops. As the embodiment of Qianrengshu's darker emotions, her agitation is palpable given the current state of affairs. Mai Kai firmly grips her wrist, his fingers cold yet strong, as if to quell her fervor. Their eyes lock, her luminous gaze, shimmering beneath the cloak's shadows, stands out vividly. Xiaoxue, we must not act impulsively. Mai Kai's voice resounds low and resolute, imbued with an undeniable force. The developments of the enforcers over the years have been significantly influenced by the shadow of the Starry Emperor. He tilts his head slightly toward the distant palace. The Starry Emperor, a level 95 title Douluo, his renown echoes throughout the empire. Every step we take must be executed with utmost caution. Any misstep could prove disastrous. A flicker of concern passed through Mai Kai's eyes, for he was acutely aware of the daunting and perilous nature of their mission. In the shadowy alleyway, sunlight was obstructed by towering edifices, leaving only a patch of mottled light. Dark Qianrenshue's gaze was fixed intently upon a nearby street corner, where several members of the Spirit Hall were brazenly oppressing a few civilians. Their laughter and shouts reverberated through the tranquil alley, creating an especially jarring atmosphere. An incandescent fury sparkled in Dark Qianrenshue's eyes as her fingers clenched into a fist, as if she sought to condense all her rage into that single blow. Her focus remained unwavering on the members of the Spirit Hall, their every action and expression vividly etched in her mind. Suddenly, a civilian was roughly shoved to the ground by one of the Spirit Hall members, emitting a pained groan. This scene acted like a match igniting the fire of anger within Dark Qianrenshue. Just as she was about to charge forward, Mai Kai firmly grasped her wrist. He shook his head at her, reminding her that the shadow agents of the Star Luo Empire were among the most numerous in the two great empires. Should they choose to act, their identities would be immediately compromised. A flicker of reluctance flashed in Dark Qianrenshue's furious gaze. Yet she understood that Mai Kai spoke the truth. Every step they took felt like walking a tightrope, necessitating utmost caution. She pressed her lips together, striving to suppress the tempest of anger within her, though the icy glint in her eyes betrayed her dissatisfaction and resolve. Mai Kai regarded her gently, holding her hand with a reassuring strength. Their gazes met, conveying a silent accord and understanding. In this bustling city, the two figures stood quietly in the shadows, awaiting the opportune moment. In the dimly lit street corner, the members of the Spirit Hall continued to torment the civilians, their laughter and jeers echoing in the serene alley. Dark Qianrenshue's eyes remained locked on them, brimming with indignation and defiance. Suddenly, she slightly turned her head towards Mai Kai, her voice low and frigid. "We can no longer afford to wait." Mai Kai gently grasped her hand, his gaze deep and resolute. "We have another option," he asserted, his words imbued with an irresistible force, confronting the Star Luo Emperor directly. A flicker of surprise crossed Dark Qianrenshue's eyes, swiftly replaced by determination. She inhaled deeply, as if to quell the fire within, and then slowly nodded. Though a hint of uncertainty lingered, her initial anger and defiance were momentarily overshadowed by astonishment. She looked at Mai Kai with an expression filled with confusion, as if silently questioning, "Are we truly going to take this step?" Mai Kai's unwavering gaze met hers, as if to dispel her doubts. His eyes glimmered with an undeniable strength, and he slightly turned his head towards the distant palace, seemingly envisioning the confrontation with the Star Luo Emperor. "We must proceed." His voice was low and resolute. "This is the swiftest way to resolve our predicament." Dark Qianrenshue took a deep breath, her uncertainties gradually dissipating. She understood that Mai Kai's decision was indeed the right one. They could no longer afford to wait in uncertainty. Gripping Mai Kai's hand tightly, her gaze solidified with determination. In the Star Luo Palace, the current emperor, Dai Tianfeng, sat majestically upon the throne. adorned in a resplendent golden dragon robe, exuding an imposing aura akin to a mountain. He gazed down at the two kneeling bishops of the Spirit Hall, a barely perceptible smirk flickering in his eyes. "Your Majesty," one of the bishops raised his head, his face beaming with a smile, delivering the latest news from Spirit City. Internally, Dai Tianfeng scoffed. He had merely promised high ranks and titles, yet had managed to sway the two crimson-robed bishops to his cause. It appeared that the Spirit Hall was not as united as it seemed. Gently caressing the armrest of his throne, he harbored his own schemes. He was acutely aware that the collaboration between the Spirit Hall and the Empire had always been fragile, with both sides harboring ulterior motives, striving to exploit one another for their own ends. Nonetheless, in recent years, they had indeed procured a considerable amount of confidential information from the Spirit Hall. Sitting regally, he beckoned a eunuch to present a document. The eunuch bowed deeply, cautiously offering the document before Dai Tianfeng. As he slowly unfurled the document, he discovered details regarding the progress of cooperation between the Empire and the Spirit Hall, along with some classified intelligence. However, as he continued to read, the once smiling Dai Tianfeng suddenly froze, his expression shifting to one of shock. Rapidly scanning the contents of the document, his demeanor grew increasingly grave. The atmosphere around him thickened with tension, the only sound echoing in the silent palace being the rustle of paper. Dai Tianfeng's eyes, deep and bright, seemed to ponder a crucial decision. He recognized that the information disclosed in this document would profoundly impact his relationship with the Spirit Hall. For written within was a term both familiar and foreign: Enforcement Elder. The document clearly stated that the Enforcement Elder would soon arrive in Douluo City. Once the Enforcement Elder arrived, a sweeping purge of all members residing in the Spirit Hall's branch in Douluo City would ensue. Those whom he had previously bribed would be unable to escape the impending scrutiny. Casting a glance at the two kneeling bishops below, Dai Tianfeng's eyes glimmered with a barely perceptible smirk as he calculated how to navigate the forthcoming upheaval. He knew he had to make a swift decision. Otherwise, once the Enforcement Elder truly set foot in Douluo City, all his prior efforts would be rendered futile. His gaze swept over the two bishops, akin to observing two inconsequential ants. With a subtle wave of his hand, he signaled for them to withdraw. The bishops immediately understood and, bowing their heads respectfully, exited the Grand Hall. As they departed, tranquility returned to the chamber. Dai Tianfeng's expression turned solemn. He rose and approached the window, gazing out at the bustling scene of Douluo City, yet within him, a tempest raged. "The Elder of Law," Dai Tianfeng murmured, a flicker of trepidation crossing his eyes. He was acutely aware that the Elder of Law, soon to arrive in Xinglua City, possessed unfathomable strength and held significant power. Once he arrived, all of his clandestine maneuvers with the Spirit Hall would be laid bare, unbeknownst to Dai Tianfeng. As the two cardinals stepped beyond the threshold of the palace, they felt a formidable surge of soul power emanating from all directions. They instinctively scanned their surroundings and beheld a man clad in black, his countenance austere, materializing before them. "Do you two truly consider yourselves representatives of the Spirit Hall?" The black-clad man inquired coldly, his tone dripping with disdain. The two cardinals exchanged anxious glances, sensing the gravity of the situation, yet they braced themselves for confrontation. They simultaneously summoned their soul power, activating their seventh soul skill, True Spirit Manifestation. A colossal shadow of their martial spirits emerged behind them, radiating a brilliant light. However, in the face of the black-clad man's onslaught, they were as fragile as paper. With a mere flick of his fist, the man effortlessly shattered their martial spirits with an overwhelming force. Mike Kai's figure flickered like a specter, his fist as unyielding as obsidian, glinting with a fierce brilliance. With a chilling shout, his fist, imbued with the might of thunder, descended mercilessly upon the two cardinals. In that instant, the air seemed to resonate with a tearing sound. As their crimson garments rustled violently in the wake of his punch, their eyes betraying sheer terror and despair, Mike Kai's fist, seemingly wielding the very essence of the heavens and earth, ruthlessly struck their chests. The cardinals' bodies quaked violently under the impact, their garments torn apart, revealing concave chests. Blood erupting like a fountain. Struggling to maintain their footing, they attempted to rise, but the overwhelming force forced them to writhe in agony upon the ground. Continuously coughing up blood, their faces as pale as parchment. One cardinal, his expression contorted with fear, gazed at the man before him. "We are cardinals of the Spirit Hall, sworn enemies of the entire spirit realm." Mike Kai cast a cold glance at the cardinal, his eyes glimmering with contempt. He slightly bent down, placing a foot upon the cardinal's head as if crushing a fragile melon. Enemies of the spirit hall? Mike Kai's voice was icy and resonant, as if echoing from the depths of the abyss. As he pressed down with just a fraction more force, the cardinal emitted a pained groan, blood spilling from his lips and staining the ground beneath him. The air around them seemed to thicken. The only sound echoing through the empty street was the cardinal's tortured gasps. A fierce glint sparkled in Mike Kai's eyes as he lifted his foot slightly. The cardinal's body crumpled to the ground like a discarded rag, utterly devoid of strength. And you believe you can represent the spirit hall? Mike Kai effortlessly cradled the cardinal as if lifting a mere chick. With a gentle push of his foot, he transformed into a shadow, swiftly kicking open the palace doors and striding boldly inside. The palace glimmered with brilliance. The grand hall, adorned with resplendent gold and shimmering glazed tiles, reflected dazzling light. Yet, apart from Dai Tianfeng, the hall was devoid of any presence. At the very moment Mike Kai stepped into the palace, a chilling aura enveloped him. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the once vacant hall, a woman clad in a black cloak, her visage striking and imposing, reminiscent of a queen of darkness, seemingly unattainable. Dark Qi and Rangshu stood before Mike Kai, gazing intently at the imperious Douluo emperor. Upon witnessing the intrusion of these two into his palace, Dai Tianfeng furrowed his brow in displeasure. As the emperor, his dignity was not to be insulted. However, the sight of the two nearly lifeless cardinals tempered his anger. He inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. The tragic state of the two cardinals filled him with shock and sorrow, further solidifying his resolve to confront this enigmatic visitor. Mike Kai regarded Dai Tianfeng with a cold stare, as though observing an insignificant insect. His eyes brimmed with disdain and contempt, seemingly indifferent to the threat posed by Dai Tianfeng. Meanwhile, Dark Qi and Rangshu stood quietly beside him, her gaze piercing like ice, as if awaiting his next move. Mike Kai withdrew a token from his waist, a golden emblem etched with the fierce visage of a soul beast. The token felt cold and unyielding, exuding an aura of formidable power. The moment the two cardinals beheld this token, their faces turned ashen, their eyes wide with terror. They were engulfed in regret and fear, realizing they had just laid hands on an elder of the spirit hall, and that the assailant was their superior, a grave miscalculation. They understood that each elder of the spirit hall was at least a tidal Douluo-level powerhouse, their strength unfathomable. They had faced countless arrogant soul masters in the enforcement hall, yet had never anticipated a day filled with such dread. At this moment, their hearts felt as if swept by a frigid wind, cold and fearful. Douluo King, I hereby represent the spirit hall to unilaterally terminate all cooperation with you. Chapter 24. Taking action. As Mike Kai prepared to depart, it seemed as if everything behind him was no longer of concern. Yet, at the very moment he was about to take that step, an overwhelming aura surged forth from Dai Tianfeng, like a torrent unleashed from a mountain. The entire space appeared to contort under this force, the air thick with an indescribable sense of oppression. Dai Tianfeng, a level 95 tidal Douluo, now resembled a majestic dragon soaring through the heavens, his eyes glinting with fierce brilliance, each strand of hair seeming to quiver, emitting faint crackling sounds. His figure, accentuated by this imposing presence, loomed larger, akin to an insurmountable peak standing before Mike Kai. His fist clenched tightly, veins bulging, as if proclaiming his resolve. Under no circumstances would you leave so easily today. Dai Tianfeng naturally could not acquiesce. This was the Douluo Imperial Palace. To allow them to depart would be tantamount to trampling the dignity of the entire Douluo Empire. His expression darkened like storm clouds before a tempest, and in an instant he surged toward Mike Kai like a bolt of lightning. With each step, it felt as if he were striking the very nerves of the ground, causing the palace to tremble in response. The air seemed to resonate with his fury, a formidable momentum sweeping through like a violent storm, enveloping Mike Kai's figure. Dai Tianfeng moved with such breathtaking speed that it was almost impossible to follow. His fists were tightly clenched, the air around them warping under the weight of his power. A steadfast light flickered in his eyes, as if he intended to unleash the wrath of the entire world upon Mike Kai. Just as his fist was about to collide with Mike Kai, an even mightier force erupted from Mike Kai, the two energies clashing violently in the air, producing a deafening roar. Dai Tianfeng's claws descended with the weight of a mountain, imbued with boundless strength and rage, charging directly at Mike Kai. However, in that critical moment, Mike Kai slightly bent his form, his hands coming together as if seizing a tempest, firmly catching Dai Tianfeng's claws. The collision of their energies generated a powerful shockwave, causing the air in the palace to feel as though it had been instantaneously siphoned. a tremendous pull making everything around them quiver. A green vapor blazed around Mike Kai like flames, imbued with a mysterious and potent force, transforming him into an indomitable giant. The atmosphere within the palace grew unbearably tense. Royal guards surged in like a tide, their spears glinting ominously, directed at the dark figure of Qianren Shui and Mike Kai. Their gazes were filled with vigilance and resolve. As if at a mere command, they would strike without hesitation. The palace lights reflected off the spears, creating a dazzling glare. While Qianren Shui appeared to meld into the shadows, her silhouette flickering, with only her piercing eyes glimmering coldly in the darkness. Mike Kai stood beside her, the green vapor still swirling around him, rendering him as a deity encircled by flames. The two individuals stood before the multitude of guards, yet exhibited no trace of fear. The gaze of dark Qianrengshu swept across the crowd, cold and profound, as if capable of piercing through all facades. Meanwhile, Mike Kai clenched his fists tightly, bracing himself to confront the imminent onslaught. Within the palace, the only sounds that resonated were their breaths and the whoosh of spears slicing through the air. As if time itself had momentarily frozen. Seventh soul skill. Martial soul true body. Dai Tianfeng's body suddenly trembled, and the air around him seemed to solidify under the weight of his presence. Immediately, an astonishing aura erupted from him, elevating the already tense atmosphere to an apex of intensity. A roar reverberated through the air, as a colossal white tiger apparition gradually materialized behind him. This white tiger, its fur as pure as snow, possessed eyes as crimson as blood, and claws as sharp as blades, seemingly capable of rending anything asunder. Its immense form nearly dominated the entirety of the palace's expanse, instilling a sense of reverence in all who beheld it. Each breath the white tiger took was accompanied by a tempest, stirring the air within the palace into chaos. At this moment, Dai Tianfeng appeared to merge with the white tiger, his aura surging to unprecedented heights. His gaze became fiercely penetrating, as if it could delve into the very souls of Mike Kai and dark Qianrengshu. The veins on his tightly clenched fist bulged, as if harboring the cataclysmic force to obliterate worlds. In the dim light of the palace, dark Qianrengshu's figure flickered like a shadow, seemingly melding with the darkness itself. Her eyes were as deep as the night, shimmering with a chilling light, as if they could consume all radiance. The dark holy sword in her grasp emanated a shadowy purple glow, each swing accompanied by a profound sword energy, akin to a shooting star cleaving through the night sky. As the royal guards surged forward like a tidal wave, dark Qianrengshu moved with ethereal grace, gliding between the gaps of the spears like a wraith. Her movements were swift and elegant, each evasion executed with precision, as if she could foresee the trajectory of her adversary's attacks. Her swordplay resembled a poetic dance, each strike accompanied by a gust of wind that fragmented the surrounding air. Mike Kai flexed his wrists, the low, resolute cracking of his joints echoing like the prelude to an impending battle. He stood tall and unyielding, akin to a pine tree steadfast against a raging storm. Though he appeared calm, the power emanating from him, deep and profound, compelled one to hold their breath in awe. His eyes sparkled with a keen intensity, reminiscent of stars in the night sky, bright yet unfathomable. The air between Mike Kai and Dai Tianfeng seemed to solidify as their gazes locked, their respective auras colliding and sparking with palpable tension. Dai Tianfeng furrowed his brow slightly, sensing the potent and unadulterated strength radiating from Mike Kai, as if it could pierce through all barriers and reach deep into his soul. An inexplicable fear surged within him, not born from Mike Kai's soul power, but rather from the unfathomable and ineffable sense of strength that enveloped him. Despite the absence of any soul power fluctuations from Mike Kai, he felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from him. The silhouette of Mike Kai surged forth like an unleashed arrow, instantly breaking through Dai Tianfeng's soul pressure, which felt almost tangible. His speed was such that one could barely discern a blurred green shadow darting through the palace. Within that green shadow, flames seemed to flicker, emanating a searing aura that twisted and warped the surrounding air. Just as Mike Kai was about to close in on Dai Tianfeng, the astonishment on Dai Tianfeng's face shifted to a grave intensity. His eighth soul ring, radiating a faint black light, began to glow subtly, as if a mysterious force was surging within. As the soul ring illuminated, Dai Tianfeng's momentum surged once more, and the colossal phantom of the white tiger solidified, as if it were about to stride out from the void into this world. Eighth soul skill, white tiger shattering heaven. In the void, a blinding radiance suddenly erupted, followed by a profound and sharp claw mark materializing out of thin air, as if it had torn apart the very fabric of space. This claw mark intersected as if two enormous tiger claws were clashing, wielding the power to obliterate the heavens and earth, directly targeting the fist of Might Guy. In that moment, the air itself seemed to be rent asunder, producing a piercing howl. When Might Guy's fist collided with this ethereal claw mark, an astonishing shockwave erupted. The air within the palace was violently stirred, coalescing into a massive vortex. Light and darkness intertwined, as though the entire palace was quaking under the force of this power. The phantom of the white tiger became even more substantial in the void, as if it were striving to break free from the intersecting claw marks and descend into reality. Its eyes glowed crimson like blood, sharp and piercing, fixated on Might Guy as if it intended to consume him. Might Guy's expression turned grave. He sensed the destructive force emanating from the white tiger, yet he did not falter. Instead, he channeled his soul power to its utmost, preparing to confront the impending clash. The light of the meteors in the void had dimmed, replaced by the fierce collision of soul power within the palace. Before Dai Tianfeng's profound and fierce claw marks, Might Guy stood unwavering like a boulder against a tempest. As his soul power surged wildly, the center of the previously intertwined vortex of light and darkness erupted with dazzling brilliance. Might Guy's fist seemed to harness the strength of the entire cosmos, each swing imbued with a heart-stirring force. Under the watchful gazes of all present, that sky-rending claw mark began to emit crackling sounds beneath the might of Might Guy's punch. Cracks spread from the center outward like a shattered mirror, gleaming with blinding light amidst the darkness. The phantom of the white tiger trembled at the sound of the shattering, its crimson eyes reflecting an incredulous fear. Might Guy took a deep breath, a flame of indomitable spirit burning within his gaze. He suddenly concentrated all his strength, and his already radiant fist now shone even more brilliantly, akin to a constellation. With a powerful shout, he thrust his fist forward with an indescribable might, directly challenging the already fractured tiger claw. It seemed as if the air itself was torn apart by this force, forming visible fissures before the eyes of onlookers. At the intersection of the fissures, the once formidable tiger claw began to tremble violently, as if unable to withstand the devastating blow. Suddenly, a deafening shatter echoed through the air, and the massive tiger claw disintegrated into countless tiny fragments beneath Might Guy's punch, scattering like meteors. In that moment, the air within the palace seemed to be siphoned away, leaving only the sound of his heavy breaths. After the tiger claw was shattered, a more ferocious power erupted from Might Guy's fist, akin to an enraged dragon swirling in the void. A flicker of dread crossed Dai Tianfeng's eyes as he attempted to summon the soul power within him to resist this unstoppable strike, but it was already too late. The ninth soul, his figure flew backward at an alarming speed, colliding with several sturdy palace pillars along the way, producing a series of thunderous booms. Deep within the palace, the walls cracked under the tremendous force, sending rubble and dust scattering everywhere. Dai Tianfeng's body resembled a runaway meteor, ultimately crashing into a thick stone wall, which collapsed under the impact, sending dust billowing into the air. Lying amidst the ruins, Dai Tianfeng gasped heavily, clearly grievously injured. Father. As the dust gradually settled in the palace wreckage, it revealed Dai Tianfeng's despondent figure sprawled on the ground. Around him lay broken columns and scattered rubble, creating a scene of utter chaos. At that moment, a group of armored guards rushed in, weapons in hand, their expressions tense, evidently startled by the sudden eruption of battle. Among this entourage of guards stood a striking golden-haired youth, whose seemingly youthful visage was now etched with shock and fury. His gaze was fixated on Might Guy, who stood at the eye of the storm, his eyes ablaze with wrath. This youth was none other than Davis, the crown prince of the Starfall Empire. Having witnessed his father's defeat, the turmoil and anger within him were indescribable. In the dust-laden ruins of the palace, Davis's eyes widened in fury as two soul rings gradually emerged around him, symbolizing his soul power and strength. However, just as he was about to take a step toward vengeance, a cold and piercing force suddenly assailed him. He felt a searing pain at his neck, followed swiftly by darkness surging in like a tide, engulfing his consciousness. In the instant Davis fell, he caught a glimpse of a blurred figure. It was a white-haired woman clad in a black robe, her face shrouded in darkness, revealing only her frost-bitten eyes. Those eyes seemed to penetrate the very soul, instilling an unnerving chill. With a delicate wave of her slender fingers, a dark purple light struck Davis like lightning. Dai Tianfeng laboriously raised his head, his gaze traversing the ruins and dust to focus on Might Guy, who stood amidst the remnants of the storm. His heart brimmed with unwillingness and despair, but more so with an overwhelming fear of the unknown. The appearance of the white-haired woman loomed like a specter in the darkness, presenting an unprecedented threat. Within the palace ruins, he remained the sole soul, still conscious. Surrounding him were shattered columns, scattered debris, and the lifeless bodies of the guards. His chest continued to heave violently, each breath akin to a knife cutting through his lungs. Yet at this moment, he must endure the pain. For he understood that a far greater crisis awaited him. Struggling to sit upright, his gaze was firmly fixed upon the silhouette of the white-haired woman. Her figure flickered in the darkness, as if she might vanish into the night at any moment. Dai Tianfeng took a deep breath, attempting to summon the remnants of his soul power, preparing to confront this sudden upheaval. However, he was acutely aware that his current strength was utterly insufficient to contend with such an adversary. The white-haired woman glided gracefully over the ruins, each step seeming to tread upon the void, leaving no tangible trace behind. Her black robe billowed gently in the night breeze, revealing a subtly delicate form, akin to an ethereal orchid blooming in the darkness. When her gaze fell upon Maite Kai, the previously icy demeanor of her eyes revealed a hint of youthful shyness. Her expression resembled the warm sun of spring, instantly melting the surrounding chill and darkness. She gently bit her lower lip, as if hesitating, yet ultimately mustered the courage to approach Maite Kai. Though her steps were light, each was imbued with unwavering determination. The sound of her heartbeat resonated in the stillness of the night sky, seemingly the sole melody in the air. As she walked toward Maite Kai, a faint smile graced her lips, reminiscent of the rising sun, warm and radiant. It is worth noting that in dealing with those guards, the dark Qianrengshu had not even utilized her martial soul. Thanks to years of physical training alongside Maite Kai, Qianrengshu's prowess in martial arts was remarkably refined. The two were intrinsically linked, and thus the dark Qianrengshu perfectly inherited this skill. Maite Kai looked down at Dai Tianfeng, his voice penetrating the silence. Do you not yet comprehend? I am not here to negotiate. The notification has been delivered, and you, along with the Douluo Empire, lack the qualification to refuse. Chapter 25. The calm before the storm. Dai Tianfeng's countenance turned as pale as parchment in an instant. His eyes widened, brimming with disbelief and fury. He felt as though he had been struck by an invisible force, causing his very insides to tremble violently. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, falling onto his resplendent dragon robe and forming glaring crimson blossoms. He trembled as he attempted to wipe away the glaring red. Yet the blood clung to him, much like his dignity at this moment, which he could not erase, no matter how hard he tried. The emperor of the Xinglua Empire, humiliated in such a manner at this juncture, was undoubtedly dealt the gravest blow. He clenched his teeth, a frenzied light flickering in his eyes, as if he sought to engulf the entire world. The two departed from the Xinglua Imperial Palace. It was not until the deep of night that they resumed their actions. The night sky was as dark as ink, and the lights of the Xinglua Palace flickered in the gloom, as if they might extinguish at any moment. Mai Kai and the dark Qianren Shui walked side by side, their silhouettes elongated under the moonlight, each step resonating with determination and strength. The streets within the imperial city lay desolate and silent, occasionally pierced by the distant sound of a watchman's clapper, disrupting the stillness of the night. The dark Qianren Shui moved with ethereal grace, her garments billowing like a specter in the night. In contrast, Mai Kai's steps were steady, each footfall echoing upon solid ground, instilling a sense of reassurance. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Spirit Hall branch. The towering structure appeared even more solemn and enigmatic in the night. The stone lions at the entrance gleamed with a cold light under the moon, as if safeguarding this domain. Beneath the cover of night, two guards stood like stone statues before the Spirit Hall branch, clad in armor and wielding long spears, their expressions grave. Moonlight cascaded upon their stern faces, creating a veil of silvery mist. As Mai Kai and the dark Qianren Shui approached, the guards' gazes sharpened instantly. They scrutinized the two unexpected visitors, their eyes betraying vigilance and scrutiny. Halt! One of the guards commanded in a deep voice, resonating with authority amidst the vacant street. Mai Kai paused, slightly bowing his head in a gesture of respect, while the dark Qianren Shui remained silently by his side. Please present your token or credentials. One guard extended his hand. The night enveloped them like thick ink, pervading the entrance of the Spirit Hall branch. Mai Kai slowly withdrew a golden token from his waist. It shimmered brilliantly under the moonlight. The guard's demeanor transformed to one of respect upon contacting the token with their eyes. They inclined their heads slightly, gripping their spears firmly, and offered a standard military salute to Mai Kai and the dark Qianren Shui. We have seen the esteemed elder, they intoned. Under the moonlight, their armor glinted with a harsh brilliance, harmonizing with the golden glow of the token, creating a scene of solemnity and reverence. Mai Kai nodded gently and, accompanied by the dark Qianren Shui, ascended the stone steps, entering through the grand door. As they stepped into the Spirit Hall branch, an ancient and dignified aura enveloped them. The hall was brightly lit, and the spirit patterns depicted in the murals danced in the interplay of light and shadow, adding an air of mystery. At the very moment they crossed the threshold, an elderly man with snow-white hair hurriedly traversed the corridor. Though his pace was brisk, he exhibited no semblance of panic. Each step resonated softly against the floor. The old man's visage exuded kindness, yet his eyes sparkled with a penetrating sharpness, as if he could peer into the depths of one's soul. His robe, albeit somewhat worn, remained impeccably clean, emanating an air of extraordinary presence. Upon sighting Mai Tai Kai and the dark Qianren Shui, a flicker of surprise passed through his eyes, swiftly replaced by calmness as he clasped his hands and said, "Esteemed elder, my apologies for not extending a proper welcome during this late hour." His voice, deep and resonant, echoed within the vast hall, lending clarity to his words. The arrival of Hills added a unique hue to the solemn, splendid Spirit Hall. His movements were agile, reminiscent of a steel-winged griffin soaring through the night sky. Each step light yet powerful, as if he could shatter the very air beneath him. As he drew nearer, the atmosphere within the hall grew palpably tense. Mai Tai Kai and dark Qianren Shui exchanged glances, each perceiving the vigilance mirrored in the other's eyes. Nevertheless, Hills maintained a gentle smile, seemingly untouched by the prevailing tension. When Hills reached the two, he came to a halt, his gaze sweeping over them before ultimately resting on the golden token in Mai Tai Kai's hand. He inclined his head slightly in a gesture of respect and began, "Esteemed elder, your presence at this late hour must pertain to a matter of great importance. Might I inquire as to the nature of your visit, so that I may prepare accordingly?" Hills, the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, an 86th level agility type spirit Douluo, wielding the supreme beast spirit of the steel-winged griffin, was addressed by Mai Tai Kai, who remarked, "You currently serve as the Vice Hall Master of the Spirit Hall stationed in the Douluo Empire? I am not mistaken, am I?" Mai Tai Kai's voice reverberated through the expansive hall, each word piercing like a cold steel needle into Hill's heart. A shudder involuntarily coursed through Hill's body, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had never anticipated that this seemingly ordinary elder possessed such profound insight into his identity and background. He cautiously stepped forward, closing the distance between them as if to completely suppress Hill's imposing presence. Hills lowered his head slightly. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting an enchanting glow upon Mai Tai Kai's golden token, illuminating his composed yet profound countenance. Mai Tai Kai's gaze was piercing, as if striving to unravel the very secrets of Hill's heart. Hills drew a deep breath, endeavoring to quell the tumult within him. He raised his head, a complex mixture of astonishment and reverence flickering in his eyes. His voice trembled slightly as he spoke. "I am astounded by how thoroughly you have investigated, esteemed elder. I am in awe. May I inquire what wisdom you bring with your late visit?" "Military assistance." Mai Tai Kai's words struck like a cold blade, instantly shattering the stillness of the hall. He moved closer to Hills, resting his palm gently upon the broad shoulder of the latter. Though the touch was light, it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, sending a tremor through Hill's heart. "Military assistance." These two words reverberated within the vast hall, akin to the ancient war drums being struck with great fervor, resonating through Hill's eardrums. He felt the chill of Mai Tai Kai's palm, a coldness that seemed to penetrate his skin and reach deep into his very core. Hill's eyes widened in an instant, reflecting Mai Tai Kai's resolute and frigid visage. It was as if he beheld an expanse of ice, with howling winds and swirling snowflakes, where Mai Tai Kai stood as a lone wolf upon that frozen terrain, facing the tempest unflinchingly. The actions of the law enforcement hall in Starry City over the years are well known to you. The authority of the elders has been eroded by the bishops to an alarming degree. Should I hastily dismiss them, they would undoubtedly incite chaos within Starry City. Thus, I require military strength. I need your assistance to quell this impending turmoil. As Mai Tai Kai's words echoed, a brief silence enveloped the hall. An invisible pressure seemed to pervade the air, rendering it difficult to breathe. Hills and the surrounding guards held their breath, their eyes filled with astonishment and trepidation. Moonlight poured through the crevices of the windows, casting a silvery glow upon Mai Tai Kai, enveloping him in a radiant aura. He stood there like a towering mountain, exuding an imposing presence that dared not be gazed upon directly. Suddenly, Mai Tai Kai's gaze sharpened, as if piercing through the walls of the hall to gaze upon the distant Starry City. A steadfast light flickered in his eyes, as if he had already foreseen the storm that would soon erupt there. The oppression of the populace and collusion with the royal family of Starry City have resulted in an excess of vermin within the law enforcement hall. I lack the time to eradicate them individually, thus I must resort to absolute force to suppress them. His gaze seemed to transcend the barriers of time and space, staring into the distant illustrious history of the Spirit Hall. His voice echoed through the expansive hall. Imbued with undeniable conviction, the Law Enforcement Hall was intended to be a sword that upholds the honor of the Spirit Hall and the peace of the people. Yet it has now become a source of internal strife, corroding our foundations. His words ignited the surrounding atmosphere like a fire in the chilling wind, instantly heightening the tension. Hills could sense the resolve and strength radiating from Maite Kai, a testament to the profound love and responsibility of an elder towards the Spirit Hall. Maite Kai slowly turned to face Hills, his eyes shimmering with an unwavering intensity. Hills, I require your support. I want you to mobilize all available forces. I intend to make those who have betrayed the Spirit Hall aware that the cost of treachery is one they cannot bear. As Maite Kai's words gradually faded, the previously tranquil night seemed to be stirred by some mysterious force. Suddenly, a sharp lightning bolt cleaved through the darkened sky like a blade, illuminating the entire world in a blinding flash of white. That brilliance was fleeting yet dazzling, akin to fireworks blooming in the night sky, awakening an involuntary thrill. This lightning appeared to be a portent from nature or a manifestation of some enigmatic power, its occurrence adding an element of mystery and tension to the serene night. As it vanished, the night returned to its tranquil state, yet an inexplicable sense of awe lingered in the air. Hills Adam's apple involuntarily rolled, akin to a heartstring gently plucked, heralding the momentous upheaval to come. In the next instant, as if drawn by an invisible force, the gathered individuals bowed their heads in unison, kneeling before Mithraea. This gesture signified both reverence for Mithraea and a solemn acknowledgement of the impending grand ceremony. A grave and solemn atmosphere enveloped the air, as if time itself had momentarily frozen. Each face was etched with awe and gravity, the sound of their knees meeting the ground resonating in the tranquil space, reminiscent of an ancient hymn that spoke of veneration for the sublime and the sacred. Hills, too, knelt with the assembly, his heart brimming with curiosity and anticipation for the unknown. He understood that this moment represented not merely a physical act of kneeling, but a profound spiritual yearning towards a higher realm. We, in the name of the elders, pledged our allegiance. A tempest of emotion surged within them, akin to a tumultuous sea. This night, beneath the starlit sky, seemed to harbor an ineffable tension, foretelling an extraordinary occurrence. A gentle breeze swept through, imbued with a hint of chill, signaling the impending storm. The collective heartbeat intertwined with the night, weaving a captivating tableau, promising an extraordinary evening ahead. As the night deepened, the gentle drizzle transformed into a torrential downpour, as if the heavens had been torn asunder, unleashing a deluge of tears. In this silent and oppressive midnight, a battalion of soldiers moved stealthily, clad in resplendent golden armor, as though emerging from ancient legends, radiating an indomitable and resolute light. Their steps were light yet powerful, silently traversing the halls of the martial spirit temple, as if the very wind made way for them. Their gazes were steadfast, their expressions solemn, proclaiming the advent of a transformative era. With the intensifying rain, their figures became increasingly indistinct in the night, yet their determination shone like a beacon amidst the storm. Their departure was akin to a flash of lightning cutting through the stillness of the night, brief yet dazzling, leaving an indelible impact on the soul. In the latter part of the night, while most remained in slumber, the golden-armored soldiers had quietly vanished, leaving behind only the echo of their footsteps in the night and the resolute convictions made clearer by the cleansing rain. Meanwhile, within the law enforcement hall, the scene was starkly different, as if another world was subtly unfolding. The room was alive with laughter and exuberant voices, brimming with vibrant energy. People gathered joyfully, some singing and dancing lightly, others toasting and sharing in merriment, painting a lively tableau. Their faces radiated satisfaction and delight, as if all worries and troubles had dissolved in the midst of this joyous revelry. The entire law enforcement hall was enveloped in this jubilant ambience, as if the very air was infused with a sense of lightness and joy. This atmosphere stood in sharp contrast to the tension and solemnity outside, accentuating the tranquility and harmony within. In this moment of joyful gathering, individuals momentarily cast aside the disturbances and worries of the outside world. Relishing in this rare tranquility and happiness, they raised their glasses in celebration, exchanging blessings as if, in this very instant, all adversities have faded into the past, and every future holds the promise of hope and anticipation. Under the dim lights, a figure of somewhat rotund stature sits heavily upon the delicate frame of a frail woman beneath him, exuding an air of smug satisfaction. reveling in the sense of dominion bestowed by his elevated position. His gaze, akin to that of a cunning fox, glimmers with sly intent as it stealthily flits towards the individual seated in the principal chair. This person, reminiscent of a towering mountain, remains seated in serene composure. Their expression inscrutable, emanating an aura of profound tranquility. Their eyes, resembling an unfathomable abyss, conceal the true thoughts within. Yet, as the rotund figure subtly signals, a flicker of movement betrays a ripple of disturbance in the otherwise placid demeanor. This tableau unfolds like a meticulously crafted painting, quietly revealing itself in the tranquil night. The corpulent man, the young woman beneath him, and the dignitary in the principal seat appear as protagonists within this artistic frame, each playing their designated roles in a complex interplay of power and desire. Sir, the chief enforcer is about to assume his duties. Our days of merriment may soon come to an end. The man in the principal seat responds with a chilly smile, fingers caressing his wine glass, concealing his true intentions. I have dispatched spies to inform Emperor Xingluo of this matter. Should he wish to maintain our collaboration, the royal family will undoubtedly send agents to eliminate the chief enforcer. The man in the principal chair chuckles ominously, as though everything lies firmly within his grasp. Night envelopes like thick ink, and suddenly, the doors of the enforcement hall are violently thrust open, shattering the stillness as if tearing apart the fabric of the night. Splinters of wood scatter, accompanied by a resounding crash that reverberates through the vast hall, igniting a sense of dread. A gust of wind, laden with fine rain, sweeps in, disrupting the atmosphere of joy within. The rotund figure jolts in surprise, his hefty form teetering precariously on the chair, nearly toppling over. His eyes widen in terror as he gazes toward the entrance, where a live soldier stands resolutely, clad in gleaming armor that glistens with a cold radiance against the rainy backdrop, exuding an undeniable authority. The laughter and merriment of the assembly freeze in that moment, plunging the entire enforcement hall into an oppressive silence. Only the soldiers' heavy breaths and the rhythmic patter of rain outside intertwine, creating a tense and suffocating atmosphere. The man in the principal seat raises an eyebrow, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he slowly rises, his gaze piercing as it fixes upon the unexpected intruder at the threshold. Chapter 26. Turmoil in the Grand Hall. The gaze of the crowd converged upon the soldiers outside, as if an invisible force drew them to the solemn figure. With the arrival of the soldiers, a heavy atmosphere silently permeated the space, akin to ominous clouds gathering in the night, casting a suffocating and oppressive shroud. The air seemed to thicken, and even breathing became a cautious endeavor, lest it shatter the eerie silence. Every corner of the hall was infused with a palpable tension, as if an unknown peril were on the brink of descending. The hearts of the assembly tightened in anticipation of the impending unknown. The soldiers stood resolute, like a statue, before quietly turning and stepping aside with measured strides. Then, a series of clear footsteps echoed through the rain, resonating like the beat of a heavy drum, each strike synchronizing perfectly with the heartbeat of those waiting outside. The sound reverberated in the rainy night, each step seemingly imbued with immense weight, pressing heavily upon the hearts of the onlookers. They acted as relentless metronomes, meticulously governing the breaths of those outside, as the invisible pressure surged like a tide, rendering the air even more oppressive. Within the hall, all eyes were fixated on the entrance, as if even breathing had ceased. In the hushed silence, the intermittent sound of gasping breaths pierced the atmosphere, strikingly harsh. Each face bore an expression of tension and anticipation, as if awaiting the arrival of a momentous event. This stifling silence was filled with an undercurrent of anxiety and uncertainty, intensifying the gravity of the hall's ambience. The sound of footsteps echoed through the vast hall, each step akin to a heavy stone dropping upon the hearts of the audience. As the footsteps drew closer, the crowd's focus sharpened, ultimately fixing upon the threshold. There, a figure gradually emerged, draped in the elder's cloak, exuding a solemn and commanding presence. It was Meitikai. His countenance was ominously dark, reminiscent of storm clouds before the tempest, oppressive and foreboding. His profound eyes blazed with fury, reminiscent of a volcano on the verge of eruption, instilling a sense of dread. Though his steps were steady, each one seemed to carry the weight of thunder, shaking the very foundations of the hall. Upon fully entering the hall, it felt as though the breath of the crowd was stifled by his commanding presence, plunging the space into a profound silence. Meitikai's gaze swept over the assembly, his eyes sharp as blades, eliciting an instinctual urge to avert their gaze. His arrival ignited the already tense atmosphere, amplifying the strain within the hall. Excellent, truly commendable. Meitikai's voice reverberated through the vastness, each word striking like a hammer upon the hearts of those present. His face was ashen, and the ire emanating from his eyes seemed poised to ignite the entire hall. His hands were clenched into fists, veins bulging, as if he were desperately suppressing an inner fury. His gaze scanned the assembly. Those once arrogant members of the enforcement team now bowed their heads, their faces etched with fear and unease. Their bodies trembled slightly, as if on the verge of collapse beneath the weight of his formidable authority. The air in the hall was thick with tension, as if even the atmosphere had solidified under the weight of simmering rage. Every movement of Might Kai exuded a palpable strength as he walked deliberately towards a table laden with untouched goblets and delicacies, his gaze icy and unyielding. With a sudden sweep of his hand, the items on the table were sent crashing to the ground, shattering with a sharp sound that mirrored the fragmented state of his emotions. The man seated at the head of the table instantly transformed from calm to malevolent, as if the tranquility before a storm had been ruthlessly torn asunder. He slammed his hand onto the intricately carved armrest, producing a jarring crack that sent splinters flying, echoing the fury and discontent that brewed within him. Like a panther, he sprang to his feet, his heavy robe billowing with his movement, revealing powerful legs beneath. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, fixated on Might Kai, filled with threats and warnings. The corners of his mouth curled into a cruel smile, as though relishing Might Kai's astonishment and unease. The air around them seemed ignited by his wrath, an invisible pressure enveloping the hall, intensifying the already fraught atmosphere. Elder, do not forget, this is the law enforcement hall. Even as a titled Douluo, you hold no authority over us. With that fierce proclamation, the silence of the hall shattered, akin to a tranquil lake disturbed by a boulder, sending ripples throughout. A surge of law enforcement personnel flooded in, their steps synchronized and resolute, each stride echoing with the intent to shatter the oppressive ambience. Their gazes were unwavering and cold, weapons glinting ominously, instilling a sense of dread. Among them, several Soul Douluo rose from their seats, towering like immovable mountains. Their eyes, fierce as beasts, bore down on Might Kai, as if they were poised to devour him whole. Their overwhelming presence swept through the hall like a tempest, causing the very structure to tremble. In response, Might Kai's gaze reflected a profound pity, as if he were observing a flock of lambs blindly marching toward their own demise. A glint of icy clarity flickered in his eyes, reminiscent of crystalline ice in the depths of winter. He slowly raised his hand, tracing an elegant arc through the air, as if conducting a silent symphony. With this gesture, an intangible energy began to permeate the hall, rippling outward and enveloping the law enforcement officers and Soul Douluo within its embrace. Suddenly, they felt a suffocating weight upon their hearts, as though an invisible mountain pressed down upon them, rendering them breathless. Their steps grew heavy, as if bound by unseen chains, immobilizing them. Terror and despair flickered in their eyes, as if they had foreseen their grim fate. From this day forth, the Law Elder will officially assume command of the Law Enforcement Hall, and all previous regulations will be abolished one by one. All rights of the bishops will be revoked. As the words of Mate Kai resonated, it seemed as though a tempest had swept through the grand hall, shattering the previously solemn atmosphere into fragments. The faces of the law enforcement members paled, a tumult of fear and rage intertwining upon their visages, as if they beheld the harbinger of their own doom. Those once arrogant Soul Douluos now resembled frost-bitten eggplants, their former grandeur evaporating in an instant. Their eyes brimmed with resentment and despair, as if they had foreseen their impending failure. Yet, Mate Kai remained unmoved, his gaze unwavering and indifferent, as if everything lay firmly within his grasp. Slowly, he turned away, his back to the assembly, striding deeper into the hall. Each step resonated with a steady resolve, proclaiming his determination and authority to all present. After absorbing Mate Kai's declaration, the individual seated in the principal seat suddenly erupted into a sinister laughter. The assembly was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected sound. Kuei-Tian, what are you laughing at? He is an elder of the law enforcement. The once portly man, who had been reclining on the maiden earlier, had now donned his trousers, his befuddled mind struggling to comprehend his friend's sudden mirth. Kuei-Tian's expression darkened as he glared at Mate Kai. Fools, Yamamoto, have you not discerned the truth? The adversary is masquerading as an elder of our Wuhuan Hall with insidious intent to rebel. The glaring reality is before us. Do I need to elaborate further? Seize him. With a commanding shout, Kuei-Tian plunged the hall into chaos. Soldiers swiftly drew their long swords, their blades glinting ominously, aimed squarely at Mate Kai. Their faces bore resolute determination, undeterred by the presence of a titled Douluo, for their loyalty rendered them fearless. Multicolored soul rings illuminated the hall, akin to resplendent stars in the night sky. emanating powerful waves of soul energy. Among these rings, some flickered with searing flames, others radiated frigid frost, while some crackled with the roar of thunder. Under the weight of this formidable soul power, the entire hall seemed to tremble. Yet, the most captivating figures were undoubtedly Gizi and Yamamoto. Gizi clenched his fists, joints cracking under pressure, as 8 soul rings spiraled around him, each emitting a distinctive hue, narrating the saga of his illustrious past. Yamamoto, with a sinister countenance, formed hand seals as 9 soul rings ascended behind him, exuding an overwhelming aura of oppression that sent chills down spines. The atmosphere within the hall escalated to an unprecedented tension, every gaze fixated upon Yamamoto. His towering figure resembled a majestic mountain, encircled by the 9 soul rings that radiated brilliant light, akin to 9 luminous stars. Each flicker of the soul rings resonated with intense waves of soul energy, as though the hall had been plunged into a tumultuous ocean. Yamamoto's expression darkened, his eyes shimmering with a ruthless glint, as if he intended to engulf the entire hall. Gradually, he advanced. Each step felt like a heavy weight upon the hearts of the onlookers, instilling an inescapable sense of dread. Gizi stood to the side, his gaze a complex tapestry of emotions as he beheld Yamamoto. He had never anticipated that his brother would achieve the esteemed rank of title Douluo at such a critical juncture. The brilliance of 9 soul rings illuminated his face, revealing the shock and unease within his heart. He understood that from this moment forth, the chasm between him and Yamamoto had widened irreparably, making it impossible for them to stand side by side in battle as they once had. Kamida's complexion paled in an instant. The trace of smugness that had adorned his features vanished entirely, replaced by profound astonishment and trepidation. His gaze fixated on Yamamoto, as if attempting to penetrate the concealed power behind those 9 soul rings. Yamamoto's aura surged ever higher, transforming him from the familiar brother into an insurmountable peak. Each soul ring upon him radiated a dazzling light, as if narrating the tale of his might and authority. The light within the hall seemed to be consumed by Yamamoto's presence, leaving only the 9 soul rings behind him shimmering in the darkness. Even the surrounding air felt as though it had solidified, rendering it difficult to breathe. Within the hall, a tempestuous energy erupted instantaneously. The eager to impress Gizi resembled an enraged beast, his 6th soul ring suddenly igniting, casting a resplendent glow that illuminated the dim chamber. His muscles swelled as if inflated, every sinew threatening to burst forth, showcasing astonishing strength. With a fierce roar, Gizi's feet slammed into the ground, causing the floor beneath him to groan under the strain, cracks spreading like a spider's web. The entire hall seemed to tremble at that moment, and everyone felt unsteady beneath their feet, their heartbeats quickening in response. He moved like lightning, charging towards Mike K, his colossal fist slicing through the air with a howling wind, as though intent on rending the very atmosphere apart. In that moment, Gizi embodied an unstoppable war god, his might and energy reaching their zenith. 6th soul skill, armored strike. In the blink of an eye, Mike K's figure appeared to flicker before the onlookers, as if transformed into a fleeting shadow. His movements were swift and graceful, akin to a leopard weaving through the jungle. Just as Gizi's fist was about to connect, Mike K slightly shifted his body, effortlessly evading the tremendous blow. The punch missed its target, and Gizi felt a tremendous force rebound from his fist, numbing his entire arm. He stared in disbelief at Mike K, whose calm and profound gaze seemed to harbor boundless mysteries. Meanwhile, Mike K remained rooted in place. Not a single hem of his garment stirred. He cast a fleeting glance at Gizi, as though regarding an opponent of little consequence. His eyes brimmed with disdain and scorn, as if to convey, "Is this truly your utmost effort?" The atmosphere within the hall grew increasingly tense with the onset of combat. Outside, the once orderly ranks of the Spirit Hall soldiers surged forward like a tide, their steps resolute and powerful, armor glinting with a chilling brilliance under the sun. Upon entering the hall, they hesitated not for a moment, positioning themselves behind Mike K, forming an unassailable barrier in an instant. The soldiers exhibited resolute gazes and solemn expressions, their long swords glinting with a cold sheen under the sunlight, their blades pointing unwaveringly forward. Their presence not only provided formidable support to Maite Kai, but also infused the entire hall with an air of lethal intent. Within the hall, Koei-tien, Yamamoto, and others, who had previously attempted to resist, were compelled to confront the abrupt turn of events. As they beheld the meticulously arranged soldiers, a chill surged within them. They understood that the arrival of these warriors had irrevocably altered the dynamics of the hall. While the soldiers' leaders may not significantly influence high-level combat, One of the regulations of the Spirit Hall strictly forbids harm to its personnel. The three were acutely aware of the genuine identities of each other as law enforcement elders. Yet, at that moment, they could only cling to this rationale to deceive themselves. The atmosphere in the hall froze instantaneously, as if the very air had ceased to flow. Yamamoto, Koei-tien, and Aneko exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with terror and despair. They realized that they had no avenue for retreat, leaving them with no choice but to confront Maite Kai decisively. Yamamoto drew a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the fear within him, and once more formed hand seals. The radiance of 9 soul rings surged dramatically, illuminating the hall as if to cast away the shadows. He suddenly propelled himself forward, transforming into a fleeting shadow, hurtling directly toward Maite Kai. His movements were swift and fierce, as if he intended to unleash all his wrath and strength in that singular moment. Observing this, Koei-tien and Aneko gritted their teeth, unleashing their formidable soul power in an assault against Maite Kai. The trio's onslaught surged toward Maite Kai like 3 rampaging dragons, the violent fluctuations of their soul power threatening to collapse the very structure of the hall. Maite Kai's eyes sparkled with unwavering determination amidst the dimness of the hall, resembling 2 eternal beacons. As he inhaled deeply, a tremendous aura erupted from within him, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. Green steam began to rise slowly from his form, enveloping him in a hazy green mist, infused with an overwhelming vitality, as if it were the purest essence of nature itself. Under the weight of this imposing aura, the surrounding air felt dense, rendering breaths labored. Maite Kai's figure, shrouded in the green steam, grew increasingly indistinct, yet his gaze sharpened with acuity. He fixated on the 3 assailants, seemingly discerning the trajectories of their attacks. Gradually, he raised his hands, green light coalescing in his palms, as if some enigmatic force were converging. 8 gates, 6th gate, open. Chapter 27. Quelling the enemy's eyes widened as they gazed upon Might Guy's tranquil visage, stirring a tumult within their hearts. His fists, seemingly compelled by an invisible force, could advance no further. Might Guy's figure appeared to merge with the wind, his movements light and fluid, each subtle turn exuding an ineffable grace. A faint smile graced his lips, and a glimmer of sharpness flickered in his eyes, as if he could see through all illusions. Suddenly, Might Guy moved, transforming into a flash of lightning, instantly standing before the enemy. With a gentle wave of his hand, a tremendous force surged forth like crashing waves, propelling the foe several steps back. 8th soul skill, Annihilation Fong. Yamamoto's voice thundered across the battlefield, his 8th soul ring igniting with brilliance, akin to a resplendent star piercing the night sky. Under the radiance of this soul ring, Yamamoto's figure appeared more imposing, resembling a war deity emerging from ancient times. His presence swept in like a tempest, distorting the very air around him. His eyes glimmered with a fierce light, capable of piercing through all deception. In that moment, he seemed to merge with the heavens and earth, becoming the sovereign of the battlefield. With a furious shout, Yamamoto clenched his fists tightly. A terrifying power began to surge wildly within him. A black energy coalesced atop his fist, forming a sharp fang that radiated a sense of devastation, as if it could consume all, causing the surrounding space to tremble. The atmosphere on the battlefield became taut. Kamida's eyes flashed with resolve. His figure instantaneously became blurred, seemingly merging with the surrounding air. Soon after, his 7th soul ring erupted with brilliance, enveloping him in dazzling light, casting his form as if he were a deity descended from myth. As the soul ring shone, astonishing transformations occurred within Kamida. His muscles swelled, his skin hardened like iron, every inch infused with boundless power. His fists were tightly clenched, the sound of cracking knuckles resonating as if they could tear through the very air. His eyes sparkled with a fierce light, flames seemingly dancing within his pupils. He stepped forward with a force that shook the ground, as if the entire battlefield trembled beneath his feet. In that moment, he became the eye of the storm, everything within his grasp. Might Guy's gaze reflected determination, his form remaining upright and steadfast under the pressure of soul energy. He inhaled deeply, as if to draw in the surrounding air, then exhaled forcefully, an invisible power erupting from him like a tempest, sweeping towards the 3 adversaries. The martial spirits of Wang Ba, Wild Boar, and Porcupine trembled violently under the onslaught of Might Guy's soul energy, as if they were on the verge of shattering. The combined soul pressure they released appeared utterly fragile before Might Guy, as though made of mere paper. The figure of Maitre Kai grew increasingly imposing amidst the surge of soul power, each of his steps resonating in the hearts of those present, evoking an involuntary sense of trepidation. With a gentle wave of his hand, An even more formidable force erupted, effortlessly tearing apart the soul power barrier formed by three individuals. Maitre Kai moved across the battlefield like a phantom, his speed seemingly transcending the confines of time. In the astonished gazes of onlookers, he instantaneously appeared behind the enemy. His lithe form reminiscent of a leopard, radiating astonishing explosive energy. His fist clenched tightly, muscles taut as if brimming with boundless fury and strength. Before the enemy could react, his fist thundered forth like a bolt of lightning, striking solidly against the enemy's shoulder. A sharp crack echoed as the shoulder crumbled under Maitre Kai's blow. Flesh and blood erupting, bones shattering, akin to sand dunes ravaged by a tempest, leaving chaos in its wake. The enemy felt a colossal force surge from his shoulder, akin to being struck by an unyielding weight, and before he could comprehend the situation, his body was involuntarily propelled into the air. His vision blurred and the roaring wind accompanied by the terrified shouts of comrades filled his ears. At that moment, he was powerless to respond. The enemy traced an arc in the air, akin to a thrown object, crashing heavily to the ground. He felt pain coursing through every part of his body, as if sliced by countless blades. Struggling to rise, he found that the excruciating pain radiating from his shoulder had drained him of all strength. Maitre Kai's form flickered like a specter once more, this time setting his sights on Yamamoto. Before Yamamoto could recover from his shock, Maitre Kai's fist descended like a tempest. Yamamoto sensed an unstoppable force bearing down upon him. The black fangs he had conjured shattered effortlessly beneath Maitre Kai's iron fist, disintegrating into countless shards of darkness. Simultaneously, Kamida was subjected to a fierce assault. A concealed powerhouse emerged from the shadows, wielding a gleaming longsword that shimmered with a chilling light. With a single swing, the sword struck Kamida's hardened back with precision. The radiance of Kamida's seventh soul ring dimmed instantly, his form trembling violently under the impact of the longsword, ultimately causing the ethereal projection of his martial spirit to shatter like glass, dispersing into twinkling starlight in the air. The figure of the dark Qian Rinxiu, it drifted across the battlefield like a wraith, her eyes glimmering with a profound and frigid starlight. Her dark sacred sword reflected a chilling sheen under the sunlight, with Kamida's blood slowly sliding down the blade, leaving behind horrifying marks. With a delicate motion, she summoned an invisible force that consumed the bloodstains, restoring the sword's original luster. Yet, her face contorted in extreme distaste and revulsion, as if the blood were the most tainted substance in existence. She furrowed her brow slightly, her gaze sweeping across the battlefield, where Maitre Kai wove through the crowd. Each strike echoing like thunder, unmatched and unyielding. An indescribable thrill surged within her heart. What power did this man truly possess? Only the cold gleam of the sword and the shadow of Might Guy remain. Dark Qian Rinxia stands quietly beside, her profound eyes swirling with emotion as she gazes at Might Guy, the man devoid of a martial soul yet powerful enough to induce breathlessness. His figure is like lightning amidst the crowd, each strike infused with a cataclysmic force. The wind from his fists sweeps across the battlefield like a tempest, rendering the once impenetrable defenses in her eyes as fragile as paper beneath his iron fists. Dark Qian Rinxia's hand trembles slightly, the dark holy sword in her grasp seemingly humming in resonance. She reminisces about her years as Qian Rinxiu, memories of martial souls and power flooding her mind. Yet, at this moment, she finds herself steeped in profound doubt regarding it all. The curtain of demise quietly descends, and this chaos, once as raucous as children's play, silently approaches its conclusion. The three top-tier combatants, who once basked in glory, now stand diminished under Might Guy's iron fists, akin to withered leaves ravaged by a tempest. Utterly defeated and in disarray, his figure looms like an indomitable peak in the center of the battlefield, instilling fear in all who behold it. The once formidable law enforcement soldiers have long succumbed to the fierce onslaught of the elite from the martial soul hall brought forth by Dark Qian Rinxiu, collapsing like sandcastles washed away by the tide, scattering in disarray. Their retreat not only heralds the end of this turmoil, but also symbolizes the imminent establishment of a new order upon this land. Everything settles into silence, leaving only the dust dancing in the wind and the marks on the battlefield to narrate the events that have just transpired. The two pivotal figures, Might Guy and Dark Qian Rinxiu, share a gaze that is both profound and resolute, as if they have glimpsed the direction of the future. Beneath the moonlight, Dark Qian Rinxiu retreats like a specter, her presence akin to a fleeting meteor in the night sky, dazzling yet ephemeral, vanishing into the endless darkness. Her departure leaves a mysterious void upon this stage, awaiting the emergence of new protagonists. Under the moon's glow, Mike Guy's figure appears remarkably towering. His gaze, sharp as an eagle's, surveys the three writhing in agony on the ground, resembling an inconsequential play. Their former majesty and might now seem trivial, akin to dust scattered by the wind in his eyes. Despair and unwillingness are etched on the faces of the three, once brimming with vigor. They now find themselves in such a dire predicament. Their martial souls lie shattered, vitality waning with each labored breath accompanied by agonized groans. Turtlefield, once proud of his iron hardback, now resembles a turtle stripped of its shell, utterly vulnerable. The wounds inflicted by the longsword expose flesh and bone, blood seeping out and staining the surrounding earth. He struggles to rise, yet each attempt ends in failure, leaving him to helplessly roll upon the ground. The rain gradually ceases, and with the quelling of the rebellion, the torrential downpour comes to an end. The entire battlefield seems to succumb to a profound stillness. The sound of raindrops falling upon the ground gradually diminished until it vanished entirely, leaving only the occasional gasp and low moan echoing in the air. The atmosphere was thick with humidity and the earthy scent of wet soil, while the once dim sky began to brighten, revealing a faint glimmer of dawn. On the battlefield, Mike Kai stood resolute, his gaze sweeping across every corner like a sharp sword, as if to ascertain whether each skirmish had truly concluded. The once formidable warriors now lay scattered, either prone or reclining, struggling painfully in the muddy terrain. Their groans mingled with the morning bird song, weaving a unique symphony that depicted the desolation of the aftermath of war. After the night, dawn emerged, and the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, cascading upon the land that had endured the ravages of conflict. As the dust settled, the clamor of battle gradually faded, leaving behind a scene of devastation and despair. Yet amidst this ruin, the law enforcement hall emerged quietly, like spring shoots after rain. They stood tall on the battlefield, their postures proud and unwavering, resembling indomitable warriors. Their eyes were resolute and profound, as if proclaiming the establishment of a new order. Their presence was akin to the first light of dawn, bringing hope and a chance for rebirth to the land. Under the post-war sun, the members of the law enforcement hall began to rebuild their homeland, mending the wounds inflicted by the rebellion. They toiled diligently, their sweat soaking their garments and the earth, which had long suffered. Through their efforts, green sprouts began to emerge from the ruins, and the air brimmed with the essence of renewal. Within the Douluo Palace, Dai Tianfeng received news from the front lines without delay. Seated upon an exquisite dragon throne, a flicker of astonishment and unease crossed his eyes. The strength and decisiveness of Mike Kai far exceeded his expectations. Before the army of the Douluo Empire could arrive, he had swiftly quelled the sudden rebellion. Those once formidable warriors now struggled in agony on the battlefield, while he stood unwavering, like a god of war, contemplating these matters. A complex expression surfaced on Dai Tianfeng's face, and turmoil brewed within him. He understood that this new leader of the law enforcement hall was not only powerful, but also possessed unwavering faith and indomitable will. Such an existence posed a formidable challenge to the Douluo Empire. "Are you truly leaving?" Mike Kai looked at the dark, enigmatic Qian Rengshu with confusion. He could not fathom the girl's thought process. She had insisted on accompanying him, yet after barely 3 days, she was now clamoring to depart. Initially, she had playfully pleaded to join him, but now she stated her intent to leave with resolute finality, and no amount of persuasion could sway her. Qian Rengshu, observing his perplexed expression, turned her head away with a hint of impatience, thinking him rather dense. "Fine, I shall be leaving soon anyway. It's best to avoid further entanglements." With that, she rose gracefully and leapt lightly onto a nearby tree, turning her back to Mike Kai and waving her hand in farewell, signaling her departure. Mike Kai watched as the delicate figure of Jaime Qian Rengshu gradually vanished among the treetops, an inexplicable emotion surging within him. He gazed at the receding silhouette, sensing her resolute departure and the unknown she would soon bring. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon Mike Kai's resolute face. He inhaled deeply, drawing in the crisp air. A wave of strength swelling within him, an unwavering belief in the reconstruction of his homeland, and a courageous readiness to confront the challenges that lay ahead. Though the figure of Jaime Qian Rengshu had slipped beyond his sight, Mike Kai's gaze lingered on the treetops. He envisioned her soaring freely through the sky, a twinge of envy rising in his heart. His eyes followed the diminishing black streak across the horizon, igniting within him a fervent longing. He imagined himself, like Jaime Qian Rengshu, gliding effortlessly through the air, unrestrained, a sensation he had never experienced. He tilted his head towards the boundless azure sky, a rush of passion coursing through him, as if he could see his own form soaring across the heavens. Suddenly, a blinding black streak sliced through the sky, akin to a shooting star traversing the night. Dazzling yet ephemeral, it tore through the firmament, racing towards the distant starry empire, its speed nearly impossible to capture. Maikai was taken aback by this unexpected spectacle. His eyes widened, as if he wished to imprint every detail of that black streak into his memory. The trajectory of the streak left a long tail in the sky, resembling a bolt of lightning in the darkness, illuminating the entire expanse above. Chapter 28: The Righteous Tang Ritian. In a secluded corner of St. Sol Village, located in the Fastno province of Nanning City, the sunlight dappled the ancient cobblestone path, bestowing a sense of antiquity upon this tranquil town. Against this backdrop, a figure quietly emerged, a scruffy man whose tattered clothing and weathered visage spoke volumes of the passage of time. Yet, at this moment, his previously serene countenance contorted into a grotesque expression of indescribable ferocity. The man's eyes shimmered with an otherworldly light, as if he could perceive the myriad deceptions of the world. His nostrils flared slightly, seemingly capturing an ineffable scent in the air. It was a nauseating aura, imbued with malice and arrogance, akin to a demon clawing its way from the abyss, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. Furrowing his brow in deep concentration, the man clenched his fists tightly, his veins bulging with pent-up rage and unease. He felt an overwhelming surge of fury and trepidation, for he recognized this malevolent presence. It was identical to the essence of Qian Xuanji, the one who had once inflicted upon him endless suffering and humiliation. Qian Xuanji, that self-proclaimed member of the angelic race, radiated an aura like a sharp dagger, piercing deeply into the man's heart. Tremors coursed through his body, yet a resolute light flickered in his eyes. He understood that he could not remain passive while this wicked presence rampaged through the world. Meanwhile, Dark Qian Ruxue advanced with remarkable speed, traversing the entirety of the Xingluo Empire in just 2 days. However, as she swiftly passed a village, a formidable and fearsome pressure suddenly descended from the sky. In the next moment, a colossal Haotian hammer hurtled toward her with tremendous force. Dark Qian Rushue's speed faltered abruptly, her pupils constricting as she faced this unforeseen attack. In a frantic maneuver, she spun in midair, attempting to evade the thunderous strike. Yet, the Haotian hammer seemed to possess a will of its own, relentlessly pursuing her, its massive shadow carving a deep arc through the air, carrying with it the promise of annihilation. A deafening roar reverberated through the atmosphere, as if the very fabric of space were being torn asunder by this overwhelming power. With a swift motion, Dark Qian Ruxue narrowly dodged the hammer's direct impact, but the residual shockwave still sent ripples of fear coursing through her. As she looked up, a figure leapt from the mountaintop in the distance, wielding the Haotian hammer like a deity of war descending from the heavens. In the twilight of the encroaching darkness, Tang Hao stood as an indomitable giant, grasping the black and red interwoven Haotian hammer. Its face glowed with a fierce and wild radiance akin to flames from the depths of an abyss. His strides were firm and powerful, each step seemingly capable of shaking the very earth beneath him. As he moved, the fiery red patterns that danced across his skin erupted one by one, flowing like molten lava, infused with an aura of unparalleled might. Simultaneously, the space around him appeared to be torn apart, as 9 soul rings, yellow, purple, black, and red, intertwined and spiraled around him, whirling in a frenzied display of power. The 9 soul rings shimmered like 9 resplendent stars, each radiating a unique luminescence, resonating with one another to create an indescribable aura of pressure. Most notably, the 9th soul ring, of vivid crimson, resembled a blood moon. Its deep, eerie hue was enough to instill a sense of dread. Within that scarlet ring seemed to lie boundless darkness and slaughter. Each flicker appeared capable of devouring all. It was not merely a soul ring but a bottomless abyss of the soul, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. In this realm, Tang Hao stood like a deathly specter emerging from the depths of hell, wielding the Haotian hammer, encircled by 9 soul rings. Particularly the chilling crimson 9th ring that sent shivers down one's spine. His presence heralded an impending storm, leaving all in awe. The biting wind howled, stirring up clouds of dust, as if recounting the sorrows of the past. Upon this desolate land, a name thundered through the air's spirit hall. Tang Hao. A name that once instilled fear across the entire Douluo continent, now erupted from his shattered throat in a roar. His voice brimmed with unfathomable rage, as though intended to rend the very sky asunder. His eyes, consumed by hatred, blazed with a crimson flame reminiscent of hellfire, burning fiercely in the darkness. Opposite him stood a tall, exquisitely beautiful woman, Darkness Qianrengshu. Her eyes sparkled with a complex array of emotions, nostalgia for her father, hatred for her enemies, and an unending trepidation towards the man before her. She understood that this Haotian Douluo, who had slain her father, was among the most formidable beings on the continent. Yet, in that moment, Darkness Qianrengshu was merely a six-ring soul emperor. Despite her extraordinary talent, she felt diminutive in the face of absolute power. Her heart brimmed with resentment and helplessness, for she knew she could not contend with this powerful man. As Tang Hao's figure gradually faded into the darkness, his voice echoed like thunder in Qianrengshu's ears. He roared, denouncing the crimes of the Spirit Hall, each word striking deep into her heart like a sharp blade. You have taken everything from me. I will make you pay. Tang Hao's voice reverberated through the night sky, as if intent on raising the entire Spirit Hall to the ground. Darkness Qianrengshu clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her flesh. Yet she paid no heed to the pain. She knew retreat was not an option. Even in the face of overwhelming foes, she would seek vengeance for her father. Their gazes met in the air, igniting the night sky with intensity. This was a battle of life and death, a fated confrontation. In this moment, filled with tension and thrill, whoever emerged victorious would become a legend upon this continent. Tang Hao furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of astonishment washing over him. He had not anticipated that this young woman before him possessed such remarkable spirit and strength at her tender age. He took a deep breath, his voice resonant and resolute. This young emperor, if not subdued today, will undoubtedly become a formidable threat to my Haotian sect in the future. No sooner had he spoken than Tang Hao propelled himself forward like an arrow loosed from its bow. The Haotian hammer he gripped glimmered coldly in the moonlight, radiating an aura of cataclysmic power. Dark Qianrengshu, observing this, felt a chill pass through her eyes. With a swift motion, she transformed into a shadowy specter, hurtling towards Tang Hao. The distance between them closed in an instant, as if a collision were imminent. Yet, just as they were about to make contact, Tang Hao swung the Haotian hammer with a thunderous force, striking fiercely at Dark Qianrengshu. The blow was so formidable that it seemed to tear the very air apart, producing a sharp, piercing howl. Dark Qianrengshu's expression shifted, but she showed no intention of retreating. With a deft twist of her body, she evaded the strike of the Haotian hammer, simultaneously conjuring a sphere of black light in her hands to retaliate against Tang Hao. Their figures intertwined in the night sky, each clash resonating with deafening echoes. Their movements were as swift as lightning, seemingly suspending time itself. The air around them twisted under their immense presence, forming whirlwinds that engulfed everything in their vicinity. Tang Hao understood that despite her youth, Dark Qianrengshu's prowess was formidable. He knew he must exert every ounce of his strength to truly defeat her. Thus, he swung the Haotian hammer once more, launching a more ferocious assault. Dark Qianrengshu, undeterred, matched him with astonishing speed and power, leading to a breathtaking duel. The intensity of their battle escalated with each strike, each collision threatening to rend the very fabric of space. The whirlwinds around them grew denser, seemingly intent on swallowing the world whole. The outcome of this confrontation would ultimately determine the fate of the Haotian sect. However, at that moment, a lapse in Dark Qianrengshu's focus presented Tang Hao with a rare opportunity. With an indomitable light flashing in his eyes, the power within him surged like a torrential flood, coalescing upon the massive hammer in his grasp. In that instant, he felt a profound connection with the heavens and earth, transforming into an immovable bastion. With a thunderous crash, Tang Hao's hammer descended like a bolt of divine wrath upon Dark Qianrengshu's soul power shield. The shield shattered instantly under the impact, splintering like fragile glass. The overwhelming force surged forth like a tempest, and Dark Qianrengshu found herself unable to resist, violently expelling a mouthful of blood as her body was swept away like a leaf caught in a tidal wave. Meanwhile, within the palace of the Tiando Empire, the atmosphere thickened instantaneously with tension. The Snow Knight Emperor gazed in astonishment at Shui Qinghe, who, typically composed and reserved, now bore a pallid countenance. His lips stained with crimson. His hands gripped the armrests of his chair tightly, as if struggling against an unseen force. The surrounding ministers were rendered speechless by this scene, exchanging anxious glances filled with trepidation. The Emperor of the Snowy Night hastily rose to his feet and swiftly approached Shui Qinghe, concern etched upon his face. "Qinghe, what troubles you? Are you unwell?" Shui Qinghe managed to lift his head, a flicker of anguish crossing his features. He inhaled deeply, attempting to quell the turmoil within. Yet the violent impact emanating from afar surged upon him like a cataclysmic avalanche, overwhelming his senses. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to speak. "Father, I am fine, merely feeling a bit unwell." The air within the palace seemed to freeze, the silence broken only by the emperor's worried voice reverberating through the stillness. He extended his hand, seeking to offer his son a modicum of warmth and reassurance. However, as his fingers brushed against Xue Qinghe's icy palm, he felt the tremors of despair within. Xue Qinghe's complexion was as pale as the first snow of winter, his lips quivering slightly. He fought valiantly to suppress his body's tremors, yet could not mask the profound sense of powerlessness surging from deep within. Struggling to meet his father's gaze, the eyes that once radiated wisdom and resolve now reflected confusion and torment. In the corner, Xue Bao, though maintaining a composed demeanor, displayed a flicker of complex emotions within his gaze. He inclined his head slightly, his eyes drifting between Xue Qinghe and the emperor, as if mulling over something significant. The atmosphere in the palace grew increasingly tense, the air itself seemingly solidifying, with only Xue Qinghe's feeble breaths cutting through the oppressive silence. Upon Xue Qinghe's unsteady return to the opulent prince's palace, the heavily shut doors severed all external scrutiny. Behind the doors, an unusual luminescence flickered, as if some sorcery were unfolding in hushed secrecy. Xue Qinghe's form began to twist and transform within the glow, ultimately yielding to the visage of an enchanting woman, replacing the handsome features of the prince. Qian Ruxue stood before the mirror, the reflection revealing her disheveled state. Her once porcelain-like visage was now devoid of color, a trace of blood lingering at the corner of her lips, a sight both startling and sorrowful. Her eyes were tightly shut, seemingly battling the agony within her. Her chest heaved violently, each breath accompanied by a harsh cough, as if she were attempting to expel her very innards. Her hands clutched the edge of the vanity, her fingertips turning pale from the exertion, yet she emitted no sound, silently enduring the torment. As Xue Qinghe staggered away, the oppressive atmosphere within the palace shattered like broken ice. From the shadows, two figures emerged, akin to phantoms, the titled Douluo, Ansai Douluo, and Shimao Douluo. Their faces bore stern expressions, their eyes glimmering with concern and vigilance. Ansai Douluo, athletic and swift, approached Qian Ruxue, gently placing his hands near her, as though afraid to disturb her fragile spirit. Shimao Douluo followed closely, his gaze sweeping through the palace, seemingly on the lookout for lurking dangers. "Young master, what is the matter?" Ansai Douluo's voice was deep and laden with worry. Qian Ruxue slowly opened her eyes, a glimmer of determination and resilience flashing within them. She gently waved her hand, signaling that she was unharmed. Yet her pale complexion and the traces of blood at the corners of her lips rendered her injuries impossible to overlook. "I am unscathed," Qian Ruxue replied nonchalantly, though a subtle hint of confusion flickered across her brow. Ever since she stepped into the territory of the Tiando Empire, she had remained unscathed. At this moment, Qian Ruxue felt a profound perplexity. Since her arrival in the Tiando Empire, she had not encountered any battles. Thus, it was inconceivable that she could have sustained any internal injuries. Suddenly, a figure flashed through her mind, dark Qian Ruxue. This entity, ever by her side, shared an almost mirror-like connection with her. A realization dawned upon Qian Ruxue. Only if dark Qian Ruxue had suffered a grievous blow would she herself be affected. As if an invisible ripple had stirred deep within her soul, she quietly embraced this pain emanating from another version of herself, as if she could reach out and touch the tenacious and unwavering spirit of dark Qian Ruxue. Chapter 29. The feast at Hongmen Tang House stood resolutely, his towering Haotian hammer raised high towards the heavens. The overwhelming soul power surged forth like molten lava, instantly painting the entire sky a blinding shade of crimson. At this moment, dark Qian Ruxue appeared utterly disheveled, her hand pressed tightly against her wildly beating heart, while blood cascaded from the corner of her mouth like scattered red pearls, dotting her snow-white gown. Her eyes sparkled with a mix of defiance and astonishment as she beheld the impending hammer of destruction. "Scum of the Spirit Hall!" Tang Hao's voice resonated like cold iron, brimming with boundless fury and murderous intent. "Today, let me, Tang Hao, reclaim a measure of justice for the innocent souls lost." With a fierce roar, the soul power coalescing within the Haotian hammer reached its zenith, akin to a dazzling meteor streaking across the sky, hurtling towards dark Qian Ruxue with thunderous force. The terrifying momentum seemed to make the very heavens and earth tremble, enveloping the battlefield in a suffocating pressure. In this moment, Dark Qianrengshu appeared to be completely engulfed by darkness, her visage pale as parchment, as if all vitality had been drained from her. As a level 95 title Douluo, even in her injured state, her strength was incomparable to that of a mere soul emperor. However, the harsh reality lay starkly before her, and she was engulfed by an unprecedented despair. In this life-or-death moment, Dark Qianrengshu suddenly let out a mournful laugh, a sound filled with endless sorrow and helplessness. As if it were a cry from the depths of her soul, she had not anticipated that in this most perilous moment, the image of that young man would emerge in her mind. That young man had once been a beacon in her life, bestowing upon her infinite hope and warmth. Yet now, she found herself struggling alone in the darkness, that young man unreachable. She could not help but reminisce about the moments spent with him. Days filled with laughter and sunlight. However, reality was cruel. She had to confront the dilemma before her. In the boundless darkness, Qianrengshu resembled a flickering candle, consuming the last remnants of her soul power. Her body grew increasingly ethereal, as if a mere gust of wind could disperse her. Yet, deep within her eyes, a resolute light flickered, a fearless determination, as if she had cast aside all concerns of life and death. In that pivotal moment, Qianrengshu faced Tang Hao's thunderous hammer without fear. As her figure collided with the hammer, it felt as though time itself had frozen. She did not retreat or evade. Instead, she chose the most direct confrontation, embodying her unwavering trust in her own power and her profound desire for victory. This strike reverberated throughout the surroundings. Across the vast expanse of land, once mighty mountains seemed to tremble and collapse under the immense force, transforming into a desolate plain. As the shock waves gradually subsided and the dust settled, however, the figure of Dark Qianrengshu, who had stood resolutely at the center of the battlefield, had vanished without a trace. Tang Hao possessed an unshakable confidence in his own strength. Despite his grievous wounds at this moment, his pride and commanding presence remained undiminished. He was acutely aware that the strike he had just delivered was a thunderous blow, executed with all his might. Even an 80-level soul Douluo would find it impossible to emerge unscathed from such an assault. On the battlefield, only Tang Hao remained, standing quietly, his gaze piercing as if capable of penetrating all illusions. His silhouette, illuminated by the waning rays of the setting sun, appeared increasingly monumental, resembling an insurmountable peak towering over the desolation. Rest easy, Ain. Tang Hao's voice was low yet resolute, each word a solemn vow emerging from the depths of his heart. The Spirit Hall owes us a reckoning, and I shall ensure that every sin is repaid. His fist clenched tightly, veins bulging, as if he intended to channel all his fury and determination into that singular motion. He slowly turned, his gaze sweeping over the once vibrant mountains now reduced to ruins, where vitality and prosperity had long since vanished, leaving only devastation in their wake. Yet, within Tang Hao's heart, there was not a trace of remorse, only an unwavering resolve and determination. With a swift motion, he vanished like a specter, leaving behind a vow that echoed in the wind. I will make them understand the true cost. Meanwhile, within the princess palace, Qianrengshu was quietly cultivating to heal her injuries when she suddenly felt as though struck by a heavy blow, a mouthful of blood erupting forth to stain her garments. This time, her complexion was no longer the pallid shade it had been previously, but a ghastly white, as if every ounce of life had been ruthlessly stripped away. Her eyes brimmed with terror and despair, as if she had witnessed the most horrifying of sights. My counterpart has been slain. Qianrenshu's voice trembled. Disbelief etched across her features. In the instant when the dark Qianrenshu vanished completely, a torrent of memories surged forth, crashing against her soul with merciless force. Qianrenshu coughed blood once again, the crimson droplets splattering like a sudden downpour, causing the serpent spear Douluo and the spike porcupine Douluo to widen their eyes in shock and fear. Though they understood that there must have been a calamity on the dark Qianrenshu's side, witnessing their young master in such agony stirred an indescribable dread within them. Qianrenshu gently raised her hand, her fingertips brushing against the blood at the corner of her lips, elegantly wiping it away as if tending to a trivial matter. However, within her profound gaze flickered a spark of rage, like a volcano poised to erupt, brimming with boundless fury. Through gritted teeth, she forced out a name. Tang Hao. This name resonated like an incantation, unleashing a tidal wave of wrath that surged forth, filled with unending hatred and resolve. In the stillness of the room, Qianrenshu's delicate fist clenched tightly, as rigid as frozen frost. She struck downwards, and the armrest of the chair disintegrated under her force, splintering into shards of wood. Although she still possessed the sixth soul skill to summon the dark Qian Rinxua, her breath was now erratic, like a candle flame flickering in a tempest. On the verge of extinguishing, Qian Rinxue understood that she was no longer in her prime state. Should she forcefully harness her soul power again, it would merely be akin to pouring salt on an open wound. A flicker of determination flashed in her eyes, yet it could not conceal the trace of helplessness. At this pivotal moment, she must remain composed, refraining from impulsive actions that could plunge her into a deeper crisis. Within the vast expanse of the Xingluo Empire, Hills, the newly appointed head of the Law Enforcement Hall has quietly risen to prominence. His name has become a resounding echo in the martial world. In terms of strength, he is profoundly enigmatic. In terms of reputation, he is renowned across the seas. And in terms of character, he is highly esteemed. At this moment, Mai Kai finds himself within the opulent estate of the Zhu family in the Xingluo Empire. The master of this abode, Zhu Ganglai, is a formidable 85-level agile attack soul Douluo, whose name resonates throughout the Xingluo Empire, known to all and sundry. Your presence, esteemed elder, is a privilege we have overlooked in our hospitality. Please forgive our shortcomings, Zhu Ganglai expressed with a smooth demeanor. Yet a genuine respect shone through as he conveyed his sincerity and goodwill to Mai Kai. Several days prior, Mai Kai had single-handedly confronted the Emperor of Xingluo in a gripping battle. Zhu Ganglai, though concealed in the shadows, bore witness to the astonishing scene. He observed Mai Kai's valor and indomitable spirit, as well as his extraordinary prowess and audacity. Therefore, when Mai Kai appeared before him, Zhu Ganglai felt a mix of awe and admiration. He understood that such a powerful figure deserved his utmost respect and reverence, and thus, he did not hesitate to express his esteem, hoping to forge a positive relationship with this formidable individual. As Mai Kai stepped into the Zhu estate, the resplendent hall unfolded before him, adorned with intricate carvings that exuded aristocratic grandeur. His keen gaze swept across the surroundings, landing upon the Emperor of Xingluo, who sat at the head of the table, his expression bearing a subtle hint of malice. The attendants around him bowed their heads, and an air of tension permeated the atmosphere. Mai Kai's stride remained unbroken as he approached the Emperor, each step resonating like a heartbeat, causing a faint tremor among the onlookers. Upon reaching the Emperor, he inclined his head slightly in a gesture of respect. The Emperor of Xingluo offered a faint smile, yet there was no warmth in his eyes as he spoke in a low voice. Esteemed elder, I have long revered your name. It is indeed a fortunate occasion to behold you today. Mai Kai remained impassive, responding coolly, Your Majesty is overly gracious. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your invitation today? Mai Kai was acutely aware of the intricacies of court politics. Fully cognizant that this was a banquet with ulterior motives, he nonetheless attended alone. In the stillness of the night, both men tacitly avoided discussing their recent confrontation, as if it were a nightmare that had never transpired. For the Emperor of Xingluo, that memory was akin to a sky torn apart by a sharp blade, leaving behind an indelible scar. Once a sovereign, on that fateful day, he was mercilessly trampled by Mai Kai, a blemish that became the most glaring stain on his life, an unshakable shadow that loomed over him since donning the crown. The Emperor of Xingluo, once a figure who looked down upon the world, now found himself cast from his pedestal in that clash, a profound affront to his dignity. He was acutely aware that this defeat was not merely a loss in battle, but a significant setback on his path to sovereignty. In that moment, his authority and dignity felt mercilessly stripped away, leaving behind only a shattered heart and an abyss of regret. Consequently, they chose silence and opted for oblivion. Yet, that pain and humiliation were indelibly etched into their very bones, serving as a constant reminder of their past failures. Throughout the long night, they might silently reflect within their hearts or revisit that battlefield in their dreams, but regardless, they could not erase the profound shadow that loomed over them. As Mai Kai entered the magnificent hall, a chilling undercurrent seemed to rise silently from the stone beneath his feet, akin to a hidden tide lurking in the depths of an abyss, surging yet imperceptible. At that moment, his senses sharpened to their zenith, as if he could discern the invisible threat surrounding him. Dozens of soul saints, for soul Douluos, and two titled Douluos stood before him. A glint of sharpness flickered in Mai Kai's eyes as he mentally assessed these formidable forces. They were not ordinary adversaries. Each one was a peak powerhouse of the Star Luo Empire, their presence weighing heavily upon him like a mountain. Nonetheless, even in the face of such overwhelming strength, Mai Kai's steps exhibited no hesitation. He seemed to traverse a precarious tightrope swaying amidst a storm, with a yawning chasm ahead, yet his gaze radiated with unwavering determination and confidence. He understood that this was a battle of honor and dignity. Retreat was not an option, nor was avoidance. This confidence stemmed from his absolute trust in his own strength. He believed that no matter the obstacles ahead, he possessed the capability to surmount them all. His strides were resolute and powerful, each step proclaiming to the world, he, Meiti Kai, would never be vanquished by adversity. At that moment, though he held the position of elder of law enforcement, his heart had long harbored aspirations for the exalted title of Judgment Elder. The allure of that power burned within him like a fierce fire in the abyss, igniting his soul and rendering him unable to resist. Finally, the day of the banquet arrived. The Star Luo Emperor, the supreme being who governed the entire Star Luo Empire, appeared particularly composed today. He sat regally at the head of the table, his gaze piercing as it swept across every guest present. Before the formal commencement of the banquet, the Star Luo Emperor made an unexpected gesture. He extended an olive branch to Meiti Kai, with whom he had previously had discord, disregarding past grievances. This action undoubtedly transformed the atmosphere of the banquet, although the two parties involved made no mention of the recent dispute. The ripples from that incident had already stirred profound waves in the hearts of those present. The events of that day seemed to linger vividly in their minds. Each attendee fully aware, Meiti Kai's intrusion into the Star Luo Imperial Palace was undeniably a brazen provocation to the Star Luo Emperor, a resounding slap in the face. However, what was even more astonishing was his ability to extricate himself with such poise, as if everything lay within his grasp. In this unexpected turn of events, the Star Luo Emperor extended an olive branch to Meiti Kai, leaving everyone present in a state of shock and bewilderment. The valor and strength of Meiti Kai undoubtedly instilled a sense of trepidation in the Emperor of the Starry Realm, yet he opted for a method to diffuse the animosity. All present held their breath, their gazes sharp and intent, fixated on Meiti Kai. Every subtle movement he made, every fleeting glance, resonated with the hearts of those gathered. His decision bore significance not only for the imminent undertaking, but also promised to profoundly influence the shifting tides of this continent for decades to come. However, at the eye of this tempest, Meiti Kai exhibited an extraordinary calmness. He gently lifted his teacup and consumed the verdant brew within, as if it were not merely tea, but a manifestation of his unwavering resolve and indomitable courage. Fearless, he harbored no concerns regarding any potential treachery concealed within the beverage. His demeanor was poised and unhurried, an aura of tranquility that seemed to envelop everyone around him. Yet, this very composure incited a sense of unease among all present. They yearned for a hint, a sliver of guidance from him, but Meiti Kai remained as inscrutable as a placid lake, its depths hiding the true machinations of his mind. In that moment, time appeared to stand still. Every gaze remained riveted upon Meiti Kai, awaiting his next move, anticipating his decision, and the arrival of the moment that would irrevocably alter the fate of the continent. Chapter 30. Zhu Xing, a faint, enigmatic smile played upon the lips of Meiti Kai, exuding an allure that was both sinister and captivating. When faced with the outstretched hand of the Starry Emperor, a gesture symbolizing friendship and reconciliation, he unhesitatingly dismissed it, letting that sincerity fall to the ground as if it were inconsequential. This act was akin to delivering a resounding slap to the face of the Starry Emperor in front of all, instantly igniting the previously tense atmosphere into a boiling cauldron of emotions. Yet, in the face of Meiti Kai's blatant rejection, the Starry Emperor remained remarkably composed, as if he had anticipated this very moment. He reclined leisurely against the back of his chair, his eyes glimmering with a profound light, as though he had already discerned the depths of Meiti Kai's heart. With a mere command, figures that had lurked in the shadows surged forth like beasts poised to pounce on their prey. The air in the room seemed to freeze, saturated with an overwhelming sense of pressure, each inch fraught with tension. In this stifling atmosphere, even the slightest friction felt as combustible as gunpowder, poised to ignite an unpredictable conflict. One sole master, his voice low and ominous, resonated as if it emerged from the depths of the earth. Elder of law enforcement, I implore you to deliberate further upon His Majesty's proposal. Otherwise, his words trailed off abruptly, yet the threats and warnings lingered like a cold blade, piercing the heart. There was no need for excessive words. The menace embedded in his tone was abundantly clear. Under the current circumstances, even a titled Douluo of level 97 would find it arduous to escape the invisible weight of this pressure. Here, every breath was laced with peril and unease. as if the very air could erupt into a cataclysmic force at any moment. The message had been conveyed with utmost clarity, yet Mei Tikai remained impervious. Fatigue had begun to set in. Ever since her departure, he had lost all desire to linger in the Starry Empire. The following day, within the hallowed halls of the imperial court of the Starry Empire, a solemn atmosphere enveloped the proceedings, underscoring an unprecedented decision of grave significance. The imperial family formally announced to the world that, in order to sustain the delicate and precious harmony with the Spirit Hall, they had made an extraordinary decision. On this ancient and enigmatic land of the Starry Empire, a legend had long been whispered, the legend of the heart of the war god. This treasure of the nation, imbued with boundless power and wisdom, had only been mentioned in the direst of times. Now, in pursuit of peaceful coexistence with the Spirit Hall, it would be offered forth. News of this decision swept through the Starry Empire like a tempest, igniting fervent discussions among the populace. Some expressed astonishment, others lamented, while many fell into silent prayers. Those who had once participated in that harrowing banquet felt their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves of emotion. They had witnessed firsthand the might and terror of that green figure. In a single punch, the true form of the spirit shattered like fragile porcelain, and fireballs rained down like divine retribution, leaving the soul masters utterly powerless. Even more chilling was the realization that the two titled Douluos, despite their combined might, could not withstand a single move against that green figure. Mei Tikai, this name had, in that moment, cemented itself as an eternal nightmare within their hearts. His strength and might seemed to have become an insurmountable chasm for them. Yet at this moment, they learned that, for the sake of the Empire's peace, their royal family had decided to part with the divine treasure known as the heart of the god of war. The entire Douluo Empire appeared to be enveloped in profound contemplation at that instant. Once the affairs of the Douluo Empire settled, Mei Tikai chose not to linger. He understood well that, although this land was beautiful, it was not his ultimate home. The following day, as the first light of dawn painted the horizon, Mei Tikai awoke early. Facing the rising sun, he was acutely aware that today marked the day of his farewell to this land, and it was time to smoothly hand over the heavy responsibilities resting upon his shoulders to the next successor. When he pushed open the heavy wooden door of the law enforcement hall, an unusual aura rushed to greet him. His gaze scanned the courtyard, quickly capturing an extraordinary figure. It was a young girl, clad in a black bodysuit, resembling a sprite of the night. Two cat ear-like hair accessories playfully perched atop her head, adding an extra touch of charm. Her face was as smooth as fine cream, flushed with a gentle rosy hue, exuding an air of innocence. However, within her bright eyes flickered a depth and vigilance that belied her tender age. She stood silently in the shadows, her gaze firmly locked onto Mei Tikai, akin to a poised leopard ready to pounce on its prey. A shiver ran through Mei Tikai, yet he displayed no signs of alarm, merely maintaining a quiet stare with the little girl, attempting to glean more insight from her expressive eyes. Her gaze was like the brightest star in the night sky, dazzling and unforgettable, leaving a profound imprint upon the soul without any effort to pursue it. Yet, when the source of this brilliance was revealed, it was merely a young girl, her clear eyes reflecting purity and innocence. As the guardian of the law enforcement hall, Mei Tikai was not one to easily commit acts of bullying the weak. He understood that true strength should be accompanied by the demeanor of a strong individual, showing tolerance and respect towards the vulnerable. Furthermore, the fact that this young girl could silently infiltrate the grand courtyard of the law enforcement hall attested to her remarkable courage and capability. Morning light filtered through the sheer curtains, softly illuminating the tranquil courtyard. At this moment, Mei Tikai's servant arrived punctually with a sumptuous breakfast. He strolled to the stone table, gracefully seated himself, ready to savor the morning's delights. Just as he took a delicate bite of golden bread, he caught a subtle sound, the soft rumble of the little girl's stomach, reminiscent of a gentle stream flowing in the morning's serenity. Mei Tikai furrowed his brow momentarily but soon relaxed, taking a deep breath as though inhaling the freshness of the morning into his very being. He gently waved his hand, signaling the servant to prepare another breakfast. Then, he lifted his gaze towards the little girl peeking from afar, a warm smile gracing his face, akin to a spring breeze caressing the surface of a lake. He softly called out, "Child, come here, there is breakfast for you." The young girl seemed irresistibly drawn to the warm call, cautiously approaching with her eyes shimmering with anticipation and gratitude. Mei Tikai smiled as he pushed the breakfast toward her, gesturing for her to sit and enjoy. In the tranquility of that morning, a simple meal transformed into a bridge connecting two souls. Despite a tinge of unease nestled within her heart, The girl summoned her courage and stepped forward gingerly. Though her gait was somewhat unsteady, each step resonated with determination. When she finally stood before Mayteek, he beheld her visage in its entirety for the first time. Her face was as delicate as a porcelain doll, slightly round with baby fat, adding to her charm. Yet, what truly captivated was the pure light in her eyes, as clear and unblemished as a spring, devoid of any shadowy thoughts. "Little one, having partaken of my meal, you must tell me your name in return," Mayteek said with a smile, his voice gentle as a spring breeze. The girl, taken aback by his words, blinked for a moment before her luminous eyes sparkled like stars. She looked up at Mayteek and softly replied, "I am Zhu Qing." Her voice, though soft, rang clear and melodious, akin to a mountain stream, bringing a sense of serenity. As the two savored the lavish breakfast laid before them, Mayteek gradually set down his chopsticks, turning his gaze toward the quietly seated girl, softly inquiring about the specifics. "You bear the surname Zhu, hailing from the illustrious Duke of the Netherworld's household," he remarked, a hint of subtle confusion lacing his tone. After all, just days prior, he had encountered the current head of the Zhu family, whose disheveled state was still vivid in his memory. Yet today, this young lady from the Zhu family unexpectedly appeared before him. The reason behind it all remained perplexing. Zhu Zhuqing lowered her head slightly, remaining silent but offering a gentle nod, tacitly affirming Mayteek's conjecture. Observing this, a flicker of intrigue illuminated Mayteek's eyes as he scrutinized the young girl before him, seemingly attempting to decipher deeper truths from her presence. "So, has your father consented to your journey here?" Mayteek's voice resonated with a deep, magnetic quality, as if it could penetrate the very essence of one's soul. He sought to uncover whether this girl acted independently or if there lay a more profound scheme behind her venture. Zhu Zhuqing inclined her head slightly, the subtle movement imbued with boundless resignation, responding to Mayteek's inquiry. "My father insists that I marry a stranger, claiming it to be my fate." Her hands clenched into fists, fingertips digging into her palms as if searching for strength to resist this destiny. Her once bright eyes now brimmed with tears, crystalline and transparent, as if a mere whisper of the wind would unleash the sorrow festering deep within, compelling her to weep openly. Upon hearing her response, a complex array of emotions surged within Mayteek. During his time at the Spirit Hall, he had heard whispers of such arrangements from the elders. But hearing them spoken by Zhu Zhuqing herself at this moment only deepened the bitterness and helplessness he felt. He understood that in a world fraught with rules and destiny, individual will often seems inconsequential. In the illustrious history of the Star Luo Empire, the legacy of the Nether White Tiger is revered as a symbol of imperial authority. Each emperor must possess this mysterious and formidable power. Thus, from the moment the princes were born, their fates became inextricably linked to the Zhu family, who bore the bloodline of the Nether Spirit Cat. These princes were betrothed to the young ladies of the Zhu family from an early age, a union that transcended mere political alliance, designed to ensure the harmonious merging of the Nether White Tiger and Nether Spirit Cat bloodlines, yielding even more powerful descendants. Their childhoods were steeped in the intricate rituals of the court and rigorous education, while the shadow of the ethereal blue feline became their deepest yearning and aspiration. However, this was merely the beginning. The princes would have to endure a series of brutal competitions, struggling for survival in the whirlpool of power and desire, engaging in life and death struggles with their brothers. In this war devoid of smoke, only the most formidable, cunning, and ruthless individuals could ultimately ascend to the throne. Elevated above the masses, Mayteek reclined languidly against the edge of a weathered stone table, his elbow resting naturally on its surface, cradling his weighty thoughts with his palm. Gently supporting his forehead, his gaze was fixed on the woman before him, Zhu Zhuqing, whose eyes were filled with fragility, as if she might burst into tears at any moment. A profound wave of empathy surged within Mayteek, intertwined with an irresistible sense of responsibility. He was acutely aware that the fate Zhu Zhuqing faced was one she could not easily defy. Her strength appeared so diminutive and helpless in the face of such overwhelming destiny. In this moment, she required not merely an observer, but someone who could extend a hand and offer her a semblance of hope. A fervent impulse welled up within him, a desire to act on her behalf, to alter the course of her destiny. This urge was so powerful that he could almost feel the tremors of his own heart. An irresistible force propelling him toward Zhu Zhuqing, toward that fragile soul shrouded in fate. "Second Miss Zhu, what brings you to this domain of the Spirit Hall?" Mayteek's voice was calm and serene, devoid of tumult. He slightly lifted his gaze, scrutinizing the woman before him, and inquired softly, Are you unaware that the space for negotiation between the Douluo royal family and the Zhu family has long since evaporated? However, Zhu Zhuqing merely shook her head slightly. Her eyes as cold as frost, steadfastly locking onto Maytake's, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of his soul. I am well aware that the elders are extraordinary beings, while I, Zhu Zhuqing, am but an inconsequential second daughter of the Zhu family. Her voice, though soft, resonated with an undeniable resolve. I come not out of ignorance or fear, but with a sincere plea to the esteemed elder, to assist me in departing from the Starry Empire and seeking a new realm. As her words fell, the entire space seemed to plunge into a brief silence. Mai Kai's gaze lingered on her for a moment before he slowly spoke. I am aware of your request. But do you comprehend that leaving the Starry Empire means forsaking everything, your family, your identity, and even your future? Zhu Zhuqing did not waver, she nodded. Her voice growing firmer. I understand. Yet, I am willing to bear it all. For only by leaving can I discover the path that truly belongs to me. Mai Kai fell silent for a moment, then finally responded, Very well, I grant you this. But remember, this is your choice. Whatever lies ahead, you must face alone. Zhu Zhuqing knelt heavily, her eyes shimmering with unwavering light. Thank you, esteemed elder. Zhuqing shall not disappoint. A keen observer of human nature, akin to a cunning old fox. Mai Kai could discern the depths of her heart. He recognized that the coolness she emanated was not a reflection of innate indifference, but rather a mechanism of self-preservation. At her age, she should be brimming with boundless dreams and aspirations for the future, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation for the world. Yet, fate's great wheel had inadvertently paved a predetermined path for her, extinguishing the flame of hope within her the moment she learned of her constrained future, leaving only a desolate void of ash. Zhu Zhuqing, a name that concealed the pain and helplessness she wished to keep hidden from others. In that moment, her heart must have felt as though it were ensnared by the chill of winter, cold and despairing. Chapter 31 Departure at the Gentle Summons of Mai Kai. Several envoys adorned in the distinctive fineries of the Spirit Hall quietly entered the chamber. Their arrival imbued the previously tranquil space with an air of solemnity and mystery. Without hesitation, Zhu Zhuqing positioned herself at the very center of the awakening stone. Her gaze was resolute, imbued with a hint of curiosity and anticipation for the unknown. Relax your body and mind, and cast aside all distractions. Merely focus on your sensations. My soul power will guide you into the realm of martial spirits. Hill's voice was as soothing as a spring breeze, gentle yet filled with strength. Zhu Zhuqing inhaled deeply and gradually closed her eyes. Her heart began to calm, as if the entire world had succumbed to silence. She felt Hill's soul power flowing into her being like a gentle stream, tender yet potent, steering her to explore the latent power hidden deep within her. Under the guidance of this force, Zhu Zhuqing seemed to transcend into an entirely new realm. Her senses sharpened dramatically, allowing her to perceive every subtle change within her body with crystal clarity. She felt as though she had merged with the universe, intricately connected to Hill's soul power. As time progressed, Zhu Zhuqing gradually sensed an unprecedented force coalescing within her, as her form became enveloped in a profound violet light. A slender tail quietly emerged from behind her, while a pair of fluffy cat ears elegantly materialized atop her head. This sudden transformation draped her in an enigmatic veil, rendering her even more enchanting and powerful. Mai Kai observed this spectacle with little astonishment. It unfolded precisely as he had anticipated, and he merely nodded in acknowledgement. His gaze reflected both affirmation of the young girl's abilities and a serene acceptance of the unfolding events. The spirit of the nether cat, he mused inwardly, closely aligning with his prior conjectures. He then gestured lightly to a subordinate nearby, instructing them to prepare for Zhu Zhuqing's forthcoming soul power assessment. Hills, the ever-elegant and composed servant, acknowledged the command with a subtle nod. Holding the seemingly ordinary yet intricately significant testing orb, he approached Zhu Zhuqing with a measured pace. Please place your hand upon this, he intoned, his voice as gentle as a spring breeze, yet imbued with gravity. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing delicately rested her hand upon the testing orb, bracing herself for the imminent evaluation of her soul power. The moment her slender fingertips made contact with the orb, it erupted into a dazzling brilliance, akin to a star igniting in the night sky. This sudden radiance elicited a look of astonishment from Hills, who stood nearby. The light emitted from the testing orb represented an innate soul power of level 8, a hallmark of extraordinary talent. He had never anticipated that this seemingly delicate girl possessed an innate soul power equal to his own. although Hills himself possesses an innate soul power of level 8. His previous audacity and greed in absorbing soul rings beyond his capacity have led to a diminishment of his talent. Consequently, his journey of soul power growth has been fraught with challenges and difficulties, potentially leaving him forever ensnared at the bottleneck of level 86, unable to advance further. In stark contrast, the present Zhu Zhuqing stands at a different juncture. She shares the same starting point as him, yet her future is brimming with boundless possibilities. Provided she remains steadfast and diligently cultivates her skills, she might very well transcend her limits and reach the legendary realm of titled Douluo. Contemplating this, Hills cannot help but feel a surge of anticipation and admiration for Zhu Zhuqing's future. As he gazes at her, his eyes betray an unmistakable envy, a sentiment that quietly captures the attention of Mei Tikai standing nearby. However, in this moment, Mei Tikai is unable to offer any promises. He simply engraves the moment deeply within his heart. Under Hill's careful guidance, Zhu Zhuqing gently retracts her martial soul, a mysterious force within her gradually returning to tranquility. A benevolent smile graces Hill's face as he approaches Zhu Zhuqing, his voice soft yet resolute. My dear girl, from this day forth, you officially embark on the path of a soul master. It is a journey fraught with challenges and opportunities. May you advance fearlessly and unwaveringly. Zhu Zhuqing nods gently, her eyes sparkling with unwavering determination. Her response, though simple, is infused with hope and resolve for the future. At this moment, Mei Tikai's mind is graced with the long-forgotten voice of the system. Ding! Detected a person of great fortune. Zhu Zhuqing, please make a choice. 1. Eliminate the person of great fortune. Reward: 1 storage necklace. 2. Assist the person of great fortune in their growth. Reward: 1 storage necklace. The two options presented by the system appear to offer identical rewards, yet the profound implications behind them are as deep as an abyss. Mei Tikai understands that each choice will lead him down vastly different paths, rendering the future enigmatic and fraught with uncertainty. After much contemplation, Mei Tikai's gaze solidifies as he chooses option 2. He comprehends that Zhu Zhuqing, before him, is merely a 6-year-old girl, innocent and pure, akin to a rising sun filled with vitality. Faced with such a pristine life, his well-cultivated conscience resolutely rejects the notion of extinguishing the life of a child. Since he cannot bring himself to do so, he opts for an alternative path, one that involves helping her grow. This decision, laden with challenges and hope, reflects his willingness to use his strength to guide Zhu Zhuqing toward a brighter future. He believes that only through this choice can he truly embody the spirit and responsibility expected of a warrior. Should Zhu Zhuqing's destiny deviate from the righteous path in the future, and she strays into darkness, he vows that at the moment of her disorientation, he will personally rescue her from the abyss, even if the cost of that salvation is her very life. Time flows swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, it is already noon. Zhu Zhuqing meticulously organized all her belongings before boarding the carriage alongside Mei Tikai. As the carriage gradually departed from the Douluo imperial city, she gently lifted a corner of the curtain, casting a nostalgic glance back at the place of her upbringing. The familiar palace, the street where she once frolicked, and the vast sky she had gazed upon countless times all faded into a subtle melancholy within her heart as the carriage moved farther away. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue had already taken action. The burning hatred she harbored for Tang Hao's slaying of the dark Qian Renxue consumed her like a raging fire, impossible to quell. Thus, driven by her thirst for vengeance, she discreetly revealed Tang Hao's hiding place to the spirit hall. However, when this news swept like a tempest to Bibi Dong's ears, she did not immediately dispatch her elite forces to capture Tang Hao as everyone anticipated. Instead, she chose to suppress this information deeply. The carriage continued its languid journey, the sun now high in the sky, casting dappled shadows that seemed to elongate time within. Zhu Zhuqing's stomach, having endured the prolonged jostling of the ride, began to rumble audibly. She lowered her head slightly, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment, feeling somewhat awkward. Naturally, she was not one to burden others, and boarding Mei Tikai's carriage had already taken all her courage. In this moment, asking a stranger for her needs felt even more daunting. Yet, how could Zhu Zhuqing's subtle thoughts escape Mei Tikai's keen ears? As her stomach began to grumble, the delicate sound caressed his ears. He understood that this young girl was indeed hungry, yet stubbornly wished to conceal it. Perhaps Zhu Zhuqing believed her efforts at disguise were clever, but to Mei Tikai, each of her slight movements was as apparent as ink on white paper. He smiled gently, resolved to alleviate the awkward atmosphere in his own manner. With a gentle wave of his hand, Mei Tikai skillfully retrieved several portions of meticulously prepared provisions from the mysterious and exquisite storage soul guide at his waist. He smiled again, producing the precious storage necklace gifted by the system, placing it in the palm of his hand. Here, have something to eat, he offered, extending the fragrant provisions to Zhu Zhiqing, his eyes brimming with concern and anticipation. During this time, you must focus on your training. Once your cultivation reaches level 10, I will personally guide you in hunting for a soul ring that suits you. His words resonated with unwavering determination and promise, akin to a resplendent star illuminating Zhu Zhiqing's path through the darkness. Subsequently, Mei Tikai handed the necklace to Zhu Zhiqing, the piece adorned with a small token that shimmered with a faint glow, exuding an ineffable aura of authority and mystery. Keep this token safe. It will offer you a glimmer of hope in times of peril. Mei Tikai's voice was deep and powerful, each word carrying immense weight, granting Zhu Zhiqing an unprecedented sense of security. Zhu Zhiqing instinctively wished to refuse, yet just as she prepared to speak, Might I swiftly adorned her neck with a delicate necklace. The cold touch of the necklace starkly contrasted with the warmth emanating from Might Kai's fingertips. At that moment, a nameless emotion surged within Zhu Zhiqing's heart, a warmth she had never experienced even from her parents. It was akin to a gentle spring breeze, quietly sweeping across a frozen lake and stirring ripples upon its surface. At the tender age of 6, one would expect a time of innocence and carefree joy. However, fate had dictated otherwise for Zhu Zhiqing, who had long departed from the laughter-filled home. Though her heart bore the purity of a child, it also carried a weight far too heavy for her years. Yet now, this sudden warmth seemed to offer a semblance of solace to her burdened spirit. Might Kai chose silence, sitting quietly nearby, his eyes closed as if he were absorbing the rare tranquility surrounding them. As night descended, the sky deepened like ink, and the pace of the carriage slowed accordingly. The horses, not forged from iron, could not run ceaselessly day and night. Thus, this time of night became a rare moment of rest and relaxation for them. The coachman skillfully settled the horses, securing their reins to ensure they could sleep peacefully under the stars. Meanwhile, Might Kai adeptly erected 3 tents, providing shelter from the wind and rain for all. Zhu Zhiqing sat quietly beside the warm fire, its flames dancing across her delicate yet aloof features. Her gaze was deep and serene, as if capable of consuming all emotions, rendering her inner turmoil inscrutable. She sat in silence, seemingly isolated from the world around her, immersed in her own thoughts. Here, try this. Might Kai's voice was gentle yet firm as he offered her a tender bone rabbit. A flicker of hesitation crossed Zhu Zhiqing's youthful face, yet she ultimately accepted the gift with quiet compliance. Zhu Zhiqing, do you have any plans for what comes next? Might Kai inquired, concern lacing his words. He recognized that the young girl before him was merely 6 years old, still innocent to the harsh realities and uncertainties of the world. Surviving in this vast expanse was undoubtedly a monumental challenge for her, not to mention the hidden soul beasts lurking in the shadows, ready to claim her life at any moment. Zhu Zhiqing gently shook her head, taking a sizable bite of the tender bone rabbit as if pondering something profound. I don't know. I can only take it one step at a time. Her voice was soft yet resolute, as if she was already preparing to confront the future. Though the road ahead remained uncertain, she was willing to explore, to experience, and to grow. In this moment, Zhu Zhiqing's heart resembled a lake shrouded in mist, glimmering with light, yet devoid of direction. She looked around in confusion, unable to find a guiding goal or the beacon within her heart. However, the moment she was able to break free from the shackles that confined her like a bird in a cage, she experienced an ineffable sense of fulfillment. The cage that once bound her, preventing her from soaring high, now appeared to her merely as a symbol of power, an empty fade. Zhu Zhiqing had never harbored any longing or attachment to that lofty authority. Her pursuit had always been the unrestrained freedom. She yearned to glide through the vast expanse of the world, unencumbered by any constraints or entanglements. As the first light of dawn filtered through the crevices of the tent, it gently illuminated her surroundings. Upon awakening from her slumber, Zhu Zhiqing's eyes were filled with incredulous astonishment. She discovered that her soul power had experienced a remarkable surge overnight. Just yesterday, her soul power had firmly resided at the 8th level, yet at this moment, that once stable energy had astonishingly ascended to the 10th level. Such a velocity and magnitude were almost beyond belief, akin to a fantastical tale. Even if chronicled in a legendary novel, it would be hard to render credible. Nevertheless, Zhu Zhiqing felt the reality of this transformation. She reflected deeply, striving to uncover the source of this sudden change. She recalled the soft-boned rabbit from the previous night, an unassuming creature that was, in fact, a millennium-old soul beast. The flesh of the rabbit, nourished by 1,000 years of soul power, was extraordinarily delectable, brimming with potent vitality and soul energy. At the time, she had given it little thought, merely relishing its exquisite flavor as she consumed it. In hindsight, it seemed that the soul energy within the rabbit's meat had miraculously integrated into her being, propelling her soul power to grow at an astonishing rate. Chapter 32. A chance encounter with a rogue and a revisit with a mischievous spirit. After 3 days of arduous travel, the group finally arrived in the city of Notting. The weary coachman hastily dismounted, preparing to procure the necessary supplies for their onward journey. At this moment, Mei Tikai resolved to seize this brief respite to embark on Zhu Zhuqing's inaugural soul-hunting adventure. Armed with the token from the spirit hall, they entered the soul-hunting forest without hindrance. Each soul ring they acquired signified a leap in power. Mei Tikai cast a glance at the girl beside him. Zhu Zhuqing had remained unusually reticent throughout the journey, her bright eyes seemingly concealing unspoken emotions. "My dear, you seem troubled," Mei Tikai inquired softly, his tone imbued with concern. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head slightly, yet her small hand clutched the hem of Mei Tikai's garment tightly, as if seeking solace in his presence. She offered no reply, instead gazing ahead, as if the dense woods held challenges she must confront. Mei Tikai refrained from pressing further. He understood that a girl of her age might harbor her own secrets and worries. He gently patted the back of Zhu Zhuqing's hand, imparting warmth and strength. "Do not fret. Your sister Shuer was equally terrified when she acquired her 5th soul ring, yet she emerged unscathed," he recounted without hesitation. Recounting Qian Rinshue's past with a light-hearted ease, as if sharing a cherished adventure. These between them flowed like a warm current, gradually warming Zhu Zhuqing's heart. Her once tense nerves began to relax under Mei Tikai's words, igniting a burgeoning curiosity and anticipation for the sister she had yet to meet. Along the way, Mei Tikai also provided her with a disguise, pleased with his own skills. The two continued their journey, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. However, not far ahead, an unexpected commotion shattered the serenity. Deep within the dense forest of soul beasts echoed a distinctive resonance, the clash between soul masters and soul beasts. Yet, from the dissipating waves of soul power, it was evident that both the soul masters and soul beasts appeared remarkably feeble at this moment. Nearby, a rugged man with stubble and a cropped hairstyle was leading a young boy, of Zhu Zhuqing's age, through the woods at a rapid pace. Their hurried steps were resolute, as if in pursuit of an elusive opportunity. "Little San, focus. This mandala snake's attributes are perfectly aligned with your blue silver grass. We cannot allow it to escape." The man's voice resonated with an undeniable decisiveness, his eyes glinting with the cunning and wisdom of a hunter. As he spoke, his form suddenly solidified, and a tremendous surge of soul power erupted from within him, coalescing into an endearingly rotund pig spirit. Though its exterior was charming, its eyes sparkled with a fierce light, as if poised to unleash astonishing power at any moment. Immediately, the elder began to chant incantations, and with a deafening roar, the piggy pig martial spirit unleashed a remarkable soul skill, thunderous flatulence, the earth-shattering 3 cannon. This tremendous sound reverberated through the forest, as if the very air had been rent asunder. In the distance, Mike Kai seemed to be drawn to the sudden commotion, his gaze piercing through layers of trees, landing upon the battlefield of fierce combat. However, his eyes were filled with confusion and perplexity, as if this entire spectacle was utterly at odds with the rules he had come to know. Within the grand tapestry of Mike Kai's life, the existence of Yu Xiaojiang was undoubtedly an indelible blemish, akin to the most glaring shadow in the night sky. As a newcomer, he was naive and oblivious, having been ensnared by Yu Xiaojiang's cunning rhetoric, unwittingly becoming his disciple and sharing a period of time that was regrettably difficult to reflect upon. It was precisely during these days shrouded in fog that an indescribable hatred took root deep within Mike Kai's heart. Every recollection of that past, in which he felt manipulated, ignited an uncontrollable fury within him, and his loathing for Yu Xiaojiang grew like wild grass, unrestrained and rampant. If time could turn back, he would never allow himself to be ensnared in such a predicament. Yet life offers no what-ifs, only outcomes. Ding, the child of destiny has been detected. Please make your choice. 1. Eliminate the child of destiny, Tang San, rewarding the host with an enhancement of physical prowess to level 7. 2. Humiliate the child of destiny, Tang San, rewarding the host with an enhancement of physical prowess to level 7. Note: Killing the child of destiny now may lead to uncontrollable consequences, such as the emergence of characters like Zhang San or Li San. The system's words conveyed a clear message. At this moment, Tang San was not someone to be easily slain. However, for Mike Kai, his encounter with Tang San felt like an unexpected tempest. He was certain this was their first meeting. Yet the loathing that surged from the depths of his being was as palpable as a deep-seated aversion to mosquitoes on a summer day, intense and unmistakable. As soon as Tang San's figure entered his line of sight, that loathing crashed over him like an undercurrent, silent yet powerful enough to be nearly impossible to ignore. He could not comprehend why he felt this way. The animosity seemed innate, ingrained in his very marrow. Mike Kai stood there, his gaze ablaze as he fixed his eyes upon Tang San, while internally, tumultuous waves churned within him. He understood this aversion was not unfounded, but rather the manifestation of some unknown, hidden secret linked to Tang San that was quietly at play. Yet, in that moment, he could not unravel this mystery. Allowing the animosity to ravage his heart, akin to the buzzing of mosquitoes on a summer night, provoking irritation and unrest. At an indeterminate moment, the once dreaded mandala snake silently reappeared beside Mike Kai. Its presence enveloped the surroundings in an invisible chill. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sharpened instantaneously, her hands instinctively tightening around the hilt of her short blade. The blade gleamed under the sun's radiance, shimmering with a cold light as if poised to be unleashed at any moment. At that very moment, the mandrake serpent had opened its fearsome maw, lunging fiercely towards Maite Kai's body. In this life and death juncture, a flicker of determination flashed across Maite Kai's eyes. Confronted by the serpent's menacing jaws, he struck without hesitation, delivering a thunderous slap that forcefully drove the mandrake serpent into the ground. Dust erupted from the earth as the serpent was deeply embedded, seemingly rendered immobile. This sudden turn of events was akin to a biting cold wind, sweeping unexpectedly over Tang San and his master's hearts, leaving them momentarily stunned. Tang San's reaction was almost instinctive. He swiftly reached for his waist, where a row of glimmering silver needles was concealed. They had pursued this mandrake serpent for the better part of a day, enduring untold hardships and demonstrating remarkable patience. Now, with their quarry finally within reach, the intrusion of a third party was undoubtedly a provocation to their diligent efforts. A chill flickered in Tang San's eyes, for he understood the serpent's value, not merely due to its rarity but also for its significance to himself and his master. If it were to be so easily snatched away, the perpetrator would have sealed their own fate. "Hold on, senior." Yu Xiaojing's voice was urgent and tense, his gaze darting towards the mandrake serpent, fearful that it might vanish into nothingness under the might of this formidable figure. In the Douluo continent, strength is revered, irrespective of age. Anyone with profound cultivation would be honored as a senior. However, when Yu Xiaojing's eyes met Maite Kai's familiar visage, his heart skipped a beat, as if gripped by an unseen force. "Yu Kai." Yu Xiaojing's voice trembled with disbelief, for this name bore profound significance for him. "What do you think you are? How dare you command me to cease?" Maite Kai's brows furrowed tightly, a glint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Yu Xiaojing, in his ignorance, demonstrated a naivete that was astonishing. Yet, in truth, this was no longer the Yi Kai filled with dreams and innocence of yore. Standing here was the enforcer elder of the Spirit Hall, Maite Kai, whose name had irrevocably severed ties with the past. In Maite Kai's eyes, the gentleness and confusion of bygone days had long since dissipated, replaced by unwavering resolve and profound wisdom. His very essence was now devoted to the Spirit Hall, fighting for its cause. Yu Xiaojing's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had witnessed something extraordinary, his face betraying a hint of awkwardness. However, this discomfort was fleeting, soon giving way to a self-satisfied smirk on his previously disheveled countenance. He regarded the Yi Kai before him with a self-assured smile, as if he had seized control of the situation. "You are Yu Kai. I know you, and you need not shy away from me." His words were laced with confidence, as if he had concluded that Yu Kai was merely throwing a childish tantrum. "As long as you are willing to kneel down now and bow your head in apology, I shall still regard you as my esteemed teacher." His words were laced with a condescending tone, as if he were bestowing a grand favor upon Yu Kai. Yu Xiaojing naively believed that by lowering himself and offering Yi Kai an avenue of retreat, this former student would promptly return to his side, resuming his role as a mere pawn in his game. However, he had failed to realize that Yi Kai's heart was no longer something he could easily manipulate. Mike Kai's gaze flickered with an indescribable scorn as he regarded Yu Xiaojing, akin to an observer admiring a jester. The expression bore a mocking semblance, reminiscent of how one might view a fool. It seemed that when I had once punished you, I had displayed too much mercy. He was determined to make Yu Xiaojiang experience true suffering. This resolution was etched in his heart like a sharp blade, steadfast and resolute. Then, Might Guy began to move slowly toward Yu Xiaojiang, each step exuding a sense of steadiness and power, as if each stride declared his unwavering resolve against Yu Xiaojiang. Yet, Yu Xiaojiang clearly misinterpreted Might Guy's intentions. As he approached, Yu Xiaojiang arrogantly believed that it was his unique charisma that drew Might Guy in. A smug, cold smirk crept across his already disreputable face, reminiscent of the biting chill of a winter's night. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the air, reverberating as though the very atmosphere trembled. The smirk that had lingered on Yu Xiaojiang's face froze instantaneously, replaced by a flicker of astonishment in his eyes as he rigidly lowered his gaze, only to find Might Guy's fist descending upon his abdomen with the weight of a hammer. Tang San's pupils constricted in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the opponent would strike his teacher with such decisiveness and without remorse. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Tang San's reflexes outpaced his thoughts. The silver needle in his hand transformed into a shimmering arc, swiftly launching toward Might Guy. The needle traced a graceful trajectory through the air, so rapid that even the keen-eyed Zhu Zhiqing failed to perceive it in time. However, Might Guy seemed to anticipate the attack. He deftly sidestepped, agile as a cat, effortlessly evading the lethal strike. The silver needle that had been aimed at him instead found its mark, piercing Yu Xiaojiang's body with deadly precision. Struck by the sudden blow to his abdomen, Yu Xiaojiang felt as though an invisible force had drained him of all capacity to react. The sharp pain surged from deep within, slicing through his nerves like a merciless blade, compelling him to emit anguished cries akin to a slaughtered pig. Ah! Ah! Yu Xiaojiang clutched his agonizing abdomen with both hands, his body collapsing as if all strength had been siphoned away, writhing in torment upon the ground. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang San was taken aback, and as he contemplated rushing forward to assess Yu Xiaojiang's injuries, the figure of Might Guy appeared behind him like a specter. Have you ever experienced the sensation of being struck by light? Might Guy's voice was laced with mockery and provocation, as if he were showcasing his own speed and strength to Tang San. Tang San whipped around suddenly, but it was too late. In an instant, Might Guy's foot descended upon his chest like a bolt of lightning, the immense force propelling him backward. With a resounding crash, Tang San's body collided heavily against a distant tree trunk before sliding helplessly to the ground. A wave of excruciating pain surged through his chest, as though he had been struck by a colossal boulder, rendering him breathless. Meanwhile, Might Guy stood there, observing Tang San's disheveled state, a triumphant smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. In that moment, the mentor and disciple appeared as disheveled as stray dogs in the streets. Might Guy's leg remained suspended in midair, maintaining the posture of that thunderous strike, as if even the air had become still, although a flicker of guilt stirred within him. Given that his opponent was merely a child, the exhilaration of commanding the situation and effortlessly subduing his adversary was intoxicating, akin to fine wine swirling in his heart, making it difficult to resist. The path to death, the path to death. Tang San roared inwardly. Chapter 33, The Astonishing Door. Battle against Tang Rishianshan at this moment. Yu Xiaojiang resembled a wretched maggot, writhing painfully on the dust-laden ground. Each wound on his body felt as if it were seared by fierce flames, causing the self-proclaimed great figure to sweat profusely, beads of perspiration rolling down his forehead. In contrast, Tang San's complexion had turned as pale as parchment. The kick from Might Guy had struck him with the force of a thunderbolt, nearly dislodging his very soul and bringing him perilously close to reuniting with his long-lost grandmother in the underworld. Yet, Tang San's gaze remained fixated on Might Guy, filled with resentment and resolve. He intended to engrave the visage of this adversary deep within his heart, awaiting the day he could exact vengeance with newfound strength. However, Might Guy had no intention of relenting. He keenly sensed the lurking gaze in the shadows, akin to a cunning serpent observing him. The concealed malice wrapped around him like a chilling wind, igniting the flames of fury within his heart. In order to draw out the rat hidden in the dark, Might Guy understood that he must further humiliate this master and disciple duo. With a calculated resolve, he inhaled deeply and initiated his plan. He strode purposefully toward the wretched Yu Xiaojiang, mercilessly planting his foot upon the latter's hand with a swift and decisive motion. A piercing scream shattered the stillness of the air, as Yu Xiaojiang's face contorted in agony, as though he were being subjected to 1,000 cuts. He struggled desperately to withdraw his hand, but Might Guy's foot pressed down like an immovable mountain, rendering him powerless. There was no trace of pity or sympathy on Might Guy's face. His expression was cold and resolute. He understood that only through such torment could the concealed rat no longer suppress its fury and reveal its true form. He was fully prepared for whatever may come. As Might Guy's foot bore down mercilessly, the violent motion ground Yu Xiaojiang's hand beneath it, accompanied by the heart-wrenching sound of bones fracturing, reminiscent of ice cracking or iron snapping. Each crack sent shivers down the spine, as if one could feel the excruciating pain ruthlessly gnawing at Yu Xiaojiang's nerves. In that moment, Yu Xiaojiang's appearance was utterly disheveled. Viscous saliva and bright red blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, intertwining to create a harrowing tableau. His pants had long since become drenched with the cold sweat born of fear and pain, clinging to him in a most undignified manner. Witnessing this, Might Guy furrowed his brow, a palpable sense of disgust and disdain etched across his features. His gaze swept over Yu Xiaojiang, as if observing a repugnant stain, filled with contempt and scorn. A heart-rending scream pierced the air, as disbelief and agony filled Yu Xiaojiang's eyes. He attempted to resist, yet could only watch in horror as his hand was crushed beneath Leaf Kai's foot, the sound of shattering bones echoing like the whispers of malevolent spirits. "Yu Kai, your voice trembles, as if each word is squeezed from the depths of your throat." Yet, before he can finish his statement, Might Guy mercilessly steps down once more. In that moment, Yu Xiaojiang feels as though the entire world is spinning. His palm no longer resembles a hand, but rather a mangled mass of flesh and blood. Agonizing pain surges like a tidal wave, and he can no longer afford to consider dignity or pride. Instinctively opening his mouth to bite at the shoe that rests upon his hand, saliva mingles with blood, staining Might Guy's shoe. The stench induces a wave of nausea in Might Guy, causing him to furrow his brow and kick Yu Xiaojiang away, like a kite severed from its string. Yu Xiaojiang is flung to the ground with a heavy thud. He lies there, trembling, eyes filled with fear and despair. "Teacher." Tang Xin struggles against the excruciating pain to rise from the ground, his eyes bloodshot and filled with resentment as they fixate on Might Guy. Might Guy's attention remains focused on the shadowed figure concealed in the dark. Noting their remarkable restraint, he confirms that their objective is no longer Yu Xiaojiang. Since it is not Yu Xiaojiang then, Might Guy's penetrating gaze resembles that of a hawk locking onto its prey, honing in on Tang San as if striving to see through him. Each time his eyes meet Tang San's, he keenly senses the concealed figure's inability to maintain composure, akin to a beast disturbed at its sensitive nerve, beginning to stir with unease. The presence, that silent guardian of Tang San lurking in the shadows, indeed exists. This revelation intensifies Might Guy's curiosity regarding Tang San's identity. His mind brims with questions about this seemingly ordinary youth, who could possibly attract such a mysterious protector. However, before he can delve into these enigmas, Might Guy must confront the immediate threat. He swiftly sidesteps, artfully evading the incoming flying needles. These hidden weapons are silent yet lethally effective. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he would surely have been struck. Redirecting his focus back to Tang San, Might Guy's gaze falls upon Tang San's forearm. There, he notices a device unlike any he has ever encountered, capable of launching hidden weapons with such stealth. Disdain for the treacherous tactics concealed in the shadows flashes in Might Guy's eyes. He silently resolves to first sever that audacious arm of Tang San's as a warning to others. However, just as he prepares to strike, an overwhelming force akin to a mountain's weight and a river's torrent suddenly descends from afar, like an invisible giant hand pressing down upon their position. The potency of this soul power seems capable of rending the air, causing everything around to tremble. Might Guy feels the pressure and is taken aback, recognizing that this is no ordinary attack. Such audacity! The arrogant fools of the spirit hall dare to wreak havoc here. The voice booms like thunder, deep and resonant, imbued with an authority that is enough to send shivers down one's spine. The sky abruptly shifted hues, resembling a canvas stained with blood amidst the crimson expanse. A figure emerged like a specter. Clad in tattered black robes, he appeared as a ghost materializing from the shadows, gripping a formidable hammer tightly in his hand. His gaze fierce and unwavering, fixated upon Mei Kai. This man was Tang Hao, a formidable force that had once instilled terror across the continent. Initially seated and tolerating Mei Kai's humiliation of Yu Xiaojiang, his fury ignited the moment he perceived Mei Kai's hostility directed at Tang San. Tang San, a beacon of hope in his heart and a pivotal piece on his path to vengeance, was someone he could never allow to be harmed. Even at the cost of his own life, he vowed to protect him. Tang Hao's words were as profound as the night sky, concealing any hint of starlight. Not revealing his true identity nor the deep, blood-bound connection he shared with Tang San, He did not deliberately restrain the overwhelming aura emanating from him, as if it flowed naturally like a mighty river, surging and powerful. Before this irresistible pressure, Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang were akin to leaves caught in a tempest, crashing to the ground and succumbing to unconsciousness. However, in the shadows of this dark night, Zhu Zhuqing was spared, shielded by Mei Tikai's protective presence. He stood as a steadfast barrier against the intangible oppression, allowing her to remain conscious. Within the dust-laden archives of the Spirit Hall, the deeds of Tang Hao were shrouded in mystery, rendered an untouchable secret. Mei Tikai, however, possessed a flickering knowledge of the truth concealed in darkness. In the vast annals of Douluo continent's history, Tang Hao's name once resonated as a legendary figure that sent shivers down spines. For the sake of a soul beast, he had dared to oppose the Spirit Hall, even bringing an end to the illustrious reign of the former pope. This audacious act plunged Haotinen's sect into an unprecedented crisis, ultimately compelling them to retreat into seclusion to avoid drawing ire and quell the Spirit Hall's wrath. Some deemed Tang Hao a truly irredeemable villain. Yet, as those 9 resplendent soul rings revolved around him, and he stood suspended like a deity, his overwhelming aura inspired a sense of reverence. Mei Tikai's inability to fly remained a persistent source of torment in his heart. Although his heaven-dosed spirit allowed him brief moments of aerial suspension, he felt helpless when confronted with true aerial combat soul masters, such as the formidable Douluo. Tang Hao loomed like an insurmountable mountain, gazing down upon Mei Tikai with eyes gleaming with coldness, as if capable of devouring all who dared to underestimate him. He spoke slowly, his voice piercing Mei Tikai's ears like an ice blade. "Boy, are you prepared to face your demise?" Mei Tikai, seemingly unfazed by Tang Hao's imposing presence, casually cleared his ear as if dismissing an irritating noise. Yet, the green steam rising from him burned fiercely like flames, symbolizing his unwavering resolve and tenacity. Observing this, Tang Hao's lips curled into a mocking smile. The hammer in his grasp swelled to an enormous size in an instant, as if it could shake the very heavens and earth. As the hammer grew larger, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, causing a sudden drop in temperature that was chilling. Mei Tikai stood at the heart of the cold, acutely aware that his attributes were being diminished by this frigid force. Tang Hao's mocking laughter echoed through the stillness, as if he could already foresee Mei Tikai's defeat. "Is this the realm?" Mei Tikai murmured, his voice tinged with astonishment and anticipation. "The realm, for any soul master, is an ineffable boon, especially in a contest where strengths are closely matched. A soul master who possesses a realm undoubtedly increases their chances of victory by 30%, an enticing advantage indeed." At this moment, Tang Hao wielded the Haotian hammer, descending upon Mei Tikai with the might of thunder. Yet Mei Tikai did not falter. Instead, he chose to confront the attack head-on. Clenching his fists, he gathered all his strength and met the oncoming Haotian hammer with a powerful punch. With a resounding crash, their attacks collided, unleashing a tempestuous wave of energy. This gust surged forth like a torrential storm, toppling trees and vegetation in its wake. Zhu Zhuqing, quick-witted and agile, darted behind a steep slope, narrowly escaping the fate of being swept away by the force. Pressed against the ground, her gaze remained fixed on the 2 figures engaged in combat, her heart racing with tension and anticipation. Mei Tikai braced himself against the overwhelming pressure of the Haotian hammer. In that moment, he felt the weight of a mountain, providing him with a clearer assessment of Tang Hao's prowess. He understood fully that in his current 6-gate state, he was no match for him. Moreover, at this moment, his strength had already diminished, rendering him as powerless as an ant attempting to shake a tree. The hand that had just clashed with the Haotian hammer still trembled slightly, as if recounting the heart-stirring force it had just encountered. He deeply appreciated the Haotian hammer, revered as the continent's premier weapon spirit, and recognized the terrifying strength of Tang Hao, the continent's foremost power Douluo. Taking a deep breath, Mei Tikai slowly crossed his arms over his chest, as though he were gathering some enigmatic power. The green vapor enveloping him dissipated like morning mist in the sunlight, transforming into a profound blue, a hue brimming with boundless potential and strength. 8th gate of the 8 gates Duanjia, 7th shock gate, open, as his deep and resolute voice resonated. The deep blue vapor surged like rolling waves, instantaneously enveloping Mei Tikai's entire being. He seemed to transform into a bolt of blue lightning, fierce and resplendent. Tang Hao's brow furrowed slightly. He could sense the powerful and mysterious energy emanating from Mei Tikai. It was a sensation both familiar and alien, akin to soul power yet not entirely so. It was more ferocious, more tumultuous, as if it harbored the capacity to shake the heavens and the earth. However, Tang Hao felt neither fear nor hesitation. In an instant, Mei Tikai's figure flickered like a specter, standing shoulder to shoulder with Tang Hao. His fist striking with the swiftness of thunder, aimed directly at Tang Hao's face. In that fleeting moment, Tang Hao's pupils constricted, astonished by the swiftness of his opponent. Instinctively, he raised the Haotian hammer in his grasp, bracing himself to confront this seemingly unstoppable blow. Mike Tyke's fist crashed down upon the Haotian hammer with tremendous force, akin to two colossal mountains colliding, unleashing a deafening roar. Tang Hao felt an overwhelming shockwave surge from the hammer, battering his body like a tempestuous storm. The magnitude of this force was so immense that even he, a formidable warrior, found it exceedingly difficult to withstand. Under the impact of the recoil, his already battered body staggered back several steps, each movement heavy and arduous. A look of disbelief adorned his face as a symbol of strength. He had never fathomed that someone could surpass him in power. Chapter 34. A violent assault on Tang Ritian, tattooing Tang Ritian in the wake of a single strike. Tang Hao was instantly engulfed by an unprecedented impact, as if the entire world had become a blur in that fleeting moment. His pupils widened in astonishment. Akin to witnessing an unbelievable miracle, the sheer force was beyond anything he had ever imagined. Simultaneously, Mike Guy, for the first time, unlocked the eighth gate. The surging power within him evoking a sense of strangeness and confusion. This power flowed like a gentle stream, calm and profound, yet concealed within it was an explosive and fervent rage akin to volcanic magma. He endeavored to harness this power, only to find it akin to a colossal dragon, both tender and unruly. As the two confronted each other, the air was thick with a tense and potent atmosphere. Utilizing merely the secret art-S force to forcibly elevate one's strength, how long could such a state be sustained? In that moment, a glimmer of scrutiny flashed in Tang Hao's eyes. He presumed that Mike Guy's formidable prowess stemmed from some transient technique that awakened latent potential. However, while his conjecture held partial truth, it was fundamentally misguided. The eighth gate could indeed be regarded as a form of secret art. Yet Mike Guy's mastery over it transcended mere reliance on external forces. Presently, he was confident in his physical prowess, capable of maintaining this state for a full 12 hours without issue. Just as Mike Guy's tightly clenched fist was about to descend with the force of thunder once more, an unexpected, jarring sound of bone cracking resonated from his arm. This noise pierced the stillness of the air, stark and chilling, reminiscent of shattering glass. Mike Guy's brow furrowed instantly, as though bound by invisible chains. The pain from the fractured bone struck him like a cold blade, sending a shiver throughout his entire being. At that moment, as his opponent momentarily succumbed to disorientation in midair, Tang Hao seized the opportunity, drawing in a deep breath. It was as if he sought to absorb the very forces of nature into his being. With a surge of energy, the Haotian hammer in his grasp traced a sharp arc through the air, resembling a silver bolt of lightning, rapidly descending towards Mike Guy. This strike, thunderous and formidable, seemed poised to rend the fabric of space itself, reducing all to mere dust. Yet, Mike Guy chose not to withstand it head-on. A flicker of vigilance crossed his eyes as he moved with an ethereal swiftness, deftly evading the lethal blow. Internally, Mike Guy lamented his oversight. He had forgotten a critical detail. Although unlocking the eighth gate allowed him to unleash astonishing power in a brief span, it also imposed immense strain on his body. Having honed his physique from a young age through the genius methodology of body enhancement, the activation of the first 6 gates posed little threat to him. However, attempting to breach the 7th gate subjected him to an unparalleled onslaught of pressure. The agony of torn muscles and shattered bones seared through every nerve in Mike Guy's body. Yet, he was now faced with an opponent of the esteemed rank of a level 95 titled Douluo. Taking a deep breath, Mike Guy slowly brought his hands together, as if gathering some mysterious force from the cosmos. His aura gradually ascended, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Hao curled his lips into a disdainful arc, scoffing at the theatrics. He wielded the Haotian hammer, its surface shimmering with resplendent golden light, exuding an overwhelming force as he swung it fiercely toward Mike Guy. The move, known as Ling Tian Yi, was one of the hammer's ultimate techniques, possessing unparalleled might. In the past, Tang Hao had effortlessly dispatched a level 92 ghost Douluo with a single strike. Now, faced with the formidable Mike Guy, he unleashed this formidable skill without reservation. In the face of Tang Hao's ferocious assault, Mike Guy did not falter. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes as he bellowed, "Day Tiger." Instantly, a fierce tiger, imbued with boundless power, charged toward Tang Hao's Haotian hammer. In that moment, two immense forces collided in the sky, producing a deafening roar. The air seemed to solidify, leaving only the two figures engaged in a fierce clash. The two forces, akin to a tempest, intertwined and collided, erupting with a thunderous cacophony. Under the impact of this might, both combatants were propelled backward as if their vessels had been capsized by a colossal wave, each step resembling a perilous leap across an abyss, ultimately retreating over 100 paces. Mike Kai, having undergone countless trials and tribulations, was now capable of withstanding the formidable backlash of the shocking technique. He straightened his chest, his form akin to an arrow released from its bow, swiftly darting toward Tang Hao. His onslaught was as torrential as a downpour, with fists and feet raining down in rapid succession, each strike imbued with astonishing power. Faced with this relentless tide of attacks, Tang Hao found himself momentarily challenged. A flicker of surprise crossed his gaze, yet it was eclipsed by a resolute and indomitable spirit. Gritting his teeth, he relied on his extraordinary willpower and strength to barely withstand Mike Kai's onslaught. However, amidst the barrage, he inevitably received a punch from Mike Kai. A blow that resonated like a heavy hammer striking iron, producing a dull thud. Pain flashed across Tang Hao's visage as his face rapidly swelled, rendering it quite unsightly. In the brief moment of Tang Hao's stunned contemplation, the sky transformed into a canvas ablaze, an endless rain of fire cascading down like a waterfall, heralding an apocalyptic arrival. The searing fireballs wove a magnificent tapestry against the night sky, yet bore the weight of destructive power. Confronted with this cataclysmic sight, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Tang Hao's eyes. He understood well the formidable nature of this fiery deluge, which was not to be underestimated. "Haotian protect!" Tang Hao shouted, swinging the Haotian hammer with fervor, akin to a tempest, deflecting the descending fireballs one after another. Each strike was accompanied by a shower of sparks, as if he were wrestling with fate itself. Yet, amidst the fervent struggle, Tang Hao remained oblivious to the peculiarities behind him. Unbeknownst to him, Mike Kai had stealthily appeared like a specter at his back, his gaze icy, reminiscent of a leopard stalking its prey. With a sudden leap, Mike Kai launched himself into the air, delivering a powerful kick squarely to Tang Hao's face. This kick was imbued with tremendous force, as if it contained an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. On Tang Hao's already swollen face, several ghastly streaks of blood suddenly appeared. With the force of Mike Kai's kick, Tang Hao was violently propelled through the air, tracing a parabolic arc before crashing heavily to the ground. He fell with a thud, his hands clutching his cheeks tightly as the searing pain felt like flames scorching him, rendering him nearly unable to bear it. His face bore the deep imprint of Mike Kai's shoe, blood streaming from his nostrils and forehead, merging into a thin trickle that fell into the dust below. In that moment, the wave of humiliation surged within Tang Hao's heart. A figure of great renown in his lifetime, he never anticipated such a fate, enduring such disgrace. His eyes were filled with venomous rage as he fixed his gaze on Mike Kai, as if he wished to devour him whole. At last, unable to contain his fury, Tang Hao raised the Haotian hammer with all his might and brought it crashing down upon the ground. A thunderous sound erupted, causing the ground to tremble and dust to billow, as if even mountains were shaken by the force. Seeing this, Mike Kai instinctively extended his arm. As the dust gradually settled, dissipating like thin mist in the air, Tang Hao's figure, along with Tang San and the other, vanished without a trace. As though they had merged into the silent void, Mike Kai took a deep breath, confirming that Tang Hao had indeed fled the scene, and slowly released the State of the Eight Gates. In that instant, the excruciating pain and mental fatigue that surged like a tide almost overwhelmed him. He stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. This was his first venture into the realm of the Gate of Shock, and it marked the first time he had such a clear understanding of his own physical capabilities. He realized that his current physique was still insufficient to withstand the terrifying backlash of the Gate of Death. Clearly, he needed to continue his journey of body refinement, relentlessly honing his physical form. At this moment, Zhu Shiqing was heavily concealed by dense underbrush and twisted branches, as if gently cradled by Mother Earth, erasing all traces of her presence. Once the surrounding clamor and turmoil had completely subsided, she cautiously emerged from the thick cover, revealing a pale and youthful visage. Zhu Shiqing approached Mike Kai with trembling steps, an unmistakable hint of fear evident in her demeanor. In her heart, she had long held a high estimation of Mike Kai's strength. She had imagined that his power could shake the very foundations of the Star Luo Empire. even suppressing her illustrious father and the supreme star Luo Emperor. However, upon witnessing the dazzling 10,000-year soul ring glimmering on Tang Hao, she felt a stir of astonishment. That 10,000-year soul ring shone like a myriad of stars, profound as an abyss, seemingly harboring endless mysteries and power. A title Douluo possessing such a soul ring was undoubtedly of a strength far surpassing that of an ordinary title Douluo. Yet, just as she believed Might Guy would face a formidable battle, he exhibited an unimaginable prowess. Not only was he able to contend with Tang Hao, who bore the 10,000-year soul ring, but he also managed to suppress him to the point where he could scarcely retaliate. This scene left Zhu Zhuqing's heart in tumultuous shock, akin to the crashing waves of the sea. Ding exited the 8 gates of Duanjia, health recovering. 570-850, Might Guy tightly clasped his shattered arm. The sound of broken bones echoing in his ears, while the severe muscle strain in another part of his body rendered each step excruciatingly arduous. His complexion was pale, yet his eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. It was evident that he must swiftly discover a means to counter the backlash of the 8 gates of Duanjia. He murmured to himself, his voice imbued with resolute conviction. The power of the 8 gates was undeniably formidable, yet the ensuing backlash was a double-edged sword, threatening his very existence. He understood that if he did not resolve this issue promptly, should he encounter a formidable adversary like Tang Hao again, particularly one who opted for a protracted battle, he would be utterly defenseless. However, at that moment, these were not problems he could address immediately. He inhaled deeply, pulling his thoughts back to reality. Presently, he had a far more pressing task at hand, leading Zhu Zhuqing to acquire her first soul ring. This was the primary objective of their journey. Fortune seemed to smile upon them as they embarked on their quest. They unexpectedly encountered a shadow leopard, ravaged by the aftermath of a previous fierce battle. The shadow leopard lay quietly beside a tree, its once sharp eyes now vacant and devoid of spirit, as if it had witnessed the most terrifying nightmare, robbing it of any will to resist. Observing this, Zhu Zhuqing acted swiftly and decisively, her dagger slicing through the air like lightning, gracefully and accurately ending the shadow leopard's life. Immediately, a pale yellow soul ring began to rise gently from the leopard's body, as if recounting its bravery and glory in life. Zhu Zhuqing swiftly sat cross-legged, closed her eyes, and centered her spirit, utilizing her soul power. She drew the pale yellow soul ring towards herself. In that moment, it seemed as though an extraordinary connection was forged between her and the soul ring. Her breath synchronized with the ring's pulsations, allowing her to sense the boundless power contained within. Once the soul ring successfully assimilated into her being, the duo's mission reached a triumphant conclusion. Yet, a glimmer of vigilance flickered in Might Guy's eyes. He was acutely aware that Tang Hao's appearance in Nodding City was no mere coincidence. This city undoubtedly held someone of significance to him, or harbored a deeply concealed secret. A surge of resolve welled up within Might Guy. He recognized that unveiling this mystery required merely a modicum of effort. He believed that with a bit of investigation, he could uncover the traces left by Tang Hao and thereby reveal the truth behind it all. Meanwhile, the night deepened like ink. As Tang Hao raced through the dense forest, burdened by the unconscious Tang San and the hefty Disher Yu Shao gang upon his back. Upon reaching a hidden tree hollow, he carefully laid them down, as if placing 2 precious treasures. However, the moment he set them down, a torrent of blood uncontrollably spilled from the corner of his mouth, staining his garments crimson. He pressed his hand against his painfully throbbing cheek, where a deep shoe print glimmered ominously under the moonlight. Tang Hao clutched his chest tightly, where the tumultuous rise and fall felt as if it might erupt at any moment. His complexion was as pale as parchment, yet his eyes radiated a resolute and indomitable spirit. The fierce battle he had just engaged in with Might Guy not only imposed an unprecedented pressure upon him, but also exacerbated the lingering injuries within his body. At this moment, Tang Hao felt as though his very insides were twisted in agony, as if ensnared by an invisible force. Spirit Hall, you shall wait and see. His roar reverberated through the air like thunder, his gaze ablaze with a fierce, burning fury. He abruptly turned, his eyes landing upon the unconscious Tang San. A flicker of complex emotions crossing his face. Little San, you must grow swiftly. Tang Hao's voice was low and resolute, imbued with an intangible strength, as he envisioned a future where father and son would stand side by side in battle. Though he left his words unspoken, the determination and hope within them were unmistakably evident. He yearned for the day to arrive when they could unite their strengths and together topple the Spirit Hall. Chapter 35. Capturing the Great Cat. As Zhu Zhuqing stepped across the threshold of the inn, a tempest of worry engulfed her heart. akin to ominous clouds gathering above. Her thoughts were consumed by the injuries sustained by Mei Tikai, and she felt an overwhelming urge to venture forth in search of a healing soul master. Yet, just as she was about to take that fateful step, Mei Tikai's voice, as warm and gentle as a spring breeze, resonated softly, his hand, both comforting and strong, firmly resting upon her shoulder. "Xing, there is no need for your concern." His tone conveyed an undeniable firmness. Turning to meet Mei Tikai's profound and tranquil gaze, Zhu Zhuqing felt her inner turmoil begin to dissipate. She understood that despite his grievous wounds, he had never exhibited a trace of retreat or frailty. The injury she bore would be mended once she exited the 8 gates of Duanjia State, though the healing process would be prolonged in accordance with the severity of her condition. Gently, Zhu Zhuqing nodded, retracting her foot from the threshold. Will everything truly be all right? Even though she was aware that the man before her was not in grave danger, the shadows of her anxiety loomed large, refusing to dissipate. Mei Tikai seemed to comprehend the unspoken worry reflected in her eyes, yet he chose not to directly address her concerns, instead steering the conversation towards Zhu Zhuqing's future. "I have led you away from the confines of the Star Luo Empire. What are your intentions moving forward?" His voice was deep and magnetic, akin to the strings of a lute being plucked by the night breeze, stirring the chords of Zhu Zhuqing's heart. Taken aback, Zhu Zhuqing fell into contemplation, her gaze drifting towards the horizon as if she could traverse the endless expanse of time and space, glimpsing a future that remained unclear in her heart. I might stay at the Junior Soul Master Academy for a while." Her voice wavered, yet it resonated with determination. Mei Tikai gently caressed the tips of Zhu Zhuqing's hair, his fingertips seemingly imbued with a warm magic that instantly banished the long-standing gloom from her eyes. With a smile illuminating his face, his eyes sparkled with sincerity as he extended an invitation. "Zhuqing, would you accompany me back to the Spirit Hall?" This simple statement, akin to a gentle spring breeze caressing a frozen lake's surface, stirred profound ripples within Zhu Zhuqing's soul. Her once dull eyes now seemed to shimmer with the light of stars, sparkling with anticipation and dreams for the future. Perhaps, before encountering Mei Tikai, Zhu Zhuqing had relinquished all hope for her future, believing she would succumb to the interminable darkness. However, Mei Tikai's arrival was like a ray of light piercing through the shadows, illuminating her path ahead. In that moment, Zhu Zhuqing felt an inexplicable force guiding her, and she found herself nodding instinctively, softly acquiescing to Mei Tikai's invitation. Though her voice was barely a whisper, it resonated with resolve and determination, as if she had discovered her true sanctuary at that very instant. As time unfolded, the bond between Zhu Zhuqing and Mei Tikai deepened, and her heart became increasingly at ease, the initial awkwardness and shyness of their acquaintance having long since vanished. In the present day, her courage has grown significantly, leading her to explore topics previously untouched. Zhu Zhuqing gently spoke, her tone imbued with curiosity and inquiry. "In the soul-hunting forest, do you harbor any grievances against those 2 individuals?" Though her question was light, the concern and curiosity underlying it surged forth like turbulent waves. Mike Kai paused momentarily, then succumbed to a brief contemplation. He recalled the antics of those 2 in the soul-hunting forest, a wave of inexplicable aversion swelling within him. He lifted his gaze, looking deeply into Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, and slowly replied, "Those 2 indeed have some history with me." His voice was calm and resolute, as if discussing a matter unrelated to himself. Zhu Zhuqing was captivated by his gaze, and a flicker of doubt arose within her. She recalled the previous days at the Hamen banquet, where even when Mike Kai had been drugged, he had not displayed such a heavy demeanor. Now, however, she perceived an unprecedented chill and determination in his eyes. She nodded gently, refraining from further inquiries. She understood that everyone harbors their own tales and secrets, and perhaps Mike Kai's past was the pain he wished to keep buried. She was willing to wait for the day he would choose to share. For now, she needed only to quietly remain by his side, offering warmth and solace. Meanwhile, within the Star Luo Empire, a storm was quietly brewing. Since Mike Kai departed this land with Zhu Zhuqing, the imperial court of Star Luo erupted as if a massive stone had been cast into a tranquil lake. At that moment, the hurried footsteps outside shattered the silence of the court as a messenger burst in, breathless. He rushed before the civil and military officials, kneeling with urgency. Though his voice trembled slightly from haste, his words were crystal clear. "Your Majesty, intelligence indicates that Miss Zhu, the second daughter of the Zhu family, has been spotted at the enforcement base of the Spirit Hall, where she lingered for a considerable time." With these words, the court was engulfed by a chilling wind. a cacophony of astonishment and suspicion erupting. Any movement of Zhu Zhiqing could stir the hearts of countless individuals. Now, with her presence at the enforcement base of the Spirit Hall, coupled with the recent discreet departure of the enforcement elder, a vivid image emerged in people's minds. Zhu Zhiqing's current whereabouts were indeed evident. The atmosphere in the court grew palpably tense as the gazes of the assembly converged, silently exchanging their speculations and doubts. All of this was stirred by the woman named Zhu Zhiqing and the inexplicable connection she shared with the Spirit Hall. In a corner, Daimu Bai clenched his hands like iron, his sharp nails digging deep into his palm, blood seeping quietly and staining his fingers. Yet, at that moment, he had no time to dwell on such trivial pain. Daimu Bai was acutely aware that without Zhu Zhiqing, there would be no Nether White Tiger. And without the Nether White Tiger, he would surely fall short against his elder brother. In the ensuing battle for imperial power, he would inevitably be vanquished by his brother. Whenever Daimu Bai reflects upon that moment, he feels as though an invisible force has drained him of all vitality, leaving him as lifeless as a desiccated tree scorched under the relentless sun. Fortunately, at this moment, he stands in a secluded corner, surrounded by a throng of officials. Yet their gazes never linger on him, as if this place were a forgotten enclave. However, his elder brother, Davis, possesses a gaze as sharp as that of a hawk, piercing through the crowd and accurately capturing every subtle nuance of Daimu Bai's expression. In this realm, if anyone most desires to see Daimu Bai remain weak, it is undoubtedly Davis. He is acutely aware that should Daimu Bai rise to power, his own position would be precariously threatened. Thus, he remains ever vigilant, ensuring that Daimu Bai makes no significant advancements. At this juncture, Zhu Zhiqing abruptly turns, her steps resolute as she strides toward Mei Tikai. Each of her movements seems to bear the weight of 1,000 burdens, and her eyes glimmer with an unprecedented determination and resolve. Finally, before the astonished gaze of the latter, Zhu Zhiqing kneels straight before Mei Tikai. Her actions are devoid of hesitation or retreat, her posture seemingly a proclamation of her unwavering intent to the world. Subsequently, she bows her head deeply, her forehead colliding with the unyielding ground, producing a muted yet resolute sound, echoing the conviction within her heart. Master, she raises her head, her voice infused with firmness and earnestness. Please teach me how to grow stronger. I wish to seize control of my own destiny, no longer subject to the whims of others. Zhu Zhiqing fled the empire precisely to escape being a pawn in someone else's game. She yearns to master her fate. Yet, she is acutely aware that to ensure her destiny remains unshackled by others, she must possess the strength to defy all constraints. Mei Tikai gazes at her, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes, for he recognizes that this young woman possesses an indomitable spirit. Very well, I shall grant your request, Mei Tikai responds slowly, his voice imbued with solemnity and seriousness. However, you must remember that the path to strength is fraught with hardship and challenges. You will need to exert more effort and sweat than others. Furthermore, once you embark on this path, there is no turning back. Zhu Zhiqing nods resolutely, her eyes sparkling with unwavering determination. I understand. I am prepared. No matter the obstacles ahead, I shall persevere until I become sufficiently powerful. Master, are you well? Tang San's voice, filled with concern, shatters the chaotic silence surrounding Yu Xiaojiang, who is emerging from his stupor. Yu Xiaojiang's consciousness flickers like the first light of dawn, struggling to surface from the depths of darkness. He vaguely perceives a forceful push, and gradually, his vision sharpens, revealing Tang San's anxious face. As Yu Xiaojiang fully awakens, an indescribable agony surges through him like a tidal wave, piercing his heart as if 1,000 arrows were unleashed. Particularly, the hand that Mei Tikai had mercilessly trampled is now a mangled mess, flesh and bone rendered indistinguishable. Yet, amidst this abyss of despair, a flicker of relief surged within Yu Xiaojiang's heart, grateful that Tang Hao had attended to his wounds before departing. Otherwise, the severity of his injuries would have been unimaginable. At this moment, dark clouds loomed in Yu Xiaojiang's eyes, reminiscent of the oppressive atmosphere preceding a storm, with all this turmoil stemming from Might Guy. Were it not for Might Guy, how could he, a figure renowned across the continent, endure such humiliation? Tang San fully understood the pain and resentment harbored by his teacher. He too bore a deep-seated animosity towards Might Guy, a hatred that blazed within him like an unquenchable fire. The path of vengeance. Tang San silently repeated this mantra, as if it had become his sole conviction and motivation. He vowed that one day, when he had grown strong enough, he would make Might Guy pay in blood for the indignity inflicted upon both his teacher and himself. However, given their current circumstances, It was evidently unwise to venture once more into the territory of the soul beasts. The two could only return to the academy with a sense of loss and disarray. They recognized that relying solely on their own strength was insufficient to procure a suitable soul ring for Tang San. Thus, they resolved to seek the assistance of the principal of Nodding Academy. This principal, a formidable soul master of level 43, was renowned throughout Nodding City. With his intervention, Tang San's quest for a soul ring would undoubtedly gain a measure of assurance. Upon their return to Nodding Academy, the two attended to their injuries briefly before Yu Xiaojiang hastily made his way to the principal's office. However, Tang San chose a different path, opting to return to the dormitory alone. As he pushed open the familiar door, a tightness gripped his heart at the sight before him. The spacious room was empty, and the air seemed thick with desolation and solitude. The melancholy within him surged like a tide, and unwilling to linger in such an atmosphere, he decided to take a walk, hoping to find a semblance of tranquility in the fresh air. He wandered aimlessly until, almost unconsciously, he arrived at the back mountain. There, two factions were locked in a tense standoff. Upon arrival, he was met with the sight of Wang Sheng being ruthlessly hurled aside. His heart tightened, and his gaze sharpened like a blade. At that moment, Xiaowu's expression was as cold as frost, her clear eyes igniting with flames of fury. She fixed her gaze upon the haughty figures, her inner rage burning fiercely like kindling set ablaze. Xiao Qinyu and his entourage reveled in their triumph, their laughter echoing across the desolate expanse, piercing Wang Sheng's heart like sharp arrows. They mocked and ridiculed, trampling upon Wang Sheng's dignity as if he were a mere ailing tiger, ready for slaughter. Ha ha ha, Wang Sheng, you pitiful beast. Xiao Qinyu and his companions laughed uproariously. Yet, Wang Sheng could only endure silently. His heart brimmed with bitterness, but as a failure, he found himself unable to retort, burying the humiliation and resentment deep within. He clenched his jaw tightly, striving to hold back his tears, yet his bloodshot eyes betrayed the turmoil of anger and pain within. At this very moment, Xiaowu's gaze pierced through the chaotic scene, honing in on a familiar figure, Tang San. It was as if she had found a long-lost refuge, and the gloom on her face dissipated like morning mist. Tang San, help me teach them a lesson. Her voice resonated with determination as she pointed at those who dared to provoke her. However, upon hearing her words, Tang San's expression momentarily stiffened. He was currently enduring excruciating physical pain, a searing sensation that felt as though it would consume him whole. He was acutely aware that in his present state, even the typically less formidable Wang Sheng would pose a significant challenge. The eyes of the crowd converged on the direction Xiaowu indicated, observing Tang San's demeanor, which was akin to swallowing a heavy stone. The youth who had previously clashed with Wang Sheng showed no sign of retreat. His gaze was resolute as he charged towards Tang San without hesitation. His strides were firm and powerful, as though each step was firmly planted on solid rock, exuding an unstoppable momentum. Faced with this overwhelming onslaught, Tang San understood that evasion was not an option. Drawing a deep breath, he suppressed the fear and hesitation within him, resolutely stepping forward to confront the challenge. Employing his agile movements, he deftly dodged several strikes from the boy. Yet, with each evasion, the pain in his body intensified, as if countless needles were piercing his skin. However, just as Tang San was wholly focused on dodging, a momentary lapse exposed a vulnerability. The youth seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful blow to Tang San's face. The force of the strike left a deep mark on his visage, reminiscent of the injuries previously sustained by Yu Xiaojiang. Chapter 36. The unfortunate Tang San. In that fleeting moment, it was as if time itself had come to a standstill for Tang San. The shadow of the stick loomed before him with the ferocity of thunder, as the youth relentlessly rained blows upon his shoulders and calves, culminating in a decisive strike to his chin. At that instant, Tang San felt as though his consciousness had been drawn away, until the sound of the stick colliding with his jaw reverberated in his ears, rousing him from his stupor. The youth's wooden staff, imbued with an irresistible force, struck Tang San's chin with a resounding impact. It felt as if the very earth had split apart. His body trembled violently, and blood erupted from his mouth like a gushing spring. Subsequently, he was sent hurtling through the air, akin to a kite severed from its string. Tang San, Xiaowu exclaimed, her voice filled with dread and disbelief. She had never imagined that the usually formidable Tang San would appear so vulnerable and fragile before such a boy. Xiao Qinyu gazed at the motionless form of Tang San on the ground, a chill creeping into his heart. If a life were truly lost, even with his father being the city lord, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Hey, are you all right? Xiao Chenyu inquired, his voice betraying a barely perceptible tremor. Yet, the Tang Sen lying on the ground was no longer the same. His eyes were bloodshot, resembling rubies scorched by flames, radiating an alarming intensity. Veins protruded from his forehead like coiling dragons, signifying the fury and resentment boiling within him. Time and again, Tang Sen recited the path of vengeance in his heart, each word striking him like a hammer, intensifying his hatred towards Xiao Chenyu and his companions. His blood-red gaze fixated on them, as if he sought to engrave their faces into his memory, marking them for the retribution he would one day exact. As Tang Sen struggled to rise from the ground, blood and dirt mingled at the corner of his mouth. In that moment, the heavy weight that had hung over the hearts of the onlookers finally lifted, granting them a sense of relief. Xiao Chenyu took a deep breath, casting a complex glance at the victorious group of students across from him. Before speaking slowly, "You have won. From this day forth, the title of leader of Nodding Academy belongs to you." With that, Xiao Chenyu turned, leading his companions away in haste, as if fleeing from a plague, leaving behind an empty arena. Xiao Wu and her companions cautiously approached, embracing a victory that, while seemingly glorious, bore a tinge of bitterness. Their faces betrayed little joy, instead reflecting a weighty introspection. This triumph was not earned through their own strength, but rather through the abandonment of others and their despair, which had paved the way for their glory. Xiao Wu's heart ached at the sight of Tang San's suffering. She yearned to approach him, to soothe his wounds with her gentle touch. However, what awaited her was the chilling gaze of Tang San. As if darkness had consumed his very soul, cold and terrifying, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell. "Don't touch me." Tang San's voice emerged like a whisper from an ice cellar, imbued with a biting chill that instantly froze Xiao Wu's heart. Xiao Wu was taken aback by the sudden coldness and ferocity, retreating a few steps. Her trembling finger pointed at Tang San, as an indescribable surge of anger welled up within her. "Tang San, on what grounds do you shout at me?" Her voice quivered, yet it was imbued with defiance and determination. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, but more so with confusion and indignation towards Tang San's actions. Tang San was momentarily stunned by this unexpected confrontation. The hatred and fury within him seemed to crumble at the weight of her question, allowing a sliver of reason to resurface. "Xiao Wu," Tang San yearned to explain, to apologize, yet the words faltered on his lips, leaving him at a loss for where to begin. The torment and struggle within him rendered him speechless. However, before he could utter a word, Xiao Wu had already turned and walked away. The surrounding crowd, initially filled with good intentions, attempted to offer Tang San some solace. Yet, upon meeting the frosty gaze of his eyes, their benevolent thoughts were swiftly swept away, dissipating like mist in the chill of the wind. They chose to withdraw, hesitant to approach the boy who now emanated an unusual chill. As the crowd dispersed, the once bustling space was left desolate, with Tang San standing alone, his silhouette appearing particularly forlorn in the fading glow of the sunset. Everything around him seemed detached from his existence, as if he were a forgotten corner of the world, bearing the weight of his solitude in anguish and silence. In that moment, a profound sense of abandonment blossomed within Tang San's heart. This feeling pricked at him like an invisible thorn, embedding itself deeply within, unleashing an unprecedented wave of pain. His reason struggled to suppress the torrent of emotions inside. Yet that agony burned fiercely, searing his very soul. The scars left by the soul-hunting forest, along with the bruises inflicted by merciless blows, had etched their marks upon him. With each step, he acutely felt the pain coursing through him, a fiery sensation that spread like flames within, nearly unbearable. Nevertheless, he remained silent, gritting his teeth and enduring it all in silence. Bearing the excruciating pain, Tang San stumbled toward the familiar office. Each step felt like a battle against his own limits, yet the resilience in his heart urged him onward. At last, he reached the teacher's office. The slightly worn wooden door creaked open under his trembling hand. The sight within warmed his heart. Teacher Yu Xiaojing was engrossed in work, his focus unchanged from usual. However, when their eyes met, and he beheld Tang San's battered form, a flicker of shock and concern flashed across Yu Xiaojing's face. "Xiao San, what happened to you?" he exclaimed, hastily rising and striding towards Tang San, his gaze filled with worry and perplexity. Gently, he traced the wounds on Tang San's body, each injury a glaring red mark that pierced his heart. As Tang San felt the warmth of his teacher's concern, a wave of gratitude surged within him. He fought to suppress the tears threatening to spill from his eyes, unwilling to reveal his vulnerability to Yu Xiaojing. "Teacher, it's nothing," Tang San replied, his voice slightly hoarse. a remnant from his earlier sparring with classmates. He endeavored to infuse his tone with a semblance of lightheartedness, yet the pain and fatigue were undeniable. Yu Xiaojing gazed at Tang San, his heart a tumult of emotions. "Little San, you will always be my most exceptional student." Yu Xiaojing's voice was resolute and warm. "No matter the difficulties you encounter, you must believe in yourself and persevere. Oh, by the way, the dean has promised to accompany us tomorrow to assist you in hunting your first spirit ring." Gently, Yu Xiaojing wrung out a towel that had been soaking in warm water, then tenderly placed it upon Tang San's face. After his initial examination, it was evident that the marks left by the rod on Tang San's visage would likely be etched into his skin forever. This scar could become an indelible part of his life, accompanying him through the years to come. Tang San felt the profound care emanating from his teacher, gratitude swelling within him like a spring, causing tears to well in the corners of his eyes. Yet, the warm towel covering his face acted as a shield, quietly concealing his tears and leaving only silent emotion in its wake. Later that evening, after finishing dinner at Yu Xiaojing's place, Tang San declined the offer to stay the night, dragging his weary body back to the dormitory. Upon reaching the entrance, he gently pushed the door open, only to be met with a chilling sight. The bed he had once shared closely with Xiaowu was now starkly separated. Even more jarring was the sight of a brand new set of bedding adorning Xiaowu's side, resembling an insurmountable chasm. Tang San's heart plunged into an abyss. He stood frozen, emotions swirling chaotically within him, confusion, disappointment, and a barely perceptible anger. Yet, he understood that in this moment, he could not utter a single word of reproach. Silently, he approached his own bed and lay down gently. Though his body was weary, his heart felt as though it were weighed down by a colossal stone. He closed his eyes, attempting to escape this sudden upheaval through sleep, but his thoughts raced like untamed horses, galloping relentlessly in his mind. The following day, as Tang San slowly opened his fatigued eyes, he surveyed his surroundings, only to find this usually bustling place devoid of life, leaving him alone. The wave of solitude crashed over him, intensifying the feeling of abandonment that gnawed at his heart. He imagined his classmates had already embarked on their journey to the classroom, leaving him behind in this quiet corner. Just as he was engulfed in this inexplicable sentiment, a gentle knock at the door startled him, shattering the silence. Rising to his feet, he walked slowly to the door, curiosity stirring within him. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the sight of his teacher, Yu Xiaojing, accompanied by the dean of Nodding Academy, both wearing gentle smiles. "Teacher," Tang San greeted softly, his voice laced with surprise and respect. He then turned to the dean, his eyes brimming with inquiry and curiosity. "In a moment, the dean will personally lead us to assist you in acquiring your first soul ring in your life." Yu Xiaojing's voice was filled with exuberance, his excitement causing him to nearly lose control, as he struck Tang San's shoulder with considerable force. However, at that instant, Tang San's brow furrowed slightly, a fleeting expression of pain crossing his lips. The power of Yu Xiaojing's hand, coupled with Tang San's already battered body, nearly sent him into a dizzying spell, as if the entire world were swirling before his eyes. Noticing Tang San's pale complexion and his frequent gasps for air, Yu Xiaojing suddenly came to his senses, realizing his recklessness. He hurriedly withdrew his hand, remorse and self-reproach evident in his eyes. The dean cast a cold glance at Yu Xiaojing, his profound eyes brimming with discontent and reproach. Subsequently, his gaze shifted to Tang San, and upon observing the newfound red marks on the young boy's delicate face, a flicker of sympathy arose within him. The three of them quietly entered the soul-hunting forest in an antiquated cart. As they passed the spot where they had previously encountered Mei Tikai, the remnants of battle on the ground still sent chills down their spines. However, both Tang San and his master tacitly avoided the topic, choosing to bypass that area entirely. Time seemed to blur within this enigmatic forest, and after an indeterminate period, a vivid hue suddenly captivated their attention. It was a mandala snake. Its lithe body adorned with shimmering scales that glowed with an ethereal blue light, indicating its existence for over a century. "Teacher, look, it's a mandala snake," Tang San exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he pointed at the creature, his voice brimming with fervor. Yu Xiaojing's gaze was also firmly fixed on the unique mandala snake. Realizing that for Tang San, this serpent was undoubtedly the ideal choice for his first soul ring, he exchanged a knowing smile with Tang San, their unspoken understanding evident as they both turned their eyes towards the dean. The dean gave a slight nod, as if he had already perceived their intentions. In the next moment, his form surged forward with the grace of a cheetah, vanishing from sight in an instant as he sped into the depths of the soul-hunting forest. Soon after, the sounds of fierce combat echoed from deep within the forest. suggesting that a fierce struggle was underway. Both Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San felt a tightening in their chests, aware that the dean had commenced his battle with the mandala snake. Without a moment's hesitation, they swiftly followed, racing towards the source of the clamor. Along the way, their heartbeats quickened in rhythm with the sounds of the fight. A blend of concern for the dean's safety and anticipation that the mandala snake would successfully become Tang San's soul ring. Before long, the dean returned, dragging the half-conscious mandala snake before them. The creature writhed weakly in his grasp, clearly devoid of any will to resist. Observing this scene, both Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San let out a sigh of relief, the heavy weight in their hearts finally lifting. They understood that with this mandala snake as his soul ring, Tang San's strength would experience a substantial enhancement. As Yu Xiaojiang meticulously examined the mandala snake, a smile of delight suddenly froze upon his face upon discovering its age. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this particular mandala snake was merely a century old, far from the optimal lifespan of over 400 years. Yu Xiaojiang hesitated, contemplating whether to persuade Tang San to forego this soul ring. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Tang San swiftly delivered the final blow to the mandala snake. A soul ring, vibrant yellow tinged with a hint of white, gradually emerged from the serpent's body. Without hesitation, Tang San seated himself cross-legged, beginning the process of absorbing the soul ring. By the time Yu Xiaojiang prepared to guide him, Tang San had already commenced the absorption. Given the circumstances, Yu Xiaojiang felt it would be futile to interject, resigning himself to silently await the outcome. Although the first soul ring was indeed yellow, its age of 100 years rendered it far from the ideal selection. Chapter 37. Subduing Bibidong within the hallowed halls of the papal palace, Bibidong reclined languidly, her long, porcelain-like legs subtly visible beneath the hem of her skirt as she crossed them with an air of nonchalance. In her grasp, she wielded a scepter that seemed to embody the full weight and authority of the spirit hall, and at this moment, that power appeared to coalesce within her piercing gaze. Her eyes, sharp as an eagle's, fixated intently on the figure of Mei Tikai standing below. Flames of fury danced within her irises, as if capable of incinerating all in their path. Mei Tikai, how dare you act with such audacity? To mobilize the personnel of the papal palace without the pope's consent is an act of unparalleled insolence. In the face of Bibidong's wrath, Mei Tikai remained unfazed. He shrugged nonchalantly, a sneer curling upon his lips. Bibidong, spare me your airs of authority. The Star Luo spirit branch has decayed to such an extent, and your so-called papacy has played no small part in this downfall. Their exchange reverberated through the vast expanse of the papal palace, the tension escalating palpably. Bibidong's anger surged within her, while Mei Tikai stood resolute, undeterred by her fury. A tempest appeared poised to erupt within this sacred domain. Mei Tikai, remember well that this is the abode of the revered Pope, a place of sanctity and solemnity. Bibidong's voice rose, tempestuous as a storm, betraying her astonishment and indignation. For countless years, none had dared to display such flagrant defiance before her. The papal palace? Mei Tikai's derisive laughter echoed, sharp and cutting, like a blade scraping against Bibidong's dignity. His gaze, laced with disdain, regarded her as no more than a trivial stone or the inconsequential residue of refuse in his eyes. Do you truly believe that without the backing of the worship hall, you could easily ascend to this papal throne? Or do you naively assume that once seated in this position, you would be free from challenge, your authority unassailable? Mei Tikai's voice was frigid, each syllable piercing Bibidong's heart like an icicle. Their dialogue unfolded like two finely honed swords, clashing and intertwining within the papal palace, each encounter sending tremors of apprehension through the air. Mei Tikai's voice, as sharp as a frost-bitten blade, struck with the weight of a hammer upon Bibidong's heart. You have betrayed Schwerer's trust, using her emotions as bait to lure her into the heavenly Dou Empire, executing some absurd undercover scheme. Merely a pawn in your nefarious plot. His words sliced through the tranquility like a biting wind, unraveling Bibidong's facade of hypocrisy. Your true aim is to obliterate Schwerer's innate talent, rendering her a casualty of your ambitions. The fury blazing in Mei Tikai's eyes illuminated his words, reverberating like thunder, shaking the very fabric of the space around them. Those thunderous declarations pierced Bibidong's heart like a razor-sharp blade, leaving her trembling in shock and dismay. A flicker of panic crossed her gaze, as if the deepest secrets of her heart had been laid bare. The facade she once took pride in appeared so feeble under the piercing scrutiny of Mei Tikai. Bibidong, brimming with confidence, believed each of her steps to be meticulously calculated, akin to a chess player executing a flawless strategy. Yet, Before her carefully crafted schemes, Mei Tikai resembled an all-seeing sage, exposing her intricately woven thoughts as if they were mere blank sheets of paper. Before Mei Tikai's words had fully dissipated into the air, Bibidong's previously unruffled demeanor shattered like a lake besieged by a tempest, unable to maintain its tranquility. This was due to the name Mei Tikai uttered, Yu Xiaojing, striking her heart's softest corner like a heavy hammer. Yu Xiaojing, the man who once streaked across the trajectory of her life like a shooting star, the one who had briefly embodied the glimmering hope within her heart. At this moment, the mere mention of his name awakened long-buried memories and emotions, rendering her incapable of preserving her composure and equanimity. The surreal image of a level 29 waste possessing both the Elder and Pope commands was utterly absurd, yet he brazenly flaunted the Elder command within the Spirit Hall. Indulging in unjust gains, Mei Tikai's gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, remained fixed on the ever-shifting countenance of Bibidong. He was already well aware of the entanglement between Bibidong and Yu Xiaojing. Through meticulous investigation, he had uncovered the entire story. Though he felt a twinge of sympathy for Bibidong's plight, it was overshadowed by a profound disdain for her actions. Silence. He is not a waste, Bibidong's voice thundered, filled with fury and unwavering conviction. Whenever Yu Xiaojing's name was mentioned, her seemingly unassailable calm shattered, pierced by arrows of emotion. Yu Xiaojing represented a sacred sanctuary within her heart, an inviolable boundary she would not allow anyone to trample upon. Nor would she permit anyone to humiliate or belittle him in any manner. Clutching the Pope's scepter, her sixth spirit ring erupted in a dazzling glow, as if to stain the entire space with blood-red madness. Sixth spirit skill, blood-sucking spider spike. With her command, countless sharp spikes cascaded like a torrential downpour towards Mei Tikai. Each spike shimmered with a dark luminescence, emanating an aura of chilling death, as if to tear apart any obstacles in their path. A smirk curled at the corner of his lips as he locked his gaze onto Bibidong. You dare to strike at me for a waste like Yu Xiaojing? Bibidong. You truly wield great authority as the Pope. No sooner had the words left his lips than his right hand shot forth like lightning, seizing a pair of nunchaku that materialized in his grasp. In Mei Tikai's hands, the nunchaku seemed to come alive, tracing fierce trajectories in the air as he danced with them. The spider's sting of Bibidong descended like a relentless downpour, yet each strike was deftly neutralized by the twin nunchaku, their clash resonating like a cacophony of firecrackers. Echoing throughout the Grand Hall, after an intense battle, Might Guy successfully countered all of Bibidong's assaults. In that moment, his gaze transformed from its earlier calmness to one imbued with gravity and fierce determination. Bibidong, are you truly prepared to turn against me today? Might Guy's voice was deep and resolute, enveloped in a verdant steam, a manifestation of his 8 gates technique. His presence stood as steadfast as a mountain, rivaling the formidable Bibidong, who had reached the pinnacle of level 97. Bibidong's profound eyes glimmered with a chilling light as she regarded Might Guy's hostile countenance, akin to observing a toy on the verge of shattering. With her long, fair legs, she descended from her throne with elegant composure, each step radiating an ineffable majesty. The 8 gates technique, a method of forcibly extracting one's latent potential. How long do you suppose it can endure? Her tone was laced with arrogance and disdain, as if she had already foreseen Might Guy's downfall. Ah, how long can it last? A sardonic smile played at the corners of Might Guy's lips. If you wish to test it, then by all means, come forth. He then casually mentioned, oh, and that jade little one. He is likely not faring too well at the moment. This remark, though seemingly nonchalant, struck a sharp chord within Bibidong, piercing her heart like a dagger. Instantly, her expression darkened, resembling the oppressive sky before a tempest fraught with menace. You seek death. Bibidong's voice was as frigid as ice, each syllable slicing through the air like a blade, instilling fear. In the next moment, a dark purple aura rapidly emanated from her being, enveloping her surroundings like a shroud of mist, gradually consuming everything in its vicinity. Her form began to undergo a grotesque transformation. Her lower body warped until it morphed into a massive, fearsome spider's torso, 6 sharp legs extending from her oval abdomen, glistening ominously. Simultaneously, her hands shed their human guise, becoming sharp and unyielding, capable of rending anything asunder. This monstrous visage stood in stark contrast to the gentle and alluring figure she typically embodied, rendering it almost unbelievable. In this instant, Bibidong resembled a demon risen from the depths of hell, grotesque and terrifying. This hideous appearance left onlookers astonished, unable to reconcile it with the enchanting figure of the pontiff they were accustomed to. In an instant, Bibi Dong erupted with fury, her claws tracing a lethal arc through the air, conjuring two dark purple blades that surged forth like phantoms from the underworld, hurtling towards Might Guy with blinding speed. The blades sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistle as they struck Might Guy's form. Within the hall, dust was stirred up, enveloping the space in a thick fog that obscured everyone's vision. Amidst the haze, Might Guy's silhouette flickered in and out of sight, with arms crossed protectively before him. He appeared to be engaging in a valiant struggle against the tempest of assaults. His voice resonated with a deep, commanding timbre, as though echoing from the annals of ancient times. 8 gates of Duanjia, 6th gate, open. As his words fell, a formidable aura erupted from Might Guy, surging forth like a torrential flood, instantly dispersing the surrounding dust and haze. Green steam rose from his form, akin to emerald flames igniting, illuminating the entire grand hall. In the shadow of this overwhelming presence, Might Guy's figure appeared increasingly towering and formidable. In an instant, he materialized before Bibi Dong, delivering a powerful kick aimed at her abdomen. Yet, Bibi Dong's reflexes were equally remarkable. Her sharp claws swiftly intercepted his strike. Their collision produced a dull thud, and for a moment, the air seemed to freeze. Bibi Dong's hands bore the brunt of the tremendous force, a wave of astonishment surging within her. Restricted by the divine trial, her peak level of cultivation, once at rank 97, was now confined to rank 95. Confronted with Might Guy's almost unreasonable display of brute force, she felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. However, Bibi Dong did not falter. She understood the significance of this battle and was resolute in her determination not to surrender easily. Drawing a deep breath, she adjusted her stance, bracing herself for Might Guy's subsequent assault. Konoha's whirlwind. Might Guy roared, unleashing an astounding surge of power from his feet. This time, even Bibi Dong, who stood like a mountain, found herself compelled to retreat several steps under the force of his momentum. Her sharp spider legs, akin to steel blades, carved into the ground, leaving 6 shocking scars etched into the hard earth, as if the land itself bore wounds. Yet, despite this, Bibi Dong's response was swift as lightning. In the very moment she was pushed back, a potent soul force erupted from within her, manifesting with the illumination of her 7th soul ring, glowing with the brilliance of a blazing flame. 7th soul skill, true body of martial spirit. As her voice echoed, the air behind her seemed to tear apart, revealing a massive spider gradually taking form. This arachnid fused with Bibi Dong, becoming an integral part of her, elevating her already formidable presence to unprecedented heights. 8th soul skill, Spider Monarch Clone. Bibi Dong declared with authority, her voice reverberating within the hall, imbued with an irresistible might. Immediately, her 2nd, 3rd, and 6th soul rings ignited simultaneously, shimmering like stars in the night sky, radiating dazzling light. 2nd soul skill, Deathly Poison Fog. 3rd soul skill, Death Prison. 6th soul skill, Bloodsucking Spider Stinger. Under this radiant display, a doppelganger identical to Bibi Dong materialized within the grand hall. A dark purple mist began to rise from her, swiftly enveloping the entire papal chamber. The mist enveloped the atmosphere like the breath of death, laden with venom and chill, instilling a profound sense of dread. Simultaneously, countless prisons woven from spider silk emerged silently, as if animated, swiftly ensnaring Meiti Kai, binding him securely within their grasp. At last, Bibi Dong's 6th spirit skill Bloodsucking Spider Spike was unleashed. The spikes descended in a torrential downpour, saturating the grand hall. Each spike shimmered with a ghostly luminescence, imbued with lethal poison, aimed directly at Meiti Kai. In that moment, the hall transformed into a battlefield of hell, where dark purple mists, resilient cages, and dense spider spikes collectively forged a fatal web, ensnaring Meiti Kai within its confines. Just as Bibi Dong believed victory was assured, a deep and resonant voice suddenly emerged from the dark purple poison mist. Open the gate of shock. In an instant, a colossal white tiger burst forth from the toxic haze, devoid of any aura of spirit power. The white tiger roared, its tremendous form lunging towards Bibi Dong. Yet, this tiger was no ordinary creature. It let out a roar that echoed like thunder, reverberating throughout the entire papal hall. Each stride it took seemed to possess the force of an earthquake, charging fiercely toward Bibi Dong. In that fleeting moment, the entire papal hall seemed to tremble. The roar of the tiger not only rattled Bibi Dong's eardrums but also shook her very soul. She had once believed victory was within her grasp. However, at this moment, the mysterious white tiger instilled in her an unprecedented sense of peril. Chapter 38. Defeating Bibi Dong. Part 2. The roar of the white tiger resonated like thunder. instantly shattering the tranquility of the papal palace, reverberating through every corner and striking fear into the hearts of all. Its gaze blazed fiercely, flickering with untamed ferocity, as its immense and agile form surged toward Bibi Dong like a cataclysmic avalanche. Amidst the swirling miasma, fireballs shot forth from the toxic fog like meteors, a relentless barrage of furious fire sprites dancing in the darkness. Wherever these fireballs traveled, the air seemed to ignite, causing the temperature within the papal palace to soar, waves of heat enveloping the space. The fireballs struck Bibi Dong with unerring precision, each one branding her flesh like a searing iron, leaving deep imprints upon her skin. Her body trembled under the onslaught, the horrific burns blooming like crimson flowers in the shadows, glaringly vivid against the darkness. Amidst the relentless tide of attacks, Bibi Dong's fury was ignited in full force. She roared, her eyes glinting with resolute determination, intent on subduing Mai Tai Kai in one fell swoop. Her hands morphed into sharp talons, akin to blades slicing through the air, swiftly and mercilessly thrusting toward Mai Tai Kai's body. This strike possessed such formidable power that even the most adept defensive soul Douluo would tremble in fear, as if the very air were cleaved asunder. Yet, in the face of this seemingly flawless assault, Mai Tai Kai exhibited astonishing calm and prowess. He reached out, firmly grasping the razor-sharp claws in the blink of an eye. Immediately, his other hand coiled into a fist, akin to a cannonball poised to fire, and struck with tremendous force at Bibi Dong's forehead. The punch, imbued with explosive might, struck her unexpectedly, momentarily stunning her. Blood trickled down her forehead, intertwining with her rage and defiance, creating a breathtaking tableau. Mai Tai Kai's figure dashed past like a tempest, his foot again delivering a heavy kick to Bibi Dong's ample chest. In that fleeting moment, the soft sensation was akin to the rippling of spring waters, almost threatening to erode the steadfastness of his resolve. Yet, he swiftly steadied his mind, refusing to allow that brief wavering to cloud his judgment. As his foot descended, Bibi Dong's body was swept away like a leaf caught in a gale, hurtling backward with great speed. Her silhouette traced an arc through the air before colliding violently with 3 or 4 sturdy pillars, only then coming to a precarious halt. Her body trembled slightly upon impact, evidently shaken by the tremendous force of Mai Tai Kai's strike. In contrast to his earlier fierce battle with Tang Hao, Mai Tai Kai had now fully harnessed the power of the open gate. This force was sufficient to contend with a level 99 Super Douluo, easily surpassing what a level 97 title Douluo, unable to fully unleash their strength, could withstand. In this moment, Bibi Dong, engulfed in wrath, despite her formidable abilities, was rendered utterly vulnerable before Mai Tai Kai. Debris rained down like a torrential storm, mercilessly crashing upon Bibi Dong, the colossal impact seemingly intent on tearing her asunder. Under such a crushing blow, she had no choice but to reluctantly withdraw from the state of her martial spirit. As the grotesque manifestation faded away, Bibi Dong's previously contorted visage re-emerged, revealing a countenance that could only be described as breathtakingly beautiful. Yet at this moment, this beauty appeared so pale and powerless. Her papal robe was tattered, as if it had endured a brutal war. Blood trickled down her forehead like a sorrowful crimson blossom, blooming upon her pallid face. It seemed as though all strength had been drained from her, leaving her dazedly sprawled upon the ground, her eyes filled with disbelief and shock. She had never imagined she would find herself in such a dire predicament, nor could she fathom her complete and utter defeat. This entire scenario was almost too much to accept, as if the very world around her were collapsing. At this moment, Mai Guy emerged from the 8-gate state, the blue steam surrounding him dissipating like morning mist into the air. Although his breathing had steadied, each rise and fall betrayed deep-seated fatigue and pain. The backlash from entering the 6th gate still throbbed painfully. The majority of his muscles were severely torn, yet in this state, he could still utterly overpower Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, I know not what secrets you harbor. Mai Guy's voice resonated, low and resolute, akin to an indomitable mountain. Should you continue on this path, I fear you will find it increasingly difficult to remain seated upon the papal throne. As his words hung in the air, Mai Guy's figure vanished like a wraith within the papal hall, leaving Bibi Dong alone to face the vast emptiness of the chamber, her heart swirling with indescribable emotions. Mai Guy returned to the sanctuary and, upon entering the great hall, beheld Qian Douluo kneeling beneath the statue of the angel. This scene elicited a mixture of amusement and bewilderment from Mai Guy. Qian Daolia's actions were so regular they were impossible to overlook, resembling a clocking in ritual. Yet, Mai Guy understood this was Qian Douluo's steadfast devotion, a profound reverence for the angelic figure. With a gentle sigh, He felt both speechless and admirative of Qian Daoliu's dedication. He recognized that everyone possesses their own beliefs and pursuits, and Qian Daoliu, in his own manner, expressed his deep admiration for the angelic deity. It seemed Qian Daoliu sensed something amiss. As Might Guy approached, he preemptively spoke, his tone imbued with inquiry yet underscored by an undeniable affirmation. Have you clashed with Bibi Dong? Might Guy shrugged lightly. Concealing the truth from such a shrewd individual would be superfluous. Indeed, I have, he stated plainly, his voice devoid of evasion. Upon hearing this, Qian Daoliu sighed softly, a sound tinged with a hint of helplessness and regret. She is not quite as you perceive her. Perhaps you have only seen her harshness and indifference towards Xiao Shui. But Qian Daoliu's words faltered here, as if grappling with the difficulty of expression. Might Kai refrained from pressing further, standing silently as he awaited the continuation from Qian Daoliu. He understood that the forthcoming words from the elder would undoubtedly carry profound significance. Perhaps you have never truly perceived the burdens that weigh heavily upon Bibi Dong's shoulders. Qian Daoliu slowly began to speak, his voice tinged with fatigue, then took a deep breath, as if to expel the oppressive feelings within him. Might Kai quietly approached Qian Daoliu, offering no words, merely extending his hand to grasp the cup of cooled tea on the table, raising it to his lips and drinking it in one swift motion. As the tea flowed down his throat, he seemed to swallow that cold, resolute determination as well. He then placed the cup back on the table with a heavy thud, the sound echoing in the air like the unwavering strength of his resolve. I do not concern myself with the myriad of grievances and troubles that woman may bear. Yet none of these justify her harming Schwer. Might Kai's voice resonated powerfully, each word striking the heart like a hammer, making it impossible to overlook his steadfast stance. His gaze appeared particularly profound, a slight furrow in his brow as if deep in contemplation. His voice reverberated through the vast hall, imbued with undeniable conviction. Moreover, I have heard that Bibi Dong seems to have some entanglements with that Yu Xiaojiang. Once I delve deeper and uncover the details, I shall decide how to address her. With that, he turned to leave the oppressive and weighty hall. As he reached the entrance, sunlight poured in at an angle, elongating his shadow. He paused, glancing back at Qian Daoliu, who sat beneath the statue, a hint of concern gracing his features. I intend to visit the Heaven Do Empire to see Schwer. Is there anything you wish to convey? Upon mentioning Qian Rinxue's name, Qian Daoliu's previously tranquil expression flickered with emotion. In this world, if there were anyone capable of stirring his heart, it would likely be that cherished jewel of his. After a moment of silence, he merely shook his head gently. Might Kai nodded, casting a deep glance at Qian Daoliu before stepping into the bright sunlight, hastening towards the direction of the Heaven Do Empire. It was only after Might Kai's presence faded entirely from perception that Qian Daoliu slowly exhaled a long, deep breath, the sigh imbued with a sense of heavy release. The other 6 offerings emerged quietly from the shadows, their gazes instinctively directed towards the spot where Might Kai had just stood. The second offering, Golden Crocodile Douluo, observed for a moment before redirecting his focus to Qian Daoliu, his tone serious. How do you intend to deal with Bibi Dong? That woman dares to act so brazenly within the hall of the Pope. It is sheer audacity. The third offering, Azure Wan Douluo, remained silent, while the others exchanged glances, all awaiting Qian Daoliu's decision. Under the expectant gazes of the assembly, Qian Daoliu gently shook his head, the gesture revealing a hint of resignation and regret. I do not plan to take any action against her. Though his voice was calm, the underlying meaning was impossible to overlook. Upon hearing these words, the crowd exchanged glances, clearly taken aback by Qian Daoliu's decision. His tone exuded a profound confidence in Might Guy, akin to a sage recounting the treasures he has carefully nurtured. Might Guy, having been raised before their eyes, garnered genuine admiration from this older generation, not only for his charismatic personality, but also for his indomitable spirit and unique approach to life. We, the elder generation, shall one day retreat from the stage of history, becoming mere remnants of time. Qian Daoliu's voice, deep and resolute, seemed to convey an immutable truth. Our duty is to safeguard this last bastion for them, to pave the way, allowing them the freedom to soar and flourish. With that, Qian Daoliu slowly rose, preparing to depart. Though the Golden Crocodile Douluo felt a twinge of dissatisfaction within, he understood that this was not the moment to voice his grievances. He recognized that pulling Bibi Dong down at such a juncture could trigger a cascade of repercussions, an unwise course of action. Thus, he chose silence, opting to wait. 3 days later, upon his arrival in the Tiando Empire, Might Guy exhibited no hesitation, striding purposefully towards the prince's residence. From a distance, His gaze caught sight of two Soul King-level guards, standing like towering peaks, vigilantly safeguarding the tranquility of the estate. However, my guy had no intention of taking the conventional route. This visit was intended to surprise Qian Renxue. Drawing a deep breath, he leaped into the air, transforming into an eagle soaring across the sky, ascending several hundred meters before gracefully arcing down to land precisely within the prince's courtyard. He deftly evaded the patrolling guards, silently approaching the room where his target resided. With a gentle push, the window opened soundlessly, and he agilely slipped through like a nimble cat. Upon entering the room, a rich fragrance enveloped him, intoxicating and refreshing. It carried the essence of spring and seemed to blend with the unique scent of Qian Renxue, stirring his heart. Inhaling the delightful aroma, a smile of anticipation and excitement graced his face. In this tranquil afternoon, Qian Renxue's figure was not yet visible within the estate. My guy understood that, as the prince, she was undoubtedly occupied with court affairs during the day, engaged in negotiations with ministers and winning hearts. Her time consumed by various political duties and strategies, leaving her exceedingly busy. Reflecting on this, a faint sense of helplessness welled up within him. Yet he did not linger on it. He made his way directly to the familiar bedroom, her usual resting place. The bed still seemed to retain her warmth, and the air was suffused with her distinctive, delicate fragrance, as if she were right beside him. Mai Kai gently reclined, closing his eyes and inhaling deeply, as if to draw the fragrant essence into his very being. This aroma, akin to the ethereal presence of Qian Renxue, was both delicate and enchanting, captivating him entirely. Gradually, his eyelids grew heavy, and his thoughts began to blur. On this familiar bed, he experienced an unparalleled sense of peace and comfort. Before long, he succumbed to a profound slumber, casting aside all weariness and fatigue. As night fell, the mansion shimmered with light. Qian Renxue, under the guise of Xue Qinghe, concluded her discussion with Ning Fingji, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Exhausted, she entered her chamber, immediately sensing an unusual presence in the air. Her keen instincts alerted her that someone had indeed been in the room. With vigilance, Qian Renxue scanned her surroundings, her gaze finally settling on the ajar door of the bedroom. Cautiously, she stepped inside, her heart tumultuous as if caught in a tempest. When her eyes fell upon the scene on the bed, her once icy and piercing gaze widened in shock and disbelief. The corners of her eyes reddened, glistening tears threatening to spill over at any moment. At that moment, Mai Kai had awakened, lying on the bed with a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips as he quietly observed Qian Renxue. In the wake of this unexpected revelation, she nearly forgot her disguise. Gently, she shed her fade, revealing her true countenance, a face sculpted from ice and snow, now tinged with a hint of confusion and helplessness. Standing there, their eyes locked in an intense gaze, it was as though time itself had come to a standstill. Chapter 39. A different BB Dong moonlight cascaded gently, illuminating the slightly aggrieved, tear-brimmed visage of Qian Renxue, resembling delicate petals brushed by a spring drizzle, suspended in the air. As Mei Tikai crossed the threshold, the opening lines he had rehearsed 100 times in his mind dissipated like morning mist in the face of this unexpected tenderness. He rose slowly from the bedside, exuding an irresistible gentleness as he enveloped Qian Renxue in the warmth of his broad chest. In that moment, all the waiting and yearning transformed into a silent solace, quietly flowing between them. "Shuer, I apologize for coming to see you only now." Mei Tikai's voice was deep and resonant, akin to the softest starlight in the night sky, gently caressing Qian Renxue's heart and soothing all her grievances and anxieties. Nestled in his embrace, she uttered not a word, simply listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat, feeling the warmth and tranquility emanating from within. This unspoken understanding surpassed the need for words, conveying more than 1,000 phrases. As they gently moved, they entered the elegantly adorned parlor. The flickering candlelight cast a warm glow, enveloping the room in a cozy atmosphere. The servants had quietly arranged a meticulously prepared dinner on the table, the air rich with enticing aromas, adding a touch of homeliness to this night of reunion. Mei Tikai unhesitatingly pulled out a chair, his movements fluid and natural, as though this place were an intrinsic part of his sanctuary. He smiled as he picked up his chopsticks, ready to indulge in the belated feast, yet his gaze was irresistibly drawn back to Qian Renxue, a profound affection and indulgence making the surrounding air seem softer. Sensing his gaze, Qian Renxue's eyes sparkled with mischief. She parted her lips to bestow upon him a playful yet enchanting roll of her eyes, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Observing his eager expression, she couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Her tone laced with a hint of fondness and helplessness. "Wash your hands," At her words, Mei Tikai's imminent dive into the delectable spread froze in place, as if he had received the gentlest of commands from the world. Reluctantly, he set down his utensils and obediently arose to cleanse his hands. Upon returning, he bore an expression of childlike compliance and anticipation. As he settled back down, before he could utter a word, Qian Rinxue deftly took hold of her chopsticks. Lifting a carefully selected delicacy and slowly offering it to his lips, her gaze as gentle as a flowing stream. Come, open wide. The sound flowed like a warm breeze on a spring day, enveloping the heart and inviting one into a state of blissful enchantment. Mei Tikai gazed at the invitingly colored, fragrant dish poised at the tip of her chopsticks. A wave of warmth surged within him. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth wide, as if to embrace both this warmth and flavor, taking a hearty bite and savoring this rare moment of tranquility and happiness. This scene was both heartwarming and sweet, as if time itself had paused, leaving only the tacit understanding and deep affection shared between the two. As night descended, the warmth of the dinner flowed slowly between them, like a gentle stream nourishing the hearts that had long been apart. In the dimly lit ambience, the tender warmth of mutual affection quietly infused this meal with an extraordinary sweetness and satisfaction. Just as this joy, akin to fine wine, deepened with each moment, a faint sound of footsteps disrupted the tranquility within the room. The serpent spear Douluo entered, carrying a bowl of steaming, dark-hued medicinal soup. His arrival did not stir much commotion. However, upon seeing Mei Tikai, a subtle flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes, quickly followed by a courteous nod. Exuding an air of calm and composure reminiscent of a seasoned warrior, he approached lightly, respectfully offering the bowl, which bore a faint bitter aroma, to Qian Rinxue. His voice deep and resonant. "Young master, it's time to take your medicine." Qian Rinxue's gaze settled on the bowl of soup, as a hint of melancholy creased her brow. The reluctance she felt was akin to the faintest starlight in the night sky, scarcely noticeable, yet undeniably present. She sighed softly, a blend of resignation toward the bitter taste and a quiet concern for her own health. Mei Tikai, from the moment the soup appeared, was flooded with unmasked worry. "Chua, has something happened?" he inquired with genuine concern. This time, Qian Rinxue remained silent, but the serpent spear Douluo preemptively revealed the cause. It was Tang Hao. He has slain the young master's dark body, causing all the damage suffered by the dark body to rebound upon the young master, he exclaimed indignantly, expressing a desire to confront Tang Hao, if not for the fact that he was no match for him. Tang Hao. Upon hearing this name, even Mei Tikai could not help but feel a surge of emotion, vowing to exact revenge on the life of that wretched boy after they departed. Qian Rinxue's gaze briefly flickered over Mei Tikai's face. The subtle change in his expression was akin to the most elusive twinkling of starlight in the night sky, instantly captured in her heart. Without uttering a word, she could discern the fervent thoughts stirring within him, the burgeoning spirit of battle akin to an undercurrent, steadfast yet resolute. However, ripples of concern surged within Qian Rinxue. She was acutely aware that the Tang Hao before them stood at the pinnacle of the Soul Master realm as a 96th level title Douluo, his strength immeasurable. Even formidable opponents of the same rank would need to tread carefully when facing him. She did not wish for Mei Tikai to suffer harm. Yet, fate seemed to delight in playing unwarranted tricks. Unbeknownst to her, Mei Tikai had already clashed with Tang Hao previously and had even bested him decisively. "Kai," Qian Rinxue murmured softly, her tone laced with both caution and concern. "Please don't." Her voice was gentle yet resolute, like a breath of fresh air in spring, striving to quell the impending storm while embodying both grace and strength, perfectly conveying her care and admonition to Mei Tikai. After spending a night at the prince's residence, before the sun had even risen, Mei Tikai departed with determination, heading towards the papal hall. In order to expedite his journey, Mike Guy unhesitatingly opened the 6th gate of the 8 gates of bypass. Enveloped by the shadow gate, his speed underwent a remarkable transformation. What had previously taken him 3 days, he accomplished in less than half a day, with the sun merely beginning to rise. As he stepped into the Pope's hall, the morning assembly commenced, and golden sunlight filtered through the intricately carved windows, casting dappled patterns within the hall, adding warmth and an air of mystery to this solemn place. Mike Guy's gaze instinctively gravitated towards the lofty papal throne, where Bibi Dong remained seated, yet the once imperious and commanding presence was now shrouded in a veil of pallor. Her aura seemed diminished compared to previous days, hinting at an ineffable weariness and frailty. However, this transformation did not escape the notice of those within the hall. Yet none dared to raise their eyes to confront the fragility hidden beneath the Pope's formidable exterior. The cardinals clad in red and the bishops in white lowered their heads, focusing intently on their steps and demeanor, fearful that any inadvertent movement or glance would disrupt the delicate balance and provoke the ire of Her Holiness. Once the morning assembly concluded and the attendees departed, Might Guy revealed himself from the crowd. Yet, in that moment, Bibi Dong's eyes lacked the previous animosity. "You have seen Qian Rinxue," she stated with an unsettling calmness, as if they had not clashed days prior. Might Guy, taken aback by her demeanor, opted not to directly confront her, adhering to the adage that one should not strike a smiling face. "I have seen her, but the situation is dire." After a moment's contemplation, he relayed Qian Rinxue's current condition to Bibi Dong. He could discern that her eyes held little hatred, and her demeanor lacked the frenzy of the past few days. This shift in her disposition struck Might Guy as peculiar. "After our encounter days ago, I seem to have awakened," Bibi Dong remarked, her gaze casual, as she recounted her reflections. "It seems you have roused me. Upon reflection, Yu Xiaojing appears so laughable. Lacking in appearance, power, and strength, even his proud repository of knowledge is merely a replication of our spirit hall's archives. Yet, I cannot fathom why I ever fell for him." Her voice faltered momentarily. Might Guy, on the other hand, was left utterly astonished by this revelation. The wielder of a twin martial soul, a 97th rank title Douluo under 30, and the Pope of the Spirit Hall had once harbored feelings for the worthless Yu Xiaojing. The sheer magnitude of this information momentarily rendered him speechless. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, choosing instead to listen intently as Bibi Dong shared her narrative of the first encounter with Yu Xiaojing and how he had deceived her with his silver tongue. In the final moments, the act of entering the Spirit Hall's library through Bibi Dong precipitated a series of ensuing tragedies. "Thus, do you no longer harbor feelings for Yu Xiaojing?" Might Guy's gaze remained fixed upon Bibi Dong, unwavering. Unfazed by his unmasked scrutiny, Bibi Dong met his gaze with equal intensity. "I am no longer interested in that waste. Rather, I find you quite intriguing." Upon hearing this, Might Kai was utterly taken aback. Interested in him? What qualities did he possess beyond a handsome visage, a modicum of strength, and a robust physique? Bibi Dong gracefully unfurled her form, akin to the first light of dawn breaking through the morning mist, rising with an elegance that commanded respect. Her steps were light yet imbued with an undeniable solemnity as she descended the stairs. Each stride seemed to resonate with the very fabric of time, orchestrating the flow of the surrounding air. Lacking a martial soul and devoid of soul power, she nonetheless exhibited a strength rivaling that of a peerless Douluo. Her voice, deep and magnetic, echoed like whispers in an ancient forest, both an inquiry directed at Might Kai and a murmured reflection of her own astonishment. "Such a marvel! How could I not be curious and extend my utmost attention to you?" With these words, Bibi Dong had quietly approached Might Kai, their proximity so intimate that the rhythm of their heartbeats seemed to intertwine. In her profound gaze sparkled both inquiry and admiration, while Might Kai, caught off guard by this sudden closeness, felt his breath quicken and his heart race. The air was thick with a subtle tension, as if even the wind had paused, anticipating the slightest shift in their dynamic. At that moment, Might Kai was utterly ensnared by Bibi Dong, his heart pounding fiercely, every gesture of hers tugging at his very soul. In the fervent bloom of youth, he had never encountered such tantalizing provocation. A faint blush colored his cheeks, and the veins in his neck appeared to swell, betraying a palpable disquiet. Observing this, Bibi Dong's lips curled into a soft, teasing smile, her slender fingers, akin to the tenderest willow branches of spring, gently lifted his resolute chin, an action imbued with an indescribable intimacy while maintaining an appropriate distance. "Oh, how rare it is to witness our usually stoic law enforcement elder displaying such bashfulness." Her voice, soft yet rich with magnetism, carried a playful undertone and a hint of admiration, infusing the tense atmosphere with a delicate sentiment. In that instant, Might Kai's thoughts seemed to freeze under an invisible force. His usual composure and assertiveness dissipated, leaving only the sound of his racing heart echoing within his chest. Yet, Bibi Dong's wisdom lay in her understanding of boundaries. She recognized that even the most fervent interest must respect the confines of their identities, especially given the subtle complexities of their relationship. He was the cherished individual of her daughter. Thus, she timely retracted her fingers, and that subtle sense of intimacy dissipated into the ether. "I shall investigate the matter concerning Tang Hao. One who dares to harm my daughter will undoubtedly face the consequences." After a moment's contemplation, before departing, Bibi Dong remarked, "Go seek out Nana. It is said that after your return, his third spirit ring insists on your company before he will consent to proceed." With these words, Bibiyong turned and entered her private chamber within the grand hall. Once Bibiyong had departed, Mei Tikai found himself gasping for breath, as though he had just emerged from a profound terror. He could no longer maintain his usual stoic and unyielding demeanor. After all, Mei Tikai was a youth brimming with vigor, and even the most steadfast of individuals might falter when provoked by such a mature woman. Moreover, in his previous life, he had remained solitary for 2 decades. Apart from Shuer and Nana, no one had ever enticed him so. Once he confirmed that Mei Tikai had truly left, Bibidong leaned against the door and gradually sank to the ground. Her gaze dimmed, obscuring her thoughts from view. If only you were not Xiaoshues, how much better it would be. Chapter 40. Hulaina, Brother Kai, when will you return? Hulaina's voice was imbued with uncontainable joy as she lightly entwined her delicate fingers around Mate Kai's robust arm. Their silhouettes appeared particularly harmonious and warm against the backdrop of the setting sun. Mate Kai's gaze was filled with tender affection. He gently reached out, caressing Hulaina's silken hair, as if silently conveying 1,000 unspoken words. Having just returned, I heard that my dear Laina has already reached level 30. I have come to assist you in acquiring your 3rd spirit ring. Mate Kai's words were laden with deep concern for Hulaina, making her heart feel as if it were nourished by sweet nectar, rippling with layers of happiness. Hearing his words, Hulaina's cheeks flushed crimson, and a hint of shyness compelled her to turn her head away. It's not just your family, she murmured softly, so quietly that even Kai could barely decipher her words. The two exchanged a knowing smile, a shared understanding and profound affection evident without the need for further conversation. They then elegantly stepped into the carriage that had been prepared for them. As the wheels turned slowly, the bustling city of Wuhan gradually faded into the distance, leading them toward the Stardow Forest. Upon reaching the quaint town at the edge of the Stardow Forest, the carriage came to a gentle halt. It was no longer convenient to proceed by vehicle, and the two were left with no choice but to walk into the forest. Once inside, Hulaina was swiftly reminded of the moment she had captured her 1st spirit ring, when Brother Kai had requested the Elder Ghost to bring her back. At this thought, she released his hand and sulkily stepped aside. Kai, bewildered, wondered why this young lady had suddenly become upset. He attempted to grasp her hand again, only for her to deftly evade him. Confusion clouded Kai's mind, as he was utterly clueless about what had transpired to cause her displeasure. Observing Kai's bemusement, Hulaina couldn't help but let out a soft giggle. Her laughter, reminiscent of delicate silver bells, prompted Kai to reflect on past events. He acknowledged that his actions had indeed been morally questionable, yet he had felt compelled to act as he did. As nightfall descended quietly, stars began to twinkle in the distant sky, while deep within the forest, enveloped in twilight's gentle embrace, the two figures continued to navigate the winding paths. Yet, time slipped away like fine sand through one's fingers, and the sought-after prey remained elusive. As the last rays of sunlight shyly retreated into the earth's embrace, a soft veil of bluish-purple enveloped the surroundings, serene and mysterious. In this moment, Kai skillfully gathered the scattered, withered twigs on the ground, deftly weaving them into a simple framework for a fire pit, as if he were igniting a beacon of hope amidst the encroaching darkness. Then, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded. Kai's fingertips seemed to be caressed by the magic of the night, instantly conjuring a brilliant flame that danced playfully between his slender fingers. As lively as a sprite, with a gentle flick, the flame gracefully leapt into the bonfire, instantly breathing life into it. The roaring fire illuminated the surroundings and warmed 2 hearts that bore the fatigue of their quest. Not far away, several meticulously prepared soft-boned rabbits were carefully strung on a branch, destined to be the centerpiece of tonight's feast. As the flames licked at the meat, the tantalizing aroma of the rabbit began to waft through the air, mingling the rich essence of charcoal with the succulent flavor of the meat. This enchanting scent seemed to possess magical qualities, effortlessly dispelling the worries and weariness of the day, allowing joyous smiles to bloom once more on their faces. In this cozy and tranquil night, the flickering flames, the savory scent of grilled meat, and their laughter intertwined, creating a warm and captivating tableau. As if the entire world had come to a standstill, wishing for this moment to last forever. Sitting by the campfire, Hulaina instinctively leaned toward Kai, resting her head gently on his sturdy shoulder, as if seeking a moment of peace and warmth. Observing this, Kai's lips curled into a soft smile, and he delicately offered the golden, enticing soft-boned rabbit to her lips. The aroma rose softly in the air, adding an extra layer of warmth and temptation. Do take a bite. We only caught these 4 little ones tonight. If we fail to find more tomorrow, we might go hungry. Kai's voice, deep and magnetic, caressed the air like a gentle breeze, each word imbued with tenderness. Hulaina's cheeks flushed slightly, her shyness evident. Yet she did not reach for the perfectly roasted rabbit directly. Instead, in a manner almost playful, she slightly parted her cherry-red lips and took a delicate bite of the rabbit, her subtle movement seemingly infusing the air with a sweetness. As the night deepened, the sky gradually donned a profound blue veil. At that moment, a crystalline raindrop quietly descended, landing precisely on the tip of Kai's noble nose, adding an unexpected softness to his resolute features. This scene, akin to the finishing touch of a painting, rendered the entire tableau more vibrant and poetic. Kai tilted his head slightly, his palm gently outstretched to welcome the leisurely falling raindrop. A hint of worry unconsciously creased his brow as his gentle gaze turned toward Hulaina, who still nestled against him. It seems the heavens are displeased. Rain is approaching. I fear it would be unwise to linger here for rest tonight, he spoke softly. Instantly, a flicker of concern crossed Hulaina's eyes. Their situation appeared particularly helpless in the face of the impending storm. Rain seemed to unveil the fragility and helplessness of the world in the most unsuspecting moments. Before they could ponder further, a deep rumble of thunder suddenly split the sky, akin to a divine whisper, briefly illuminating the surrounding darkness. Soon followed by a torrential downpour that mercilessly drenched the world in a hazy curtain of water. Observing this, Kai acted swiftly and resolutely, bending down to gently envelop Hulaina in his arms, as if cradling the most precious treasure in existence. Subsequently, with a powerful push of his legs, he leaped into the air with the grace of a cheetah, carving a smooth arc through the tempest, and landed steadily on a relatively dry patch not far away, providing a temporary refuge from the storm for the two of them. Kai embraced Hulaina in a protective manner, gracefully weaving through the treetops amidst the torrential rain. Akin to two nightingales unafraid of the elements, the relentless rain soaked their garments, yet it seemed unable to penetrate the warm barrier woven from their intertwined body heat. In the firm embrace of Kai, Hulaina experienced an unprecedented sense of security and warmth, as if even the cold raindrops had softened in their presence. Time flowed quietly in the rain until a shadowy and mysterious outline emerged at the edge of Kai's vision, a cave concealed within the storm, seemingly nature's designated sanctuary for weary travelers. Upon seeing this, a surge of urgency welled up within Kai, without hesitation. He adjusted their course and sped towards that glimmer of hope. At last, they reached the mouth of the cave. Kai's movements were swift yet gentle as he carefully released Hulaina from his embrace, allowing her to stand firmly on the dry ground. As the warmth of his arms departed, Hulaina involuntarily shivered, the soaked fabric clinging to her skin, bringing a chilling sensation. Kai contemplated using his martial arts to evaporate the moisture from his body, but abandoned the thought, realizing he was nearly impervious to illness. Hulaina, wishing to dry herself using her soul power, found herself unable to control it effectively as a mere soul master of level 30. With decisive swiftness, Kai cast aside his outer garment, reminiscent of shedding armor. As the fabric fluttered, his exposed physique, marked by the passage of time and etched with scars, resembled badges of honor, adding an air of resilience and tenacity. Each scar bore witness to his past battles, silently narrating tales of bravery. In that moment, Hulaina's gaze quivered involuntarily, as if drawn by an invisible force. Instinctively, she raised her hand to cover her eyes, attempting to escape the profound impact of the sight. Yet, curiosity and her deep concern for Kai ultimately overcame her shyness. She slowly lowered her hand, her eyes peering through her fingers, landing on the jagged, harrowing scars that adorned his back. At that moment, gentle ripples of compassion filled her gaze, brimming with endless tenderness and pity for him. Seizing the fleeting moment while Kai was lost in introspection, Hulaina summoned her courage, using her fingertips to gently trace those cold scars, as if pouring all her warmth into soothing his past wounds. Kai, my brother, her voice was as delicate as a whisper, yet imbued with profound emotion. These scars must have hurt terribly. Each word flowed slowly from her heart, laden with care and concern for him, instantly infusing the cold chamber with warmth and tenderness. Kai's senses were gently stirred by the unintentional coolness of Hulaina's fingertips, igniting a peculiar and subtle tingling sensation, as if an electric current quietly ascended from his feet, coursing through his entire being. The scars of yesteryear had long since lost their painful memories under the relentless passage of time. They were the indelible marks of arduous training, each one etched with resilience and tenacity. It was precisely these seemingly brutal trials that had forged the man he was today, rendering every challenge trivial in comparison. He slowly turned, his gaze tenderly settling upon Hulaina's slightly bashful countenance, her blush akin to the gentlest hues of dawn's first light. Without uttering a word, Kai naturally took her hand, still suspended in the air, guiding it gently to rest upon the most prominent scar on his chest. The silence enveloped them, as if the night had gently consumed their words. Kai quietly circled around Hulaina, delving deeper into the cave to prepare a fire. Though untroubled by illness, the warmth and light emanating from the flames were an irresistible solace for him. In the depths of the cavern, Kai's eyes shone like torches, navigating through the dimness until they settled upon several desiccated branches, lying quietly in the dust of time, awaiting new life. He picked them up delicately, as if selecting precious treasures, and skillfully arranged the dry wood into a simple yet hopeful pyre. As night deepened, a subtle weariness began to envelop the cave. Without hesitation, he erected a small yet sturdy tent for Hulaina, a testament to his meticulous care and concern. Yet, he chose to rest upon a stone slab beside the fire, not out of laziness or neglect, but because he understood that the second tent had already succumbed to the drenching of rain and wind. In the stillness of the night, Hulaina, lost in slumber, was quietly awakened by an unexpected chill. Perhaps remnants of their earlier walk in the rain lingered, for she felt as though a thin sheet of ice caressed her, and even wrapped in soft blankets, the piercing cold stubbornly penetrated, invading every fiber of her being. Unable to endure this intrusion, she gently lifted the corner of the tent and stepped into the night, ultimately seeking solace beside the still flickering fire. The flames danced like a gentle guardian, gradually dispelling the chill surrounding her, offering a long-awaited warmth and tranquility. The firelight illuminated her slightly pale face, adding a touch of softness and resilience to her features. This subtle movement, akin to a gentle breeze caressing a serene lake, softly stirred Kai from his slumber. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze drawn to the shivering figure not far away. He draped his dry clothing over Hulaina's shoulders. Together, they sat quietly by the fire, its glow reflecting on their faces, illuminating the unspoken understanding and warmth shared between them. The night remained profound, yet in this small space, an ineffable sense of warmth and peace permeated the air. In that fleeting moment, Hulaina appeared as though time had gently pressed the pause button, a flicker of days passing through her gaze. Instinctively, her form inclined forward, akin to a fallen leaf returning to its roots, softly gliding into Kai's broad chest. The surrounding flames danced about, yet they seemed to pale in comparison to the tenderness and authenticity of his embrace, stirring within her heart a series of warm ripples, making it difficult to discern whether it was the warmth of the fire or the sudden sense of security enveloping her. Kai was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected embrace. The surprise in his eyes vanished almost instantly, replaced by a subtle tenderness. Initially, his body stiffened, as if even his breath had paused, but soon, he slowly and resolutely raised his arms, drawing Hulaina, whose body trembled slightly from emotion, tightly into his embrace. His actions were gentle yet strong, as if he were safeguarding a rare treasure. "Do not fear, for through any storm, I shall be here." Kai's words resonated like the first rays of sunlight on a spring day, piercing through the thin mist of the cold night, warm and radiant. Each word delicately settled in Hulaina's heart, transforming into boundless tranquility and strength. In that instant, all fears and insecurities seemed to dissolve in this wave of warmth, leaving only two hearts, closely entwined beneath the glow of the flames. Chapter 41. Dinner the following morning, Kai's eyes gradually focused like the rising sun. As he groggily awakened from a profound slumber, his movements were subtle and cautious, lest he disturb the person beside him. A slight motion brought his attention to Hulaina, who lay nestled in his embrace. In that moment, an inexplicable tenderness surged within him, as if caressed by the softest silk. His movements roused Hulaina from her dreams, her eyes sparkling like morning dew, fresh and bright. At this juncture, Kai was already dressed, seated beside the extinguished campfire. Hulaina gazed at him, a flicker of confusion crossing her features. Glancing down at her own scant attire, a wave of shyness washed over her. Though they had not engaged in any substantial intimacy the previous day, this closeness was a first. Her face flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. The two of them washed up by a nearby stream, after which Kai led Hulaina through the Stardow forest, persistently searching for her third spirit ring. Days passed in fruitless pursuit, until Kai's patience began to wane. Suddenly, a white fox with 3 tails leaped from the underbrush. Upon seeing its appearance, Kai swiftly recalled information about this spirit beast. It was likely a three-tailed snow fox, a spirit beast from the year 1700, a promising candidate for Juliana's spirit ring. As soon as he spoke, Juliana's face lit up with delight. After nearly a week of wandering the Douluo forest, they had finally discovered a suitable spirit beast. The three-tailed snow fox let out a piercing, elongated howl, its profound spiritual energy surging forth like a chilling tide, directed at Juliana, causing the very air around them to solidify. The snow-white figure then seemed to merge into the surrounding ice and snow, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind delicate snowflakes that gently descended, signifying its previous existence. Kai's gaze sharpened like that of a hawk, instantly discerning the snow fox's intent. It felt as if the tree of life within him had awakened, a soft green vapor rising from his being, imbued with a vibrant vitality. Without hesitation, he scooped up Juliana, transforming into a streak of green lightning, racing after the direction in which the snow fox had disappeared, leaving a series of fleeting afterimages weaving through the forest. The entire Douluo forest seemed to tremble in awe of this sudden surge of speed and power as a great tremor spread from the ground, accompanied by the resounding crash of trees succumbing to the strain, intertwining into a magnificent natural symphony. Amidst the flurry of branches and leaves, light and shadow danced together, enhancing the breathtaking beauty of the moment. "Do you think you can escape?" Kai roared, his voice imbued with an undeniable firmness and authority. He thrust his fist forward, the air igniting in its wake, as a dazzling fireball coalesced out of thin air, enveloped in heat and destruction, slicing through the sky in pursuit of the now elusive snow fox, vowing to reduce any hindrance to ashes. The pursuit nearly traversed every corner of the forest, only to come to a gradual close at its fringes. Kai had cornered the cunning three-tailed snow fox, driving it to the brink of despair and capturing it. At this moment, the once vibrant three-tailed snow fox lay feebly upon the ground, its silvery, snow-like fur now mired in the dust of battle, appearing particularly disheveled. The lively spark and cunning glimmer that once danced in its eyes had transformed into a faint shade of sorrow, the flame of life flickering like a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. Juliana stood quietly to the side, her gaze a tapestry of complex emotions as she observed the creature nearing its end. Even in such a state of disarray, the fox's visage remained an embodiment of ethereal beauty, evoking a sense of compassion within her. A ripple of inexplicable sentiment stirred within her heart, urging her to keep this spirit beast in captivity. Yet, reason swiftly quelled this impulse. She understood well that the bond between a soul master and a spirit beast is often forged through strength and contract, rather than mere pity and personal desire. Moreover, this three-tailed snow fox represented the culmination of their arduous week-long exploration, serving as a pivotal step in Kai's journey toward greater power. Thus, Juliana sighed softly, burying her hesitation and reluctance deep within. Driven by such thoughts, her gaze gradually crystallized into an undeniable resolve. With a fluid motion, she drew a sharp dagger from her waist, her actions imbued with a sense of inevitability as if she had long since reconciled with this decision. Without a trace of hesitation, the dagger sliced through the air, precisely embedding itself into the pristine neck of the three-tailed snow fox. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. The fox's body quivered violently in a final, desperate struggle, its beautiful and enigmatic tails thrashing wildly in the air, yet ultimately unable to escape the clutches of fate. Soon, silence enveloped the scene, leaving only the whispers of the wind and the soft patter of falling snow. In that fleeting moment of life and death, a deep, resplendent purple began to rise from the snow fox's form, transforming into a magnificent soul ring that hovered in the air, radiating an alluring glow. Observing this, Juliana immediately sat cross-legged, her eyes gently closing as she immersed herself in the absorption of the soul ring. Her breath became elongated and profound, as if she were merging with the natural essence surrounding her, the cacophony of the world fading into the background. Half an hour flowed by in tranquil stillness, and Juliana finally opened her eyes, which sparkled with a deeper, more resolute light. Her gaze shimmered with an unusual brilliance, excitement barely contained in her tone as she gracefully leapt to Kai's side, akin to the most agile sprite of the forest, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Brother Kai, look! My third soul skill is called Whisper of the Celestial Fox, and it is indeed a group control skill. It can quietly weave the deepest yearnings of each individual's heart into illusions, ensnaring them in a dreamy reverie from which they cannot extricate themselves." Upon hearing this, Kai's eyes flickered with curiosity and admiration. Though he did not fully grasp the intricacies of soul skills, The confidence and joy radiating from Hualaina were sufficient to convey the extraordinary nature of this newfound power. He gently stroked his chin, lost in thought, recognizing that this ability was undoubtedly tailored for her, perfectly aligning with her cunning and intelligent nature while adding an endless aura of mystery. Subsequently, he tenderly extended his hand, gently caressing the silky strands of Juliana's hair, as if soothing a little fox that had just revealed its astonishing talents. His voice brimmed with affection and encouragement. "My dear Nana, you are truly extraordinary." Upon hearing this, a delicate blush crept onto Juliana's cheeks, reminiscent of a rose shyly blooming in the morning light. She slightly parted her lips, playfully swatting away his hand that was tenderly brushing her hair, saying, "It's not yours. Don't say that." In her words, the youthful shyness and modesty floated like a gentle spring breeze, evoking a sense of tenderness. At this moment, she seemed to be blushing with the colors of budding feelings, enveloped in the sweet and chaotic essence of first love. Much like a little fox newly acquainted with the world, curious yet bashful. Observing this, a gentle smile flickered in Kai's eyes. He chose not to pursue this playful banter, contemplating that it was still early, and the return to the spirit hall was the rightful path. Thus, the two of them harmoniously embarked on their journey home, traversing the depths and mysteries of the Star Doe forest, ultimately boarding the carriage that would take them back to the spirit hall. The carriage glided through the transition between dawn and dusk, and 3 days passed quietly until the majestic spirit city gradually came into view. Before the city gates, the solemn outline of the Pope's hall appeared even more sacred under the setting sun, where Juliana and Kai reluctantly bid farewell. After all, Kai was not yet brave enough to face Bibi Dong. The impact of such a mature woman on a boy as inexperienced as him was profoundly daunting. After parting ways, Kai set out on his journey to the Spirit Intermediate Academy, a torrent of unexplainable emotions swirling within him. Since placing Zhu Zhuqing in the academy, he had not attended to her affairs. After all, she was his disciple, and he had a responsibility as her mentor. With the weighty elder's token in hand, Kai effortlessly passed through the academy's gates, as if traversing the barriers of time and returning to that hopeful starting point. Each brick and tile of the academy seemed to narrate tales of the past and future, and he was an indispensable part of this narrative. Strolling within the academy, his steps instinctively led him toward the teaching building for the first year. Through the half-open window, a familiar figure captured his attention. Zhu Zhuqing sat in the second-to-last row of the classroom, proud and resilient. Her gaze, sharp as that of a falcon, was fixed intently on the eloquent teacher at the podium, her pen never pausing, meticulously etching every piece of knowledge into her heart. This focused demeanor stirred a warm current within Kai. He realized that despite the passage of time, Zhu Zhuqing's thirst for knowledge and pursuit of excellence had never waned. As her master, how could he remain a mere spectator? From this moment on, he resolved to wholeheartedly fulfill his responsibilities, providing her guidance not only in martial skills, but also serving as a beacon for her spiritual growth. Thus, Kai approached quietly, fearful of disturbing this rare concentration. The lazy glow of the setting sun spilled across the campus path, and as the final bell of the day resonated softly in the distance, Zhu Zhuqing walked home with a somewhat heavy step. As a new transfer student, her world seemed to be tinged with a greater sense of solitude and the challenges of adaptation than that of her peers. Upon returning to the dormitory that was meant for two, the creak of the door revealed an unusual silence and anticipation. Inside, the air was imbued with a warm yet unfamiliar essence, causing Zhu Zhuqing's heart to tighten involuntarily. She cautiously pushed the door open, her gaze weaving through every inch of the space, attempting to capture the essence of a presence that did not belong to her. Just as she felt herself on the brink of being consumed by this tension, a familiar figure came into view. Kai stood bathed in the soft light of the kitchen, busy and focused, as if preparing for an unexpected reunion with meticulous care. In that moment, all her defenses and fatigue seemed to be gently swept away by a warm current, and Zhu Zhuqing could not help but relax, a smile blossoming on her lips. A manifestation of her relief, she stepped into the room, each movement light and airy, as if walking on clouds. As she lay down on the soft bed, every cell in her body surrendered to the rare tranquility and warmth enveloping her. "Dinner is ready," Kai called softly, his voice tender yet slightly magnetic, conveying the warmth and anticipation of home. On the bed, Zhu Zhuqing slowly opened her eyes, despite the weariness that clung to her. She displayed a subtle resilience as she gently pushed aside the covers and rose to enter the bathroom, washing away the fatigue of the world with cool water. Her fingertips brushed the water's surface, as if cleansing the weariness of her spirit. Afterwards, she stepped lightly into the kitchen, suffused with enticing aromas, much like a graceful maiden. Delicately arranging the dishes Kai had meticulously prepared on the dining table. The array of dishes, crafted according to Zhu Zhuqing's unique tastes, included steamed fish, sweet and sour fish. Their colors alluring like a splash of brightness in spring. There was also the golden, crispy baked fish, fragrant and mouth-watering. Each dish bore Kai's attentive care for Zhu Zhuqing. Seated across from one another, the flickering candlelight illuminated their gentle silhouettes. Kai refrained from picking up his chopsticks first, and Zhu Zhuqing patiently awaited. The air thick with an unspoken understanding and warmth. "Why aren't you eating?" Kai could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired softly. His eyes filled with thoughtful consideration for Zhu Zhuqing's preferences. It was worth noting that this lavish feast was prepared with painstaking effort, based on her past likes. Piece by piece, Zhu Zhuqing gently shook her head, her eyes shimmering with a tender glow, and then she slowly pushed several carefully prepared dishes towards Kai, her movements revealing an unspoken, delicate concern. "Teacher, please go ahead." These simple words, like a gentle spring breeze, conveyed her sentiments warmly and subtly. As the warm ambience of dinner gradually dissipated, and the final rays of the setting sun quietly slipped into the embrace of night, Zhu Zhuqing gently parted her crimson lips, intending to rise and tidy the dishes as she stepped into the somewhat bustling kitchen. However, before her movements could fully unfold, a broad hand had quietly settled upon her shoulder, exuding an undeniable tenderness and resolve. "Zhuqing, after a long day of toil, it is indeed time for you to relax." Kai's voice resonated with a deep, magnetic timbre, akin to the softest caress of the night breeze. "Allow me to take care of these trifles." With that, he pressed gently yet firmly on her shoulder, adopting a demeanor that brooked no refusal. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. It was already astonishing for her teacher to prepare a meal for her, and to have him clean the dishes would be rather excessive for a student like herself. Kai wished to spare Zhu Zhuqing from feeling like an unwelcome guest, yet she, in turn, did not wish to impede him with her own needs. Chapter 42. The Golden Generation. As dusk quietly descended, the warm echoes of dinner lingered in the air. Kai delicately tidied the tableware, preparing to depart. At that moment, a faint rustle of fabric disrupted the tranquility of the room. Zhu Zhuqing's fingers gently caught the hem of Kai's garment. As if a torrent of unspoken words hung in the air, momentarily choking in her throat. Kai instinctively paused, turning to her, his gaze soft and inquisitive. Resting upon Zhu Zhuqing, her eyes shimmered with a myriad of complex emotions, words poised on the precipice of her lips, yet ultimately dissolving into a faint smile, concealing a barely perceptible hesitation and struggle. "What is it?" Kai's voice was warm and resonant, akin to a gentle spring breeze caressing the surface of a lake. Seeking to soothe the ripples within her heart, Zhu Zhuqing wrestled with herself internally for a moment. The words she longed to express twirled on her tongue, but ultimately transformed into a silent sigh. She slowly released her grip on his garment, a gesture imbued with an ineffable sense of helplessness and release. "It's nothing." Her voice was soft, tinged with a barely noticeable tremor. She then turned away, immersing herself in the comforting embrace of the bed, her silhouette appearing particularly solitary and forlorn. Standing at the doorway, Kai cast a deep, lingering gaze at Zhu Zhuqing, as if attempting to unravel the secrets of her heart. Yet, in the end, he simply shook his head gently, a bittersweet smile curving his lips as he turned, leaving behind an unfinished story entwined with the encroaching night. The following morning, as the dawn broke, Zhu Zhuqing gradually awoke from the soft edge of her bed, her eyes sweeping across the rather desolate room. A flicker of regret quietly took root in her heart. Perhaps she should have asked Kai to stay yesterday. After freshening up, just as she opened the door to head to class, her heart skipped a beat at the sight before her. Kai stood outside, holding several steamed buns, his other hand poised as if to knock. Upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing, his eyes sparkled with surprise, and instinctively, he extended the buns towards her. His natural concern radiating warmth akin to the sun of a spring day, effortlessly warming her heart. Zhu Zhuqing paused, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. This sudden warmth rendered her world soft and bright. As she gently took the last steaming bun into her mouth, her expression mirrored that of savoring the finest delicacy in existence. In that moment, the surrounding clamor seemed to hush, bearing witness to the conclusion of this simple yet profound happiness. Kai's gaze was tender and profound, and once she swallowed the final bite, he spoke slowly. his voice imbued with undeniable resolve and promise. From today onward, you need not attend classes at the academy. For the next 6 years, you shall train alongside me, and I will impart all my skills to you without reservation. His words were like the first warm rays of spring sunlight piercing through the mist in Zhu Zhuqing's heart, illuminating her eyes, which sparkled like the stars. Regarding Kai's formidable prowess, she had long been aware, and the yearning for strength within her ignited like a blazing flame, fervently burning. To receive the personal guidance of such a formidable warrior was undoubtedly a shortcut to the pinnacle for her. After dinner, the two walked side by side through the familiar corridor of the Soul Master Academy, soon to be temporarily bid farewell, ultimately arriving at the serene and mysterious locale at the back mountain of the academy. Here, surrounded by mountains and embraced by azure waters, it resembled a meticulously crafted picture of seclusion, radiating endless musings in its tranquility, a veritable paradise sought after by many. At the mountain's summit, a curtain of waterfall cascaded down like a silver thread, its thunderous roar splitting the back mountain asunder, the sheer force akin to nature's most powerful brushstrokes. Freely painting in this realm, standing amidst this scene, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled with boundless anticipation and desire for the forthcoming specialized training. Her eagerness so palpable that she seemed to foresee the brilliance of her own transcendence. However, this anticipation was swiftly supplanted by the weight of reality. The imposing figure of the blue phoenix Douluo stood tall, exuding an innate authority with a mere wave of her sleeve, unleashing the soul power pressure of a peak level 97 soul master, which swept through like a tempest, mercilessly enveloping every corner. Under the vast ocean of soul power, Zhu Zhuqing felt her body sink, as if a tremendous burden pressed down upon her, rendering her unable to resist the pull of that force, causing her to be firmly pinned to the ground, immovable. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, the air thick with an indescribable solemnity and oppression. Though Zhu Zhuqing found herself in adversity, her gaze remained luminous, igniting within her an even fiercer fighting spirit and indomitable will amidst this extreme challenge. Just as the blue phoenix Douluo intended to ease her pressure, she caught a glimpse of Kai's serious expression. "Teacher Qingluan, please do not show mercy. After all, this is the path I have chosen for myself. Even if I must kneel, I shall see this journey through to the end." Kai's words resonated with an unwavering strength. Years slipped by like fleeting shadows, and over the course of 6 years, this nearly arduous journey of cultivation not only did not diminish Zhu Zhuqing's resolve, but rather catalyzed a magnificent transformation within her. The once naive girl had now metamorphosed into a captivating and extraordinarily powerful soul master. The trials and tribulations of 6 years bore witness to Zhu Zhuqing's ascent from a mere 13th level soul power to the lofty heights of 37. A leap not merely of numbers but of profound elevation of spirit and will. Remarkably, her second soul ring had absorbed a 1,000-year level soul ring. Upon the Soul Master Plaza, the moonlight draped like a gossamer veil, with Kai standing at the center, resembling a silent war god, surrounded by an enigmatic purple shadow that flickered in and out, adding an uncanny hue to the tranquil night. After enduring 6 years of extraordinary refinement, Zhu Zhuqing's speed had reached a transcendent level. The 37 levels of her soul power not only unleashed the limits of speed, but also showcased a profound comprehension of agility. Even when faced with a level 60 soul emperor of the agility type, she held her ground, perhaps even surpassing them. The first soul skill, Netherworld Stab. Zhu Zhuqing's cold voice sliced through the night sky, imbued with an undeniable resolve and sharpness. In an instant, her hands were enveloped in a deep, dark purple radiance, a light that seemed capable of devouring all surrounding brightness, accentuating the unwavering gleam in her steadfast eyes. Like a specter, she weaved through the shadows, expertly controlling her speed to craft a complex web of attacks across the plaza. Each flicker represented a precise capture of timing. Every movement heralded the impending storm. At last, she detected a subtle flaw in Kai's defense, transforming into a bolt of purple lightning that shot forth towards him, embodying a perfect fusion of velocity and strength, as well as a fervent eruption of her desire for victory. In a flash, she propelled herself forward, a fierce wind accompanying her as she unleashed a powerful punch aimed mercilessly at Kai's chest. Yet, despite her all-out effort, the strike met with the impenetrable barrier of Kai's defense, leaving no mark. What was even more astonishing was that Kai, in an instant, seized her outstretched arm with tremendous force, effortlessly casting her into the air as if she were a mere feather. In midair, Zhu Zhuqing swiftly adjusted her stance, transforming into a stream of purple light that darted through the air with breathtaking speed. With the determination of a released arrow, she relentlessly attacked Kai. Each strike enveloped in violet luminescence, carving brilliant trails across the sky. Although these assaults were but trifling distractions to Kai, failing to inflict any substantial damage, Zhu Zhuqing showed no sign of retreat. Her eyes blazed with an indomitable flame. Every attack embodied her perseverance and conviction, as if she were pouring her entire will and strength into this seemingly hopeless contest. Meanwhile, atop the throne symbolizing ultimate power, Bibi Dong sat gracefully and nobly, resembling a celestial being detached from the world, quietly observing the fierce battle unfold. The third soul skill, Netherworld / Zhu Zhuqing murmured, her palms becoming dark. Razor-sharp blades that cleaved through the air, weaving two beams of ghostly light that converged before Kai, infused with her utmost might. However, this strike, laden with chilling intensity and strength, passed over Kai like a gentle breeze against a boulder, failing to shift him even slightly as he stood resolutely. Akin to an unyielding war deity, Zhu Zhuqing was struck with disbelief, her eyes betraying a flicker of incredulity. She retreated sharply, executing a series of exquisite backflips that traced elegant arcs through the air, swiftly distancing herself from the oppressive battlefield and evading the potential counterattack. Though her hands bore a power capable of instilling fear in ordinary soul masters, they now seemed to encounter the hardest barrier in existence. Each contact felt like crashing against a wall forged from millennia-old ice, failing to harm Kai in the slightest, and the recoil surged towards her like a relentless tide, compelling Zhu Zhuqing to divert her focus to shield herself from the impending impact. As the smoke of battle gradually dissipated, Zhu Zhuqing felt as if all her strength had been drained, slowly collapsing into the dust, her chest heaving with rapid breaths, each inhalation seemingly burdened with the weight of 1,000 pounds. Her eyes, typically sharp as an eagle's, were now veiled with an ineffable weariness and defeat. Despite pouring forth her utmost effort, the explosive force cultivated over 6 years of grueling training merely caused Kai's figure to falter momentarily, akin to a pebble cast into an expansive sea, creating ripples that soon faded, leaving the surface undisturbed. Kai approached her with deliberate gentleness, extending his hand palm upward as if inviting a weary traveler home. "You have done exceptionally well, Zhuqing," he said, his voice resonating with a deep warmth, reminiscent of the gentle sun in spring, attempting to dispel the shadows within her heart. Yet, for Zhu Zhuqing, this recognition felt like a distant comfort, barely reaching the depths of her soul, where feelings of inadequacy stemming from lofty self-expectations lingered. She gazed up at Kai, her eyes glimmering with a tumult of emotions, discontent, confusion, and self-doubt intertwined. "Teacher, am I truly that useless?" Her voice was as delicate as a whisper, yet each word carried a heavy weight, striking at the core of her being. In that moment, Zhu Zhuqing seemed to stand at the crossroads of self-awareness, with an uncertain path ahead and no retreat to the past. Gently caressing her smooth hair, a fleeting tenderness flickered in Kai's eyes, though he feigned a stern expression. Pretending to be indignant as he exclaimed, "How can you belittle yourself so? I ask you, how many soul masters on this continent can claim to defeat a level 50 quasi-soul king with merely a soul power of 37? Zhu Zhuqing's beauty resided not only in her ethereal visage, but also in her relentless dedication, unwavering diligence, and indomitable spirit in the face of adversity. Each swing of her sword seemed to declare to the world that true strength lies not in external ranks, but in the inner flame and unyielding will. Meanwhile, Yan, having turned his gaze from the futile pursuit of Hulayina, quietly shifted his attention towards Zhu Zhuqing. This change perhaps resonated with a kinship for the heart of the strong, or an irresistible allure towards her unique charm. Regardless, Zhu Zhuqing had subtly planted a different sentiment within him. Her beauty, her strength, rendered him unable to look away, particularly accentuated by her remarkable attributes. After ensuring Zhu Zhuqing reached the threshold of her dormitory safely, Kai strode with a lightness in his step through the intricate corridors of Spirit City, eventually arriving at the imposing and mysterious Hall of the Pope. As the doors creaked open, an intangible air of authority and solemnity enveloped him. He stepped inside, his gaze fixating directly upon the regal figure of Bibi Dong seated high above. Time seemed particularly kind to her. 6 years had swiftly passed without leaving a trace on Bibi Dong's breathtaking beauty. She remained stunningly exquisite, her nobility and cold allure deepening in profundity and inviolability under the passage of time. "This is my request," Kai's voice rang out, deep and resolute. each word imbued with an undeniable power. He was acutely aware that the request he was about to make could alter someone's destiny profoundly. Bibi Dong's gaze lightly brushed across Kai's face, and within her profound eyes, a subtle tenderness quietly emerged. The harrowing confrontation 6 years prior had irrevocably transformed Bibi Dong's state of mind. She appeared as a phoenix awakened from slumber, reborn from the flames, growing ever more resilient and profound. Oh, Bibi Dong's lips parted slightly, her voice laced with a hint of playful intrigue. You wish to include the young woman named Zhu Zhuqing in the golden generation of my spirit hall? Kai nodded, his eyes shimmering with anticipation and resolve. Indeed, Zhuqing possesses extraordinary talent and potential. I firmly believe that under the nurturing of the spirit hall, she will undoubtedly radiate even more brilliant light. In response to Kai's unwavering determination, Bibi Dong's lips curled into a serene smile. She understood that this request was imbued with Kai's deep care and expectations for Zhu Zhuqing. Gradually, she nodded, her resolve and fortitude harmonizing beautifully with the regal authority she once held as queen. Very well, I shall grant your request. Bibi Dong's voice was clear and powerful, resonating instantly throughout the papal hall. She recognized that this decision was not merely a response to Kai, but also a pivotal strategic move for the future of the Spirit Hall. Chapter 43. An unexpected encounter with Shrek. However, Zhu Zhuqing did not disappoint Kai's expectations. In an astonishingly brief span of 2.5 months, her soul power surged from level 37 to level 40. Simultaneously, Hulayina, not one to lag behind, quietly surpassed the significant threshold of 50 levels in soul power. This remarkable leap not only affirmed her own strength but also stirred an indescribable joy within Kai's heart. He joyfully resolved to take both of them to acquire their soul rings immediately. As the sun rose and set, and the stars shifted, after a relentless journey of day and night, the trio finally arrived at a tranquil town on the edge of the Stardow forest. Bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, the tavern in the town exuded an inviting warmth, resembling a haven for weary travelers, patiently awaiting their return. Hulayina slightly parted her lips, and with a gentle breath, it seemed as though the fatigue in the air dissipated. Unconsciously, she stretched, her graceful form illuminated by the sunset, revealing a captivating curve that resembled a meticulously crafted painting, inadvertently captivating the gaze of those nearby. Kai, seated beside her, held a teacup lightly in his hand, about to take a sip, when he was unexpectedly drawn to this enchanting scene, nearly causing the tea to spill and leaving behind a subtle blend of embarrassment and awe. Ahem, Nana, we are in a public place. Perhaps we should be a bit more reserved, Kai softly reminded, his voice laced with an imperceptible hint of affection and helplessness. Upon hearing this, Hulayina not only failed to restrain herself, but instead flashed a mischievous smile. Her captivating eyes, as if imbued with the power of speech, blinked playfully, effortlessly showcasing her alluring figure in a seemingly casual manner, as if extending a silent invitation to Kai. Zhu Zhuqing, observing from the side, felt her cheeks involuntarily flush with a hint of crimson. In terms of physique, she was confident that she could rival anyone, and in certain aspects, perhaps even surpass Hulayina. However, her more reserved nature prevented her from exhibiting her remarkable elegance as openly as Hulayina did in the presence of onlookers. When it came to bestowing favors upon Kai, Zhu Zhuqing preferred to do so in private, inside the tavern, amidst the soft glow of candlelight. The laughter and joyful banter of the three wove together to create a warm and relaxed tableau, as if the chaos of the outside world had no bearing on them. Even the envious and curious glances from the surrounding men failed to disturb their tranquility. Yet, this serene moment was poised to be shattered by an unforeseen storm. Just as the atmosphere reached its zenith of warmth, the tavern's door was forcefully flung open, producing a resounding crash that instantly commanded everyone's attention. 7 figures, exuding an undeniable aura of dominance, strode confidently into the establishment, making their way directly to a nearby vacant table. Among these 7, the most striking was a man with flowing golden hair and eyes like stars. Casually, he propped his feet on the nearest dining table, radiating an air of defiance and arrogance, as if the entire world lay beneath his feet. He tossed the menu on the table to a plump member of his group. Go ahead and order, fatty. This meal is on me. Dai Mu Bai? The voice of the young man resonated with a deep, magnetic timbre, imbued with an undeniable spirit of grandeur and generosity, as if even the air around him trembled in response. This individual was none other than Dai Mu Bai, the third prince of the Douluo Empire, yet he was merely a fallen prince. At the tender age of 14, His soul power barely reached the modest level of 33. It is worth noting that in the original narrative, Dai Mubai was at level 37, however. It is reasonable to consider his slightly lower rank. As Zhu Shiqing was whisked away upon the awakening of her martial soul, Ma Hongjun took the menu with an unmistakable air of nonchalance. Flipping through the pages with an unrestrained enthusiasm, his fingertips dancing lightly, as if engaged in an impromptu game of selection. "Waiter, I'll have this one, yes. And that one too." His voice rang out with a buoyant clarity. Observing the affordable dishes chosen by Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai couldn't suppress a flicker of delight within him, as if he could already foresee the relief on his wallet. Yet, this joy was akin to the dew of dawn, not fully blossomed before being shattered by Ma Hongjun's next proclamation. Suddenly, Ma Hongjun's tone shifted, a mischievous glint flashing in his vibrant eyes. "Forget those. I'll take one of each of the remaining dishes." Dai Mubai's expression instantly morphed into a complex tableau of emotions, akin to the discomfort of consuming a large, unpleasant morsel. His heart ached at the thought, for the dishes he had just dismissed surely amounted to at least 50 gold soul coins, an amount that could procure the company of numerous women in a brothel. Unbeknownst to him, Zhu Shiqing was positioned with her back toward them, creating an unintentional barrier that seemed to isolate her from their world. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun's attention had already shifted to Hu Laina. A sly smile crept across Ma Hongjun's lips as he leaned slightly, adopting a stance that was both provocative and playful. Nudging Dai Mubai's shoulder with a glint of curiosity for the unknown. "Dai, over there, a beauty." His voice was laced with a rather unsavory tone, further emphasized by his rather unappealing appearance. Though Dai Mubai found Ma Hongjun's behavior somewhat frivolous, curiosity tugged at him. After all, what could possibly elicit such a reaction from Ma Hongjun? Following the direction indicated by his companion, he gradually turned his head, his gaze cutting through the surrounding clamor, ultimately resting upon Hu Laina. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Hu Laina's form gradually came into focus in Dai Mubai's eyes, exuding an unspoken elegance as she stood there, seemingly detached from the world yet harmoniously intertwined with it. Waves of emotion surged within Dai Mubai. A stirring of exhilaration brought forth by the encounter with such beauty, mingled with a faint yearning for the possibilities that lay ahead. With an upright stature and an undeniable presence, Dai Mubai rose gracefully, his steps imbued with a hint of defiance. As he made his way toward the table where Hu Laina sat, with casual elegance, he pulled out a chair and settled down with poise. He gently brushed his golden locks that shimmered under the sunlight, a confident smile gracing his lips, as if all the radiance of the restaurant dimmed in his presence. "My dear lady, I am Dai Mubai. Might I be fortunate enough to engage in conversation with you?" As his words lingered in the air, Zhu Shiqing, seated not far away, felt her already lowered eyelids flutter, as if touched by an unseen string of emotion. Yet, she steeled herself, suppressing any hint of her feelings from surfacing. At that moment, Dai Mubai's mind and gaze were entirely consumed by the enchanting figure of Hu Laina, oblivious to the shifts around him. Kai, with a hint of displeasure etched on his brow, parted his lips, his voice deep and resolute. "I'm afraid she is unavailable." This statement swept through the atmosphere like a chill breeze on a spring day, casting a subtle frost over the previously ambiguous ambience. With his intervention, the mood within the restaurant shifted delicately, each patron instinctively adjusting their breaths, as if the very air was thick with an unspoken tension. Dai Mubai's expression darkened, clouds of irritation gathering in his brow. Evidently, his patience was waning, and a tempest of fury brewed within him. He abruptly stood, his stature erect like a pine, his fingers pointing like swords towards the nonchalant Kai, his voice laced with undeniable authority. "Who do you think you are to disrupt my affairs?" Before his words could fully dissipate, an invisible force seemed to surge through the air, and Dai Mubai was unexpectedly swept away, sent crashing through the seemingly sturdy wooden door of the tavern, landing heavily on the cobblestones outside with a resounding thud, dust swirling around him, amplifying his disarray. The architect of this chaos, Kai, maintained his serene smile, his fist poised mid-air, as if the thunderous strike had been merely a casual stroke of his hand. He gently brushed away the nearly imperceptible dust from his fist, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes as he calmly remarked, "Pointing fingers is quite impolite. Didn't your parents teach you any manners?" With that, he slowly withdrew his hand, exuding an ineffable composure and strength that sent a chill through every onlooker, as if the very atmosphere had solidified in response. In that instant, the situation escalated, akin to a sudden storm, catching everyone off guard. Dai Mubai's figure seemed to be ensnared by an unseen force, abruptly flung out of sight, the events unfolding too swiftly for anyone to process. At that precise moment, a server gracefully entered, balancing a platter of delicacies, prepared to present the culinary delights. However, a glint of malice flashed in Ma Hongjian's eyes as he discreetly extended his foot, tripping the server, causing them to stumble, and the exquisite dishes lost their equilibrium, hurtling towards Kai. In that critical moment, Kai displayed remarkable reflexes and command of the situation, his form shifting like a dragon gliding through water, effortlessly catching the errant dishes in his palm. What followed was a spectacle that left onlookers utterly astounded. Kai displayed no signs of panic. In the next moment, he deftly caught the airborne food in his hand and then forcefully smashed it onto Ma Hongjuan's face. The impact was so powerful that it shattered the dish, splattering its contents everywhere. Caught off guard, Ma Hongjun found himself overwhelmed by this sudden culinary tempest, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. The air was thick with the fragrant aroma of the meal, mingling with an almost imperceptible tension as the scene transitioned from tranquility to chaos, and then to a delicate equilibrium, leaving onlookers in awe. In an instant, Oscar, Tang San, and Xiao Wu were successively hurled away. Ning Rongrong's gaze fixated on the approaching figure, her heart tumultuous with unspeakable dread, a subtle terror creeping upon her. Yet, amidst this tense atmosphere, a faintly enigmatic smile graced Kai's lips, and his voice softened, akin to a gentle spring breeze dispelling the surrounding chill. Ning Rongrong, I presume? The little princess of the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School, he remarked, his tone laced with playful intrigue yet imbued with a respectful acknowledgement of her status, which gradually alleviated her fear born from the unknown. Upon hearing her identity articulated so clearly, Ning Rongrong's trepidation began to dissipate, and her noble temperament swiftly resurfaced. Indeed, I am the young lady of the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School. How dare you treat my classmate thus? Kneel and apologize. No sooner had her words left her lips than Kai delivered a resounding slap across her face. His words sliced through the air like a blade of ice, each syllable pronounced with chilling clarity. What grounds do you possess that would compel me to kneel in apology? Not even your formidable father, Ning Fingxi, would warrant such deference. His tone betrayed no fluctuation of emotion, yet exuded an undeniable authority. Ning Rongrong, who should have been as delicate as a flower, now resembled a withered blossom battered by the storm, curled helplessly on the ground, one hand tenderly caressing her stinging cheek, disbelief and shock reflected in her eyes. That seemingly gentle slap had not only struck her face, but had also reverberated through her pride and dignity. You dare treat me so? The name of the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School is not one you can so easily insult. If Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Gu knew of this, you would meet a most grievous fate. Ning Rongrong's fury ignited like a raging inferno, her voice trembling with emotion, each word squeezed from between clenched teeth, brimming with indignation and threat. However, as her wrath teetered on the brink of eruption, a peculiar disturbance quietly enveloped the vicinity. The inconspicuous blue-silver grass seemed to respond to an unseen summons, suddenly growing wildly, entwining and distorting, ultimately coalescing into an irresistible force that gently yet firmly pulled Ning Rongrong back from the precipice of her rage. At that moment, Tang San's fingers lightly brushed against her slightly swollen cheek, the surrounding blue-silver grass sensing their master's emotions, silently weaving a soft net that shielded Ning Rongrong from all potential harm. In his eyes, a tumultuous vortex of fury and humiliation intertwined, seemingly poised to engulf the shadows of the past. Though the recent clash was brief, it was sufficient to unleash the floodgates of memory, as the indescribable humiliation of yesteryears surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping him completely. My Kai, it is you. Tang San's voice trembled with a deep resonance, each syllable seemingly forced through clenched teeth, brimming with uncontrollable indignation and astonishment. That name struck like a razor-sharp blade, once more tearing at the still unhealed scar within his heart. Kai turned slowly, his visage, seemingly imbued with the benevolence of time, appeared remarkably resolute and familiar beneath the fading light of the setting sun. His gaze, calm as still waters, seemed to penetrate the deepest secrets of the human soul, starkly contrasting with Tang San's fiery, wrathful eyes. An ineffable tension hung thick in the air, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Brothers, unleash your martial spirits. Their soul rings began to materialize slowly around them. Tang San positioned his hands at his waist, retrieving several golden needles from within. Kai nonchalantly stepped out of the tavern, as if he had completely disregarded their presence. Or rather, as if he had never acknowledged their existence at all. Chapter 44, Little Beggar, Surely you do not wish for Xiao to suffer harm? Kai gradually flexed his wrists, long and used to the practice of martial arts, the joints emitting a crisp yet heavy cracking sound, as if each crack resonated with the weight of time and the awakening of power. The surrounding air became dense with an undeniable sense of oppression. Tang San's form shifted abruptly, akin to a cheetah poised to pounce, suddenly dropping to one knee, palms pressed firmly against the earth. A warm yet resilient force surged within him, the first spirit ring flickering at his fingertips, emanating a soft yet resolute blue light. First spirit skill, blue-silver binding, he exclaimed, and with the utterance, the earth seemed to respond to his call. After a slight tremor, dozens of blue-silver grasses erupted from the ground, swiftly and elegantly entwining around Kai's powerful wrists, moving with the agility and determination of a serpent, binding every inch of skin tightly. In the face of this unexpected restraint, a flicker of disdain crossed Kai's eyes, followed by a slight smile that revealed his indifference to the challenge and confidence in his own strength. With a gentle exertion, the seemingly indomitable blue-silver grasses shattered in an instant. You revere mere blue-silver grass as a treasure, yet its first spirit skill is nothing but a hollow title. Tang San, you have truly disappointed me. With that, Kai clenched his hand suddenly, causing even the air to tremble. The binding of the blue-silver grass disintegrated instantly, and Tang San's figure was irresistibly drawn toward Kai, as if pulled by an unseen force. At this critical juncture, a pink whirlwind suddenly swept across the battlefield. Xiao, with her unique agility and swiftness, darted through the light and shadow like the lightest deer in the forest. With each leap, she left behind a faint fragrance in the air, the essence of youth and courage. First spirit skill, waist bow. Xiao's voice rang clear and resolute, infused with an unassailable authority. In a flash, she outpaced Tang San, appearing before Kai, her legs coiling like springs ready to unleash their energy. With a powerful kick aimed squarely at Kai's chin, the force was enough to make even the sturdiest stone tremble, the air reverberating with the impact. Just as Xiao Wu gathered all her strength, intending to intimidate Kai with the might of her kick, her toes barely grazed what seemed to be an impenetrable jaw before Kai, with lightning speed, seized her foot mid-air. Her struggles were akin to a candle flickering in a tempest, desperately futile and diminutive. Kai's movements flowed seamlessly, transforming Xiao Wu into the most suitable weapon in his grasp. With a swift turn and a powerful arm swing, he hurled her down onto the cold ground with an irresistible force. In that moment, the air seemed to shudder, accompanied by a pained cry, as Xiao Wu's body plummeted like a wilting petal, crashing to the earth, a vivid crimson blossoming at the corner of her mouth. Xiao Wu. Upon witnessing her suffering, Tang San's eyes turned blood red, and the golden silver needles in his hand shot toward Kai with deadly intent. In that fleeting moment, Kai's figure darted like a wraith, his speed so extraordinary that it seemed to render the surrounding air motionless. With a swiftness that transcended the limits of mortal perception, he effortlessly lifted the unconscious Oscar, as if grasping a leaf caught in the wind. Tang San, witnessing this scene, felt his eyes narrow, a profound shock coursing through his heart, as he could only watch helplessly as those thread-like dragon whisker needles, glinting with a chilling light, mercilessly pierced Oscar's body. Each needle's landing felt like fate's cruel mockery, instantly saturating the tranquil space with tension and depression. A heart-wrenching scream erupted, akin to a wild boar struck by lightning. Oscar, jolted awake by the excruciating pain, let out a wail that shattered the serene air, reverberating through every corner of the small town, instilling a chilling fear in all who heard it. Kai's demeanor remained cold and resolute as he carelessly discarded Oscar onto the ground, the disdain and indifference in his posture sending a shiver down the spine. Meanwhile, his other foot had silently settled atop Xiao Wu's head, further escalating the already intense atmosphere. Tang San, if you wish to spare this young lady's life, kneel and bow your head. Kai's voice dripped with a sinister chuckle, embodying the essence of a villain. Tang San's eyes brimmed with resentment, yet he dared not act recklessly. For him, Xiao Wu held more value than his very own life. As Tang San remained motionless, Kai swung the blue-silver grass in his hand, which lashed across Tang San's face like a whip. The crack echoed, leaving a deep mark on his cheek. Kneel. The cold gleam in Tang San's eyes reflected his murderous intent, yet the circumstances compelled him to suppress his fury. Just as he bent his knee, poised to succumb to this unjust fate, a thunderous roar erupted from the horizon, resonating like an ancient bell struck by a heavy hammer, rich and powerful. Who dares to lay a hand on my student? The furious shout shattered the surrounding gloom like summer thunder. Following the sound, a towering figure approached, A man of formidable stature surrounded by 7 resplendent soul rings, radiating brilliance, Zhao Waoqi, renowned in the spirit master realm as the unmoved king. Zhao Waoqi surveyed the chaotic scene. Noting his once vibrant students now sprawled on the ground like frostbitten eggplants, their disheveled state igniting a blaze of anger within him, eyes flashing with determination. As he murmured a low incantation, the soul power within him surged, the 7th soul ring slowly ascending and releasing a dazzling light. As if the very air had solidified in that moment. This was not merely a display of a soul ring. It represented Zhao Waoqi's unwavering commitment as a mentor to protect and defend his students unconditionally, vowing to obliterate any threat that dared to arise. Great strength diamond palm. Zhao Waoqi's form surged like a dragon, his massive physique resembling a moving mountain, embodying an overwhelming force as he suddenly struck towards Kai. The air rippled with waves of pressure, heralding the extraordinary nature of this blow. Haha, splendid. A spark of excitement flickered in Kai's eyes. Though small in stature, he harbored astonishing strength. Calmly, he clenched his fists and, with an indescribable composure, slowly extended what seemed like an insignificant punch. This met Zhao Waoqi's colossal palm, overshadowing the heavens, in a thunderous clash under the watchful eyes of the crowd. In an instant, it felt as if space itself had been torn asunder. A deafening sonic boom erupted, sending dust swirling and leaves fluttering about. Zhao Waoqi's expression changed dramatically as an unprecedented force surged from his palm, causing his mountainous frame to involuntarily lift off the ground, akin to a kite severed from its string, uncontrollably propelled backward until he crashed heavily into a towering ancient tree, its trunk quaking and leaves cascading. As the dust settled, Zhao Waoqi gradually regained his composure, disbelief etched across his features. He looked down at the arm that had clashed with Kai, now grotesquely twisted, the bones within shattered beyond repair. A recovery that would take no less than a year and a half. Xiao Wu teetered on the brink of death. Oscar wailed incessantly. Dai Mubai lay unconscious. Ma Hongjun was unresponsive, and Ning Rongrong was utterly paralyzed with fear. Even Zhao Waoqi, a soul sage, had been sent flying by a single punch, leaving Tang San engulfed in despair. Tang San, I present you with 2 choices. Kneel and bow your head, or face death. Kai spoke with a tone of playful menace. Tang San's fists tightened, his nails digging painfully into his palms, blood trickling forth. Yet this minor discomfort paled in comparison to the agony he currently endured. Ultimately, Tang San bent his knee, kneeling towards Kai. Seeing Tang San submit, Kai's lips curled into a smirk of amusement. Bow your head. The command deepened Tang San's sense of humiliation. Nevertheless, he had no choice. He struck his forehead against the ground, blood oozing down. Witnessing this heart-wrenching display, Kai's demeanor remained cold and resolute as he casually kicked, as if discarding a trivial object, sending the unconscious Xiao Wu into Tang San's embrace. Tang San hastily reached out, securely catching her soft, heavy form. The stark bloodstain on Xiao Wu's pale visage was particularly shocking. A surge of indescribable tenderness welled within him. Disregarding the dirt on his sleeves, he gently wiped the blood from her lips, his gaze suffused with deep affection and concern. Then, Kai turned leisurely, re-entering the somewhat chaotic tavern. The patrons within trembled from the earlier upheaval, not daring to utter a sound. He curled his lips into a subtle, indifferent smile, unfastening several heavy bags of gold soul coins from his waist and gently placing them on the table. His voice, deep and resonant, resonated in the air. Boss, consider these gold soul coins as compensation for the losses incurred by your establishment. Having uttered these words, he did not pause. Instead, he extended his foot and kicked Ma Hongjun out. After executing this, Kai turned with the 2 women and ascended to the 2nd floor of the tavern. Upon returning to the room, Zhu Shuqing felt a weight upon her heart. Although she harbored no favorable impressions of Dai Mubai in her mind, his score had plummeted to the negatives. Yet, witnessing his fear-stricken demeanor, a peculiar sensation stirred within her. This feeling ignited a restless urge in Zhu Shuqing. She truly longed to personally eliminate that dissolute, fallen prince. A strange glimmer flickered in her eyes, a sense of inexplicable exhilaration that was utterly captivating. Meanwhile, Huoliana, who had already sprawled on the bed, wiggled her delicate, fair feet, her gaze filled with admiration and affection for Kai's earlier, aloof demeanor. Kai's brother's appearance just now stirred an inexplicable thrill within me. I nearly lost my composure, she remarked, tightening her legs. Kai stood languidly by the window, his gaze piercing through the veil of night to the Shrek members outside, leaning on one another. A sense of relief washed over him as he mused. Just a bunch of clowns. Without that teacher, their strength wouldn't even match my dear Nana. His words, laced with a hint of mockery and confidence, floated lightly in the air, creating subtle ripples. At his words, a spark ignited in Juliana's eyes, and a radiant smile graced her lips, as if she had received the most sincere compliment, filling her heart with quiet joy. Subsequently, Kai sauntered to the door, and as he turned, his gaze tenderly brushed over Juliana, his tone imbued with undeniable care and protection. You two may share the bed tonight. I shall be next door. Should anything arise, feel free to seek me. With that, he gently closed the door, leaving behind a room infused with warmth and comfort, before silently slipping into the night. In the latter half of the night, as Kai slumbered, he gradually opened his eyes. Turning, he climbed out of the window and beheld a figure in the nearby forest, wielding a large hammer. A disdainful curve appeared at the corner of Kai's mouth. In a swift motion, he found himself standing before the man. Tang Hao, what a stroke of fortune to find you so easily. I never expected you to deliver yourself to me, Kai remarked. A barely perceptible smile tinged with years of fruitless searching and complex emotions. Tang Hao gripped the Haotian hammer tightly, his dark gaze fixated on Kai. I do not understand why you are so intent on targeting the third party, but one must always seek justice for the young and the old, Tang Hao declared. As 9 soul rings began to materialize beside him, the night was pierced by a sharp clap, echoing through the stillness. Tang Hao paused, momentarily stunned, clearly taken aback by the suddenness of the attack. In an instant, his eyes turned blood red. The remnants of the spirit hall dared to humiliate me in such a manner. Tang Hao's figure surged forth, wielding the Haotian hammer with a force capable of toppling mountains, its descent howling through the air as if it could shake the very heavens. Yet, Kai moved with the grace of a specter, deftly evading this thunderous strike, and, in an instant, closed the distance to Tang Hao, delivering a precise punch to his chest with such ferocity that the very air trembled in response. Tang Hao was propelled backward like an arrow released from a bow, swiftly creating several hundred meters of space between himself and Kai, leaving behind only a fading afterimage in the air. His expression grew solemn, fully aware of the formidable strength possessed by his opponent. At that moment, Kai's bones erupted with a series of crisp cracks, signaling the release of his utmost power. Azure steam swirled around him, reminiscent of the wrath of a sea god, exuding an indescribable aura of majesty and strength. His speed had surpassed the limits of human perception, nearly matching the velocity of sound. In the blink of an eye, he closed in on Tang Hao once more, delivering a heavy blow imbued with unparalleled might directly to Tang Hao's face. This punch was a retribution for Schwer. Kai's voice resonated deep and resolute, with each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth, brimming with an undeniable power. As this fist struck, a thunderous roar akin to that of a mighty tiger erupted, echoing through the mountains and forests, a sound so fierce that it could shake the very earth, causing the entire town to tremble in its wake. Chapter 45. Reward Settlement. The night enveloped everything in a shroud of darkness, silence reigning supreme until a sudden, sharp sound of bone fracturing pierced through the stillness, akin to fabric tearing in a chilling breeze. At that moment, Tang Hao's left arm hung limply, resembling a withered branch. It was not merely a physical injury, but a profound blow to his dignity. He appeared particularly powerless, retreating step by step against Kai's relentless assault, which came like a tempest. Aha! The once mighty Douluo now resembles a frightened bird, fleeing in all directions. How lamentable! Kai's laughter echoed in the vastness of the night, infused with a hint of madness and delight, as if each word was an endless mockery directed at Tang Hao. His taunts cut deeply, akin to sharp blades slicing through Tang Hao's already battered heart. Douluo? Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's brows knitted into a deep furrow, and an uncontrollable fury and resentment flickered in his eyes. When had he, the Haotian Douluo, ever been reduced to such disgrace? This humiliation was far more excruciating than any physical pain. Tang Hao's figure seemed ensnared by an invisible net, constantly shifting, searching for a means of escape. Yet Kai, who had maintained a gentle demeanor, now bore an expression of displeasure. Tang Hao, if you do not wish to witness Tang Sin fall into greater peril, then cease your retreat immediately. Kai's voice was deep and resolute, each word imbued with an undeniable authority. As these words fell, Tang Hao's form miraculously froze midair, the surrounding air seemingly thickening with his sudden halting. His face appeared particularly grim under the fading light of the sunset, Each mention of Tang San's name shattered the fragile calm he had tried to maintain, revealing a deep-seated turmoil beneath. Noticing this, a flicker of complex emotion flashed in Kai's gaze, only to be swiftly replaced by determination. He moved with a sudden swiftness, appearing before Tang Hao without hesitation. With a firm sweep of his hand, he struck Tang Hao's face with a resounding slap, exerting no restraint despite the ordinary nature of his action. Even though Tang Hao was a 96th level title Douluo, his face swelled rapidly from the blow, rendering him a pitiful sight. Subsequently, Kai discarded him to the ground as one would toss aside refuse. Do you think that everyone in this world must grant you, Tang De Chue, a modicum of respect? Pathetic, Kai remarked. At that moment, Tang Hao lay on the ground like a lifeless dog. The recent explosion of his spirit ring, coupled with years of internal injuries, had driven his body to the brink of collapse. Witnessing Tang Hao's pitiful state, Kai's eyes reflected a hint of disdain. Yet, even that fleeting expression did not escape Tang Hao's notice, igniting a surge of humiliation within him, to the extent that he contemplated self-destruction in that very moment. I am done playing. If you insist on fleeing, I have no interest in continuing this charade. With a shift in tone, Kai lifted his foot and pressed it down upon Tang Hao's severed arm. Tang Hao's anguished scream pierced through the night like a blade, echoing relentlessly. Even Kai, whose spirit was unyielding, couldn't help but furrow his brow, gently touching his ear in an attempt to shield himself from the harsh cacophony. Finally, when the desperate cries faded into silence and the surroundings returned to a stifling calm, Kai spoke slowly, his voice cold and resolute. Spirit Douluo, surely you would not wish for your illustrious legacy to end here, in this confined space? If you desire to survive, you must reveal to me the whereabouts of the Haotian sect. Upon hearing these words, the once-dimmed eyes of Tang Hao ignited with a flicker of indomitable fire. He gazed at Kai, a smirk of derision curling at the corner of his lips, his voice faint yet imbued with undeniable conviction. Even if you take my life today. What of it? The might of the Haotian sect is beyond your imagination. It will not spare anyone who dares to provoke its authority. Kai, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow and unhesitatingly delivered a kick towards Tang Hao's groin. In that instant, Tang Hao's pupils constricted, as if the brightest star in the night sky had suddenly lost its brilliance, though his body had been reduced to mere dust beneath Kai's overwhelming presence. The instinct for survival burned fiercely within him, driving him to struggle with reckless abandon. Each subtle movement of Tang Hao revealed a symphony of defiance and despair. He endeavored to summon every remnant of strength within him, striving to break free from the invisible shackles, even if it meant futilely challenging a mountain with an egg. However, the force binding him was as unyielding as ancient ice, cold and resolute, rendering all his efforts utterly futile. A sharp crack resonated, accompanied by the despairing sound of an egg shattering. This was the final flicker of hope extinguished within Tang Hao's heart. He watched helplessly as his frailty and impotence were crushed under Kai's merciless foot. A torrent of complex emotions surged within him, shock, anger, and resentment, culminating in an unbearable weight that caused his complexion to shift rapidly between shades of pale and blue. Eventually, this pressure surpassed the limits of Tang Hao's endurance, and his consciousness, like a leaf caught in a tempest, lost its direction, plunging into endless darkness. In the fleeting moment before unconsciousness claimed him, his world was left with nothing but chaos and emptiness, coupled with an indelible thought. He was no longer a man. Come forth. With Kai's command, two figures clad in golden armor emerged from the shadows of the night forest. In unison, they knelt before Kai. We pay our respects to the enforcement elder. Kai nodded slightly, then, with a few deft touches upon Tang Hao's body, sealed all of his soul power. After confiscating Tang Hao's storage soul tool, he entrusted him to the two armored figures. Confine Tang Hao in the enforcement hall's dungeon. Whatever you do to him, ensure he does not perish. With these instructions given, Kai turned and departed. By the time Tang Hao regained consciousness, he found himself bound in chains, suspended in midair. Tang Hao yearned to forcefully sever the iron chains binding him, yet his body was devoid of any strength to draw upon. A chill crept over him as he caught sight of two individuals brandishing small whips, their smiles tainted with malice. Meanwhile, Kai returned to his quarters, contemplating the storage soul guide in his grasp. Despite his attempts, he found himself utterly incapable of unlocking its secrets. A shadow of gloom settled upon his brow, and as he gripped the exquisite soul guide tightly, an invisible force seemed to emanate from his fingers. With a gentle squeeze, a series of sharp, decisive cracking sounds echoed in the tranquil space. What was once an incredibly sturdy storage soul guide now lay in ruins, shattering like fragile glass beneath his palm. As the soul guide fragmented, several items slowly emerged from the scattered debris. A few antiquated wooden boxes, a heavy pouch of gold soul coins, and a token inscribed with intricate, enigmatic patterns that exuded an extraordinary aura, collectively bearing witness to this unforeseen upheaval. The token slipped quietly into Kai's hand. Its inscription of Hao Tian Sect boldly pronounced, as if bearing the weight of millennia of glory and hardship, clearly discernible. However, this emblem of sect authority disintegrated into countless shards at his fingertips, akin to autumn leaves swept away by the wind, carelessly discarded into a nearby waste bin. He nonchalantly gathered the weighty pouch of gold soul coins, his gaze shifting to the two aged wooden boxes resting on the floor, a flicker of curiosity igniting within his eyes. As he slowly opened the box, a refreshing breath of nature enveloped him, intertwining with the lush, verdant leaves of blue silvergrass, dripping with vitality while concealing unknown secrets. As the blue silvergrass gently peeled away, a dazzling azure light erupted, akin to the purest gem nestled in the depths of the ocean, quietly radiating an enticing aura. This was an extraordinarily rare 10,000-year soul bone. Kai's pupils constricted in astonishment, the shock evident upon his face. This sudden revelation crashed into his heart like tumultuous waves. He had never anticipated that within this seemingly unremarkable wooden box lay such an astonishing treasure. His breath quickened in disbelief. 10,000-year soul bone, he murmured, his voice laden with incredulity. This was his first encounter with a 10,000-year soul bone at such proximity. Although he had seen Snow's angelic set soul bone, the difference between a 99,999-year soul bone and a 10,000-year soul bone, though merely a year apart, was astronomical in terms of their effects. Upon storing the soul bone within the system's space, the long-forgotten voice of the system resonated in his ears. Detection of 10,000-year soul bone. Would you like to analyze it? The familiar sound momentarily made Kai forget about the existence of his system. After all, the system had not manifested in many years, and even the choices had dwindled significantly. Analyze, Kai mentally commanded. Notification. Analysis successful. Item 100, 000. Your blue silver emperor right leg bone. Producer 100, 000. Your blue silver emperor former owner. A-een. Accompanying skills. Flight wildfire cannot be extinguished. Spring breeze revives skill effect. Flight, the literal ability to soar through the skies, granting the soul master the power of flight upon attachment. Skill effect. Wildfire cannot be extinguished. Spring breeze revives, as long as the absorber does not perish instantly. This soul bone will continuously restore the absorber's injuries and vitality. Gazing at the introduction of this soul bone and the accompanying skills, Kai felt a weight in his breath. Though he possessed formidable strength, his two weaknesses were an inability to engage in prolonged battles and the lack of flight. Yet, this blue-silver emperor right leg bone seemed to perfectly address both of these shortcomings. In that moment, Kai experienced an overwhelming sensation that this soul bone was crafted specifically for him. With this thought lingering, he further inquired within his mind, System, can I absorb this 100, 000, your soul bone even without soul power? Notification, the absorption of soul bones does not impose stringent requirements regarding soul power. Even a soul master without an awakened martial soul can absorb a soul bone. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Kai exhaled in relief and swiftly settled into a cross-legged position, bringing the soul bone closer to his right leg to commence the absorption process. This was his inaugural experience in absorbing a soul bone, and he felt a wave of nervousness during the initial stages. However, as he delved deeper into the absorption, an exuberant vitality surged from his right leg into his body. With this vitality nourishing him, the furrowed lines of Kai's brow began to soften, replaced by an indescribable sense of peace and tranquility. It was an unparalleled experience, gentle yet profound, akin to wandering along a forest path at dawn. Surrounded by the subtle fragrance of blossoms and the earthy scent of soil, allowing one to become entranced and forget the clamor of the world. This newfound power not only revitalized Kai's physique but also stirred something deep within his soul, awakening a long-buried, profound understanding of the essence of life. In that moment, he felt an extraordinary resonance with the heavens and the relentless forces of nature, experiencing an unprecedented cleansing and elevation of his spirit. Even the vitality lost during his earlier battle with Tang Hao began to recover at an astonishing pace. By the time the absorption concluded, morning had arrived. Having just completed the process, Kai promptly activated the first ability of the soul bone. He found himself gently levitating in midair, his body gliding effortlessly around the room under his control. This was his first genuine experience of flight, stirring a unique feeling within him. After a night of nurturing, all the vitality he had expended the previous evening had been fully restored. It could be said that he was now capable of entering the 7th gate state almost indefinitely, though the 8th gate state would still be somewhat challenging. Panel activated. Ding. Panel opened. Host, Maitreya, Yi Kai, gender, male, martial spirit, none, soul power, none, soul bone, 100. 000, year blue silver emperor, right leg bone, strength, 17, 400 max 20, 000, the highest for soul masters in Douluo continent, can reach 11, 000, speed, 15, 900 max 20. 000, the highest for soul masters in Douluo continent can reach 10, 000, reaction, 19, 880 max 20, 000, the highest for soul masters in Douluo continent can reach 12. 000, physical quality, level 7, can now unlock the gate of astonishment, upon reaching a total of 20, 000, in 3 basic attributes. Can advance to level 8, calculating hidden choice rewards. Ding. Calculation successful. The host has made a total of 72 choices over the past decade, and rewards are now being distributed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Douluo Continent Human Education Edition. 8 Gates of Duanjia can be taught to individuals in Douluo Continent, but can only reach a maximum of 5 gates. First gate unlocks the host's limitations on soul power, allowing for better control of soul power flow within oneself. Second gate greatly enhances the host's physical strength, improving 3 basic attributes. Third gate increases the host's soul power recovery speed. Fourth gate increases the speed of soul power circulation, reducing the soul power consumed by 10. Excessive circulation may harm the body. Fifth gate doubles the duration of the martial spirit's true form, enhances 3 basic attributes, doubles soul power reserves during the duration, and reduces soul power consumption by 50, will cause continuous damage to the body during the duration, entering a state of weakness once the anime state is lifted. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Nirvana Pill 1. The user will undergo a rebirth following death, emerging in a state of peak condition. In addition to these 2 primary items, various miscellaneous items have also been collected into Kai's system space. Haha. Throughout the millennia of Douluo continent, I must be the only one at 22 years old capable of surpassing the extreme Douluo. Kai sighed, suddenly devoid of all motivation. Chapter 46. Hurricane Gorge. This time, the acquisition of soul rings proceeded remarkably smoothly. Coupled with the previous minor skirmishes with Shrek Academy, the entire endeavor was completed in merely 3 days. Hu Laina obtained a 15,000 year old blue fox, while Zhu Zhuqing hunted a 12,000 year old nether magic leopard, thus concluding this expedition entirely. In the Spirit Hall Square, Hu Laina and Zhu Zhuqing stood tall, resembling twin beauties in perfect harmony, exuding an undeniable aura of authority in their silence. Shortly thereafter, Xiaoyu and Yan arrived in unison, their steps imbued with an unmistakable synergy and tension. The moment Yan's gaze met Zhu Zhuqing's ethereal and exquisite countenance, an instinctive desire to approach surged within him, as if drawn by an invisible force. However, before this impulse could manifest into action, Xiaoyu swiftly intervened, yanking him back and interrupting the nascent frivolity. Brother Xiaoyu, what is your intention? Why do you prevent me from reminiscing with Mr. Qing? Yan inquired, bewilderment etched upon his face, scratching his head in confusion and grievance. Xiaoyu chuckled lightly, playfully prodding Yan's shoulder with a fingertip, then subtly gestured to the side. Following the direction of his indication, Yan's eyes fell upon a soft blue figure approaching. At that moment, Kai had donned his signature attire, the robe interwoven with light blue and golden threads, exuding both solemnity and authority, as if even the dust in the air had hushed in reverence. In this moment of grandeur and solemnity, Kai stepped into the gaze of the crowd for the first time in such a formal capacity, each step seemingly laden with an indescribable gravity. Despite the intertwining ripples of confusion and curiosity within Hu Laina, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiaoyu, and Yan, they instinctively lowered their proud heads, paying the utmost respect to the esteemed elder of law. We pay our respects to the elder of law, the 4 spoke in unison. Kai nodded slightly, his demeanor exuding both composure and authority, as though he could perceive the deepest currents of human emotion. Slowly, he retrieved an ancient, unassuming booklet from his waist, which, despite its modest appearance, seemed to contain boundless mysteries and power, evoking a cascade of imagination. With 2.5 years remaining until the Continental Senior Soul Master Academy competition, the higher-ups had decided that this time, the Spirit Hall would offer 4 high-grade soul bones, each over 10,000 years old, as rewards. Kai paused momentarily before sweeping his gaze over the 4 apprehensive youths present, stating, "And my goal for you is total victory." Upon hearing these words, an indescribable thrill and yearning seemed to permeate the air. The 4 youthful talents exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with renewed determination, understanding that this was not merely a prelude to a competition, but rather the greatest acknowledgement and challenge to their dreams and capabilities. As these words left his lips, an undeniable light flickered in Yan's eyes. He clenched his fists tightly, an intense battle spirit radiating from him, akin to a fiery war god possessing him. Of course, as a leading figure of the Golden Generation, I vow to emerge victorious without defeat, Yan declared with utmost confidence, having developed a profound admiration for Kai's prowess since their previous encounters. Witnessing Yan's demeanor, reminiscent of a fervent anime protagonist, Kai's lips unconsciously curled into a playful yet profound smile, concealing his admiration for Yan's growth while subtly hinting at an anticipation for the forthcoming challenges. This competition would be unlike any other. The higher-ups had unanimously decided to abolish the direct admission quotas for the 2 great empires and the Spirit Hall. This meant that they would have to commence from the preliminary rounds, relying solely on their own prowess to reach the finals. As soon as this pronouncement was made, the confidence radiating from Yan's visage momentarily flickered like a delicate flame before swiftly reigniting with brilliance. Starting from the beginning, it was hardly daunting after all. They boasted 3 soul kings among them. Xiaoyu, with his signature posture, arms leisurely crossed over his chest, remained silent. Exuding an air of confidence and pride that spoke volumes, victory seemed assured, and the outcome of the contest had already settled in his mind. Meanwhile, the perceptive Zhu Zhuqing acutely sensed the subtleties beyond the battlefield. She parted her lips, her voice gentle, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. While our team comprises at least 3 soul kings, from the very first match, our strategies and weaknesses will gradually be discerned by our opponents. By then, our advantages may well vanish into thin air. Hu Laina nodded in agreement, adding, "I concur with Sister Zhuqing's perspective. After all, Sister Zhu Yan has the capability to triumph over you, Yan, even at the level of a quasi-soul ancestor. Should another such anomaly emerge during the competition, achieving an unblemished victory may indeed prove challenging." Kai's lips curved into a slight arc before he remarked, "Indeed. Zhuqing has already reached level 43. With diligent effort over the next 2.5 years, she may well strive for the rank of Soul King. At that point, our spirit team would boast 4 Soul Kings, significantly enhancing our odds of victory and elevating the reputation of the Spirit Hall." However, gazing into the eager eyes of the 4, Kai's words struck like a winter chill, abruptly dispersing the warmth. "In these next 2.5 years, I shall subject you to rigorous training, and the location will be the Hurricane Gorge." At this declaration, their expressions shifted dramatically. Even Hu Laina, who typically held a deep affinity for Kai, could not conceal her frustration and hesitation. "Kai, do we really have to go? I believe I have made some progress." Hu Laina's voice was barely above a whisper, tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor as she clung to her last shred of hope, attempting to stave off the impending storm. Even Xiaoyu, known for his calm demeanor, could not mask the turmoil within. The tightness of his lips and the slight furrow of his brow revealed his unease and struggle against the unknown challenges ahead. While the Hurricane Gorge was not as perilous as the Death Canyon, its environment was undeniably harsh. "Haha, my friends, this matter is settled and requires no further discussion. Return home, prepare your belongings, and at dawn tomorrow, we shall meet at the gates of Spirit City. Let us not fail to gather," Kai concluded, turning away with a carefree demeanor, gradually fading into the distance. The 4 individuals exchanged glances, and within the silence lingered a subtle tension, until Xiaoyu, with his characteristic serene smile, gently tore through the veil of unspoken words. "Come now, let us not wear such solemn expressions. It is merely a journey to the Hurricane Valley. In our youth, we dared to tread the shadows of the Death Valley. How could we fear a mere tempest?" Although Xiaoyu's smile appeared somewhat forced, it radiated an indomitable spirit, as if his words were a shield of courage woven for both himself and his companions. The memories of the Death Valley, akin to phantoms in the dark night, though chilling, had forged their resilience today. The mere mention of the Hurricane Valley, which stood alongside the Death Valley in reputation, stirred within them a deep-seated yearning for adventure and conquest, tempered by a sense of reverence. As night descended, the dormitory of the Spirit Hall Academy was adorned in a delicate shroud of moonlight, serene and enigmatic. Within the bathroom, the gentle sound of water suggested that Hulaina was immersed in a realm of intimate comfort. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhu Qing sat alone at the bedside, her silhouette etched in silver light, exuding an air of cool determination. Soon, a faint whisper of wind seemed to penetrate the night stillness. Outside, a shadow glided past like a specter in the twilight, silent and unseen. Zhu Qing's gaze sharpened suddenly. She gently opened the window, allowing the night breeze to caress her face. In the next moment, a nimble figure leapt gracefully through the window, landing soundlessly, indicative of rigorous training. The figure knelt before Zhu Qing, adopting a posture of humility and respect, presenting a sealed letter with both hands, the voice deep and clear. "My lady, this is the detailed information you requested regarding Dai Mubai." As he spoke, a lingering echo of his presence seemed to linger in the air. He soon melted back into the night, vanishing without a trace. Zhu Qing delicately took the letter, her fingertips trembling as if sensing the weight and urgency contained within. She slowly unsealed the envelope, the parchment unfolding gently under the dim candlelight, each line of text flowing into her view like a gentle stream. Her gaze traversed the words, sometimes furrowing her brow, at other times lost in thought. Within the room, only the sound of water from the bathroom and the rustling of the letter remained. Dai Mubai was originally the third prince of the Star Luo Empire, possessing the martial soul of the evil White Tiger. At the age of 6, he sought to escape the empire but was captured by Prince Davis. It was not until Zhu Qing vanished that he finally fled the Star Luo Empire. After his escape, he arrived in the city of Suatua in the Barak Kingdom, where, through financial maneuvering, he entered an academy known as Shrek. At the age of 7, he, along with a chubby boy named Ma Hongjun, entered the brothel, and from that point on, Dai Mubai descended into a life of debauchery, spending his days in indulgence and frequently visiting the brothel in Saha to seek companionship. Zhu Qing slowly closed the heavy letter in her hands, the truth within its lines chilling as it gradually eroded the last remnants of warmth she held for Dai Mubai. With a soft sigh, the pent-up emotions within her seemed to dissipate into the ether with that long exhale. She carefully tucked away the letter, turning to step into the bedroom. The soft bed seemed to be her only refuge at that moment. Gently lying down, she allowed fatigue and disappointment to lead her into the realm of dreams. As dawn broke, the first ray of sunlight filtered through the window, tenderly brushing against Zhu Qing's face and rousing her from slumber. However, this tranquility did not last long, as an unusual heaviness began to spread from her chest. Blinking her sleepy eyes open, the sight before her caused her to pause in surprise. Hulaina, in a state of disarray, was nestled against her chest in a manner that bordered on impertinence, two soft contours resting upon her bosom, exuding an air of unintentional intimacy. Zhu Qing endeavored to awaken Hulaina in the gentlest manner possible, softly nudging her companion with a mix of confusion and helplessness in her gaze. Yet, Hulaina appeared to be lost in her dreams, oblivious to the world around her, the serene tranquility of her slumber starkly contrasting with her usual sharpness. Observing this scene, Zhu Qing felt a swirl of emotions within her. She shook her head lightly, attempting to cast aside the sudden awkwardness and uncertainty, and instead embraced a more accommodating mindset, allowing Hulaina to continue this unexpected closeness. As the morning light gracefully illuminated the earth, the two gradually awoke, the sun already high in the sky, adorning the serene morning with a golden glow. Hulaina's fingertips gently brushed through her tousled hair, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, remnants of the inadvertent embarrassment and shyness from the previous night. Recalling the events of last evening, she realized that after her bath, an inexplicable drowsiness had overtaken her, leading her, in a haze, to Zhu Qing's tender haven, where they shared the same bed. Though both were women, the gaze exchanged in the morning light still carried an unspoken nuance of subtlety and awkwardness. Hulaina hurriedly arranged her slightly disheveled attire, each delicate movement revealing her discomfort and determination to restore normalcy. Meanwhile, Zhu Qing, with her characteristic composure, silently assisted from the side, their unspoken understanding interlaced with a sense of tolerance. At last, everything was in order. Shoulder to shoulder, they picked up their small bags and gently pushed open the door that seemed to bear the secrets of the night. Unexpectedly, Xieyu's fingers tapped lightly on the doorframe. his demeanor both urgent and gentle. The sudden opening of the door was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, momentarily startling Xiaoyu, who quickly regained his composure, a knowing smile flickering in his eyes, a sign of his understanding and acceptance of their little secret. Quickly, the elder has been waiting for us at the city gate for quite some time. Without giving the two a moment to react, Xiaoyu seized their belongings and dashed ahead. After exchanging a glance, the two women hurriedly followed in his wake. Before the towering gates of the Soulmaster city, as dawn broke, a resolute figure was pushing the limits of endurance. Sweat poured down like rain. Each extension of his arms seemed to converse with the earth beneath him. On his back rested a burdensome weight of 500 pounds, a specially crafted load that bent his spine slightly, but could not diminish the conviction in his heart. 1982. 1983. Each number erupted from his clenched lips, accompanied by heavy breaths, akin to the beating of war drums, both invigorating and tormenting him. The air around him seemed to thicken, leaving only the sound of his strenuous efforts echoing across the desolate expanse before the spirit city. Kai sat serenely on a nearby stone, his gaze a blend of sternness and anticipation. His words, though delivered casually, struck like a hammer upon Yan's heart. Should one person be late, the entire team shall face the consequences. Remember, you are comrades fighting side by side. Each ounce of your effort is the finest commitment to the team. Add another 1,000. Let me witness your determination. Yan's cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a phoenix amidst flames, with each breath accompanied by the fierce rise and fall of his chest. Yet, he did not relent. Instead, the fire in his eyes blazed even more fervently. Yes, I, Yan, shall never disappoint my teammates. 1999. He roared, as if channeling all his fatigue and resentment into the strength of this final effort. Chapter 47. Tang Ritian's Escape. The crisis of the Li clan. After completing nearly 5,000 push-ups, Yin felt as though all his strength had been drained. His body weakly sprawled on the ground. Sweat and dirt intertwined, painting a portrait of resilience and exhaustion. At this moment, Xiaoyu hurriedly arrived with Hulayina and Zhu Xing, their footsteps resonating heavily in the silence. The gazes of Hulayina and Zhu Xuqing met, each reading an unspoken sense of guilt and unease reflected in the other's eyes. The punishment indirectly caused by their tardiness weighed heavily on their hearts like a massive stone. Yan's weary figure silently accused them of their sin of lateness. Since they had all arrived, it was time to set off for Hurricane Canyon. Yet Yan felt like a leaf battered by a storm, placed within the carriage by Kai. It was a silent gesture of care, a recognition of Yan's determination and perseverance. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu, Hulayina, and Zhu Xuqing had no choice but to run closely behind the slowly moving carriage. Kai sat firmly atop his steed, the slender whip in his hand falling powerfully upon the horse's robust body, each swing seeming to dance with the wind, exuding an undeniable authority. Keep up, or you'll go hungry tonight, he spoke in a deep and commanding tone, echoing across the wilderness like an ancient battle hymn, both inspiring and warning every follower. With that, Kai gently pulled the reins, and the horse seemed to respond to its master's will, galloping swiftly, creating an insurmountable distance between the carriage and the trio, Xiaoyu, Hulayina, and Zhu Xuqing. Their figures gradually blurred amidst the swirling dust, yet their indomitable will shone brightly under the blazing sun. The trio's spiritual power had long been sealed by Kai, leaving them with no choice but to rely on their physical strength as they raced against fatigue and despair. Time flew by, and before long, it was past noon, the scorching sun hanging high, baking the earth until it was blistering hot. At last, Kai reined in the horse, allowing the weary animal to catch its breath, and the carriage came to a gentle halt in this tranquil spot embraced by sunlight. Having rested, Yin crawled out of the carriage, quickly starting a fire and placing some raw meat upon the grill to cook. Kai, is it really all right for us not to wait for them? Yin hesitated, feeling a twinge of guilt at the thought of secretly eating. Kai, slightly irritated, gave Yin a light tap on the head. If you think it's so wrong, why don't you run back and help them? At this, Yin fell silent, sitting beside the fire, focused intently on roasting the meat. After half an hour had passed, Kai finally spotted 3 figures supporting one another in the distance. The trio was utterly exhausted, panting heavily, their clothes soaked with sweat clinging to their bodies. Xiaoyu took out a rope and tied it around Hulayina and Zhu Xing to prevent them from falling behind. As the captain of the Golden Generation, Xiaoyu fulfilled his responsibilities admirably. Nana, Zhu Xing, just hold on a little longer, we're almost there. The other end of the rope was also tied to the waist of Hulayina and Zhu Xuqing. although Xiaoyu was already quite fatigued. He chose to pull the two forward. Even without soul power, Zhu Zhuqing, who had undergone rigorous training since childhood, exhibited strength comparable to Xiaoyu's. The slow progression of events led to the omission of the training segment at the Hurricane Canyon, allowing us to directly delve into the main storyline. Throughout the arduous 2.5 years, Hurricane Canyon bore witness to the miraculous transformation of the four from Na'vi youth to formidable warriors. Xiaoyu's soul power had reached level 60, Hulaina 59, Yin 58, and Zhu Zhuqing 52. Each ascendant soul power was a testament to their intertwined sweat and tears, embodying the essence of their relentless dedication. As the four finally boarded the carriage back to the Spirit Hall, the air seemed to linger with the tenacity and resilience of Hurricane Canyon. Hulaina, once a girl with a radiant smile, now appeared unusually weary. She unconsciously rested her head gently on Kai's knee. Her voice tinged with a mix of playfulness and resignation. "Brother Kai, does Sister Shuero know of your strictness towards us?" Her words conveyed both a reflection on their past hardships and gratitude for Kai's profound care. Outside the carriage, the scenery whizzed by, while inside, this rare warmth and tranquility enveloped the journey in a soft glow. The sound of hooves echoed urgently, and as they sped swiftly, the outline of Spirit City gradually came into view, crossed in just 2 days over myriad mountains and waters. Upon entering the city gates, Hulaina could hardly contain her eagerness. She grasped Zhu Zhuqing's hand, akin to a bird returning to its nest, swiftly weaving through the bustling streets towards their abode. As the door creaked open, a wave of warmth greeted them. They exchanged a knowing smile before stepping inside, relishing the long-awaited moments of bathing that washed away the dust and fatigue of travel. "Teacher Kai, it seems we must take our leave," Xiaoyu and Yin expressed as they prepared to return to the Spirit Hall to register their current soul powers, while Kai opted to meet Bibi Dong. Inside the hall, tranquility and solemnity prevailed, with Bibi Dong seated regally upon her throne, her figure radiating brilliance amidst the interplay of light and shadow. The moment Kai pushed the door open, she seemed to tremble slightly, a fleeting motion that went unnoticed by all. At that instant, the focus of the entire hall rested solely upon Kai. He stepped forward, each stride resonating with his unique rhythm and strength, harmonizing with the surrounding gravitas. His words drew the attention of others back to him. After respectfully bowing to Bibi Dong, the others departed the Pope's hall in an orderly fashion. "What do you think? I have added a 20-year-old Soul Emperor to the Golden Generation." Kai's proclamation momentarily left Bibi Dong in a state of astonishment. "What?" Bibi Dong rose abruptly, stunned by the revelation, as the notion of a 20-year-old Soul Emperor was unprecedented on the continent. "Indeed, as you have surmised, Shiyue has ascended beyond level 60, and with but a 6th soul ring, he will attain the rank of Soul Emperor," Kai said with an air of charm. "And what of your holiness, the Pope? What will the stakes be should I emerge victorious?" Bibi Dong slowly resumed her seat upon the throne, her demeanor betraying an unmistakable shock. As tumultuous emotions surged within her like a roiling sea, each rise and fall laden with disbelief. Her fingers interlaced tightly, the knuckles paling under the strain. As if even her fingertips were whispering the tremors of her heart, she parted her crimson lips, gently biting her lower lip. Her countenance a tapestry of resolve intertwined with resignation, ultimately culminating in a long, heavy sigh that drifted languidly into the air. "Very well, I have come to understand. A promise made must be honored." Her voice, though soft, resonated with an undeniable conviction. Upon hearing this, Kai's lips curled into a subtle, serene smile. As though all was anticipated, he turned to depart, his steps imbued with a nonchalant grace that seemed to transcend the mundane. "Hold on," Bibi Dong's voice suddenly pierced the air, tinged with a barely perceptible urgency and curiosity. "How is it that within this brief span of 2.5 years, you have enabled Shiyue to progress so remarkably, traversing a gap of 8 levels that most would find insurmountable?" Her eyes sparkled with a thirst for knowledge, a curiosity that even her exalted position could not wholly suppress. In response to Bibi Dong's inquiry, Kai paused but did not immediately reply, leaving behind a meaningful silhouette as he pondered how to convey his answer in a manner that was neither ostentatious nor dismissive of her curiosity. Ultimately, he turned back slowly, his voice deep and resonant. "Some matters require the confluence of opportune timing, favorable circumstances, and harmonious efforts, coupled with relentless diligence and unwavering belief. Shiyue's achievements stand as a testament to his own endeavors, as well as the turning of the wheel of fate." With that, Kai resumed his stride, casting a profound figure as he departed. as he crossed the imposing threshold of the Pope's hall. A guard clad in resplendent golden armor rushed towards him like a bolt of lightning, urgency palpable in his approach. Leaning close to Kai's ear, he whispered a few critical pieces of information, audible only to the two of them, before vanishing swiftly into the night, leaving only the echo of hurried footsteps in the vast square. What? That scoundrel Tang Hao has escaped right beneath our noses. The urgency of the situation brooked no delay. Kai sprang into action, moving with the agility of a cheetah as he left the brilliantly illuminated heart of Wuhuan City. Heading straight for the enforcement station, in the shroud of night, his silhouette raced against the wind, each step exuding an unmistakable resolve and strength. Upon reaching the enforcement hall, once a bastion of authority and order, he was met with a shocking sight. The former grandeur, resplendent in gold and majesty, had now crumbled into ruins. Amidst the shattered walls and remnants of its past glory lay desolation and despair. The guards who should have stood vigilant had long since lost their vitality. Sprawled lifelessly on the ground, silently recounting the ferocity of the battles that had transpired here. Kai's fists were tightly clenched, veins bulging, seemingly embodying all his fury and resentment. With a sudden burst of strength, he struck a nearby crumbling pillar, producing a resounding crash as the stone shattered, dust swirling in the air. Just as Kai's rage surged like a tempest, threatening to breach the dam of his reason, a faint yet resilient sound emerged from the crevices of the ravaged ruins. Akin to a glimmer of light piercing through the gloom of despair, the figure that appeared resembled a warrior in adversity, undeterred by the scattered debris and dust. Inching forward with indomitable will, ultimately liberating itself from the shackles of destruction, reminiscent of a phoenix reborn from ashes. Upon witnessing this, Kai felt an inexplicable emotion replace his fury. He hurried forward, extending his strong hand to gently lift the traveler who had just emerged from the brink, as if rescuing a soul on the verge of drowning. "Senator Brooks, I humbly greet you, esteemed Lord." Brooks's voice, though as delicate as a whisper, resonated with unmistakable respect and remorse. In that moment of re-emerging into the light, the foremost thoughts flooding his mind were profound reflection and repentance for past transgressions. "Brooks, I recall you as the lord of this hall. What has transpired here?" Kai inquired urgently. "My lord, approximately 3 days ago, one of the 4 elemental clans, the Strength Clan, learned of Tang Hao's imprisonment here, and thus, this place was besieged. The leader was a soul master with the martial spirit of a mighty gorilla." Brooks divulged all he knew. The Strength Clan. Indeed, that makes sense, Kai mused, as his doubts dissipated upon learning they had rescued Tang Hao. The entire Douluo continent was aware that the Strength Clan was a steadfast ally of Tang Hao. Whenever there was news of him, the Strength Clan would dare to confront the Spirit Hall, even at the risk of incurring their wrath. Investigate the current stronghold of the Strength Clan and ascertain which academy their third-generation disciples are attending. Conduct a thorough inquiry, Kai commanded before turning to depart. Since the Strength Clan had chosen to publicly oppose the Spirit Hall, they must be prepared to face the consequences of their defiance. 3 days later, within the Tiando Imperial City, the residence of the Titan clan was solemn and ancient, sunlight filtering through the trees, casting dappled shadows on the cobblestone path, reflecting the weight of time. Amidst this tranquility, the sound of hurried footsteps shattered the surrounding peace. "Patriarch, the situation is urgent." A clan member rushed in, his expression frantic, as if bearing news of an impending storm, colliding directly with Titan. Titan furrowed his brows, instinctively lowering his voice, filled with respect for the tranquility of the room. "What is so pressing? Do not disturb our esteemed guest." With that, he led the agitated disciple into the grand hall, where flickering candlelight illuminated Titan's composed countenance. He slowly took his seat at the head of the table, his gaze piercing and imbued with an aura of authority that demanded respect without the need for anger. He inquired, "What has transpired to render you so discomposed?" The disciple took a deep breath, striving to steady his breath, which was slightly ragged from running, and then urgently reported, "Respected clan leader, I have come across a piece of news in the city market that pertains to the safety of our clan. Hence I have come to inform you." Upon hearing this, Titan narrowed his eyes slightly, a grave expression slowly creeping onto his brow. He understood that the disciple would not be so agitated without just cause. Thus, he spoke in a low but firm voice, "Speak in detail, and leave nothing out." "Clan leader, it is dire news. Half a month ago, a merchant placed an order for 500 tons of refined iron with us. Yet today he refuses to pay the remaining balance. Moreover, many trading associations have chosen to suspend cooperation with our clan. Should this situation continue to develop unchecked, Our clan may face bankruptcy. The disciple conveyed the entirety of the situation in one breath. What? With a resounding crash, Titan smashed his palm onto the stone table before him, shattering it into pieces. Is this news veritable? Titan asked with urgency. He was acutely aware of the precarious state of the entire clan. Their livelihood depended primarily on iron forging. If they were to lose these merchants, it was likely that the clan would face ruin in an instant. Chapter 48. By Qinxiang joins Shrek. In this chapter, a new character will make an appearance. A promise I made to a reader to incorporate a role for them in the narrative. I kindly ask my esteemed readers for their understanding, and rest assured, this new character will undoubtedly belong to the protagonist's faction, and must thoroughly torment Tang San. In Tiando City, at the Blue Tyrant Academy, which is now to be referred to as Shrek Academy, a vast crowd had already gathered before the imposing gates as dawn broke. Grandfather, is this truly the Shrek Academy you spoke of? A young girl asked inquisitively, her silver twin tail shimmering softly in the sunlight. Her delicate features resembled a snow lotus in bloom, radiating curiosity and admiration as she turned to the elder beside her. The elder was Bai He, the current clan leader of the Min family, a soul Douluo of unfathomable strength. Time had etched its marks upon his face, yet his sharp eyes still gleamed with extraordinary brilliance. He gently stroked his meticulously groomed white beard, speaking with a warm yet resolute tone. Indeed, this is the place mentioned by the old gorilla. As the grandfather and granddaughter conversed, a robust student emerged from deep within the academy, his formidable presence contrasting starkly with the delicate surroundings. His appearance instantly captivated the attention of the crowd, and upon locking eyes with Bai He, a subtle yet unmistakable respect flickered across his rugged visage. "Bai uncle," Tai Long exclaimed excitedly, waving towards Bai He. As Tai Long stepped into view, an unexpected delight illuminated Bai He's face, akin to encountering a long-lost miracle amidst the passage of time. He slowly approached Tai Long, affectionately patting the now muscular shoulder of the young man with a tone filled with nostalgia. "Tai Long, it has been many years. You have grown so much." Hearing this, Tai Long felt a warm blush creep onto his cheeks as he shyly scratched his head and chuckled. "Hee, Bai He uncle, you've traveled a long way. Grandfather specifically instructed me to welcome you." At this moment, Bai Qinxiang, standing nearby, her eyes alight with recognition, gracefully stepped forward, her voice as melodious as a clear spring. "Brother Tai Long, it has been a while. I hope you have been well." Her demeanor exuded the poise and elegance befitting a well-bred lady, transforming even the simplest greeting into a refreshing breeze that dispelled the surrounding dust. Tai Long's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the enchanting maiden who had suddenly appeared. Bai Qinxiang's beauty was understated yet captivating, standing there like the gentlest breeze of spring, softly caressing the heart and leaving behind an indescribable fragrance. In the sunset forest, "Teacher Zhao, please ensure you intercept that dazzling magical tiger." Tang San's voice conveyed an undeniable urgency, his fists clenched tightly, a faint azure glow swirling within his palms. At that moment, the blue-silver grass coiled around a massive cavernous magical spider like a sinuous serpent, binding it securely. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Wuji's eyes flickered with a grave intensity. In an instant, his body soared into the air like a mountain, accompanied by a thunderous roar. His colossal hand, capable of shaking the very earth, struck down with the force of an avalanche upon the oncoming, roaring striped demon tiger, creating a resounding explosion that reverberated through the air. Yet, at that critical moment, the subterranean magic spider beneath Tang San sensed the imminent threat to its life and erupted into unprecedented struggles. Its 8 slender legs flailed wildly, generating such force that it hurled Tang San's entire body into the air, resembling a kite severed from its string, tracing a breathtaking arc against the backdrop of the setting sun. In midair, Tang San expanded his form slightly, drawing upon his remarkable adaptability and exquisite perception of the wind's currents. He swiftly adjusted his posture. The blue-silver grass seemed to possess a spirit of its own, dancing gracefully around him, not only slowing his descent, but also using the surrounding trees as leverage to absorb the impact, allowing him to land lightly and showcase the extraordinary skill and wisdom characteristic of a disciple of the Tang sect. Partners, retreat to the poison formation. The toxins there can temporarily suppress the soul beasts. Tang San shouted anxiously. The echoes of his urgent yet resolute call resonated in the ears of his companions. Without the need for further words, a mere exchange of glances sparked a tacit understanding, and they executed a strategy of fighting while retreating, each step imbued with undeniable determination and cunning. "Little San, the poison from the senior Douluo won't last long. Before it dissipates, you must select your fourth soul ring. Yu Xiaojing's voice pierced through the chaos of battle, laced with an undeniable urgency. Tang San's gaze pierced through the swirling toxic mist, scanning the soul beasts that hesitated in fear of the poison. Ultimately, his focus, sharp as a hawk's, settled firmly upon the immense and fearsome subterranean magic spider. The creature seemed to sense his scrutiny, a flash of ferocity igniting in its eyes, yet it could not conceal the pride of its formidable existence. Just as Tang San was about to speak, the atmosphere abruptly shifted. The temperature around them plummeted, as if gripped by an invisible hand, and an overwhelming chill swept through the air. Following this, a sharp, elongated sound of something slicing through the void echoed from the horizon, heralding the swift approach of an unknown and powerful entity. In a fleeting moment, a piercing cold light tore through the heavens, resembling a galaxy cascading from the sky. A crystalline ice sword, imbued with boundless frost, descended with precision, striking the heart of the congregation, causing the earth to tremble. This blow not only pierced the cloud cover, but seemed to freeze the very temperature of the air itself. The already frigid atmosphere now bore an even more bone-chilling cold. Ning Rongrong gently parted her lips, her fingertips delicately catching a slowly descending snowflake. Its translucent beauty caused her to widen her eyes in disbelief, shimmering with a glint of incredulity. "It's snowing." Her voice, as faint as a whisper, rang clear amidst the tranquil yet grand spectacle, echoing like nature's softest reply. Before her words could fade, a magnificent panorama unfolded in the skies as snowflakes, resembling goose feathers, cascaded gracefully from the ethereal void, adorning the entire world in a splendid shroud of silver. The sudden and fierce snowstorm not only brought a visual spectacle but also enveloped the surrounding spirit beasts in an unprecedented chill, prompting them to emit anxious howls before scattering in search of a warm refuge. At the heart of this tempest stood the ice sword, which seemed to have awakened the very winds and snowflakes, swirling around it in a frenzied dance, forming magnificent and enigmatic ice tornadoes. In the blink of an eye, these ice tornadoes transformed into vast, boundless waves of energy, gracefully rippling outward like the dawn-dispelling morning mist. On this land, caressed by the cold, stood rows of ice swords, while beside them stood a man with hair as white as snow and garments flowing elegantly, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. Untouched by the mundane world, he exuded an aura of transcendent grace that inspired an involuntary sense of reverence, as if one might feel compelled to kneel in homage. Nangong Dichen slowly lifted his eyelids, revealing deep azure eyes akin to the abyss of the sea beneath a blanket of freshly fallen snow, quietly surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. Initially, his gaze held an emptiness of serene tranquility, which soon blossomed into a subtle hint of bewilderment, much like the first light of dawn breaking through the mist. "Where's this?" His voice was deep and frosty, devoid of any emotional turbulence, as though this inquiry was merely a routine acknowledgement of the desolate space around him. He maintained an ineffable sense of detachment and nonchalance toward everything in his vicinity. At the moment Nangong Dichen solidified his form in the air, those ice swords, once densely scattered like cold stars embedded in the earth, miraculously began to dissolve one by one, fading into nothingness, leaving only a lingering chill in the air. Just as he was about to gracefully turn and depart, Lu Erlong, unable to contain her fiery temperament, approached with determined steps, pressing closer until her hand firmly rested upon Nangong Dichen's shoulder, as if to condense all her dissatisfaction and defiance into that singular touch. "Halt! You have disrupted our plans. How can you leave so easily?" Lu Erlong's voice was interwoven with anger and inquiry, resonating with an undeniable force. Nearby, Ma Hongjun stealthily leaned closer to Daimu Bai, a playful smirk gracing his lips as he whispered, "Boss Dai, take a look at this one. In terms of appearance, she might not pale in comparison to you." At these words, the atmosphere seemed to thrum with a subtle tension, acknowledging Nangong Dichen's remarkable presence while teasing Daimu Bai's usual charm. Nangong Dichen gently tilted his head, and within his crystalline gaze, a veil of mist obscured any discernible stirrings of emotion. This scene, akin to a stone cast upon a tranquil lake, quietly stirred ripples of anger within Lu Erlong's heart. With a slight retreat, her demeanor shifted dramatically, her third spirit ring igniting with brilliance, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, heralding the awakening of her wrath. Third spirit skill, Thunder of Fury. Upon concluding her words, she gathered within her hands a sphere imbued with the dual forces of thunder and flame, an orb that seemed to encapsulate the wrath of heaven and earth. With great effort, Lu Erlong hurled the sphere towards the direction of Nangong Dichin. In an instant, thunder roared and flames danced wildly. The two forces clashed violently in the air, erupting into a dazzling brilliance that illuminated the surroundings as if it were broad daylight. In this resplendent display, Nangong Dichin's figure appeared remarkably resolute. Rather than succumbing to fear, he adopted a demeanor of calm composure, slowly bending down to deftly retrieve an inconspicuous object from the ground, where dust and light intertwined. His movement exuded an ineffable air of nonchalance and confidence. The tempestuous energy ball of thunder and fire, in that splendid yet perilous moment, was effortlessly brushed aside by the seemingly ordinary branch in Nangong's hand, disintegrating into countless fragments like morning mist meeting the dawn, vanishing silently into the air. A strange red glimmer abruptly surged within the depths of his azure eyes, reminiscent of flames concealed in the deep sea, heralding the arrival of a storm. Subsequently, the 7 soul rings encircling him sparkled like stars, slowly revolving, each ring harboring unfathomable power and mystery. As his deep, resolute voice resonated, he declared. First soul skill, Frosty 9 Slashes. The branch in his grasp appeared to be imbued with life, transforming into an unparalleled frosty blade that was unleashed with blinding speed, sending 9 crystalline sword lights slicing through the air, imbued with a chilling intensity and unwavering resolve, aimed straight towards the heavens. Witnessing this, Lu Erlong furrowed her brows, her eyes ablaze with fury. Unwilling to relent, her soul power surged within her, and she roared, 5th soul skill, Fiery Ascent. Upon uttering this, the air around her ignited as a torrential vortex of searing flames rapidly coalesced, enveloping her entirely. Within this fiery whirlpool, the echoes of dragons and tigers reverberated, exuding an aura of boundless majesty and destructive force, vowing to reduce all obstacles to ashes. At that moment, it appeared as though the heavens and earth had been cleaved into 2 realms, one side with Nangong's frosty 9 slashes, cold and sharp, the other with Lu Erlong's blazing flames, fervent and tempestuous. The fiery vortex surged forth like an enraged dragon, swiftly engulfing the 9 fierce sword lights into oblivion, the fire illuminating the sky as if it could incinerate all in existence. However, just as the crowd held their breath, anticipating the unstoppable flames to dissolve the icy onslaught and turn the tide of battle, a shadowy figure emerged defiantly from the raging inferno. Cutting through the air, it was Lu Erlong. She resembled a leaf tossed about by a tempest, her form crashing awkwardly against an ancient tree, causing its trunk to tremble and leaves to scatter. The moment she hit the ground, a crimson hue escaped from the corner of her mouth, starkly contrasting with her current resilience. Her already profound and beautiful eyes widened in astonishment and defiance, shimmering with an undying spirit. Clad in a black, form-fitting leather outfit, she struggled valiantly amidst the intertwining flames and sword lights, now tattered and torn, revealing countless jagged wounds akin to battle scars, inadvertently exposing the pure, snow-like hue of her skin beneath. At this moment, Lu Erlong was oblivious to her own injuries, having sensed the overwhelming power of the 9 sword blades that had erupted in the fiery vortex. Meanwhile, Nangong took a step forward, prompting Zhao Wuji to instinctively position himself protectively in front of Lu Erlong. Who are you, esteemed elder? Why have you chosen to act against us? Zhao Wuji, aware of his inferior strength compared to his opponent, humbly lowered his stance. Nangong tilted his head, clearly puzzled by Zhao Wuji's words. If memory serves me right, it was this lady who initiated the conflict, he remarked, gesturing with the branch in his hand towards Lu Erlong. Upon hearing herself referred to as lady, Lu Erlong nearly lost her breath in disbelief. At that moment, Zhao Wuji's cold sweat crystallized into ice shards, betraying his anxiety. Flander was injured. Lu Erlong was wounded as well, and he himself bore internal injuries from a severed arm sustained a few years prior. As for Shiyu, the situation was even more dire. Chapter 49. The Golden Sacred Dragon vs. Nangong Dichin. Chinexion's rescue. Nangong gently lifted his foot and took a steady and resolute step forward. At that moment, the air seemed to tremble in response. Ning Rongrong's eyes keenly captured this detail. The man stood barefoot, embodying an unruly and transcendent aura that was inadvertently revealed. Erlong, you. Flender's voice was laced with unmistakable concern, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Erlong as nearly ashen face. In the recent fiery tempest, Lu Erlong had withstood the initial 3 ferocious strikes through her indomitable will and exceptional strength, while the subsequent 6 strikes were borne by her flesh and blood. The hardships and anguish she endured were beyond imagination. Amidst this tense and grave atmosphere, Tang San, who had been standing quietly to the side, finally moved. Once positioned, he faced Nangong, raised his hand slightly, and performed a gesture that was both respectful and dignified, his voice gentle yet resolute. "Senior, please hold your ground for a moment. I have something to say." Tang San's words momentarily halted Nangong's steps. Nangong narrowed his eyes slightly, showing a hint of disdain towards this utterly oblivious individual before him. "I believe there must be some misunderstanding between us, Senior. How about I take this opportunity to learn from your esteemed skills? If I prevail, I kindly ask you not to trouble others." Tang San spoke with an unwavering composure. A crisp sound shattered the surrounding stillness. Just as Tang San's words lingered in the air, a resounding slap struck his cheek like thunder, the force of it causing the very atmosphere to quiver. Nangong's voice, deep and resonant, gradually emerged, imbued with an undeniable authority. "What are you to negotiate terms with me?" His gaze never settled on Tang San, and the sensation of being overlooked pierced Tang San's heart like a sharp blade, leaving behind a profound sense of humiliation and resentment. This man has chosen his path to demise, Tang San mused inwardly. Yet, his countenance remained as tranquil as a serene lake, unruffled as if everything that had just transpired was merely a fleeting breeze. This restraint and depth of character elicited silent admiration. Nangong lightly waved the wooden staff in his hand. This seemingly casual motion stirred the surrounding air, an invisible force accompanied by waves of energy erupted around him, instantly propelling Tang San, Xiaowu, Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ning Rorong away. Such arrogance! Zhao Wujin, witnessing the plight of his beloved disciples being swept away by the tempest, felt a surge of fury rising within him, no longer able to contain it. His aura swelled, the seventh spirit rings shimmering like stars, gradually merging into his body, igniting a perfect resonance of spirit and power. With a low and resolute chant, Zhao Wujin underwent a remarkable transformation. Every inch of his skin seemed to harbor the stability of mountains and the surge of rivers. His muscles, under the enhancement of his true martial spirit, were like forged iron, each taut to the utmost, containing explosive power capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. "Old Zhao, this cannot be," Dean Flander exclaimed, his heart racing as he attempted to intervene. Yet, Zhao Wujia's figure shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, unstoppable in its momentum. Lu Erlong, summoning her frail strength, gradually rose, her gaze shimmering with resolve. "Big Brother Flander, since teacher Zhao has stepped forward, how can we remain idle? It is time for us to fight side by side." Though her voice was slightly hoarse, it resonated with an undeniable power. Three radiant streams of golden energy intricately bound Flander, Lu Erlong, and Yu Xiaojiang together, forming a dazzling golden triangle, akin to the most unbreakable covenant between heaven and earth, sealing their indissoluble bond. As a deafening roar of soul power surged forth, the three appeared as awakened gods of war from ancient legends, their internal soul energy surging like a torrent, uncontrollably erupting as they chanted a soul-stirring incantation. The sun and moon shine brightly, golden transformation. Soon, a triangular formation forged from pure golden light began to rise, enveloping the trio with divine protection. The intensity of the radiance seemed capable of piercing through all illusions, illuminating their most steadfast beliefs and resolutions. "Luo Sanpao," Yu Xiaojiang whispered urgently. In an instant, the seemingly ordinary Luo Sanpao began to levitate slowly, surrounded by an unprecedented golden glow. This brilliance surged into Luo Sanpao's being as if guided by an invisible hand, each ray of light imbuing it with newfound life and vigor. Before long, a miraculous transformation occurred. Luo Sanpao was no longer the endearingly clumsy piglet, but a majestic golden dragon, resplendent and soaring through the luminescent realm. At that moment, Zhao Wujia's body bore the marks of the unassuming branch in Nangong's hand, leaving gashes that bled profusely, staining his garments and adding a touch of tragic heroism. He gritted his teeth, seething with rage, yet realized that his opponent's calm demeanor suggested a lack of full commitment, an underestimation that stung deeply. "Humph, could you show me a modicum of respect in our duel, Senior?" Zhao Wujia's words were laced with barely concealed indignation, each syllable a blade attempting to pierce the veil of disdain. Nangong tilted his head slightly, evidently puzzled by Zhao Wujia's assertion. "Apologies, but I possess no sword weaker than this," he replied with a shrug, nonchalantly raising the branch in his hand. "Old Zhao, safeguard the little monsters. Let us engage him." The golden dragon, like a lightning bolt cleaving the sky, exuded an overwhelming aura, heralding its arrival, each scale gleaming with formidable brilliance. It let out a thunderous roar, imbued with boundless fury and majesty, shaking the very void, as if it aimed to engulf all challengers in an inferno of relentless flames. Seeing this, Nangong remained unperturbed, his heart as still as water. Raising his hand slightly as he intoned, second soul skill, Shimming Mirror. As the last echoes of his voice faded, the temperature around plummeted sharply, and the wind and snow seemed to respond to his call, swirling and gathering swiftly in his palm, spinning and condensing until it took the form of a crystalline, spiraling shield of ice. The immense body of the golden sacred dragon showed no hesitation, its tail, capable of shaking mountains, lashed out towards the position of Nangong with cataclysmic force. Cracks spread across the ice shield like a spider's web, yet were instantaneously filled by new frost, demonstrating astonishing resilience. Nangong's brow furrowed slightly as he felt the formidable power rebounding from the ice shield, though it did not injure him in the slightest. It deepened his understanding of the golden sacred dragon's might. He shifted his stance, using the force to redirect himself, propelling backward. The golden sacred dragon let out a thunderous roar that resonated through the heavens, as if it could shake the very firmament, and without pause. It relentlessly pursued the fleeting shadow of Nangong. However, at that critical moment, the golden sacred dragon seemed ensnared by an invisible force, its speed dramatically reduced, akin to a meteor encountering headwinds in the night sky, appearing powerless. In the sky, the previously silent snowflakes seemed to heed some ethereal summons, once again fluttering down, enveloping the world in a shroud of silver. This sudden snowfall not only obscured vision, but also added an air of mystery and imminent danger. Sixth soul skill, Absolute Zero. A deep, authoritative voice resonated from the darkest depths of the forest, akin to an ancient incantation, piercing through the wind and snow, indelibly marking the hearts of all present. Even with hands tightly clasped over their ears, no one could escape the chilling shock that gripped their souls. As the words fell, a blade of ice, potent enough to freeze all in its path, materialized out of thin air, slicing through the sky with a bone-chilling coldness and destructive power. Aimed directly at the imposing form of the golden sacred dragon. Where the blade passed, the air seemed to freeze, leaving behind visible trails of frigid energy. A testament to the extraordinary and terrifying nature of the strike. Not good, exclaimed Dean Flander, a chill running through him. He attempted to maneuver the golden sacred dragon out of harm's way, only to find its speed diminished by 80%, with no option for evasion. He resolved to face it head-on. In an instant, the golden sacred dragon summoned the vast reservoir of its holy power, weaving a resplendent dragon armor that gleamed brilliantly. The golden scales resembling stars, tightly embracing its noble form as if donning an indomitable suit of battle armor. Subsequently, its razor-sharp claws, glinting with a cold light and radiating a devastating aura, accurately met the oncoming lethal sword light. At that moment, it seemed as though the world was reduced to the clash between dragon and sword, as tension and a sense of impending doom permeated the air. With a thunderous roar that deafened the surroundings, it was as though the heavens trembled and the stars dimmed in response. In this clash of power, the protective dragon scales encircling the golden sacred dragon were mercilessly sheared away, scattering through the air like autumn leaves, tragically beautiful and heroic. At that instant, the sacred dragon's form appeared alarmingly frail, its once impervious body now seeming transparent and ethereal, like mist in the morning light, ready to dissipate into nothingness at any moment. Evidently, this strike not only tore through its defenses but also inflicted an indescribable and profound injury upon it. As the wind and snow gradually subsided, everything around seemed to be gently smoothed by the tranquil embrace of winter. The ordinary branch in Nangong's hand underwent a remarkable transformation, morphing into a cerulean ice sword, its blade shimmering with a profound and piercing cold light, akin to the essence crystallized in the depths of a polar abyss. He moved with grace, stepping upon invisible winds and lingering snow mists. The 8 soul rings encircling him sparkled like stars, reminiscent of a cosmic whirlpool, swirling with an ancient and enigmatic power that elevated him to an ethereal realm. Nangong raised his gaze, the ice sword pointed towards the heavens, and gradually, he began to levitate, suspended in midair, emanating an aura of inviolable majesty, akin to a divine being descending from the ninth sky, surveying the land purified by the tempest. As his thoughts stirred, the 3rd and 5th soul rings burst forth in radiant brilliance, symbols of soul power condensed to its zenith, a declaration of his strength. 3rd soul skill, Heavenly Frost descends. Even as the words left his lips, the horizon seemed to be rent asunder by an unseen hand. In the profound silence, countless ice crystals coalesced from the void, transforming into sharp ice spires that descended with a bone-chilling coldness and destructive force, saturating the entire space with a delicate blue-white hue, beautiful yet fraught with a palpable sense of danger. Following this, the fifth soul skill, Cold Wind and Snow. With this whispered incantation, an even deeper and colder aura surged from within Nangong, intertwining with the heavenly frost descending. 8 ice tornadoes spiraled into existence, trapping the Golden Saint Dragon inescapably. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, an indescribable majesty surged forth from the depths of the void, accompanied by a deep, resonant voice that resembled celestial music, yet carried an undeniable authority. Sixth soul skill, all swords returned to the origin. In an instant, the sky appeared to be torn apart as tens of thousands of brilliant sword lights coalesced from nothingness, varying in length and sharpness, weaving together into a breathtaking tapestry of swords. This was not merely a display of skill, but a culmination of Qinshin's lifelong dedication and understanding of the sword path. The symphony of a myriad of swords resonated through the heavens. Simultaneously, Nangong's heavenly frost descending was poised for release. A realm of frost formed from the utmost cold, each icy breath harboring the power to freeze all things. The two forces clashed violently in the air, reminiscent of an ultimate confrontation between ice and fire. The shadows of swords and the frost brilliance intertwined, radiating light, as the very fabric of space seemed to tremble in that moment. Both forces were evenly matched. Yet beneath this seemingly balanced battlefield lay an unyielding oppressive force emanating from Qinshin. His sword was not only sharp, but also imbued with a profound understanding and relentless pursuit of the sword path. Each swing seemed to narrate the beliefs of the swordsman. Qinshin's form was agile, his 7 kills sword akin to a dragon emerging from the sea, every motion infused with a chilling sword intent, shattering the bone-chilling ice spikes that had not been intercepted in time. As the sword light flickered, the coldness dispersed, yet it could not approach him in the slightest. Nangong's equally displayed extraordinary prowess. Faced with a myriad of sword shadows, he maintained an air of composure, his longsword dancing gracefully in his grasp. Each strike precisely countered the onslaught, and as swords clashed, sparks flew, yet he exhibited not a trace of disarray. On the ground, Ning Rongrong's gaze fervently followed that familiar figure. When the sword master, Qinshin, appeared in her line of sight with a striking presence, her joy blossomed like flowers in the spring, unabashedly illuminating her face. "Grandfather sword," she exclaimed, unable to restrain the excitement and elation in her voice. However, at that moment, Qinshin's thoughts were entirely elsewhere. His gaze was profound, fixated on the extraordinarily gifted youth before him, and he marveled inwardly. At such a tender age, he has already stepped into the realm of Soul Douluo. This is indeed a rarity. This astonishment momentarily caused him to forget all else around him, including Ning Rongrong's hopeful gaze. Chapter 50. 7 Killing Sword versus Emperor Cold Sword. Dean Flander, please lead the students away swiftly. I shall take care of this, Qinshin. The swordmaster spoke in a grave tone. Upon hearing this, Dean Flander gently adjusted his somewhat heavy glasses perched on his nose, his gaze behind the lenses flickering with a blend of resolve and trust. He was acutely aware that the situation before them brooked no delay. Thus, he calmly waved his hand and addressed the students behind him, saying, "Children, we must evacuate at once. This place is entrusted to the Sword Douluo." His words resonated with undeniable authority, compelling the students to gather, albeit reluctantly, as they prepared to flee from the precarious battleground. At this moment, Qinshin, renowned as the continent's foremost attack Douluo, remained motionless, yet a chilling aura of sword intent enveloped him, firmly grasping the 7 killing sword. Its blade shimmered with a ghostly blue and frigid light, akin to the brightest cold star in the night sky. Suddenly, it sliced through the air, directing its strike towards Nangong. Faced with this unexpected onslaught, Nangong exhibited not an ounce of trepidation. Instead, her fighting spirit surged. With a flick of her wrist, the Emperor Cold Sword transformed into a streak of brilliance, its tip lightly touching the air to conjure a resplendent bloom of sword light. Not only breathtakingly beautiful, but imbued with unparalleled sword energy, colliding with Qinshin's 7 killing sword in a thunderous clash. The two swords met, unleashing a deafening roar that seemed to reverberate through the very fabric of space. Sword light scattered in all directions, and the mingling of cold and murderous intent wove an invisible net that enveloped the realm. Yet, Amidst this breathtaking duel, both combatants remained remarkably composed, their eyes reflecting mutual respect and an unwavering dedication to the art of the sword. This scene left the students present in awe, while distant observers felt the profound beauty and power of the swordsmanship displayed. As the two figures intertwined, they appeared as two unstoppable torrents colliding. Ripples of barely visible sword intent stirring in the air, each deeply sensing the potent sword essence radiating from the other. Fourth soul skill, sword god possession. Nangong intoned softly, her eyes ablaze with determination and fervor. In that moment, her form seemed to be suffused with an invisible force, surrounded by a faint silver glow. This singular amplification soul skill elevated her attributes by 20 for half an hour, allowing her to truly embody the legendary sword god. Her sword intent powerful enough to shake the heavens. Unyielding, Qinshin responded in kind, his fifth soul ring erupting into brilliance, akin to the brightest star in the night sky. Fifth soul skill, Awe of the Four Directions. As he pronounced the words with a deep and resonant voice, the surrounding air appeared to be torn asunder by this force, unleashing dozens of razor-sharp sword shadows from his being, each containing the might to cleave mountains and shatter stone. The two titans clashed once more, beneath the vast sky. The sword shadows intertwined, composing a magnificent tapestry of light and shadow. The sword beams danced like dragons, moving with wild abandon, each impact resonating with the tremors of mountains. Occasionally, blades would be drawn, slicing through the peaks with a fierce precision, showcasing the might of the heavens and the earth. Confronted by Nangong, who possesses merely 8 soul rings, Chen Xian, a formidable super Douluo at level 96, unexpectedly felt a considerable weight of pressure. As the battle reached its zenith, both combatants withdrew in unison, creating ample distance between them. In that moment, their 7 soul rings simultaneously radiated, akin to stars descending to the mortal realm, unleashing extraordinary power. True body of 7 kills, Chen Xian declared, his voice imbued with an undeniable majesty. As his words fell, an ethereal azure figure surged forth, wielding a colossal sword infused with the essence of countless slaughters, standing resolute in the void. This was the ultimate manifestation of his martial spirit, the true form of the 7 kills sword. True body of Emperor's Cold, Nangong, equally resolute, responded with a cool yet unwavering tone. Another azure figure materialized from nothingness, brandishing a heavy sword enveloped in a chilling aura, capable of freezing all that exists. This represented the ultimate profundity of his unique martial spirit, the perfect embodiment of the Emperor's Cold. The two humanoid phantoms illuminated the heavens with their azure radiance, their sword tips aligned, symbolizing not merely a clash of power, but a fervent confrontation of the beliefs and aspirations deeply embedded within the souls of these two swordsmen. As the sunset bled into the horizon, painting the sky in resplendent shades of orange-red, the two figures intertwined in unwavering combativeness amidst the twilight glow, until the last vestige of sunlight appeared to surrender wearily beneath the horizon, allowing them a brief moment to catch their breath. A look of fatigue subtly emerged on Nangong's face, reminiscent of the fragile ice forming on a winter lake, exuding a faint chill and an aura of perseverance. Meanwhile, Chen Xian, the sword Douluo, also exhibited labored breaths, each inhalation accompanied by heavy gasps. Suddenly, Nangong pointed his sword toward the heavens, his eyes shimmering with an indomitable light, and proclaimed, "Third soul skill, Frost of Heaven's Descent." At his utterance, the sky seemed to respond to his call, as countless ice spikes coalesced from the void, infused with biting cold and destructive power, descending like a tempest. Observing this, Chen Xian too raised his sword to the heavens, his gaze resolute and profound, softly murmuring, "All swords return to the origin." In an instant, the surrounding air appeared to be rent asunder by an unseen force, as myriad sword shadows converged from all directions, each embodying the quintessence of the sword Douluo's lifelong cultivation, their sharpness unmasked, aimed directly at the impending icy storm. At that moment, the ice spikes and sword shadows collided fiercely in midair, producing a deafening roar, as if the very will of heaven and earth were engaged in a tumultuous clash. With his profound soul power, Sword Douluo Chen Xian surprisingly gained the upper hand during this brief confrontation. The ice spikes, though fierce, could not withstand the brilliance of all swords returned to the origin, as each sword precisely dismantled the assault of the ice spikes, showcasing his extraordinary prowess as the pinnacle of swordsmanship in the contemporary era. Until the Frost of Heaven's Descent was utterly shattered, transforming into countless scintillating particles, Within this radiant disintegration, thousands of illusory sword shadows fell like cold stars. Surging toward Nangong in midair with a fierce momentum, intent on freezing all beneath this boundless chill. Nangong's expression remained tranquil as the Emperor's cold sword in his hand quivered gently, then transformed into a delicate flurry of wind and snow, dissipating imperceptibly into the world, leaving behind an elusive aura of coldness. Immediately, a miraculous transformation manifested upon his right arm, as three resplendent halos gradually emerged, resembling the marks of deities, solemn and enigmatic. At that moment, his eyes appeared like a profound cold pool illuminated by the morning light, radiating a dazzling blue glow. A clarity and majesty capable of penetrating the very soul. With a low exclamation from Nangong, Xianbing Longxiang, the heavens and earth seemed to resonate with the ancient roar of dragons, causing the void itself to tremble. Indeed, it is Xianbing Longxiang, the signature skill of my brother Dong. Since the soul skill of this character was previously established by me, I have preserved this skill, for there is no other reason than its sheer magnificence. Nangong then swept his long sleeves, and the winds and clouds shifted dramatically. A crystal-clear ice dragon suddenly coalesced from the void, soaring gracefully, exuding an extreme chill that devoured the ferocious sword shadows that lunged at it, transforming them into the frost that adorned its form, showcasing its unparalleled power. Chen Xian, witnessing this scene, felt his pupils constrict, overwhelmed by an unprecedented shock. He had never anticipated that Nangong harbored such astonishing power. This sudden counterattack completely overturned his understanding of the battle, subtly tilting the scales of fate. Standing atop the ice dragon, Nangong resembled a sovereign ruling over the realm, commanding the colossal icy beast with an air of invincibility, charging towards Chen Xian. With each roar and surge of the ice dragon, it left behind a continuous trail of crystalline ice, akin to a cascading galaxy, reflecting not only its supreme majesty but also weaving an invisible net of suffocating oppression. Its soul skill. After creating some distance once more, Chen Xian gradually closed his eyes, as if the entire world had frozen in that moment, leaving only him and the seven-killing sword intent merging into one. Immersed in the ancient and profound realm of swordsmanship, with the awakening of the seven-killing thunder, he struck with a sword that pierced the vastness. As Chen Xian concentrated, he brought his fingers together, the tips shimmering with a faint sword light, seemingly able to perceive the essence of all things. In that instant, the air appeared to be torn apart by an invisible force, as a blade of murderous intent shot forth from his fingertips, slicing through the air with a thunderous roar, aiming directly at the seemingly indestructible form of the ice dragon. Wherever the blade passed, the very fabric of space seemed to tremble, leaving behind an extraordinary sword scar. It was not merely an exhibition of power, but a profound interpretation and comprehension of the sword's ultimate truth by Chen Xian. At that moment, the fierce sword light appeared to be drawn by an unseen force, abruptly halting in midair, only to be devoured by the ascending ice dragon, which surged into the heavens. Enveloped in endless chill, the ice dragon's body, crystalline and transparent, resembled the purest dream of winter, but in the next instant, beneath the azure sky, it erupted in a breathtaking explosion. Ice shards and cold air intertwined, transforming into a hailstorm that mercilessly descended upon every inch of the verdant land of the setting sun forest, momentarily cloaking this lush world in a silver shroud. Seizing the opportunity, Nangong pursued, riding the ice dragon, advancing towards the back of Chen Xian's sword path with an unstoppable force. The eyes of the ice dragon shimmered with an ethereal blue light, its razor-sharp claws, forged from the coldest iron, ruthlessly lunged towards Qinshin's seemingly unguarded back. The air thick with an intense, lethal tension. At this critical moment, a faint blue shield materialized around Qinshin, reminiscent of the first rays of dawn glistening upon a tranquil lake, both gentle and resilient. The emergence of this shield was akin to the protective embrace of a divine guardian, gently cradling the impending fatal strike, rendering it incapable of breaching his defenses. Upon impact, the shield reverberated with the sound of cracking, prompting Qinshin to swiftly distance himself once more. Qinshin of the Sword Path. Surely you do not believe I possess only a single dragon, Nangong remarked calmly, as a radiant halo suddenly burst forth from his right arm. Dazzling like the brightest star descending to the mortal realm, coldness coalesced in the air, manifesting into 8 ice dragons that soared and spiraled, their roars echoing, while shards of ice sparkled, seemingly freezing the very atmosphere. Upon witnessing this, Qinshin's expression hardened like iron, sword energy swirling around him, as if time itself had momentarily halted. He recognized that the threat before him was not merely from the 8 ice dragons, but also a testament to Nangong's unfathomable strength. Taking a deep breath, his sword intent surged within, and with a delicate flick of his sword tip, he unleashed 8 blades imbued with lethal intent, each one striking with unparalleled precision towards the souls of the ice dragons. The interplay of sword light and ice dragons crafted a breathtaking tableau in the sky. However, at that critical juncture, Nangong's figure darted down from the head of the ice dragon, evading all the sword radiance with ghostly grace. The 8 sword energies have nearly exhausted your entire soul power. Prolonging this battle serves no purpose. How about we conclude with one final strike? Nangong inquired. Though his tone bore no hint of inquiry, faced with this proposition, Qinshin found himself without reason to refuse. The previous 8 sword energies, each carrying the might of his 8th soul skill, had nearly drained him of all his soul power. He was left with just enough energy for one final use of his 9th soul skill. With a serene closure of his eyelids, Qinshin's consciousness seemed to transcend the clamor of the mundane world, immersing itself in an endless expanse of azure depths. Surrounding him was no longer the familiar sunset forest, but rather a profound sword intent enveloping him in its gentle embrace, a force that not only astonished his senses, but also seemed to gently untangle the shackles of his cultivation, causing even his steadfast 97th level to ripple with subtle nuances. Amidst the fragrant cassia trees, the partridges cry under the coolness of the afternoon shade. The peaks of Yinping are sharply hewn, as the sword traverses the endless waters of the river Qinshin of the Sword Path. As these poetic lines resonated softly, the air itself seemed to solidify, and behind Qinshin, a spectral figure of divine and demonic essence quietly materialized. Nangong too gently closed his eyes, his spirit immersed in a tranquil abyss, until a delicate emotion, akin to morning dew caressing the surface of a pond, stirred waves of intricate ripples. In this vast realm sculpted by the essence of the sword, his consciousness drifted serenely, traversing the veil of time and space, once again encountering the woman who had inscribed his martial spirit with the sword as her quill. The imperial sword, unparalleled in its icy might, Nangong murmured softly, his voice imbued with the weight of mountains and rivers, yet akin to a gentle breeze, capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. With this soft utterance, it seemed that an ancient deity was awakened at the pinnacle of the sky. Delicate ripples quietly emerged between the clouds, as if an invisible hand had stirred the surface of a tranquil lake, swiftly spreading outward. In an instant, the once massive clouds appeared unable to withstand this force, dissolving into fragments to reveal the profound and mysterious azure beyond. Subsequently, a breathtaking spectacle unveiled itself before the onlookers. As a colossal sword gradually descended from the depths of the clouds, its immense presence seemingly capable of severing the firmament, its length stretching infinitely, exuding a chilling aura. With icy blue light shimmering, reflecting the purest coldness and resoluteness in the realm. To prevent any confusion, I shall clarify Nangong's background. He was raised in the far north, nurtured by both the Snow Sovereign and the Ice Emperor, thus it is entirely reasonable for him to possess the skills of the Snow Sovereign. The woman who appeared in the realm earlier should be identifiable by now, but rest assured, for the development of the main storyline, Nangong will not remain in the limelight for an extended period. Chapter 51, The Soul Master Competition, a conversation between 2 women as the smoke of battle dissipated. Jian Daochun Xin stood at the serene edge of the sunset forest. His upper garments had been torn to shreds in the tempest of conflict, resembling the remnants of a fierce battle, revealing a physique tempered by the passage of time, both firm and resilient. Upon reaching the outskirts of the forest, Chen Xian encountered several individuals, including Flandra. Ning Rongrong's enchanting eyes immediately caught sight of Chen Xian's extraordinary appearance, and her heart tightened as she hurried towards him. Grandpa Jian, are you all right? Her voice trembled slightly, filled with concern and urgency, as if she sought to penetrate Chen Xian's every subtle expression in search of reassurance. Chen Xian lowered his head, his gaze soft like the warm sun of spring. He gently placed his hand atop Ning Rongrong's head, an action imbued with affection and comfort. Do not worry, Rongrong. Grandpa Jian is fine. His words flowed like a gentle stream, gradually easing her worries into the ether. Flandra nodded gently, his eyes shimmering with reverence. He slowly turned to Jian Daochun Xin, his tone imbued with sincerity and respect. Senior Sword Douluo, who exactly was that mysterious figure? Upon hearing this, Chen Xian sighed softly. his gaze drifting towards the place of his fierce battle with Nangong, where remnants of sword energy and chill still lingered. I am uncertain, but I did not emerge victorious. At this revelation, a murmur of astonishment swept through the surroundings, shock evident on every face. The fact that even the esteemed sword Douluo could not claim victory left everyone in awe, igniting a deep sense of reverence and curiosity towards that unknown presence. Shin Xian then turned to Flandra, stating, "Dean Flandra, I must take Rongrong back to the sect at once. This matter is of great importance and requires reporting to the sect leader." His tone conveyed both concern for Rongrong's safety and a sense of responsibility towards the sect. At the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, as soon as Chun Xian returned, he wasted no time and hurriedly entered the sect leader's residence. His heart unsettled as he recounted the harrowing experiences from the Sunset Forest to Ningfengji. Inside the hall, amidst the interplay of light and shadow, a refined and elegant man sat in the leader's position. His handsome features resembled intricately carved jade, and in his hand, he held a silver scepter adorned with dazzling gems, exuding an air of nobility and distinction. This man was none other than Ningfengji, the current leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Uncle Jian, was that person truly beyond your means to confront? A hint of worry unconsciously crept into Ningfengji's brow, his voice tinged with disbelief. By this time, Chun Xian had changed into a neat and tidy outfit, radiating a sense of calm and determination that came from having endured the trials of battle. He pondered for a moment, his gaze profound. It is difficult to ascertain, yet the opponent's soul power was only level 82. I maintained my unbeaten status through the suppression of my own level 14 soul power. As he spoke, the atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly tense, as if the very air was laden with an indescribable urgency. Hearing this, Ningfengji narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a profound contemplation. Clearly, this sagacious sect master was weighing the significance of the information presented. I sensed that my soul power was on the verge of a breakthrough. Soon, I must enter seclusion to strive for the 97th rank. The upcoming Continental Senior Soul Master Academy competition in half a month may prevent me from accompanying you. Chun Xian remarked. We had made a pact that when he ascended to the rank of title Douluo, we would engage in another duel. Thus, I must endeavor to reach the 97th rank during this period. Before departing, the sword Douluo, Chun Xian, cast a glance back at Ningfengji. The battle in the Sunset Forest against Nangong had dimly touched upon the opportunity for his breakthrough to the 97th rank. Upon hearing this, the joy of Ningfengji was almost palpable. Very well, Sword Uncle, you may rest assured in your seclusion. I, along with Bone Uncle, shall attend the opening ceremony. Half a month later, today marks the commencement of the Continental Senior Soul Master Academy competition, held once every 5 years. This edition of the competition differs significantly from previous ones, as the guaranteed advancement mechanism for the two great empires and the Spirit Hall teams has been abolished. Every team must begin from the preliminary rounds, progressing step by step. In the Spirit Hall team's lounge, the 7 members were already prepared. The captain, Xiaoyu, possessed the martial spirit of Moonblade, and his soul power level was that of a 62nd rank assault-type Soul Emperor, with a soul ring configuration of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, and black. The team members included Hulaina, with the martial spirit of the five-tailed demon fox and a soul power level of 58. Classified as a control-type Soul King, her soul ring configuration was yellow, yellow, purple, black, and black. Next was Yin, whose martial spirit was the Flame Lord. Also at the 58th rank in the assault category, Zhu Zhuqing, wielding the martial spirit of the Nether Spirit Cat, held a soul power level of 54. Classified as a sensitive attack-type Soul King, with a configuration of yellow, purple, purple, black, and black. Sun Chuantao, possessing the martial spirit of the circular giant blade, was at the 48th rank in the assault category. Zhang Ping, with the martial spirit of the golden waist swallow, held a soul power level of 47. Also in the sensitive attack category. Finally, Su Yu, wielding the brilliant golden scepter, was a 46th rank auxiliary type soul sect, with a configuration of yellow, yellow, purple, purple. Historically, Soul Kings were a rare sight in Soul Master competitions, and at this moment, Xiaoyu had already attained the status of a Soul Emperor. The aura surrounding Xiaoyu and his companions radiated an undeniable confidence, as if the dawn of victory had already begun to illuminate them. Hulaina and Zhu Zhuqing frolicked nearby, their laughter intertwining like silver bells, creating the most delightful melody of youth, adding a touch of warmth to the tense preparations. Just as this light-hearted atmosphere enveloped the room, the door gently opened, and the figure of their leading mentor, Kai, quietly entered, firmly grasping a stack of battle schedules. Everyone, take a look. This is our opponent for the first match. Kai's voice was steady and powerful as he handed the battle schedules to each team member. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze, and everyone's heartbeat unconsciously quickened. Zhu Zhuqing accepted the competition list, her fingertips gliding gently over the cold paper until her gaze settled on the most inconspicuous corner. Wuhuan Academy Team versus Beast Academy. A faint smile curled at the corners of her lips, yet her eyes sparkled with a sharp brilliance. Beast Academy, she murmured softly, her tone imbued with both respect for her adversaries and an unwavering confidence in her own abilities. If I recall correctly, their ranks consist of merely one soul master as the pillar, with the rest being soul sages. This may serve as an exceptional stage for us to showcase our true strength. Kai gently caressed the top of Zhu Zhuqing's head, his tenderness infused with an undeniable resolve. His gaze swept over the 7 students before him. Their eyes shimmered with the same fervor, a thirst for victory and an unconditional trust in one another. Thus, our first battle shall be against Beast Academy. Their core consists of only a level 40 soul master, with the rest being soul sages. Such a configuration presents an excellent opportunity to test our individual strengths. Kai's words were steady and powerful, his gaze ultimately resting on Zhu Zhuqing, filled with recognition and anticipation of her prowess. Zhuqing, in this battle, you shall stand alone without teammates, yet you must not only win but also vanquish the opposition single-handedly. As these words left his lips, the surrounding air seemed to solidify. The other 6 turned to look at the lithe figure of the girl, her posture upright, her gaze piercing. Since Zhu Zhuqing joined their ranks, her diligence and resilience have been evident. Each drop of sweat shed during her rigorous training and every merciless sparring session bore witness to her growth and transformation. At this moment, her eyes sparkled with an unprecedented light, a yearning for challenge and a steadfast resolution for self-transcendence. She nodded slowly, requiring no further words. Her confidence and determination resonated with each person present. Following the opening ceremony, a customary exhibition match ensued, featuring Shrek Academy against the second team of the Tiando Royal Academy. The outcome was predictable. Shrek Academy emerged victorious. Within Shrek Academy's ranks were 3 soul masters, while the highest level among the Tiando Royal Academy's second team barely reached level 35. Zhu Zhuqing stood at the edge of the observation platform, her stature as upright as a pine tree, her gaze deep and distant, subtly fixed on the scene below, which erupted in jubilation following victory. Dai Mubai was tightly embracing his teammates, joy radiating from him. A barely perceptible glimmer of coldness flickered in her eyes, swiftly masked by her usual aloof demeanor, reminiscent of a winter breeze that occasionally sweeps through the morning light, cold yet discreet. At that moment, a warmth quietly enveloped her as Hulaina approached gracefully, naturally taking hold of Zhu Zhuqing's cool hand. This unexpected touch stirred a gentle ripple within Zhu Zhuqing's heart, a flicker of surprise passing through her gaze, but soon transforming into calm acceptance. She did not resist, merely tilting her head slightly, her eyes meeting Hulaina's, as if 1,000 words were exchanged without the need for speech. Zhuqing, have you spotted a familiar face? The voice of Hulaina was soft and delicate. Following Zhu Zhuqing's gaze, she too cast her eyes upon the stage illuminated by the light of victory. In her words, she seemed to comprehend the deeply hidden emotions within Zhu Zhuqing, offering silent comfort and companionship in her own way. Zhu Zhuqing gently shook her head, her fingertips lightly tapping Hulaina's wrist, guiding her slowly out of the somewhat oppressive atmosphere, their steps imbued with a subtle sense of evasion and release. No. Let us depart. Allow me to unwind during this time, she stated, her voice as tranquil as a windless lake. Beneath the calm surface lay unspoken emotions. Hulaina keenly detected the fleeting shadow in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, but chose to remain silent, allowing their unspoken bond to lead them forward. Upon entering the cozy confines of Zhu Zhuqing's inn, warmth enveloped the two of them, prompting Hulaina to softly speak, feigning reproach. Zhuqing, when did we harbor secrets between us? Your demeanor raises my suspicions. Her bright eyes shimmered with concern and confusion, yet she patiently awaited Zhu Zhuqing's response. Zhu Zhuqing pressed her lips together, and with a sigh, reached for her waist, retrieving a letter. Sister Nana, you must know that I am from the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire. Our family is bound to the Dai family, if male. We serve the royal family for life. If female, We are to be betrothed to a prince, akin to a canary in a cage, devoid of freedom. However, there is but one emperor, and every girl from the Zhu family must face repeated assassination attempts by the Dai princes. Should we prevail in the struggle for the throne? We might attain a position just below the emperor, but failure only leads to death. I refused to accept such a fate, hence I fled. It was at the Spirit Hall's enforcement station that I met my teacher, who liberated me from that cage and granted me the right to choose my own destiny. Hulaina, perceptive as she was, quickly recalled the youth with the white tiger martial soul from the arena moments prior. "So it's you," she exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. This was the first time Hulaina learned of Zhu Zhuqing's lineage. She meticulously absorbed every word on the letter, her anger igniting. With a flick of her fingers, the fragile paper, burdened with unbearable truths, fluttered to the ground like a fallen leaf, only to be trampled underfoot in her rage. As if to crush all her dissatisfaction and disappointment into dust. Reflecting on Dai Mubai's increasingly depraved figure, lost amidst the indulgences of life, surrendering his former glory and dreams. Hulaina felt as though her heart was ablaze. Through gritted teeth, her resentment surged uncontrollably. In that moment of emotional crescendo, she abruptly turned. Grasping Zhu Zhuqing's slender wrist tightly, her eyes flashing with unparalleled resolve and fury. "Zhuqing, we must go. Seek out my brother. Today he shall pay the price. And witness what true, unforgivable depravity entails." Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback by this sudden resolve. She understood well that Hulaina possessed a gentle temperament and rarely lost control in such a manner. This undoubtedly struck at the very core of her deepest convictions. Gazing into Hulaina's eyes, ablaze with fervent flames, she felt an unprecedented warmth envelop her. However, Zhu Zhuqing was not inclined to simply allow Hulaina to lead her away. "No, Laina, I must surpass him in the competition." Observing the fierce determination in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, Hulaina sighed, exasperated. Truly, wouldn't it have sufficed to merely give that fellow Dai a good whack online? Thus avoiding all this hassle? Why wait until the grand tournament? Hulaina lamented, resting her forehead in her hand. "I wish to demonstrate that I, Zhu Zhuqing, am not merely an appendage to Dai Mubai. I possess the right to choose my own destiny." The two resumed their seats beside the bed, and Hulaina, looking into Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, spoke earnestly. "Zhuqing, do you understand? As the saintess of the Spirit Hall, I may appear radiant on the surface, yet beneath that faade. My position is akin to yours, a bird confined within a cage. As the saintess, my every action reflects upon the Spirit Hall's dignity. I have no authority to choose my soul ring configuration, no power to dictate my marriage, nor the freedom to steer my own life." Chapter 52. Qian Daolu Versus. My Guy. As the years meandered on, the familiar sound of Kai's footsteps once again echoed softly upon the ancient steps leading to the Hall of Offerings. Each step seemingly bearing the weight of both the past and the future. These steps have witnessed countless glories and tribulations, and now they herald Kai's return. Imbued with his unwavering resolve, on either side stood the 6 esteemed offerings: Golden Crocodile Douluo, Azure Luan Douluo, Lion Douluo, Light Feather Douluo, Thousand June Douluo, and Demon Subduing Douluo, their figures towering like immortal statues guarding the sacred hall, each exuding an aura of formidable power that quickens the heart. Their silence served as a profound testament to the impending changes, while the wide path deliberately left open between them resembled the trajectory of fate, guiding Kai step by step towards his destiny. At the pinnacle, Qian Daolu, the unparalleled sovereign hailed as the king of the skies, stood with the resplendent angelic sword in hand, his back turned to the assembly as he gazed solemnly from the high platform. His silhouette was both proud and dignified, as if he shared eternal life with the heavens, and the sun and moon shone in unison. With every breath he took, it seemed he engaged in an ancient and mysterious dialogue with the world. Kai beheld the lofty figure, a tumult of complex emotions surging within him. Years of patience and scheming, countless days and nights of arduous training, were culminating at this very moment. The position of Elder of Judgment was the pinnacle of power he had long coveted, a crucial element of his grand design. Once achieved, the entire landscape of the Douluo continent would be irrevocably altered by his hand. "Are you prepared?" Qian Daoliu's voice was gentle yet profound, resonating with an undeniable solemnity as he slowly turned to face Kai. The air itself seemed to thrum with gravity. Kai nodded lightly, his gesture imbued with resolute confidence, silently affirming his readiness to Qian Daolu. Observing this, a subtle smile graced Qian Daoliu's lips before he turned again, leading Kai with steady steps toward the sacred arena deep within the Hall of Offerings. In the arena, the atmosphere grew thick with anticipation. As the two stood at opposite ends, akin to twin stars poised for confrontation, each radiating an unmistakable brilliance, the remaining 6 offerings stood in silent vigil, their presence a solid barrier, prepared to manage and guide the immense spiritual pressure that would soon be unleashed, safeguarding the innocent from its fallout. Let us commence. Douluo's words rang out, reminiscent of the tolling of bells, resonating with clarity. In that moment, his eyes seemed ignited by divine fire, glowing with a dazzling golden light. Imbued with boundless majesty and sanctity, capable of penetrating the human heart and illuminating the path ahead. As he spoke, an ethereal and solemn figure began to coalesce behind him, the sacred form of the 6-winged angel, its wings unfurling gracefully, each feather shimmering with divine radiance. This figure not only symbolized power, but also embodied faith, infusing the imminent duel with a sense of sanctity and gravity. With elegance, Douluo's form soared, his 3 pairs of wings extending behind him, akin to a deity descending, slicing through the heavens in an instant, ascending towards the clouds. In his grasp, the angelic holy sword shimmered, bathed in resplendent golden radiance, each beam of light imbued with the sacred power to purify all. With a steady and solemn proclamation, he declared, "Second soul skill, holy light illuminates." It seemed as if a blazing sun had truly been reborn behind him, its golden glow cascading like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire arena of combat. Every inch of land was baptized by this divine luminosity, and the air resonated with an unassailable solemnity and pressure. Kai stood firm, his fists clenched, arms crossed in a cruciform manner upon his chest, surrounded by swirling green steam, a manifestation of the boiling potential within him. Faced with the soul-stirring holy light of Douluo, there was no trace of retreat in his gaze. Instead, it ignited a fervent fighting spirit. The 8 gates of Douluo. 6th gate, open. With a low roar, he seemed to break free from the shackles of the mundane world. The 6th gate burst open with a resounding crash, and the green steam surged forth, transforming into an unstoppable force, coalescing around him into a formidable defense and a poised offensive, vowing to contest with the holy light. In Douluo's profound eyes, a fleeting expression of astonishment crossed his features. He had not anticipated that the invisible pressure emanating from his 99th level would fail to shake the resolve of Kai before him. This tenacity and composure, as steadfast as rock, stirred ripples within his heart. Suddenly, the air seemed to solidify until a thunderous crash shattered the tranquility. With a subtle movement of his wrist, Douluo wielded the angelic holy sword, transforming it into a resplendent silver streak, accurately intercepting Kai's powerful kick. The collision of sword and foot erupted into a deafening roar, sending reverberations that trembled the very fabric of space. Kai's physical strength had transcended the bounds of his understanding, that kicks might seem capable of shaking mountains, compelling even this unparalleled powerhouse to subtly adjust his form in midair to dissipate the terrifying force. Unyielding, Douluo surged forward, like a meteor slicing through the heavens, his sword sweeping forth. The tip of his blade lightly touched, instantly morphing into dozens of brilliant golden sword blades, weaving an impenetrable net that rushed towards Kai from all directions. This strike not only embodied his utmost control over power, but also integrated his profound comprehension of the art of combat. In an instant, Kai's fist seemed to be propelled by an unseen force, weaving a dazzling series of rapid punches in the void, each accompanied by thunderous roars, releasing radiant fireballs that fell like a torrential downpour from the heavens, precisely meeting the gleaming golden blades rushing towards him. The collision of fire and gold resembled falling stars, igniting fervor in the air, stirring up swirling dust that obscured the sun, enveloping the battlefield in chaos. At the heart of this turmoil, Kai's figure flickered in and out of visibility. He gently closed his eyelids, as though disconnected from the world, allowing the green steam surrounding him to quietly undergo transformation, gradually tinged with deep azure. The 8 gates of Douluo, 7th gate, open. As a resounding roar echoed within his heart, the 7th shackle shattered with a thunderous crash. Kai's aura surged like a tempest, enveloped in swirling blue steam, reminiscent of a sea deity awakening, unleashing an unprecedented and colossal power. In that moment, his momentum reached its zenith, as if capable of shaking the very heavens and earth. Each breath he took resonated with the potency to annihilate worlds, causing the surrounding space to tremble. The 7th soul skill, Angel's true form. Before Douluo could finish speaking, he transformed into a dazzling beam of light, his martial spirit standing majestically against the sky, wielding the angelic holy sword as if it could sever all shadows of the world. With an almost sacred demeanor, he confronted Kai head-on, their clash akin to the most resplendent fireworks illuminating the heavens. Kai's nunchaku danced in his hands like a swift serpent emerging from its lair. With each swing, it sliced through the air, accompanied by the sound of wind being cleaved in fiery brilliance, leaving a trail of vibrant arcs. The impact of their weapons resonated with deafening booms, shaking every inch of the surrounding space. Despite being a seasoned warrior, Qian Dalu felt an unprecedented pressure in the face of Kai's relentless onslaught. A glimmer of seriousness flashed in his eyes, igniting his fighting spirit. Yet, in that fleeting moment of distraction, Kai, like a specter, slipped past him, leaving only an afterimage and the lingering warmth in the air. This moment of lapse not only tested Qian Daoliu's experience and judgment, but also foreshadowed an unknown turning point in the battle. The outcome of such a confrontation between two titans often hinges on a single thought. Suddenly, Qian Dalu felt a sharp pain surge through his spine. By the time his mind gathered, the sensation of pain was belated. He saw Kai's figure shadowing him, a powerful elbow strike landing precisely on his back, akin to a hammer striking stone, causing him to stagger and his blood to surge. However, this was merely the prelude to a storm. Kai's movements flowed seamlessly. Before Qian Dalu could regain his balance, he clasped his palms together, closing his eyes in contemplation. In an instant, it seemed as if the heavens responded to his call. A soul-stirring tiger's roar reverberating from the skies above, shattering clouds and rocks, sending chills down one's spine. With that roar, a phantom yet majestic white giant tiger materialized in midair, surrounded by an ethereal light, each strand of its fur seemingly infused with unmatched strength and authority. Without a moment's hesitation, the spectral tiger lunged at Qian Daolu, its sharp claws slicing through the air with a ferocious howl, as though intent on tearing apart all obstacles in its path. Qian Daoliu's eyes sharpened, an indescribable gravity emerging within him. He spread his form, 6 wings unfurling behind him like delicate butterfly wings, instantly enveloping him in an invisible web of defense. The white tiger's roar, heavy as a mountain, collided majestically against the barrier woven from feathers, creating ripples without breaching Qian Daoliu's defenses. In that electric moment, Qian Daolu seized the opportunity for a counterattack. The 8th soul ring bursting forth with a brilliance as profound as the night, resembling a beacon of hope emerging from the abyss. The 8th soul skill Angel's Radiance, he murmured, his voice imbued with an undeniable solemnity and sanctity. As his will surged, it seemed as though a divine consciousness awakened in midair, manifesting a pair of dazzling angelic eyes that gazed upon all existence, bearing the power of purification and judgment. In swift succession, a blinding golden ray shot forth from those angelic eyes, piercing through the confines of space and breaching the indomitable defenses of the white tiger, leaving a searing trail directed towards Kai's position. Faced with this unexpected lethal strike, Kai's form appeared to dissolve into the air, a faint afterimage tracing an elegant arc as he effortlessly evaded the cataclysmic golden ray that could alter the very fabric of reality. His movements were fluid and precise, akin to a sprite dancing in the wind, each evasion impeccably timed. Qian Daolu felt a sudden jolt in his jaw, a sharp pain like lightning. And before he could react, Kai had already materialized beside him, delivering a perfectly executed kick to his chin. This blow contained an unassuming yet formidable power, instantly stripping Qian Daolu of all will and capacity to resist. Simultaneously, Kai's hands, seemingly enchanted, had ensnared 2 bandages that deftly coiled around Qian Daolu's body, steadily and resolutely binding him in invisible shackles, rendering any struggle utterly futile. Subsequently, Kai clasped Qian Daolu in a head-down embrace, his form akin to leaves caught in a tempest or a meteor streaking across the night sky, spiraling towards the ground with great velocity. The air was left with only 2 blurred silhouettes in the howling wind, weaving a breathtaking tableau. With a thunderous crash, dust erupted as Kai and Qian Daolu collided with the earth like meteors, sending ripples of shockwaves outward. Once the dust settled, it was evident that while Kai appeared somewhat disheveled, his gaze remained as sharp as an eagle's. In stark contrast, Qian Daolu lay deeply embedded in the ground, immobile, surrounded by shattered stones from the impact, a scene of utter chaos. The moment he touched the ground, Kai unfurled, executing a series of fluid backflips like leaves dancing in the wind, swiftly creating distance between himself and Qian Daolu, leaving behind a strikingly deep crater. Yet, In the blink of an eye, his seemingly cumbersome form emerged from the edge of the pit, like a war god returning from the abyss, exuding an undeniable aura of authority that only intensified. Then, a peculiar spectacle unfolded. Qian Daluo's body appeared to be sculpted by an unseen force, a mirror-like sheen subtly emerging beneath his skin. Soon, fissures began to crack through this sheen, each containing an indescribable profundity. In mere moments, his form shattered like a broken mirror, disintegrating into countless fragments before leaving an indelible phantom in the void. It was indeed an unexpected blow. Had it not been for my sixth soul skill, Mirror Angel, which exchanged our positions, you might have truly triumphed, Qian Douluo stated blandly. His gaze swept over Kai, who appeared somewhat disheveled and covered in dust, a faint smile inadvertently gracing his lips. Within that smile lay a touch of mockery and scrutiny. Your power is indeed formidable. Yet alas, your combat experience remains naive, rendering your lack of expertise your most vulnerable armor, Qian Dalu remarked, shaking his head gently, his tone imbued with both regret and admonition. However, in response to this assessment, Kai merely offered a serene smile, one that seemed to harbor an inscrutable depth, causing a shiver to run down Qian Daolu's spine, prompting an unspoken sense of foreboding. Qian Dalu conjured a resplendent golden longsword in the palm of his hand, its blade shimmering with a glorious radiance, akin to a divine artifact fallen from the celestial realm, slicing through the air with an undeniable majesty. Yet this strike, infused with boundless power and glory, encountered an unforeseen obstacle, as Kai, with unprotected hands, effortlessly grasped the razor-sharp tip of the sword. This moment resembled a collision between stars and dust, both astonishing and profoundly moving. As a flicker of unusual color flashed in Kai's deep-set eyes, he gradually applied pressure, his palm seemingly containing a dark current capable of devouring light. Beneath his grasp, the golden longsword began to emit faint, crisp sounds of fracturing, reminiscent of ancient tales where the seemingly indestructible faced the mockery of fate, slowly revealing its fragile essence. Chapter 53, appointed as the Grand Priest. Concurrently serving as the Elder Judge and the Master of the Douluo Palace with a resounding crash, the resplendent golden holy sword in Qian Daolu's grasp shattered instantaneously, transforming into a flurry of golden stardust that cascaded around him, radiating a beauty both exquisite and melancholic. His eyes abruptly sharpened, intent on retreating, yet unexpectedly, Kai's figure appeared like a wraith, his speed surpassing the limits of Qian Daolu's reflexes. A singularly forceful punch, akin to a thunderous tempest, struck squarely upon Qian Daolu's forehead, the magnitude of the impact seemingly capable of shaking the very foundations of the earth. Qian Daolu felt an irresistible force surge from above, causing his entire being to shudder. He lost control, akin to a kite severed from its tether, and was violently hurled away, ultimately crashing to the ground in a disheveled heap. As the dust settled, two crimson streaks of blood traced their way down his forehead, intertwining with the earth's grime, creating a strikingly vivid tableau. At that moment, his mind felt as though it had been struck by a sledgehammer, blanketed in emptiness, as his previous resolve and stratagems were obliterated by the unexpected blow, leaving only an overwhelming sense of dizziness and confusion. The air around him seemed to solidify, time itself stretching into an agonizing slowness, allowing Qian Daoluo a fleeting moment to savor an unprecedented sense of defeat and helplessness. He lightly caressed his forehead, which felt burdened with a weight akin to 1,000 pounds, his gaze still clouded with lingering bewilderment. Evidently, that long-forgotten sensation of defeat surged forth like a tidal wave, ensnaring him in its relentless grasp. In the dim light, his figure appeared particularly desolate, reminiscent of a warrior forsaken by time, silently grappling with the bitterness of failure. Kai stood nearby, his eyes glimmering with barely concealed mockery and delight as he observed Qian Liu's somewhat dazed expression, a surge of indescribable satisfaction swelling within him. "Oh, old man, time is unforgiving, is it not? You had no reason to evade that punch," he remarked, his tone laced with a hint of schadenfreude. Upon hearing this, Qian Daolu's lips involuntarily twitched, forming a curve that blended resignation with defiance. "You, young one, truly possess some skill, striking with such unrelenting force and no mercy," he retorted, his voice deep and resonant, revealing a steadiness forged through the trials of time. Before his words could fade into the air, Qian Daolu's aura shifted dramatically. A brilliant light erupted from his profound gaze, as if stars were igniting within. Soon after, his ninth spirit ring, a vivid crimson akin to blood, flared to life, illuminating the entire space in a resplendent hue reminiscent of the most spectacular twilight sky. With the proclamation of his ninth spirit ability, Angel's Descent, the air was charged with an overwhelming power surging from within him, as if an angel were indeed descending from the heavens, bearing the sacred light to purify all and adjudicate all things. As this ninth ability was unleashed with a thunderous roar, Douluo's form appeared to be wholly sanctified by the divine radiance. He was no longer merely an entity, but had transformed into a majestic six-winged angel, soaring skyward, each wing unfurling expansively, shimmering with a dazzling golden luminescence. At this moment, he resembled a divine warrior descended from the celestial realm, wielding a sword that transcended the boundaries of the mortal world, transforming into a colossal angelic blade of 100 meters, its tip reaching towards the heavens, emanating a pure light capable of purging all worldly impurities. The gaze of the six-winged angel pierced through the void, unerringly locking onto the distant figure of Kai, a stare that transcended physical limits, imbued with an irresistible will. Subsequently, it gradually raised the sword, as heavy as a mountain yet as light as a breeze, its golden radiance swirling upon the blade, heralding the impending judgment. Without a moment's hesitation, the six-winged angel swung the sword downward, the movement fluid and solemn, akin to a deity executing a predetermined fate. Where the sword's light passed, the air appeared to split in two, leaving behind a profound rift, nearly swallowing all light. Advancing towards Kai, this strike was not merely a supreme display of power, but it exalted him to faith and determination. Upon the ground, where the sword's brilliance touched, a breathtaking chasm instantaneously opened, unfathomably deep, as if even space itself had been cleaved by this blow, showcasing an unprecedented shock and might. The fierce battle between the two had long since broken free from the confines of the Spirit City, soaring like a dragon through the skies. With only the profound canyon capable of containing the fervent battle intent and power they unleashed, Kai, with a graceful sidestep, resembled a dragon dancing upon water, skillfully evading the colossal blade in the angel's grasp, a weapon capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones. With a mighty swing, even the distant towering peaks trembled, leaving behind a striking fissure, manifesting its unrivaled power. Do not even think of escape. Angelic judgment awaits. The voice of the thousand streams resonated through the heavens, imbued with undeniable authority and sanctity. In an instant, golden radiance erupted from his being, soaring towards the sky, as if even the sun's brilliance were eclipsed by it. The clouds scattered before this sacred force, revealing a long-forgotten azure sky. Following this, a resplendent golden sword descended slowly from the depths of the clouds, its tip aimed directly at Kai, carrying the resolve and power to purify all evil. Standing firm upon the ground, Kai resembled a steadfast rock in the depths of the ocean, unyielding amidst the tumult of external forces. His eyes were tightly shut, surrounded by a gentle azure glow, within which seemed to harbor the infinite power of the ocean, gradually accumulating and condensing with the rhythm of his breath. With every breath, his momentum ascended, reaching a heart-stopping pinnacle. In that moment, even the deep blue mist enveloping Kai appeared to be quietly brewing the omen of a metamorphosis into a fiery red butterfly, signaling that his power was on the verge of entering a new realm. Kai's eyes suddenly opened, akin to stars breaking at dawn. A brilliant blue light fleetingly emerged from his profound pupils, a manifestation of pure energy compressed to its utmost limit, silently gathering strength. As his will surged, an invisible yet formidable air cannon erupted from every inch of his skin, transforming into a sharp blue lightning bolt, slicing through the sky and aiming for the firmament. This air cannon not only contained the vast power of nature, but also bore the indomitable will and determination of Kai. Above the horizon, a colossal sword descended with the cataclysmic force capable of altering the very landscape, causing all creation to tremble. Yet, before the air cannon, which had concentrated the utmost power, the sword's brilliance had no choice but to be subdued. The two forces collided fiercely in the air cannon resembling an invisible net that firmly ensnared the sword, unleashing a dazzling light and a deafening roar. As time passed, the air cannon, with its unique erosive power, gradually wore down the sword's formidable strength, while the sword, unwilling to yield, attempted to cleave through its binding prison with its sharp tip. Ultimately, with a thunderous explosion, the fabric of space seemed to tear apart. Energy surged like a tide, then erupted violently, resulting in a breathtaking explosion. In that instant, the world within several miles was cast into darkness. As the winds and clouds transformed, the roar of the explosion echoed like the tearing of the heavens, its might boundless. Even the distant spirit city was not spared from the calamity. A tempest swept through, carrying the force of annihilation. In the streets, the stalls of vendors were mercilessly swept away like autumn leaves, scattering across the ground, while people cried out in alarm. Even those with profound cultivation, such as the Soul Emperor, found themselves forced to retreat in the face of this sudden storm, appearing quite disheveled. At that moment, Douluo was also engulfed in tumultuous waves of shock. The power of the explosion exceeded all imagination, leaving him momentarily unable to recover from the astonishment. However, in this fleeting moment, a figure appeared like a shadow. Kai's toes struck heavily upon the resplendent forehead of the six-winged angel with the force of thunder. A crisp and heavy crack echoed through the air, akin to the wrath of a deity, as fine golden fissures began to spread across the once majestic and sacred form of the six-winged angel. These cracks, resembling rifts in time, expanded instantaneously until they enveloped its entire being, shattering its once unassailable majesty. Following this, a deafening boom resounded as the enormous body of the six-winged angel collapsed under this irresistible force, transforming into countless brilliant yet shattered fragments of light, dissipating into the sky. Douluo could not withstand the impact of that power. Suddenly, a spurt of blood, like rubies, fell, tearing through the tranquil sky. His figure, in an instant, lost its former majesty and grace, like a kite severed from the strings of fate, helplessly descending towards the earth. This scene astonished every onlooker. Even the hastily approaching golden crocodile Douluo felt his pupils constrict, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of horror and unease. With no time for contemplation, beside the golden crocodile Douluo, the Qinghuan Douluo unfurled his form, akin to an arrow released from a bow, erupting with astonishing speed and strength. His martial spirit, the verdant and resplendent Qinghuan bird, with wings spread wide and an air of inviolable authority, soared into the heavens, flawlessly catching the precarious figure of Douluo. At that moment, Douluo appeared particularly disheveled. The splendor of yesteryears seemed to have been swept away by a fierce gale, leaving behind only a battle robe marred with dust and scars, a testament to the ferocity of the conflict. A trace of dried blood lingered at the corner of his mouth, reminiscent of the last rays of sunlight at dusk, evoking both a sense of tragic grandeur and a hint of indomitable resilience. Supported by the robust arm of the golden crocodile Douluo, Douluo slowly straightened his spine, embodying a dignity and pride that had not waned even in the face of defeat. His gaze, profound and penetrating, was fixed on the approaching Kai, his eyes shimmering with an unprecedented brilliance, an acknowledgement and expectation for the successor. Our choices were not misguided. You have forged an unprecedented path in physical cultivation, demonstrating that the essence of power is not merely confined to martial souls. Douluo's voice resonated deeply and powerfully, each word seemingly imbued with immense weight, serving both as praise for Kai and as a testament to his own steadfast beliefs. As Douluo's intense gaze gradually shifted towards Kai, his voice echoed through the vast hall, imbued with undeniable authority and solemnity. Those of the sacrificial hall, heed my command. These simple words, akin to the morning bell and evening drum, instantaneously captured the attention of all present, heralding that the ensuing discourse would bear the gravity of 1,000 burdens. Upon hearing his words, the other devotees promptly composed themselves, clasping their hands in salute and slightly bowing, demonstrating the utmost respect and obedience. In the hall, the only sounds remaining were the gentle rustle of robes and the occasional whisper of the wind outside, weaving a tapestry of tranquility and solemnity. Douluo's gaze was gentle yet resolute, as if penetrating the river of time, locking onto Kai's vibrant eyes. I, Douluo, as the Grand Deacon of the Sacrificial Hall, Elder of Judgment, and Master of the Douluo Hall, hereby solemnly declare that I entrust all the glory and responsibilities I have borne throughout my life into the hands of Maite Kai. His tone carried both a sense of release regarding the past and an anticipation for the future, embodying a profound sentiment that transcended generations, a selfless care and trust from a predecessor to a successor. Little Kai, from this moment forth, you shall be the backbone of the Martial Soul Hall, the title of Grand Deacon, the authority of Elder of Judgment, and the duty of Master of the Douluo Hall shall rest upon your shoulders. May you bear the weight of righteousness upon your iron shoulders and lead our Martial Soul Hall towards an even more glorious future. Qian Daolu's words flowed like a warm spring breeze, caressing Kai's heart and stirring ripples within, echoing continuously throughout the solemn hall. This moment signified not merely a transfer of power, but the continuation of a legacy that spanned millennia. As his declaration resonated, it struck like a thunderclap, sending a shiver through the hearts of all present. Despite the clear understanding established prior to their confrontation, hearing this decisive proclamation uttered aloud sent a chill through the soul, compelling involuntary shudders. The golden crocodile Douluo could not hide his momentary astonishment, yet that surprise swiftly transformed into profound respect. He moved slightly, bringing his hands together in salute, raising them solemnly to his chest and bowing deeply towards Kai, his voice imbued with undeniable sincerity. "I pay my respects to the Grand Deacon." Following the lead of the golden crocodile Douluo, the other 5 deacons mimicked his gesture, some bending at the waist, others bowing deeply, their movements revealing an infinite reverence and recognition for this newly appointed Grand Deacon. The air was permeated with an indescribable solemnity and gravitas, as if time itself had come to a standstill in this moment, solely to witness the formal transfer of power and status. Dragging his wounded body, Qian Daoluo approached and gently patted Kai's shoulder. "Now that you have already gained control of 3 of the 4 halls of the Spirit Hall, you may proceed with your plans and ambitions," Qian Daoluo stated gravely. Kai contemplated for a moment, ultimately deciding against concealing his intentions from Qian Daoluo. "I intend to initiate a thorough cleansing of the Spirit Hall, unifying the currently fragmented state of affairs." Upon hearing this, even Qian Daoluo cast a surprised glance in his direction. Kai's words were unmistakably clear. To effectuate change, a cleansing was imperative. Such endeavors often demand a heavy toll in lives. "I shall abolish Bibi Dong's position as the Pope," Kai declared with solemnity. Chapter 54. A glimpse of 7 ladies and gentlemen. The third round of the preliminary contest, featuring the Beast Academy against the Martial Soul Academy, is about to commence. Let us extend a warm round of applause to welcome both teams to the arena. As the host's voice resonates, he gracefully maneuvers a dazzling flying soul guide, tracing a brilliant arc across the sky, igniting passion that seems capable of setting the heavens ablaze. The audience's fervor surges instantaneously, their applause erupting like thunder, reverberating throughout the entire arena, as if even the stars above are shaken by this tremendous force, teetering on the brink of collapse. First to take the stage is the Beast Academy, a formidable team composed of 1 Soul Master and 6 Soul Elders. Let us welcome them with thunderous applause. As the host's words fade, a wave of fervent cheers surges from the spectator stands, applause roaring like a tempest, shaking every inch of space, as if the very air is charged with ripples of anticipation and fervor. The members of the Beast Academy don unified battle attire, their strides resolute and powerful, reminiscent of a pride of tigers leaping forth from the forest to enter the arena that will define their glory. Adorning their chests are the resplendent tiger-shaped insignias, symbols not only of their academy but also of an undying flame within, igniting their desire for victory and unwavering dedication to honor. This insignia is a badge of their identity and a testament to their souls, resonating with each heartbeat in harmony with their beliefs. As the Beast Academy forms their ranks on the battlefield, the host's magnetic voice rings out once more. "Now, let us extend an even warmer welcome to the elite members of the Martial Soul Academy." At this proclamation, the crowd erupts, applause and cheers intertwining into a fervent ocean, more tumultuous than before, nearly lifting the skies. Zhu Zhiqing, clad in a sleek black battle suit, resembles a panther of the night, her physique lithe and powerful, every inch of fabric hugging her streamlined form, accentuating a breathtaking aesthetic of strength. Her gaze is icy and resolute, as if she has foreseen the outcome of this battle. Following closely behind her are 6 companions: Xieyu, Hulaina, Yin, Sun Chuantao, Zhang Ping, and Su Yu. Though their soul power is formidable, they willingly assume the role of her shadows in this grand spectacle, for it is destined to be Zhu Zhiqing's solo performance. As both teams step onto the battlefield, the air thickens with tension and expectation. The host stands upon a high platform, his voice resonant and magnetic, cutting through the clamor of the crowd. Echoing throughout the arena, the competitors are ready, and each side has 1 minute to summon their martial souls. No sooner had the host's words settled than the captain of the Beast Academy boldly revealed his soul rings. Zhang San, Martial Soul, Mighty Bull, Level 41 Assault Type, Soul Master. Zhang Si, Martial Soul, Golden Armored Turtle, Level 38 Defense Type, Soul Elder. Zhang Wu, Martial Soul, Earth Shattering Bull, Level 38 Assault Type, Soul Elder. Zhang Lu, Martial Soul, dual-faced Mandarin Duck. Level 37 Support Type Soul Elder. Zhangqi, Martial Soul, Mantis, Level 37 Agile Attack Type Soul Elder. Zhangba, Martial Soul, Striped Black Horse, Level 36 Agile Attack Type Soul Elder. Zhangjiao, Martial Soul, Colorful Winged Swallow, Level 35 Healing Type Soul Elder. The sight of a team comprising 6 Soul Respect and 1 Soul Master left the audience in awe. For in their perception, this ensemble was undeniably formidable. However, apart from Zhu Zhuqing, the other members of the Wuhuan Academy retreated to the edges of the ring, leaving her solitary on the stage. In an act of respect, she began her soul summoning by announcing her spirit, Zhu Qing, with the Wuhuan of the ghostly spirit cat. A level 54 agile attack type Soul King. The gradual emergence of her yellow, purple, black soul rings astonished everyone present, while the crowd remained immersed in their astonishment. Zhu Zhuqing quietly initiated her movement, akin to an ethereal specter in the dark night, instantly shattering the tranquility of the air as she surged into the seemingly impregnable formation of the Beast Academy team. Her movements were both graceful and fierce, reminiscent of a phantom, catching her opponents off guard. In the blink of an eye, the meticulously arranged ranks of the Beast Academy crumbled under her deft maneuvering, scattering like leaves caught in a tempest, losing their former order and authority. With a cold and resolute whisper, she invoked her 5th soul skill, Phantom Shadow Connection. Instantly, dozens of Zhu Zhuqing's phantoms materialized on the battlefield, each one elegant yet exuding an undeniable aura of lethality, like the most deadly dancers beneath the night sky. Their every motion imbued with a heart-stopping power. These phantoms darted through the interplay of light and shadow, their sharp claws reflecting a chilling glimmer in the sunlight. Each ray resembling the scythe of death, evoking a shiver with mere visual contact, as if one stood on the brink of an abyss, feeling the cold gaze from another realm. Suddenly, Zhang Sen roared like thunder, his aura surging, as his 3rd soul ring illuminated. 3rd soul skill, Ruthless Charge. With this bellow, his physique appeared infused with primordial strength, muscles bulging as he expanded to several times his former size, an overwhelming pressure radiating from him, and the illusory yet menacing outline of bull horns emerging on his shoulders, adding a wild ferocity to his presence. Driven by this force, Zhang Sen transformed into an unstoppable boulder, charging mercilessly towards Zhu Zhuqing with the might to obliterate all. Yet, at that thunderous moment, the tide of battle quietly shifted. With each strike, Zhu Zhuqing sent her opponents tumbling from the ring, and within a mere moment, only Zhang Sen remained, standing her ground. Enveloped by a faint aura of soul power, her deep-set eyes sparkled with wisdom and composure, as if she had foreseen every move. Faced with Zhang San's overwhelming charge, she exhibited not a trace of fear. Instead, a serene smile graced her lips, hinting at a well-conceived strategy. Zhu Zhuqing's form flickered like a specter, brushing against the periphery of Zhang San's vision, leaving behind an elusive afterimage. As Zhang San was jolted back to reality, a wave of piercing pain surged from behind, akin to a multitude of icy needles pricking at his skin. In a state of panic, he turned around, only to find 3 ghastly gashes marring his back, blood trickling down his skin in delicate rivulets, painting a harrowing tableau. When his gaze met Zhu Zhuqing's, an inexplicable dread crept into his expression. A mixture of shock and profound helplessness reflected in his eyes. Zhu Zhuqing, at that moment, resembled a spectral harbinger emerging from the abyss. Enveloped in an aura of formidable power, her 3rd soul ring illuminating the darkness. With a chilling whisper, she invoked her 3rd soul skill, Nether Slash. As she uttered the incantation, the air seemed to rend asunder, and her figure materialized directly in front of Zhang San. Her claws, sharpened to an unimaginable degree by her soul energy, glimmered with a ghostly light under the moon's rays as they ruthlessly lunged towards his chest. With a soft yet ominous sound, the air appeared to freeze, and Zhang San's chest was instantly torn open, revealing a wound deep enough to expose bone. Blood gushing forth to stain his garments, contrasting sharply with the cold, unwavering gaze of Zhu Zhuqing, as his form staggered and ultimately crumpled to the ground. The tumult of battle receded like a tide, signaling its conclusion. The host's eyes sparkled with disbelief as he beheld the dramatic scene unfolding on the arena, his voice trembling with excitement. Incredible! The Spirit Hall Academy has been crowned in glory. Zhu Zhuqing has single-handedly achieved the remarkable feat of overcoming 7 opponents in this tournament. His words ignited a fervor akin to flames meeting a gale, propelling the atmosphere of the venue to a boiling crescendo. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. The name of the Spirit Hall Academy resonating like a resounding anthem. Hulaina gracefully navigated through the throng, her face alight with genuine joy and pride as she embraced Zhu Qing tightly. "Qing, I knew you could do it." Her voice brimmed with encouragement and admiration, their friendship shining brightly in that moment. Soon after, Xiaoyu entered this vibrant and uplifting scene, declaring, "Let us go. We may not need to compete in the upcoming preliminaries." As they departed from the arena, perhaps due to the subtle yet profound resonance between their souls, Zhu Qing inadvertently caught a glimpse of Dai Mubai's complex gaze. At that moment, he seemed oblivious to the surrounding clamor, his steps resolute and imbued with an undeniable aura as he advanced toward Zhu Qing, each stride echoing an unrefusable determination. "Ladies and gentlemen, please hold." His deep, commanding voice sliced through the din, resonating clearly in every ear, halting Zhu Qing's impending departure. Hulaina frowned slightly at the golden-haired figure obstructing their path, displeasure flickering across her features. Yet, Dai Mubai appeared oblivious to Hulaina's scrutiny, his focus unwaveringly fixed on Zhu Qing. "Are you Zhu Qing?" he inquired. Though his tone bore no hint of inquiry, Zhu Qing offered no verbal response, merely nodding slightly to acknowledge. "Why did you flee?" Dai Mubai's voice trembled on the brink of madness. Ma Hongjun hurriedly stepped forward, grasping Dai Mubai's arm. "Boss Dai, what on earth are you doing?" Dai Mubai seemed oblivious to Ma Hongjuan's anxious pleas, his eyes ablaze with fury, hands like iron clamps gripping Zhu Qing's shoulders, his voice hoarse and despairing, as if seeking to penetrate every inch of air. "Why did you escape?" This roar concealed boundless pain and confusion, causing the very atmosphere around them to freeze. Zhu Qing, taken aback by this sudden outburst, felt a surge of shock within, yet surprisingly refrained from resisting, staring blankly at the familiar figure before her, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. In this critical moment, Yan's silhouette shot forth like a swift leopard. He could not bear to witness Zhu Qing's distress. The wind from his punch howled, delivering an undeniable force that struck Dai Mubai's cheek with a resounding thud. Unprepared, Dai Mubai staggered back from the unexpected blow, a distinct bruise immediately rising on his face. The pain briefly restored his clarity, yet it only intensified his feelings of indignation and rage. "What madness has possessed you?" Just as the sparks of conflict threatened to ignite, the long-silent Zhu Qing stepped forward resolutely, her voice like a clear spring cutting through the tense air. "Yan, enough. This matter concerns only him and me." Her words bore an unmistakable firmness, her gaze once again locking onto Dai Mubai's eyes, which flared crimson with anger, as if she could fathom the storm brewing within him. "If you wish to know, then follow me." With that, Zhu Qing gracefully turned, her light footsteps leading her into the nearby deep and mysterious woods, her silhouette radiating an irresistible pride and determination. Yin intended to follow, but Xiaoyu timely placed a hand on his shoulder to halt him, the gesture imbued with unspoken reassurance and trust. "Yin, we must afford her the space she needs. Furthermore, let us not forget, Qing, as a soul king, possesses a cultivation level far beyond that of a mere soul master. She knows her limits." Yet, Yin still wished to voice his thoughts, but Xiaoyu had already pulled him away. As the two entered the small grove, Dai Mubai's gaze towards Zhu Qing was laden with complexity. However, Zhu Qing's eyes remained serene, as if she regarded an ordinary matter, her expression devoid of any ripples. "Dai Mubai, do not look at me with those eyes. We are not engaged." Zhu Qing's tone remained icy. This declaration left Dai Mubai's words stuck in his throat. "All right, but you must tell me why you left." Zhu Qing regarded Dai Mubai's current demeanor and sighed before replying. "Did you not flee as well? Since you escaped, why could I not?" With this utterance, Dai Mubai was rendered utterly speechless. After all, it was indeed Dai Mubai who wished to flee, and he even took action. Yet he was apprehended 5 times. "If you are unwilling to confront this with me, then why do you express disappointment in my willingness to face it alongside you? Dai Mubai, do you truly believe that I yearn for the position of the crown princess? Are you not captivated by the extravagant and indulgent life of Soto City?" Each question posed by Zhu Qing rendered Dai Mubai speechless, yet despite knowing he was in the wrong, he, as a man, did not perceive himself as at fault. Perhaps from the very moment of his birth, Dai Mubai considered Zhu Qing to be his possession. "Yes, even if I was the one who betrayed you first. Does that absolve you of any fault? Why did you choose to follow that elder of law enforcement away? No matter how disgraceful I may be, you are still my fiancée." Dai Mubai articulated each word with emphasis. Yet, In response to such a Dai Mubai, Zhu Jueqing could only manage a bitter smile. Indeed, regardless of how flawed you may be, what does it matter to me? Our betrothal has yet to be formalized. It is merely a verbal agreement, without any substantial ceremony to bind it. Chapter 55. The Ambitions of the Shrek Four Fools. Capturing the remnants of dreams, you need not feign ignorance with me. I am fully aware of your every action in Soto City, Zhu Jueqing stated plainly, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. At that moment, Dai Mubai was so astonished that he found himself at a loss for words. If there were anything he wished to keep from Zhu Jueqing, it would undoubtedly be the indulgences of Soto City that topped the list. After Zhu Jueqing finished speaking, she turned to leave. But Dai Mubai could not simply allow her to depart. He stepped forward and grasped her wrist, saying, "Wait." Before he could finish, an undeniable tension suddenly permeated the air. Zhu Jueqing's reaction was swift as lightning. She deftly countered, her fingertips channeling soul power into sharp claws that silently etched 3 alarming crimson marks upon Dai Mubai's sturdy chest. This unexpected turn of events caused Dai Mubai's gaze to constrict instantly, disbelief flashing through his eyes. His body involuntarily staggering backward, as though an invisible force had abruptly severed his support. This scene quietly unfolded before the watchful eyes of Ma Hongjun, Tang San, and Oscar, who exchanged glances filled with shock and concern. Dilata. Ma Hongjun was the first to break the silence, urgency, and worry lacing his voice. Tang San and Oscar quickly followed suit, swiftly surrounding Dai Mubai, prepared to respond to any potential crisis. Tang San's brows furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of discontent regarding Zhu Jueqing's demeanor. He spoke in a grave tone, "Miss Zhu Jueqing, regardless of your deep-seated grievances against Dai Mubai, he is, after all, your nominal fiancé. Such treatment seems excessively harsh, both emotionally and rationally." Tang San's words carried an undeniable righteousness, and he often resorted to standing on a moral high ground to admonish others. Nevertheless, Zhu Jueqing merely curled her lips into a faint smile, interlaced with a trace of derision. She rested a hand on her hip, brows slightly furrowed, her gaze piercing. "Tang San, I am well aware of your esteemed name. Teacher Kai once remarked that you are one who prefers to stand atop a pedestal centered around yourself." Her voice, though soft, resonated with undeniable strength, as if a stone had been cast upon a tranquil surface, sending ripples cascading outward. Tang San pondered over the name of Teacher Kai. As if a sudden gust had stirred his heart, the ripples of memory quietly expanding, involuntarily invoking thoughts of Mike Kai. In an instant, the typically composed visage of Tang San began to reveal signs of turmoil, as if distorted by an unseen force, betraying the emotional tempest brewing within. He took a deep breath, striving to confine the sudden surge of anger within, yet that emotion remained tumultuous beneath the surface, refusing to be entirely quelled. "Teacher Kai, are you referring to that scoundrel, Mike Kai?" Tang San's voice, though striving for calmness, was imbued with the pent-up fury of long-standing grievances, every syllable quivering with the weight of his suppressed discontent. Beside them, Zhu Jueqing observed the scene, her delicate brows gently knitting together, a subtle hint of displeasure flickering in her eyes. She was well aware of Tang San's usual calm and reserved demeanor. His current loss of composure was undoubtedly provoked by the mere mention of Teacher Kai, stirring some long-buried taboo within him. Tang San. Tang San. Zhu Jueqing softly parted her lips, savoring the name as if each syllable concealed a hidden past. Soon, a playful smile crept upon her lips as she fixed her gaze on Tang San, teasingly remarking, "Oh? Are you the Tang San who was trampled underfoot by Teacher Kai 8 years ago in the soul-hunting forest?" With those words, ripples surged through Tang San's heart, the gates of memory bursting open. He needed no further inquiries. He could ascertain that the Teacher Kai in question was none other than the formidable Mike Guy, who had left an indelible mark in his heart, intertwining hatred and reverence. The name Mike Guy struck like a sharp blade, each recollection twisting his heart in agony. It symbolized not only the unshakable shadow haunting Tang San, having witnessed his mentor's ruin because of him, but also bore the heavy burden of his father's mysterious disappearance, all leading back to that powerful adversary. At this moment, Tang San's eyes blazed as if ignited by an inferno, shimmering with uncontainable fury and resentment. Just as he deftly twirled a few silver needles that had quietly emerged from his waist, ready to pierce the stillness of the air, a subtle wave of air rippled from behind Zhu Jueqing. In an instant, Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and Yin appeared like phantoms behind her, intensifying the already charged atmosphere. Yin exuded an aura surrounded by an invisible flame, every inch of his skin pulsating with a searing heat. His gaze was firmly locked on Tang San, radiating an undeniable resolve. Should the latter make even the slightest move, the fiery assault would come crashing down like a tempest. As the leader of the group, Xiaoyu stepped forward with measured strides, positioning himself before Zhu Zhuqing, effectively blocking the intersection of their gazes. His voice was deep and magnetic, cutting through the taut air. You are from the Shrek team, are you not? If there are any grievances, let them be resolved in the competition. Any conflict here will result in disqualification. Furthermore, Zhu Zhuqing is a member of our Spirit Hall's Golden Generation. I will not permit anyone to bully her. Faced with the formidable pressure from the trio, Tang San calmly retracted the silver needles. He exchanged glances with his companions, silently swallowing their grievances and indignation, transforming them into unvoiced sighs. At this moment, reason was as cold as iron, reminding them that this was not the time for impulsive actions. As the oppressive silence spread to every corner, Tang San finally spoke, his gaze resolute and determined as he turned to Dai Mubai, Boss Dai. Those four are all soul kings, their strength unfathomable. But remember, we must emerge victorious in this battle. His voice, though soft, resonated with conviction, igniting the fighting spirit within his companions like a flame on a winter's day. Upon hearing these words, Dai Mubai instinctively covered the lingering pain from his injuries sustained in battle, yet his gaze shone with an extraordinary brightness, as if the agony had become a testament to his resilience. He gently patted Tang San on the shoulder, a gesture imbued with both comfort and encouragement. Little San, regardless of how treacherous the path ahead may be or how formidable our adversaries might prove, we, the Shrek 7 monsters, have always fought side by side, undaunted. In this battle, let us demonstrate through our actions that we shall reclaim our honor. A week later, following the display of the Soul King's prowess by the Wuhuan Academy, the subsequent encounters with other academies led to a unanimous decision to forfeit. Consequently, the Wuhuan Academy had only engaged in combat once throughout the entire preliminary tournament. Within the resting chamber of the Wuhuan Academy, Yin lay exhausted on the sofa, having not fought for an entire week, only to be dragged out today by Xiaoyu for practice. The outcome was predictably disastrous, as he was thoroughly overwhelmed by Xiaoyu. As Yin wallowed in self-doubt, the door to the resting chamber was gently pushed open, and Xiaoyu entered with an undeniable air of authority. His gaze swept across the faces of his teammates, noting their post-battle despondency, which caused him to frown slightly. He then cleared his throat with a deep, resonant cough. Ahem, everyone, rally your spirits. Do not forget, Teacher Kai will arrive shortly. These words seemed to penetrate the oppressive atmosphere of fatigue in the room like an invisible force. Upon mentioning the stern yet affectionate Teacher Kai, a renewed glimmer sparkled in the eyes of the team, akin to tender sprouts nourished by morning dew, quickly straightening their spines and restoring resolute expressions of anticipation. On the once bustling, expansive streets of Tiando City, Kai's strides appeared leisurely, yet each step was imbued with subtle intention. Initially, he relished the tranquility, as if the entire world made way for him, but gradually an inexplicable sense of unease crept upon him. The surroundings began to distort subtly, the air shimmering with delicate ripples, reminiscent of a lake shrouded in morning mist or the blurred edges of a dream. What should have been a cacophony of voices and vibrant activity was now transformed into emptiness and silence, as if an unseen brush had swept across the scene, leaving only the hushed whispers of the wind weaving through the streets. An alarm rang within Kai's heart. He quietly gathered his energy, slowing his pace under the guise of nonchalance. Yet every slight movement revealed his extraordinary awareness and composure. Just as he was about to step beyond the city gates into the unknown, he abruptly halted, turning his back to the desolate street. His voice steady and penetrating. Come forth, my friend. I imagine you must be weary from this prolonged pursuit. As these words left his lips, the air seemed to solidify, followed by a chilling presence seeping from the void, accompanied by a deep, hoarse voice. Reminiscent of a call from the netherworld, the lead instructor of the Wuhuan Academy lives up to his reputation, even in this silent street. You are able to detect my presence. This voice carried both admiration and a barely perceptible threat, shrouding the entire scene in an enigmatic veil. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a choice. Option 1. Eliminate the Dream Remnant Shinian and acquire an entire set of spiritual soul bones. Option 2. Subdue the Dream Remnant Shinian and acquire an entire set of spiritual soul bones. After a long hiatus, the triggering of a choice stirred a flicker of excitement in Kai's heart, particularly since he had not encountered such an event in nearly 2 years. With an air of nonchalance, he elegantly rotated his wrist, as if conducting a delicate prelude. Subsequently, he casually reached into the void, and the previously formless air seemed to be gently stirred by an unseen hand, the ensuing sound suddenly turning sluggish. With a slight exertion, it was as if he were peeling away layers from the void, and he forcefully drew Xinyan from the ethereal realm. At that moment, Shernyan's expression was one of utter shock. His face was tightly gripped by Kai's hand, which seemed to possess boundless power. Contorting his features as disbelief and struggle illuminated his eyes, he exerted every ounce of strength in a desperate attempt to escape this sudden confinement. Yet Kai's grip was like iron, unwavering, binding him firmly at the precipice of reality. Dream Remnant Xinyan, Martial Soul Nightmare, Level 76 Soul Sage. Vice Dean of the Tsanghui Academy, my intelligence is quite accurate, is it not? Kai's voice resonated deeply, each word striking the core of Shernyan's being and sending ripples of unease throughout. His gaze was profound, as if capable of penetrating the deepest secrets of the human heart. Fixating on Xinyan without allowing the slightest evasion, Xinyan remained ensnared in the shock of his own illusion being ruthlessly torn apart. The sudden blow rendered him almost incapable of resistance, leaving him to succumb to the tumultuous emotions that surged within, unable to find solace. How could you possibly breach my illusion? How could you seize my true form? Is it truly so difficult? In the face of absolute power, all methods are futile. Kai spoke with an air of indifference. Observing Shernyan's terrified countenance, he continued, I must confess, I admire your ambition. However, I cannot abide fools. The very notion of attempting to assassinate me is a cause for concern regarding the higher-ups of your Tsanghui Academy. Under the weight of Kai's irresistible might, Xinyan was akin to a leaf swept away by a tempest, helplessly plummeting to the cold ground, his limbs flailing in vain, only to amplify the air of despair. In that moment, time seemed to freeze until Kai, with an icy demeanor, released his grip, allowing Xinyan to plunge into the abyss of fate. In the fleeting instant at the brink of life and death, Xinyan finally perceived the chill within Kai's words, an unprecedented terror piercing through his heart like ice. Before he could regain his footing, he found himself involuntarily kneeling, the sound of his knees striking the ground heavy and despairing, mirroring his current emotional state. His forehead struck the unforgiving earth with every impact, each collision proclaiming his submission. My lord, please do not take my life. I am willing to serve you. His voice was imbued with both the dread of death and the fervent desire for life, each word sincere, each sentence heartfelt. All in a desperate plea to find a sliver of hope within Kai's unpredictable whims. With the illusion shattered, he possessed no capacity for resistance. Not sufficient, Kai replied coolly. Xinyan, a man of remarkable intellect, promptly reacted. He raised 3 fingers and vowed, I, Xinyan, pledge by my martial soul to follow you from this moment forth. Should I harbor any thoughts of betrayal, may my martial soul shatter, and I perish. In other realms, such a vow might be easily forsaken. Yet, here lies the Douluo continent, a domain governed by the laws of heaven, where swearing upon one's martial soul incurs severe repercussions for any breach of promise. Now enlighten me. Who conceived the notion of assassinating me? Surely, it cannot be that the idea sprang from a moment of folly on your part? Kai inquired. He genuinely questioned the intelligence of the individual who had entertained such a thought. After all, the leader of the Martial Soul Academy must possess at least the rank of Soul Douluo, sending someone like Xinyan, who was merely at level 76. To undertake such a perilous mission seemed utterly implausible, regardless of the peculiarities of his martial soul. Your Excellency, my intended target is an individual named Tang San, as our academy is set to face Shrek Academy in the forthcoming match. Hence, Chapter 56. Farewell to Qian Rinxue and the bet with Ning Fingji. Tang San contemplated his chin, gazing at the obsequious Shernyan, and remarked, to assassinate Tang San? It is difficult to ascertain whether you are clever or foolish. Do you truly believe that eliminating me would elevate the Tsanghui Academy? And what if you were to face off against the Shrek Academy? Would you persist in your assassination attempts? I fear that, by then, even that old wretch, Hu Yinxin, would not spare you. With a subtle turn, Kai's gaze deepened like a frigid pool, sweeping over the prostrate Shernyan. His tone bore no warmth as he commanded. You may withdraw. I shall consider this matter as if I have not witnessed it. As for the subsequent affairs of Tsanghui Academy, you are well aware. There is no need for further elaboration. Upon hearing his authoritative words, Shernyan trembled, cold sweat beading on his brow, as if the very air around them had solidified. Once Kai's figure receded, Shernyan dared to rise slowly, his legs still quaking. His heart filled with a sense of relief from narrowly escaping disaster and a profound reverence for that indescribable power. Kai did not rush to return to the lounge of the Spirit Hall, but instead strolled toward the residence of the Tiendo imperial family. Just as he was about to enter the grand portal, two guards clad in splendid armor stood like sentinels, their long spears crossed to form an insurmountable barrier, politely yet firmly obstructing his path. This sudden blockade did not halt Kai's steps. Rather, it added an air of nonchalance and mystery to his demeanor. "This is the resting place of His Highness the Crown Prince. Entry is forbidden without an invitation," one guard declared, standing tall as a pine, his spear slightly raised, his tone imbued with unyielding authority. Kai's gaze briefly swept over the guard, a barely perceptible indifference flickering in his eyes, though he did not betray any emotion. Aware that this place was extraordinary, he tempered his sharpness, adopting a humble demeanor. He offered a deep bow and earnestly requested, "Kind sir, I beseech you to relay my message. I, an old acquaintance, Kai, have urgent matters to discuss with His Highness." Kai? The guard furrowed his brow, the name resonating faintly in his mind, though it failed to immediately trigger a connection. After confirming that there was no direct association with this individual in his memory, he adhered to his duty and turned to deliver the message. As the guard's footsteps faded into the distance, the atmosphere around seemed to imbue itself with a subtle sense of anticipation and mystery. With a gentle push, the door creaked open, and a hurried figure stepped inside, an officer who had come to deliver the report. His gaze swiftly scanned the room, landing on the Crown Prince Xueqinghe, seated majestically at the center, exuding an extraordinary grace, and on the side, the serene Ningfengji, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, leisurely sipping tea with an air of calm detachment. The soldier halted, then knelt on one knee, clasping his fists, his voice tinged with respect and solemnity. "I pay my respects to His Highness the Crown Prince and greet Lord Ning. I have urgent matters to report." Xueqinghe's brow furrowed ever so slightly at this unexpected interruption, while he felt a flicker of displeasure. His upbringing as the heir apparent guided him to quickly regain his composure, his expression remaining courteous and refined. "What is of such urgency? Speak freely." His voice was gentle yet powerful, akin to a spring breeze, yet underscored by an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, the soldier bowed his head even lower, his voice imbued with heightened reverence. "Your Highness, there is a gentleman named Kai requesting an audience." Suddenly, a cacophony erupted, as if the heavens themselves had torn apart, unleashing a deafening thunderous sound that coincided perfectly with the utterance of Kai's name, stirring tumultuous waves within Xueqinghe's heart, creating ripples that reverberated profoundly. His internal excitement was nearly uncontrollable. Even the slightest tremor coursing through him was as delicate and imperceptible as a spring breeze caressing the surface of a lake. Yet Xueqinghe, with his extraordinary self-discipline, quietly buried it beneath a facade of calmness, evading the keen perception of even the seasoned Ningfengji. "Quickly, please allow him to enter," Xueqinghe commanded, his voice deep and resolute, each word laced with undeniable authority. His utterance seemed to possess an enchanting quality that swiftly quelled the subtle disturbances within the chamber. Hearing this, the guard once again bowed respectfully before retreating steadily from the room, leaving behind an atmosphere of tranquility intertwined with unresolved enigmas. Ningfengji's discerning gaze swept across Xueqinghe's countenance, catching a fleeting hint of peculiarity that stirred a flicker of concern within him. "Your Highness, could it be that the recent affairs of state have caused you some physical discomfort?" His voice was gentle and considerate, revealing a profound concern for Xueqinghe, yet maintaining the decorum and respect befitting his position as a subject. Xueqinghe turned to Ningfengji. "Teacher, please call me Qinghe. It is merely the sight of an old friend that stirs such emotions within me." A subtle curiosity flickered in Ningfengji's eyes, igniting a desire to inquire about the old friend Xueqinghe had mentioned. In this imperial city, it was indeed rare for someone of such noble stature as the Crown Prince to exhibit such uncharacteristic emotion, suggesting that the identity of this friend was of considerable significance. Before long, the door was gently pushed open once more, reminiscent of the slow unveiling of time itself, causing both individuals within to instinctively direct their gazes towards the figure poised to cross the threshold. A palpable tension and anticipation filled the air as the footsteps drew nearer. As Kai's figure gradually entered, Xueqinghe felt an uncontrollable surge of emotion, his body trembling slightly, yearning to rise in greeting, yet he restrained himself, maintaining the decorum expected in the presence of Ningfengji. The esteemed leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, upon laying eyes on Kai, was momentarily taken aback, his pupils narrowing as if touched by an unseen force. To his astonishment, the newcomer was none other than the leading instructor from the Martial Soul Academy, a young elder of the Martial Soul Hall, a figure he had long admired. "It is a pleasure to finally meet you," Ning Fengji said, rising to offer his greetings, masking his inner astonishment with the requisite politeness. Kai, upon recognizing Ning Fengji, was somewhat taken aback but adhered to the adage of not striking a smiling face. He had no intention of causing embarrassment at that moment. "I did not expect to find the illustrious Master Ning here. What a fortunate encounter." Both men exchanged pleasantries, each elevating the other, ensuring that their mutual respect remained impeccable, at least in terms of appearances. "Qinghe, how did you come to know this elder from the Spirit Hall?" Ning Fengji inquired with a cheerful demeanor, though inwardly he had already steeled himself for the conversation. Upon hearing this, Qinghe stood from his seat. "Teacher, do you recall when I previously mentioned that during my quest for the fourth spirit ring, I was unexpectedly ambushed by a 10,000-year spirit beast? It was at that moment that Brother Akai fortuitously passed by and saved me. Had it not been for Brother Akai's timely intervention, there might not be a current Prince of Heaven Do, Qinghe." His response was impeccable, expressing both gratitude towards Kai and highlighting the weight of their bond. Kai settled back into his chair, taking a delicate sip of fragrant tea, his gaze laced with intrigue as he casually turned to Ning Fengji and gently asked, "Master Ning, do you have a favored team in this competition?" Ning Fengji smiled warmly, a flicker of profound depth glinting in his eyes. He did not shy away from the question, but answered candidly, "Indeed, there is one team that I hold in high regard, and that is Shrek Academy, which happens to be the current place of study for my youngest daughter." "Oh, Shrek Academy?" Kai leaned back slightly in surprise, his body reclining against the chair's backrest. "As far as I know, the standout talents from Shrek Academy, even the exceptionally gifted Tang San, possess only the rank of a 44th level spirit master, while our spirit hall is graced with the presence of a spirit king." Ning Fengji chuckled lightly, his smile revealing not only pride in his daughter's academy but also an eagerness for the unknown challenges ahead. Although Shrek Academy may not boast a grand reputation, they often achieve unexpected feats. The level of spirit power does not entirely define a team's true strength. What I perceive lies more in their harmonious cooperation, indomitable spirit, and fervent desire for victory. In this arena, any miracle is possible. Since Master Ning has faith in Shrek Academy, why not engage in a wager with me? A glimmer of playful mischief danced in Kai's eyes, as if it were an offhand inquiry, yet simultaneously a confirmation. "A wager? What are the terms?" Ning Fengji feigned ignorance, prompting Kai to chuckle softly before continuing. "I wager that the champion of this competition will be the Spirit Hall. If I lose, the enforcement team from the Spirit Hall will withdraw from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's premises, and in addition to the 4 spirit bones awarded in the competition, I will personally offer 3 spirit bones that are over 10,000 years old to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Furthermore, I will provide information regarding a 10,000-year transformed spirit beast. Master Ning, do you understand the significance of a transformed 10,000-year spirit beast? I need not elaborate further, for I have laid my sincerity bare. Now it is up to Ning Fengji to decide." Listening to Kai's proposed wager, Ning Fengji felt a stirring within. The prospect of not only having the enforcement team withdraw from the 7 Treasure City, but also receiving 3 spirit bones over 10,000 years old was enticing. The addition of a transformed 10,000-year spirit beast made the offer even more compelling. It is well acknowledged that there exists a profound disparity between soul masters possessing a 100,000-year soul ring and those who do not. Moreover, a 100,000-year transformed soul beast, upon producing such a soul ring, invariably yields a 100,000-year soul bone. This implies that a victory over the 7 Treasures Glazed sect would guarantee at least 5 soul bones exceeding 10,000 years in age, along with a 100,000-year soul ring. In addition to the decade-long stability of 7 Treasure City, Ning Fengji pondered whether this opportunity would only present itself once in his lifetime. Was his investment in Tang San truly worthy of all his resources? After a brief contemplation, Ning Fengji resolutely nodded. "Very well, I accept this wager. Should Shrek Academy emerge victorious, I kindly request the elders to honor today's promise. Of course, should Shrek Academy face defeat, the 7 Treasures Glazed sect would generously furnish the Spirit Hall with 4 soul bones of over 10,000 years, alongside my personal wager of 100 million gold soul coins. Ning Zhongzhu, you are aware of what the Spirit Hall desires." Kai, suddenly more earnest, fixed his gaze intently on Ning Fengji. "Let us not speak of soul bones and gold soul coins. If I am victorious, the Spirit Hall's future plans must remain unimpeded by the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, correct?" Kai had articulated his intent quite clearly, and the old fox, Ning Fengji, could hardly be oblivious to the implications. The Spirit Hall has long harbored ambitions of dominance over the continent, a fact well understood by the three great sects and the two empires alike. In the Spirit Hall's future endeavors, one must not stand in opposition, to put it plainly. It is akin to signing a tacit agreement with the Spirit Hall. At that moment, a ripple of energy disturbed the space. In the blink of an eye, an elderly figure appeared behind Ning Fengji. This individual was one of the two great protective Douluos of the Seven Treasures glazed sect, the Douluo. Renowned as the continent's foremost defensive Douluo, boasting a cultivation level of 95. Fengji, we both understand the ambitions of the Spirit Hall. We cannot acquiesce. The Douluo gazed at Ning Fengji with urgency, then shifted his attention to the bystander, Shui Qinghe. Uncle Bone, I have my own considerations. Though Ning Fengji's expression remained largely unperturbed, he ultimately directed his gaze towards Shui Qinghe. Your Highness, he addressed, signifying that he was speaking in his capacity as the leader of the Seven Treasures glazed sect. What is your stance? Shui Qinghe discerned the shift in Ning Fengji's tone. Recognizing that both were cunning individuals, thus rendering any further pretense unnecessary. Teacher, I find this arrangement unsatisfactory. Ning Fengji was slightly taken aback by Shui Qinghe's response. While the promises made by the Spirit Hall could indeed cultivate a formidable powerhouse in a short span, Shui Qinghe's words solidified Ning Fengji's resolve. Yet he chose not to elucidate his thoughts further at that moment. I understand. Let us conclude our discussion of the wager here. Uncle Bone, we shall take our leave. With that, Ning Fengji rose to depart. Shui Qinghe contemplated rising to bid farewell, yet was detained by Kai, who engaged her in conversation. Ning Fengji had already made his intentions clear. Being a cunning individual, he easily deciphered Ning Fengji's thoughts. Rather than outright rejection, he tacitly consented. For Ning Fengji currently held the esteemed position of the Crown Prince's tutor, destined to become the future Grand Master of the Tiando Empire. An overt acceptance of the Spirit Hall's demands would bear no benefits for either the Spirit Hall or the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. Just as Ning Fengji and Douluo took their leave, a glimmer of golden light suddenly enveloped Shui Qinghe. Soon after, Qian Rinxue emerged gracefully from the radiant glow, her long legs striding forth. Observing the intense gaze of Kai, she felt a mix of amusement and irritation. Just as she prepared to inquire about his motives, Kai stepped forward and drew her into his embrace. The soft sensation enveloped her, stirring ripples within Kai's heart, akin to peach blossoms blooming in the spring, vibrant yet elusive. He inhaled deeply, the subtle fragrance of Qian Rinxue reminiscent of flowers shrouded in morning mist, teasingly tugging at his heartstrings, causing his gaze to take on a dreamy, entranced quality. Qian Rinxue's cheeks flushed, akin to the clouds at dawn, both bashful and imbued with a hint of indescribable anticipation. She did not resist this sudden intimacy. Instead, she acquiesced, allowing Kai's embrace to become her steadfast refuge in that moment. However, as time flowed quietly, that pure warmth began to intertwine with deeper emotions. Kai's hand instinctively caressed her delicate skin, and this unintentional closeness ushered in a subtle shift in the atmosphere. Qian Rinxue cast a gentle sidelong glance, a flicker of playful reproach in her eyes, yet she did not truly scold him. Rather, amidst this delicate ambience, she experienced an unprecedented fluttering within her heart. In that instant, Qian Rinxue executed an unexpected action that took Kai by surprise. She rose onto her toes and, in a swift motion, pressed her lips softly against his. This sudden kiss was akin to a summer downpour, unexpected yet perfectly rejuvenating to her parched heart. Kai was struck by this unforeseen tenderness. As if time itself had frozen in that moment, he felt the warmth and softness at the corner of his lips, a unique gentleness belonging to Qian Rinxue, melting the ice, encasing his heart like the gentle spring rain. The ambience resonated with warmth and romance. Chapter 57. Consuming the little fox, the two were enveloped in an extended kiss, as if time itself had come to a standstill, until Qian Rinxue gradually released her embrace. The lingering reluctance resembled dewdrops glistening in the morning light, shimmering with a tender yet sorrowful sheen. Her cheeks were tinged with a delicate crimson, akin to the first bloom of a peach blossom, enchanting enough to evoke a sense of affection. Each ray of light that brushed past seemed to whisper the ripples of her heart. Kai's Adam's apple moved subtly as he unconsciously swallowed, striving to bury the tumultuous emotion she stirred within him deep in his heart. His gaze tenderly settled upon her face, which appeared as if it could yield honey. And though multitudes of thoughts clamored to escape, he resolutely suppressed them. Schwer, he began to speak, but before he could continue, Qianren Shui preempted him, gently placing a slender finger on his lips, akin to a spring breeze caressing the surface of a lake, bringing with it an irresistible blend of tenderness and determination. Wait. Her voice was as delicate as a whisper, yet it penetrated the surrounding tranquility with clarity. Before you speak, could you refrain from your wandering hands? Qianren Shui remarked. Her face flushed. Kai slowly exited the inn, his fingertips lightly brushing against his collar, inadvertently concealing the ambiguous crimson hue that lingered around his neck, a sweet mark left after 3 tender hours spent with Qianren Shui. The morning light filtered through the clouds, casting a warm glow on his slightly weary yet spirited face, as his stride exuded an indescribable sense of satisfaction and ease. Just as he was about to head towards the lounge of the Soul Master Academy, a white figure quietly captured his attention. The individual possessed long, white hair and donned a flowing white robe, exuding an ethereal grace, yet was barefoot, walking unshod upon the ground. Kai furrowed his brow, for he had never encountered this person throughout the years. However, he paid little heed and turned to leave, making his way directly to the Academy's lounge. As the door creaked open, a wave of warmth enveloped him. Hulaina's figure sprang up from her seat, like the most resplendent flower of spring, her eyes sparkling with undeniable joy. Kaigu. Her voice rang clear and melodious, infused with the youthful exuberance and delight that made her seem like a delicate butterfly fluttering towards him. This sudden embrace took Kai by surprise, yet an involuntary warmth surged within him. Instinctively, he extended his arms, gently yet resolutely encircling Hulaina's waist and drawing her into the reassuring expanse of his chest. Between them, no words were necessary. This unspoken understanding and warmth flowed quietly through the tranquil lounge, akin to a babbling brook, warm and pure. Hulaina's delicate face nestled against Kai's solid chest, attuned to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, and in that moment, it felt as though the entire world had come to a halt. Her exquisite visage gently rested against his robust chest, tenderly caressing as if seeking the long-lost solace. Her nose twitched slightly, greedily inhaling the distinctive scent that emanated from him, a blend of masculine vigor and an ineffable hint of gentle fragrance. Suddenly, a refreshing and exquisite fragrance gently permeated her sensory world, compelling her to raise her head involuntarily, her eyes shimmering with surprise and anticipation. She gazed at Kai's sharply defined profile, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Brother Kai, this scent belongs to Sister Shui, doesn't it? Have you met her? The mere mention of Qianren Shui's name seemed to illuminate Hulaina's eyes, sparkling with a dazzling brilliance, a reminiscence of their innocent friendship and a profound longing for a dear friend not seen for many years. Despite the passage of time, Hulaina could still discern the scent of Qianren Shui with remarkable precision. At that moment, the air was filled not merely with fragrance, but with an unspoken understanding and emotion shared between the two, as if childhood memories unfurled slowly in her heart, warm and beautiful. Kai was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, giving a slight nod to Hulaina. He gently ruffled her hair before turning his attention to the other 6, who appeared quite anxious. You performed admirably in the preliminaries, especially you, Shiqing. Your remarkable performance secured our Academy's prestige. Kai praised Zhu Qing without hesitation. After all, Zhu Zhuqing was someone he had personally nurtured. Although her soul power was only at level 54, her true combat prowess rivaled even that of the 62-level Evil Moon. Picking up the battle chart from the table, Kai meticulously analyzed the opponents the Soul Master Academy would face next. The preliminaries have concluded, and in 3 days, we will commence the elimination round, Kai stated. The elimination round will adopt the 7 versus 17 battle format, and our first opponent will be Tsanghui Academy, he indicated, pointing to the bottom right corner of the battle chart where Tsanghui Academy was listed. Upon hearing the name Tsanghui Academy, Yin spoke with a tone of disdain. Tsanghui Academy. I am aware of the All-Soul Master Academy. They are hardly worth our concern. Yan's words came to a halt, as thanks to his own influence, the Soul Master Academy only needed to compete in 1 match during the elimination round. Even in the subsequent advancement matches, their only opponent would be Thunder Academy. The other 2 teams among the top 3 seed academies had been perfectly sidelined. One could attribute this to luck or perhaps to some hidden machinations. In contrast, Shrek Academy was not so fortunate. Ever since their reputation soared during the exhibition matches, they faced the formidable Elephant Armor Academy in the second round, renowned for their prowess in team battles. Without Zhu Zhuqing, Shrek Academy nearly faced a complete annihilation at the hands of Elephant Armor Academy. As night descended, The moonlight, gentle and pure, bathed the window sill, draping the tranquil night in a silvery veil. Kai leaned against the window, his gaze traversing the void. Locking eyes with the luminous moon, his thoughts drifting back to the warm moments spent with Qianren Shui during the day. A tender smile unconsciously graced his lips, as if that sweetness still lingered in his heart. Just as this tranquility and nostalgia wove together into a captivating tapestry, a faint sound quietly shattered the serenity of the night. The door creaked open slowly, akin to a ghostly silhouette in the night. Hulaina entered Kai's room with a graceful stealth, akin to a feline, ensuring not to disturb the tranquility of the evening, fearful of unsettling anything. The moment she stepped into the room, she felt a surge of pride in her own cleverness and caution. The moonlight filtered through the window, casting a mysterious and alluring glow upon her. However, this sense of pride was fleeting, for just as she was about to make her next move, a figure, equally bathed in moonlight, caught her eye. Kai had turned at some point, standing quietly with an enigmatic gaze that seemed to penetrate the depths of her being. Their eyes met under the witness of the moonlight, and an indescribable atmosphere enveloped them, blending subtle embarrassment at being discovered with a faint astonishment at each other's presence. Hulaina gently lifted her skirt and took a deep breath, her movements imbued with a mix of determination and tenderness. She bravely met Kai's gaze. Filled with curiosity yet softened by warmth, and with unwavering resolve, she moved slowly toward him. As she stood before Kai, time appeared to suspend. Hulaina delicately rose onto her toes, adopting a near-ritualistic posture, and gently pressed her lips against his. In that moment, the air was thick with an indescribable tension and sweetness, rendering the world around them dim. Kai's eyes widened in astonished delight. He had never witnessed such direct and fervent affection from Hulaina. This sudden display of deep emotion left him momentarily dazed, his heart stirred into ripples of longing. In stark contrast to the cool, refreshing kiss from Qianren Shui, Hulaina's kiss was like the gentle warmth of spring sunshine, soft yet fervent. Imbued with a power capable of melting ice and snow, gradually seeping into the depths of Kai's heart, he instinctively wrapped his arms around her slender waist, as if to secure this unexpected bliss tightly within his embrace. Lost in the fervor of their kiss, they gradually surrendered to the moment, the outside world fading into a blur, leaving only the harmonious rhythm of their heartbeats and breaths entwined in the most exquisite melody. In that instant, it felt as though they inhabited a realm solely belonging to the two of them, where all worries and constraints dissipated into the wind, leaving only pure and profound emotions rippling within their hearts. The night was tender, the moonlight washed clean, gently illuminating Hulaina's delicate features, adding an indescribable touch of shyness and allure. Between their lips, time seemed to stretch, leaving a shimmering thread of silver, a testament to their shared warmth and reluctance to part. In Hulaina's eyes flickered a blend of shyness and determination. She took a deep breath, her movements imbued with a subtle gravity, and slowly let her gown slip from her shoulders like a flower blooming in the dawn. The moonlight accentuated her translucent skin, the curves of her figure outlined in the night, captivating Kai's gaze, stirring a tempest of complex emotions within him. Instinctively, he felt an urge to shield his eyes from this sudden revelation, fearing that the shock might disrupt the serenity of his heart. However, Hulaina, with a gentle yet resolute strength, softly drew away his obstructive hand, as if inviting him to immerse himself in this unmasked beauty. At that moment, the air seemed to solidify, and time itself stood still. Their gazes intertwined, and without uttering a single word, they could perceive the emotions surging within each other's hearts. Kai tenderly embraced Hulaina, as if cradling the most delicate blossom in the world, his step steady yet infused with tenderness, gradually moving towards the soft bed. His outer garment inadvertently slipped away, brushing against the floor, leaving behind an unintentional elegance. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating Hulaina's face, accentuating her snow-like complexion and the glimmering moisture in her eyes, adding a touch of charming shyness and allure. Kai gazed at the enchanting beauty before him, seemingly stepped out from a painting. Even for someone like him, who had witnessed countless scenes, he could not help but feel a flush on his cheeks, his heart swelling with an unprecedented sense of tenderness and reverence. "Nana, have you made your decision?" Kai's voice was low and magnetic, each word like a gentle spring breeze caressing the lake's surface, creating ripples of tenderness. His eyes brimmed with anticipation and respect, as if awaiting the most precious answer in the world. Upon hearing this, Hulaina's cheeks flushed even deeper, her gaze lowered, and her shyness was palpable. She parted her rosy lips. Though she did not speak, the slight nod of her head conveyed more than 1,000 words, a direct response to Kai's deep affection. Gathering her courage, she extended her delicate hand and gently encircled Kai's neck. At that moment, their hearts silently intertwined, as if the entire world had come to a standstill. On this night, adorned with the beauty of love and nature, Hulaina underwent a transformation from girlhood to womanhood. The morning light tenderly penetrated the sheer curtains, casting a mosaic of golden rays in one corner of the room, draping the tranquil space in a veil of warmth. Kai, awakening slowly in this gentle glow, opened his eyes to encounter an indescribable tenderness nestled in his embrace. At this moment, Hulaina lay peacefully against him, her skin glistening with a delicate sheen under the morning light, resembling a freshly bloomed lily, pure and alluring. Her form, at this instant, displayed the natural rhythm unreservedly, unadorned by a single garment, harmonizing perfectly with the morning's purity. On the sheets, a subtle plum blossom imprint quietly narrated the preparations of the previous night, serving both as a mark of love and a testament to their youthful innocence. Kai's fingertips, imbued with infinite tenderness, gently traced Hulaina's delicate visage, akin to a spring breeze stirring ripples across a lake. His kiss, tenderly placed upon her forehead, was both a promise and a form of protection, as if it could dispel the remnants of tears upon her face, a complex blend of shyness and sweetness after tasting forbidden fruit. On Hulaina's cheeks, two faint tear tracks shimmered in the morning light, resembling dew-adorning flower petals, revealing that while she had not entirely resisted Kai's fervent passion, she had also discovered an unprecedented sense of belonging and tranquility amidst the warmth. Hulaina's brow slightly furrowed, and then she slowly opened her eyes. What met her gaze was Kai's beaming face, akin to the first ray of sunlight in the dawn, warm and dazzling. At the outset, Hulaina felt a flicker of confusion, as if some significant memory were quietly awakening. Subsequently, the recollections of the previous night surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing majestically against her mind. The small fox, shyly nestled within the blankets, evoked a sense of awkwardness and subtlety that lingered in her heart. In this moment, Hulaina was overwhelmed by shyness. She curled up in the covers, emitting a faint whimper, and then suddenly extended her arms to tightly embrace Kai, sinking her teeth into his chest as if to release the emotions bubbling within her. Kai, feeling the softness and warmth against his chest, as well as the passionate figure clinging to him, could not help but experience a ripple of sensation within. He spoke softly, "Nana, please do not move so restlessly." His words imbued with an ineffable tenderness and helplessness. Kai endeavored to suppress the rising heat within him, for Hulaina was currently in a state of fragility, and he could not disregard her feelings by forcefully repeating their previous encounter.